I woke up to the sound of someone scolding loudly nearby. As I opened my eyes, I found myself in a fancy, luxurious living room, leaning against a woman who looked worried. I felt pain at the back of my head and body but had no idea what had happened. A doctor, Dr. G, was carefully cleaning my head wound, warning me not to touch it. He told the woman beside me, who I now knew as Mrs. Gu, that I had lost too much blood and needed a transfusion. But my blood type was rare, and they didn't have it at the hospital. Mrs. Gu quickly sent for a young man named Feng Ju. When he arrived, I was struck by his appearance. He was slim, pale, and had sad, empty eyes that hinted at loneliness and despair. He looked much too young to have that kind of sadness. But before I could think more, he silently began donating his blood to me. As I watched, memories that weren't mine flooded my mind. I realized with shock that I had somehow entered a story I just read. I was now Gu Yong, the fake heiress with hemophilia and a complicated life. My role was clear. I was the jealous younger sister, pretending to be elegant but always making a mess, all while trying to compete with my older sister, Gu Jin, the real star of the story. Looking across the room, I spotted Gu Jin, sitting calmly with her phone, confident and stunning as always. I couldn't believe I was now living in her story, destined to play the part of the foolish, envious sister. I stared at Feng Ju, the young man standing in front of me. He was the personal blood bank the Gu family had found for me. Well, not for me exactly, for the original Gu Yong, whose body I now inhabited. She had hemophilia, and her rare golden blood type made blood transfusions difficult. So, the Gu family had adopted Feng Ju, who shared that blood type, but instead of treating him well, he was basically kept as a living blood bank. His status in the family was even lower than that of a servant, and yet he never complained. The old Gu Yong used to vent her anger on him, poking him with needles without a second thought. Just thinking about how cruel she had been made me shudder. How could anyone be so heartless, especially to someone as beautiful and gentle as Feng Ju? My mind raced as I remembered how things would unfold in the story. Feng Ju would later befriend the big villain and, together, they would ruin the Gu family. The villain would even go so far as to break all 10 of Gu Yang's fingers. Just imagining that pain made me wince. If I wanted to avoid that horrible fate, I needed to be careful. It didn't take me long to realize that things were already in motion. The Gu family had recently discovered that Gu Jin, my so-called sister, was actually the real daughter of the family. Gu Jin had been swapped with me at birth. But since she grew up in the countryside and didn't know how to behave in high society, the family kept my identity as their daughter. They liked me more because I had been raised in wealth and had made them proud. Still, the old Gu Yong had felt threatened by Gu Jin's presence. So, she came up with schemes to make the family hate Gu Jin. The incident earlier, where I fell down the stairs, was one of her plans to frame Gu Jin. It had worked in the original story, making Ruan Shuling and the Gu family furious at Gu Jin. But Gu Jin had proven her innocence by recording everything on her phone. Now, here I was, stuck in this mess. The moment I arrived in this world, I had already offended both the female protagonist and the future villain. If I wanted to survive, I'd have to change the way things played out. But was it too late to fix everything? Before I could think further, Ruan Shuling's cold voice rang out. Gu Jin, come over and apologize to your sister. I looked up and saw Gu Jin. She was dressed in a black dress, looking calm and indifferent, casually scrolling through her phone. Even in this tense situation, she seemed completely unfazed. Gu Jin looked like a fallen angel, beautiful and pure, but with eyes so deep they felt like they could see through anything. When Ruan Shuling told her to apologize for pushing me, Gu Jin just chuckled and said calmly, "No thanks." I didn't push her. Ruan Shuling was furious, calling her a country bumpkin with no manners. But then Dr. G, who was packing up his medical kit, spoke up. He suggested that if Gu Jin claimed she didn't push me, there must be proof, and they should communicate calmly. I knew who he really was, Ji Linbai, a powerful hospital director and one of Gu Jin's supporters. He was here today because of her, and he clearly wanted to see Gu Jin expose me. But I wasn't about to let that happen. Before things could escalate, I quickly stood up, took Ruan Shuling's hand, and said, "Mom, big sister didn't push me. I just tripped." No way was I going to be humiliated like in the original story. Ruan Shuling scolded Gu Jin even more, upset that I was defending her, while Ji Linbai silently fumed. He was ready to use the video on Gu Jin's phone to prove me wrong. But before he could do anything, I added, "Mom, if you don't believe me, you can check Big Sister's phone. It was recording everything." Gu Jin seemed surprised, and even Ji Linbai was shocked that I knew about the recording. Feng Ju, sitting nearby, gave me a curious glance too. Ruan Shuling seemed hesitant, but chose to believe me for now, warning Gu Jin instead of demanding proof. As Ji Linbai left, he shot me a glare, but I only smiled sweetly and said, "Take care, Dr. Ji." He nearly stumbled, clearly frustrated. He thought I was sneaky, and I probably was, but I had to be if I wanted to survive. Later, when the maid, Mrs. Li, tried to take Feng Ju back outside, I stopped her. She reminded me of how the original Gu Yang had punished Feng Ju for spilling my skincare products, making him sleep in the greenhouse. Feng Ju stood there quietly, looking so obedient and fragile. Even though it wasn't really my fault, I felt a pang of guilt. The original me had been cruel, but I couldn't be like that. Not anymore. I realized that the original Gu Yang had always been spoiled by her family. Her parents would usually agree with whatever she wanted, and they felt like Feng Ju deserved to be punished. He had been made to sleep in the greenhouse, a place meant for growing expensive flowers, not for people to live in. It wasn't a proper place to stay, with little oxygen and hard floors. Thinking about how badly the old me had treated Feng Ju, I knew I had to fix my reputation with him. After all, I didn't want his villain friend to cut off all my fingers later. Trying to be nice, I gently told Mrs. Li to let Feng Ju back into the house. "I was just angry before," I said, pretending to be soft-hearted. "Ju is my younger brother. He shouldn't be sleeping in the greenhouse." Mrs. Li looked surprised. Had I really forgotten about him for almost a week? Feng Ju, looking shy and grateful, thanked me in a quiet voice, like a little puppy. I couldn't help but reach out and pat his head. Embarrassed, I quickly went upstairs, my face feeling warm. As I escaped to my room, I examined the fancy surroundings and stared at my reflection in the mirror. The girl I saw looked sweet and elegant in a soft white dress, with long black hair and clear, lively eyes. She seemed like the perfect, well-behaved daughter that elders loved. But beneath that gentle appearance, my personality had always been different. Before this world, I was part of a top aristocratic family. Even though I looked demure, I had a rebellious streak. Instead of running the family business, I had chosen to become a psychiatrist against my family's wishes. My dad had left everything to me, but I suspected his favorite illegitimate son had a hand in my death. Thinking about my past life and my current situation kept me awake all night. By morning, I was still lost in thought. At breakfast, I watched a fashionable woman cling to Ruan Shuling, acting close. She looked at Gu Jin, who was calmly drinking coffee, and started making snide comments. She called Gu Jin an uncultured country girl and hinted that Gu Jin had pushed me down the stairs. Ruan Shuling's mood darkened as she defended me. The woman also compared Gu Jin to Feng Ju, who was sitting quietly. She said it was strange how two people living under the same roof could be so different. Her words annoyed me. Everyone seemed to look down on Gu Jin, and I felt like I was in the middle of a tense, complicated mess. I walked downstairs and saw Ruan Yin, a familiar figure from the entertainment industry, clinging to Ruan Shuling's arm. Memories of her came flooding back. She was the second daughter of the Ruan family, originally an illegitimate child who had become part of the family after her mother married into it. Ruan Yin had always been close to the old Gu Yang, who had supported her in getting resources in the entertainment world. Ruan Yin greeted me warmly, acting friendly as always. She probably still thought I was the same person who would help her, but I kept my tone polite and calm, which seemed to catch her off guard. She was used to me calling her cousin with familiarity, but this time I didn't. Ruan Yin then tried to stir up trouble, accusing Gu Jin, my foster sister, of pushing me down the stairs and suggesting she should be arrested for attempted murder. Gu Jin, however, stayed calm, quietly eating her porridge. It was clear that Ruan Yin didn't even realize Gu Jin was the real daughter and not just the foster one. I decided to put an end to the confusion. With a smile, I asked Ruan Yin if she was calling me an ingrate since I had been the one who fell down the stairs. She stumbled over her words, quickly denying it. But I didn't stop there. I pointed out that, actually, I was the adopted daughter, and Gu Jin was the real one. Everyone at the table froze. They hadn't expected me to say that so openly. Ruan Shuling immediately looked at me with concern, blaming Gu Jin for supposedly forcing me to say such things. But I held her hand gently and assured her it wasn't Gu Jin's fault. I explained that I'd been thinking about how unfair it was to Gu Jin. We were swapped at birth, and it wasn't right for me to keep living in her place, enjoying a good life while she had suffered for so long. I promised my mother that, even if I wasn't her real child, I would always remember her kindness and care for her like my own family. The room went silent. No one had expected me to speak so honestly and with such maturity. Feng Zhu lowered his eyes as if he didn't care about anything. Gu Jin leaned back in her chair and looked at the coffee in her hand, deep in thought. Ruan Yin did not expect to hear such explosive news when she came to the Gu family. Everyone in Jin City knew that the Gu family had adopted a daughter from an orphanage in the countryside. Some people even guessed that she was Gu Xiaoming's illegitimate daughter, but they did not expect her to be the real daughter of the family. Her gaze landed on Gu Yang vaguely. This meant Gu Yang, who usually had a sense of superiority in front of her, was in fact a fake heiress. Gu Yang was really stupid. She didn't hide something that was disadvantageous to her, and even took the initiative to say it. When the Xue family found out, who knew if the marriage agreement between the two families would still happen? Ruan Yin felt a little pleased in her heart. She pretended not to understand and asked, "Cousin, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Gu Yang sneered in her heart. The original Gu Yang was indeed worried. If her identity as a fake daughter was exposed, the attitudes of the people around her would indeed change. However, at this moment, Gu Jin, who was looking at the coffee, suddenly chuckled. "Maybe you're stupid then." Ruan Yan's face stiffened. "Gu Jin, what do you mean? She was just a country bumpkin, yet she was so arrogant. Did she really think that she was so great just because she was the real daughter of the Gu family? If the Gu family really valued her, it was impossible for them not to reveal her identity." Gu Yang looked at Ruan Yin in surprise with an expression that said, "Don't you even know what this means? Cousin Ruan Yin, you should study more." Even Ruan Shuling glanced at Ruan Yin in disdain, feeling that what Gu Yang said made sense. After all, Ruan Yin had dropped out of school and didn't study much. Ruan Yin. She was so angry that she could not speak. After hearing Gu Yang's words, Ruan Shuling was silent for a long time. She felt comforted inside, but she was also a little helpless. Yang Yang told Ruan Yin about being swapped at birth in front of an outsider. Even if the Gu family didn't make it public, the wealthy families in Jin City would know about it. Although they treated Yang Yang as their biological daughter, in the eyes of outsiders, an adopted daughter couldn't compare to a real daughter. Ruan Shuling glanced at Ruan Yin and the servants of the Gu family. She held Gu Yang's hand and said solemnly, "No matter what, Yang Yang, you're still the daughter of the Gu family. Your father and I will handle this matter. You don't have to worry." Gu Yang smiled and nodded at Ruan Shuling. She had deliberately told Ruan Yin that they were swapped at birth. Otherwise, even if she told Mr. and Mrs. Gu that she wanted to reveal their real identities, they wouldn't have done so. It was both to protect her and to protect the Gu family's reputation. However, she wasn't the original Gu Yang, so she couldn't occupy Gu Jin's place in the family with a clear conscience. When Ruan Yin heard Ruan Shuling's words, her hand on her bag tightened slightly, and a trace of envy flashed across her eyes under her long eyelashes. Gu Yang was really lucky. However, there were benefits to Gu Yang being pampered. Thinking of her motive for coming to the Gu family this time, Ruan Yan's eyes flashed. She followed Gu Yang, who was walking in the garden, and casually asked her, "By the way, Yang Yang, I heard that uncle recently invested in drinking in the countryside, and even invited the best actor, Mr. G, to appear on it." She sighed regretfully. "Speaking of which, I'm a fan of Mr. G. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to meet him since I entered the industry." Drinking in the Countryside was a variety show that Gu Xiaoming had invested in. It was a pastoral life-themed program. The last 2 seasons had been extremely popular, and had even made many celebrities a huge hit. Logically speaking, such a resource could never be hers, but every time she acted helpless, pitiful, and sad in front of Gu Yong would show her superiority and help her obtain it. Although Ruan Yin hated Gu Yong for treating her like a charity case, it was exactly what she needed. Gu Yong took a walk on the cobblestone path in the garden. The morning sun shone on her, giving her a soft glow. Hearing Ruan Yin's words, she looked up at her pitifully and said, "It's all right, cousin Ruan Yin. It's normal that you can't see the best actor. After all, you don't have enough status now." Ruan Yin. Not enough status. Did Gu Yong know how to speak? She had hinted so much, but Gu Yong only gave her such a heart-stabbing sentence. Ruan Yin's heart was filled with hatred. She took a deep breath and took out a box of skincare products from her bag. She forced a smile on her heavily made-up face. "By the way, cousin, I heard that the set of skincare products I gave you last time was damaged by that little rascal. This time, I specially brought another set." Gu Yong frowned imperceptibly. By little rascal, was she talking about Feng Ju? The original owner of the body had a good relationship with Ruan Yin, and they were cousins. She had indeed called Feng Ju a little rascal in front of Ruan Yin. Gu Yong accepted the skincare products. "Thank you, cousin Ruan Yin." Ruan Yin's eyes lit up. Since Gu Yong had already accepted her gift, she would probably agree to help her mention this in front of Gu Xiaoming, right? However, after a minute, 2 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, but Gu Yong didn't mention this. Just as Ruan Yin couldn't help but want to point it out to Gu Yong raised her hand to look at her watch and said before her, "Cousin Ruan Yin, I'm going to the piano room to practice." Ruan Yin. Ruan Yin looked at Gu Yang's back and couldn't help clenching her bag tightly. It wasn't until she left the Gu family villa that she sneered. In the past, she could tolerate Gu Yong because she was the real daughter of the Gu family. Now, she was still so arrogant even though she was fake. At the thought of this, Ruan Yin picked up her phone. The Gu family was a wealthy family in Jin City, so they placed a lot of importance on nurturing their children. Therefore, apart from ensuring basic learning, Gu Yong had to learn music, dance, calligraphy, etiquette, and so on since she was young. She didn't have to be completely proficient, but she had to be familiar with them to avoid not being able to talk to other wealthy socialites. Of course, before Gu Yong transmigrated, she was the daughter of a top-notch wealthy family. She had learned more than the original Gu Yong while she was in the Gu family, but there were some things that were different from what they learned. For example, before transmigrating, Gu Yong mainly learned folk music, zither, and other ancient Chinese instruments, while the original owner of the body mainly learned piano. Gu Yong pushed open the door to the piano room. The first thing she saw wasn't the room full of instruments, but Gu Jin sitting in front of the piano. The lights in the piano room weren't on, and the curtains were tightly closed, making it a little dark. Dressed in a black dress, Gu Jin almost blended into the pitch-black piano. If it weren't for her arms and neck being so fair, Gu Yong wouldn't have been able to see her at a glance. Gu Yong frowned, feeling that this environment was a little oppressive. Hence, she walked over and pulled open the curtains, revealing the blue sky, white clouds, and green branches outside the window. Sunlight shone into the piano room, and the room lit up. Gu Jin looked up with a lazy expression. "Why?" The woman's question was concise and came out of nowhere, but Gu Yong understood. Gu Jin was asking her why she gave up on framing her last night and why she admitted that she was a fake daughter this morning. Of course, Gu Yong couldn't say, "I transmigrated. You're all characters in a novel. I know you're a big shot in the novel and can't be provoked." Of course, no one would believe her. Hence, she casually said, "My fall probably helped to correct my ways." Gu Yong observed Gu Jin and realized that the big shot wasn't affected by this lame joke. Gu Jin's gaze landed on the skincare set in Gu Yang's hand, and her gaze changed. She reached out and said, "Give me those skincare products." Gu Yong was dumbfounded. Did the big shot still need things like skincare products? Seeing Gu Yang's hesitation, she narrowed her beautiful eyes and sneered. "Why? You can't even bear to give me a skincare set, but you're willing to give me the identity of the Gu family's daughter?" Gu Yong stared at Gu Jin and suddenly asked, "Big sister, you can tell that there's something wrong with this skincare set, right?" Gu Jin's slender fingers that were caressing the black and white keys paused for a moment, but her pitch-black eyes remained calm. Although the big shot had almost no expression, as a top international psychologist before transmigrating, she had a powerful sixth sense. Her intuition could be said to be accurate, and her intuition told her that she was right. Then again, the big shot didn't even care about being the daughter of the Gu family. How could she care about this set of skincare products? However, she knew that there was something wrong with this skincare product because she remembered the plot of the novel. Could the big shot tell that there was something wrong with the products just by looking at the packaging? Gu Jin stood up and walked to the window. She got up and sat by the window, looking at the scenery of the villa and garden outside. Don't you want to practice the piano? Gu Yang looked at Gu Jin inquisitively and obediently sat in front of the piano. Oh, she remembered that in the novel, the big shot didn't ask the original owner of the body for the skincare products that Wan Yin had given her. She had done things to remedy the situation. Did this mean it was working? Gu Yang's lips curled up. The sun was shining brightly in midsummer, and the branches outside the window covered the sky. The bright piano music flowed briskly, and even the cicadas in the leaves were quiet. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves and landed on her face, leaving scattered light spots. Gu Jin's eyelashes fluttered, and the sunlight was blinding. She raised her hand to cover her eyes and was surprised to find that she had fallen asleep with Gu Yang's piano and cicadas in the background. It seemed like she had not fallen asleep so peacefully for a long time. Gu Yang casually finished playing a song before stopping. Her piano skills were not as good as the original owner of the body. She was only an amateur. However, perhaps because she often played the piano for psychological therapy, the piano she played casually was gentle and healing. At this moment, Feng Ju, who was leaning against the window downstairs, slowly opened his eyes. His bright and clear eyes seemed to be struck by the midsummer sun. It was as if a beam of light had shone into a bottomless, icy cold abyss. Gu Yang looked at Gu Jin. Although she was showing off in front of a real big shot, she still wanted to know her evaluation. So she asked, "Big sister, how was my performance?" Gu Jin glanced at her and jumped down from the window. She walked out of the piano room and said in a lazy and sleepy tone, "It's all right. Practice more." Gu Yang. She was asking to be humiliated. That night, some people in the villa had a rare good sleep. In their sleep, the cicadas chirped softly, and the summer wind was cool. The next day, Gu Yang was woken up by the continuous vibration of her phone. As she opened the screen with sleepy eyes, she realized that it wasn't an alarm clock, but a bombardment of messages from WeChat and other apps. There were even more than a dozen missed calls. At this moment, there was a call. Before Gu Yang could see who it was, she tapped on it. The young man's slightly cold questioning voice came from the other end. "Gu Yang, what's going on with the trending topic?" Although his voice was pleasant, his tone agitated Gu Yang's morning temper. She hung up the phone and noticed that the caller was Duo. On the other end of the phone, Duo looked at his phone screen in shock. Did Gu Yang actually hang up on him? Duo dialed the number again in disbelief. "But the number you have dialed is unavailable." Gu Yang decisively turned off her phone to catch up on her sleep. Everything could wait until she woke up. She had not slept at all that night when she first transmigrated, so she slept until 11 o'clock. When she came out of the cloakroom, Mrs. Li told her, "Miss, young Master Duo and Mrs. Xue from the Xue family are here." Gu Yang vaguely remembered that she had received a call in the morning. It was from Duo. At that time, her consciousness was hazy, but now she remembered who Duo was. The Xue family was also a wealthy family in Jin City, and they were even better than the Gu family. Back then, before Gu Yang was born, the Xue family and the Gu family had already verbally agreed to an arranged marriage. All these years, the Gu and Xue families had indeed been interested in conducting a political marriage. So, Duo was her fiancé? No, to be precise, he was Gu Jin's fiancé. In the novel, the original owner of the body had a good impression of Duo. After knowing that she was the fake daughter of the Gu family, she felt that the Gu family's treatment of her was not as good as before. Thus, she complained about the Gu family and tried all means to marry Duo, even betraying the Gu family. In the end, The Gu family was destroyed and the Gu family's assets were annexed by the Shui family. Of course, the Shui family did not end well either when they went against the male and female protagonists. Gu Yang opened WeChat and scrolled down. With a cursory glance, she saw that most of them were asking her about the trending topics. She opened Weibo, and the first trending topic was the real and fake daughter of the wealthy Gu family in Jin City Secrets of the Wealthy Family v. Breaking news. Sensational rich family drama. A child swapped at birth. The little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment and a genius pianist, Gu Yang, was actually a fake heiress and swapped at birth. The real daughter was actually left in an orphanage in the countryside for 17 years. According to sources, the real daughter of the Gu family has been brought back home, but Gu Group doesn't seem to have any intention of revealing the identity of the real daughter. Are they planning to stick to the status quo? Pleasure Yang Yang. What a big piece of gossip. I smell a conspiracy. Monster has been captured by Master. That fake young lady has occupied someone else's identity for so many years. How dare she continue to occupy someone else's place in the family? How shameless. The Gu family is a wealthy family in Jin City after all. How can they be so muddle-headed? At Gu Group v. at Zhaofeng Entertainment vs. Dinger's Dog v. Maybe the Gu family is preparing to make it public? Let's wait. Secrets of the Wealthy Family v. was a verified account that specialized in exposing the melodramatic incidents of wealthy families. As long as there was evidence, they would dare to expose anything. They had high credibility with the public. What's more, the netizens were already interested in the matters of the wealthy families. In addition, Zhaofeng Entertainment was one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the country. They were often active on Weibo, so this matter became even hotter online. After such a thing happened, the Gu family would definitely suppress the trending topic. However, this trending topic was still online. It could be seen that someone was adding fuel to the fire. Gu Yang went downstairs thoughtfully. Yang Yang, come over and say hi to Annie Shui and Brother Shui duo. Ruan Shuling invited Gu Yang to sit down. The mother and son were sitting on the opposite sofa. Gu Yang greeted them politely. Mrs. Shui nodded at Gu Yang with a slightly superior attitude. As for Shui duo, he only sneered and didn't even look at Gu Yang. His attitude was arrogant and disrespectful. Ruan Shuling had a fiery temper, but the Gu family was inferior to the Shui family. She had no choice but to humble herself. Mrs. Shui, although Yang Yang isn't our biological daughter, she's still the daughter of the Gu family. Mrs. Shui interrupted Ruan Shuling and smiled. Mrs. Gu, I like Yang Yang too, but as you know, when it comes to marriages between powerful families, blood ties are very important. Although she said it tactfully, what she meant was that a fake daughter like Gu Yang was not worthy of marrying the son of the Shui family. Ruan Shuling's expression was ugly. Of course, she knew. That was why she didn't want to reveal Gu Jin and Gu Yang's identities. She was also afraid that Gu Yang would lose the engagement with the Shui family. Besides, the Gu family's matter has caused an uproar online. It doesn't seem good to give Yang Yang the engagement that originally belonged to Gu Jin, right? Mrs. Shui's smile didn't change. Ruan Shuling frowned. So you want Gu Jin and Shui duo to get engaged? If Yang Yang wasn't worthy of Shui duo, was Gu Jin, a stupid girl who grew up in the countryside, worthy of Shui duo? Mrs. Shui took a sip of tea. The children are all in high school, so there's no hurry to get engaged. I'm only here today to confirm on behalf of the Shui family if what happened online is true. After all, this engagement was set by the old master when he was still around. We can't be careless. Oh right, isn't Gu Jin back? Why didn't she come out to meet a guest? Mrs. Shui's eyes were filled with disdain. She heard that Gu Jin grew up in the countryside. In her opinion, she wasn't even as good as Gu Yang, her adopted daughter. At the mention of Gu Jin, Ruan Shuling's expression turned even uglier. Little Jean went out early in the morning. Mrs. Shui nodded and did not stay any longer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she left with Shui duo. Shui duo didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but before he left, he frowned at Gu Yang, seemingly a little unhappy. Gu Yang felt puzzled. Other than hanging up on him, she didn't do anything to him, right? Shui duo walked very slowly and kept looking at his chat group with Gu Yang on WeChat. When he saw that Gu Yang didn't chase after him or send him a message even after he left the Gu family villa, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Didn't she like him? There had to be a limit to playing hard to get. Why wasn't she anxious now that the engagement was about to be broken? Shui Duo sneered. He wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Gu Yang. A few minutes later, Shui Duo sent Gu Yang a WeChat message with a cold expression. Gu Yang, why did you hang up on me this morning? However, after a minute, 2 minutes passed, half an hour passed. There was still no reply on WeChat. He did not even see her typing on the other end at all. As soon as the Shui mother and son left, Ruan Shuling was so angry that she threw the tea set on the ground. After venting her anger, she turned to Mrs. Li and said, "Go find Gu Jin." Yang Yang was kind enough to give her the identity of the real daughter, but she still didn't know what was good for her. She even posted the matter online, causing Yang Yang to be abused online and lost her engagement with the Shui family. Mom. Gu Yang held Ruan Shuling's hand and handed her a cup of tea. Her tone was gentle with a hint of softness. Mom, don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Hearing Gu Yang's voice, the anger in Ruan Shuling's heart dissipated a little. She drank the cold tea Gu Yang handed her to calm her anger and looked at Gu Yang worriedly. Yang Yang, don't look at Weibo. Daddy and Mommy will handle these things. We will help you fight for the marriage with the Shui family. Gu Yang shook her head. Mom, there's no need. I don't like Shui Duo. This marriage doesn't belong to me to begin with. Ruan Shuling didn't believe it. All along, her daughter couldn't hide the love she had for Shui Duo in her eyes. Yang Yang, you don't have to give in on this matter. Gu Yang wanted to say that the big shot didn't even like Shui Duo. Gu Yang said gently, Mom, big sister just came back and doesn't even know about the marriage agreement between the Gu family and the Shui family. Ruan Shuling was stunned. Indeed, how could a country bumpkin like Gu Jin know about this? Gu Yang opened Weibo's trending list. You probably asked the public relations department to suppress the popularity of the trending topic, right? But this trending topic is still at the top. Can Big Sister do this? Of course, Gu Jin could, but based on her interactions with Gu Jin in the past 2 days and her character in the novel, Gu Jin wouldn't do that. Ruan Shuling was biased towards Gu Yang and hated Gu Jin. In her opinion, Gu Jin was the one who benefited the most from this matter, so she felt Gu Jin was behind it. If it's not Gu Jin, then who is it? Ruan Shuling felt that the servants at home did not dare to tell anyone about this. Gu Yang said casually, Mom, yesterday, cousin Ruan Yin said that she wanted to participate in Xiaofeng Entertainment's live broadcast variety show. I didn't want Dad to use his power for personal gain, so I rejected her. Ruan Shuling didn't like Ruan Yin's behavior. She knew that Ruan Yin wouldn't visit without a reason. Every time she came to look for Yang Yang, she would take advantage of her. It's good that you rejected her. It took her a while to react. Don't tell me she's the one who caused the trending topic. That's true. She is the daughter of a mistress and only knows how to use underhanded means. Gu Yang was at a loss. Mom, cousin Ruan Yin treats me so well. Why would she harm me? Ruan Shuling looked at her innocent and kind daughter sadly. Yang Yang, you're too innocent. That mother and daughter aren't good people. In the past, they didn't scheme against you, so I didn't tell you much. Ruan Yin is always stubborn and competitive. When Ruan Chu entered the entertainment industry, she quickly followed suit. I'm sure she can't stand the sight of you out of jealousy. On the surface, she tries to please you. But behind your back, she can't wait for you to lose your status and engagement. She must hate you for rejecting her request. That's why she posted this online. She's from the entertainment industry. She's best at guiding public opinion to attack others online. The more Ruan Shuling spoke, the more she felt that this was Ruan Yan's doing. She couldn't wait to rush to the Ruan residence and slap Ruan Yan. Gu Yang sighed in her heart. She had really analyzed Ruan Yan's thoughts in the novel. In the novel, Ruan Yin was jealous of Gu Yang, so she deliberately gave Gu Yang mercury lace skincare products. Therefore, Gu Yang wasn't surprised that Ruan Yin would expose their real identities. This was also the effect she wanted. She had said that she would return Gu Jin her identity, so she would not allow the Gu family to have the chance to go back on their word. If things blew up, the Gu family could only reveal their true identities. Ruan Yin thought that she had schemed against her, but in reality, she had just been used against her. I want to ask your second uncle how he taught his daughter. When it came to Guyang, Ruan Shuling was like a hen protecting her chicks. Guyang pulled her back. Mom, even if you go see him, there's no evidence. Then I'll teach that BTCH a lesson first. Ruan Shuling gritted her teeth in anger when she thought of how she scolded Guyang and the Gu family on Weibo. Isn't Daddy coming back to Jean City? Mommy, why don't you wait for Daddy to come back and discuss it? Guyang handed Ruan Shuling another cup of herbal tea. Perhaps it was because she heard Gu Yang's gentle voice, or perhaps it was because the cooling tea had cleared her anger. Ruan Shuling miraculously calmed down and became much calmer. Yes, we have to let your father find evidence first. Otherwise, that mistress will definitely blame us. Guyang looked up at Ruan Shuling and smiled warmly. Mom, maybe Cousin Ruan Yin accidentally let it slip and the paparazzi heard it? Cousin Ruan Yin is still very good to me. The last time Feng Ju broke the skincare products she gave me another set yesterday. Look, after using it, I feel that my skin has become fairer and smoother. If it was in the past, Ruan Shuling wouldn't have thought too much about it. But after knowing that Ruan Yin had ill intentions toward Guyang, her thoughts started to wander quickly. She instantly thought of the dirty things in the entertainment industry and behind the doors of wealthy families. Her face turned slightly pale. Yang, don't use your skincare set for now. Where is it? I'll get someone to check it. Guyang looked at Ruan Shuling with clear eyes. Mom, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the skincare products? Ruan Shuling took a deep breath and her eyes were a little vicious. It had better be fine. Otherwise, I won't let Ruan Yin off. Guyang went upstairs to bring the skincare set to Ruan Shuling. Ruan Shuling took the skincare products and went out. She was worried and had to personally see the test results. Guyang also left. In August, Jean City was like a furnace. The noon sun was high in the sky, and as soon as she stepped out of the door, a heat wave surged over. The parasol trees on both sides of the street towered into the sky, blocking out a patch of green shade. It was the peak hour of the afternoon. Cars flowed like water, and people came and went. It was full of life. The girl was wearing a warm white dress. Her long hair reached her waist, and her footsteps were light. She walked in the commotion as if she was untainted. At this moment, an old man in a hospital gown stumbled over. Guyang was about to make way for the elder, but the elder fainted by her feet. Guyang stood rooted to the ground. Was this a fraud? The passers-by stopped when they saw this. What's wrong with you, young lady? Don't you have eyes? Why did you knock down an old person? An auntie who passed by to buy groceries pointed at Guyang and scolded her. Looking at her luxurious attire, she should be a rich girl. Nowadays, rich second-generation heirs treat human lives like grass. Everyone surrounded Guyang and discussed animatedly. Some people even raised their phones to take videos, while others called for an ambulance. As a psychiatrist, Guyang's mental fortitude was very good. She wasn't affected by the comments and didn't have the time to care about everyone's discussions. She half-squatted down to check on the elder's condition and realized that the elder wasn't trying to scam her. Instead, his heart had stopped. Although she was a doctor of mental and psychological illnesses, she had to have the most basic first aid knowledge. Hence, she began to massage the elder's heart and perform CPR. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw Guyang's actions. However, someone soon mocked, could it be that she's just putting on an act? How can a second-generation heir like her know CPR? She's definitely putting on an act. Do you know how much strength she needs to do this? Can a little girl like her do it? Don't cause trouble when the time comes. So what if she's causing trouble? Someone from her rich family will definitely settle it. Of course, there were also people in the crowd who had seen the entire process and knew that Guyang was innocent, so they defended her. However, their voices were suppressed by the condemnation. A young man wearing a black mask couldn't stand it and stood up to defend Guyang, but no one listened to him. He could only lean over to Guyang and ask, "Are you okay? Do you want me to take over?" During CPR, the frequency of cardiac compressions in the chest was at least 100 per minute. The depth of the compressions was at least 5 centimeters. The strength required was self-evident. Another middle-aged man took the initiative to step forward and open the airway for the elder. He cooperated with Gu Yang's heart compression frequency and performed CPR. An ambulance arrived a few minutes later, and the paramedics loaded the elder into the ambulance. One of the doctors heaved a sigh of relief after checking on the elder's condition. Fortunately, the 4 minutes of resuscitation weren't wasted. The CPR was done very well. He looked at Gu Yang approvingly. "Young lady, your first aid measures and cardiac compression posture were very good." When the sound of the ambulance faded away, the onlookers were still in a daze. The discussions about Gu Yang seemed to have been paused. Everyone present heard the doctor's words clearly. Those who had previously mocked Gu Yang for causing trouble felt their faces burn. Some people were too embarrassed to apologize but shouted in the crowd, "Shouldn't she be giving that elder first aid? Who asked her to knock down that elder?" Before Gu Yang could say anything, many people stood out from the crowd, including the youth in the black mask. "Who said it was the little girl who hit the elder? How can you spout nonsense? I was right behind the little girl just now." When the elder stumbled over, she was about to give way. This elder happened to fall in front of the little girl. An old man who was walking the dog on a leash was so angry that he couldn't breathe. "That's right. The young lady has a very good temperament. I was paying attention at that time." The young lady also walked very lightly and gently at that time. She didn't bump into anyone at all, the black-masked youth said. The other people who had witnessed the entire process also came out to testify. Like the young man, they were mostly attracted by Gu Yang's temperament. They only paid more attention to Gu Yang out of admiration and saw the entire process. The little girl clearly didn't hit anyone and was still actively saving people, but she was scolded. Even the onlookers were furious. Fortunately, the little girl's mental fortitude was good, so she wasn't angered. Seeing so many people testifying, the onlookers fell silent. Some openly apologized to Gu Yang and praised her. Some looked at Gu Yang apologetically, and some left in a hurry. Gu Yang nodded at the people who came forward to apologize to her, then turned to look at the people who stood up for her and thanked them with a smile. "Thank you for standing up for me." The girl's smile was warm, and her every move exuded a good upbringing. She looked gentle and elegant, and everyone had a good impression of her. "It was the least I could do. I can't let a good Samaritan get accused, right? You're welcome, young lady. You didn't do anything wrong. You did the right thing." The middle-aged man who had cooperated with her to give the elder CPR nodded at Gu Yang. "Young lady, you're very good." Gu Yang smiled brightly. "You too. Thanks for your help. You're also a doctor, right?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Yes, young lady, you are spot on. My name is Ji Minghui, and I'm the director of Jin City Psychiatric Hospital." They were in the same industry. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. "My name is Gu Yang." Seeing that the little girl did not introduce herself as a daughter of some rich family, Ji Minghui looked at her with even more praise. She was elegant, well-mannered, humble, and polite. She was calm and collected when she encountered trouble. She was much better than his annoying son. Gu Yang looked at the black-masked young man who wanted to help her. His smile was still warm and bright, like a small sun. "I didn't have time to say just now. Thank you for your help." The young man scratched his head. Facing such a bright smile from such a little fairy, he was a little embarrassed. "I didn't help you just now." Gu Yang suddenly saw a familiar figure across the street. Her clear and lively eyes moved slightly. "I'll leave first. May we meet again?" The young man's words dissipated in the wind. "Miss, I'm Ji Jingqi." At this moment, someone ran towards him. "My God, where did you go again? Director Chen is looking for you everywhere." Ji Jingqi's good-looking eyes were filled with frustration. Did he take away the second female lead who slips and falls in front of me 8 to 10 times a day? The manager looked helpless. "I really don't think that's a good idea. After all, the investor wanted her." Ji Jingqi sneered. "I'll invest. Get her removed." The manager. In a remote alley on the opposite side of the street, Feng Ju was surrounded by a group of people. "Kid, how dare you reject eldest miss? Are you tired of living? Brother Long, why are you talking so much to him? Let's teach this kid a life lesson before capturing him to serve eldest miss." Feng Ju was surrounded in the middle, and his head was lowered. His hair was slightly covering his eyes, and a trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. "Who do you think you are? How dare you touch my people?" The voice was gentle and smiling. Everyone turned around in unison and saw a soft and weak little beauty. Who are you? Mislikes him. Little girl, you'd better mind your own business. Brother Long sneered. Brother Long, this chick is pretty good looking. A man lecherously watched Gu Yang walk towards him and even reached out to touch her. Feng Ju's gaze on the man instantly turned cold, as though he was looking at a dead person. The aura around him instantly became agitated, like a wild beast that had gone berserk. However, before he could make a move, Gu Yang threw the man over her shoulder onto the ground and ruthlessly stepped on his fingers. The man cried out in agony when he felt the excruciating pain in his fingers. This miserable cry instantly made the other men stop looking nosily and surrounded Gu Yang. A few minutes later, Brother Long and the others lay on the ground, holding their fingers that were hurting from being stepped on and screaming. Gu Yang glanced at them. Trash. Before she transmigrated, she was the daughter of a top-notch wealthy family. Although she had many bodyguards by her side, her family still threw her into the special forces for more than a year to let her have the ability to protect herself. At that time, she complained that it was tiring and did everything she could to avoid taking those courses. Later on, she realized that it was indeed convenient to know martial arts. If she met someone she didn't like, she would hit them directly. Feng Ju looked at Gu Yang, who was still in a daze. When he saw her walk over, he became as docile as a tamed beast. His voice was gentle and clean. Big sister, are you all right? Gu Yang tiptoed and reached out to touch his head, smiling gently. It's fine. I'll protect you. Feng Ju looked at Gu Yang quietly. Something seemed to be stirring in his eyes. At this moment, the police car arrived. When the police saw the people lying in the alley crying in pain and Gu Yang and Feng Ju standing there, they were stunned. Who called the police? Gu Yang pointed at the person on the ground and said weakly, I called the police. They provoked trouble and casually beat someone up. The people lying on the ground were speechless. FCK, was she the devil? She actually called the police. Did we beat you up? Isn't it obvious who hit who? The police officers were also a little suspicious, but looking at the soft and weak Gu Yang and the thin Feng Ju, they felt that they were more like victims. Then, they looked at the burly men on the ground. When they got a close look at them, their expressions changed. So it's you. You've just come out of the detention center, and you're out bullying people again. Gu Yang clicked her tongue. He even had a criminal record. Brother Long and the rest panicked and pointed at Gu Yang. No, can't you see that we're all lying on the ground? She was the one who provoked us. The police officers glanced at the weak and vulnerable Gu Yang, and their gazes toward Brother Long became even more disdainful. You're still slandering this young lady for hitting you? If they said it was the young man, it might be more believable. Brother Long and the others went speechless. Even if they hit you, it was self-defense, one of the cops said, hitting the nail on the head. Yes, I have evidence. Gu Yang nodded and took out her phone to turn on the recording. It was the conversation she had heard at the entrance of the alley. After hearing this, the police officers looked at Brother Long and the others even more coldly. Brother Long and the others also looked at Gu Yang in shock. They had specially chosen a surveillance blind spot to teach Feng Ju a lesson, but they didn't expect Gu Yang to record it in advance. Gu Yang took the opportunity to say, Officer, I suspect that they were instructed by someone to bully my brother. The policeman looked cautious. Don't worry, young lady. We'll find out. Gu Yang and Feng Ju went to the police station to give their statements. Only then did Gu Yang know that Brother Long and the others had surrounded Feng Ju to teach him a lesson because of a woman called Wang Yunxin. The Wang family and the Gu family could be said to be archenemies. Both families' core businesses were in the entertainment industry. The Gu family had Zhaofeng Entertainment, while the Wang family had Hengyu Entertainment. Both companies were in the top 4 in the country, and the Wang family was even slightly better than the Gu family. Wang Yunxin was the daughter of the chairman of the Wang Corporation, 5 or 6 years older than Gu Yang. She was now working at Hengyu Entertainment. Although she was working, everyone in the industry knew that this was to make it easier for Wang Yunxin to sleep with male celebrities. But today, Wang Yunxin had taken a fancy to Feng Ju, so she used her status to pressure him, but Feng Ju rejected her. As a result, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and sent someone to teach Feng Ju a lesson and forcefully kidnapped him. After leaving the police station, Gu Yang's expression didn't look good. She didn't know if it was because Feng Ju was her personal blood bank, but she subconsciously classified him as one of her own, not wanting anyone to covet him. Feng Ju followed behind Gu Yang and seemed to have sensed Gu Yang's emotions. He lowered his eyes slightly and said carefully, "Big sister, it's my fault. I implicated you and made you unhappy." Gu Yang came back to her senses and returned to her gentle self. "You're perfectly fine. I don't blame you. How dare Wang Yanxin bully you like this? I'll definitely make her pay." Feng Ju raised his eyes slightly to look at Gu Yang. The ice in his eyes seemed to melt slightly. Gu Yang suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at the signboard of Jinyang Pavilion in front of her. She raised her eyebrows. "Ju, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." Feng Ju looked at the signboard of Jinyang Pavilion, then at Gu Yang, who was walking inside with light footsteps. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he helplessly followed. The interior of Jinyang Pavilion was decorated in an ancient style. There were bead curtains and screens between the booths. Its style was extremely elegant. Xue Duo sat at the dining table in a daze. At this moment, the person beside him nudged him with his elbow. "Young Master Xue, look who that is." Xue Duo looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Gu Yang in a warm white dress. "Isn't that young Master Xue's fiancée?" They were all in the same circle, so the rich young masters sitting at the same table quickly recognized Gu Yang. Xue Duo looked at Gu Yang and sneered. He was angry inside, but it finally dissipated. He knew that Gu Yang wouldn't ignore him. She must have found out he was at Jinyang Pavilion and especially rushed over, right? No, Gu Yang is a fake heiress now. How can she be worthy of young Master Xue? Young Master Xue has already broken off the engagement with her. TSK, do you suppose she specially came to find young Master Xue hoping to make him change his mind? That must be it. Jinyang Pavilion has a membership system. We can only come in for a meal because young Master Xue has Jinyang Pavilion's membership card. Gu Yang doesn't have a membership card. If she wasn't here to look for young Master Xue, does it look like she's here for a walk? Haha. Hearing everyone's words, Xue Duo remained calm, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. At the same time, he stood up and walked toward Gu Yang. Although he didn't plan to marry Gu Yang, on account that Gu Yang was pampered by the Gu family, he was still willing to let Gu Yang pester him. After Gu Yang brought Feng Ju in, a waiter came forward with a smile. "Hello, please show your membership card." Gu Yang's gaze froze. Membership card? She was so excited when she saw Jinyang Pavilion, which was owned by the female lead, that she forgot that this place was strictly for members only. As the chairman of the Gu group, Mr. Gu did have a membership card, but she was still in high school and was the daughter of a wealthy family. She was not qualified to hold a membership card for Jinyang Pavilion. Gu Yang's expression was still gentle and calm. She didn't look like someone who couldn't produce a membership card at all, so much so that Feng Ju, who was about to take out his membership card behind her, paused. "Hello, I'm here to look for someone." Gu Yang's gentle voice was very obedient. The waiter worked in a very high-class restaurant, so he had good judgment. He could tell that Gu Yang was either rich or noble, so his attitude was very good. "May I ask who you're looking for?" "She's looking for me." Before Gu Yang could speak, a male voice came from behind. Gu Yang was speechless. Jinyang Pavilion members could take up a table, so those who had a membership card could also bring a table of people to eat. When the waiter saw that Xue Duo was a guest of Jinyang Pavilion, he smiled and left. Gu Yang turned around and looked at Xue Duo in confusion. "You are?" Seeing that Gu Yang didn't seem to know him, Xue Duo frowned and sneered. "Gu Yang, we just met this morning. Don't tell me you've already forgotten who I am. You've already chased me to Jinyang Pavilion, so there's no need to play hard to get, right?" Gu Yang felt puzzled. What made him think she was chasing after him? However, when he said that, Gu Yang remembered that the arrogant person in front of him was Xue Duo, who had come to the Gu family this morning to break off the engagement. Did he think that she came to Jinyang Pavilion to pursue him? Gu Yang looked at Xue Duo and chuckled, her tone gentle. "Young Master Xue, you must have misunderstood. Ju and I are only here to eat." Xue Duo frowned at Gu Yang, clearly not believing her words. "Gu Yang, I know you're unhappy with breaking off the engagement, but you're not the real daughter of the Gu family, and this engagement isn't yours to begin with. Don't cause trouble here. It's not good for anyone. Come with me. We can still have a good talk. Gu Yang looked at him with a complicated expression and muttered, "The scumbags in novels don't have good brains." It's true. What did you say? Duo did not hear it clearly. He only vaguely heard the word scumbag, and his expression darkened slightly. It's nothing. I said that your brain isn't working well. Why don't you change it? Gu Yang smiled gently and sweetly. Duo looked at her in a daze. Why did he feel that Gu Yang, this scheming woman, had become prettier? Moreover, this scheming woman was actually a little cute? Of course, if he wasn't criticizing him, Duo could still stop and admire her. You're pushing your luck. Duo's expression darkened. Gu Yang was pushing her luck because she saw him coming over to pick her up, right? Did she really think he would treat her like a goddess like Lei Qi and the other idiots? Waiter, she's not my guest. Chase her out and don't disturb our meal. Duo was furious that Gu Yang had embarrassed him in front of his friends. He angrily threw down a sentence and returned to his original table. As soon as he sat down, the people around him surrounded him curiously. TSK, does young Master Shui really have the heart to watch her get chased out? She's still the most popular socialite of our generation. Young Master Shui really doesn't have any pity for women. Although they said that, their eyes were filled with glee as they watched the show. Duo shook his wine cup and raised his chin slightly. He said confidently, "She will come and beg me." Gu Yang had always cared about her reputation. How could she tolerate being chased out of Jinyang Pavilion in front of so many people? The waiter looked at Gu Yang apologetically. "I'm sorry, you can't eat at Jinyang Pavilion without a membership card. Miss, please leave." Gu Yang replied, "I told you. I'm here to look for someone." The waiter glanced in Duo's direction. His meaning was obvious, but the person she was looking for didn't seem to welcome her. Hearing these words, Duo pricked his ears and smiled. In a while, he would make Gu Yang submit to him in front of these friends. When he thought about how Gu Yang, who was praised as a goddess by others, could only be his lackey, he felt like he was floating. "I'm looking for my big sister. She's over there." Gu Yang pointed to a corner of Jinyang Pavilion. She had been looking for the female protagonist ever since she entered Jinyang Pavilion. She had read the novel and knew that the big shot kept a low profile. Every time she came to Jinyang Pavilion for a meal, she would be in a corner. Since she was already here, as long as she was thick-skinned, the big shot wouldn't stop her from eating, right? When the waiter saw that Gu Yang was referring to Gu Jin's table, his expression instantly turned serious, and his tone subconsciously became respectful. "Please wait a moment. I'll go ask." Soon, the attendant walked to Gu Jin's side and whispered a few words. Gu Jin raised the beaded curtain slightly and looked over. Gu Yang blinked at her obediently. Gu Jin nodded, and the waiter quickly came over. His attitude was more respectful than before. "Miss, please enjoy." Gu Yang smiled brightly. "Ju, let's go." Feng Ju swept a cold glance at Duo and meekly followed Gu Yang. After the waiter invited Gu Yang and Feng Ju to Gu Jin's table, he turned to Duo's table. Duo saw that Gu Yang didn't come to beg him, nor was she chased out. Instead, she was respectfully invited elsewhere by the waiter, and his expression was very ugly, especially when the people around him turned their mocking gazes at Gu Yang to him instead. Seeing the waiter come over, he was a little angry. "Doesn't Gu Yang not have a membership card? Why didn't you chase her out?" A trace of disdain flashed across the waiter's eyes. He said to Duo, "Young Master Duo, your membership card has been revoked by Jinyang Pavilion." "What?" Duo stood up in shock and looked at the waiter with dissatisfaction. "I didn't violate the rules at Jinyang Pavilion. What right do you have to cancel my membership card?" The rich young masters sitting at the same table could not sit still anymore. They were able to enter Jinyang Pavilion to eat because of Duo. If Duo's membership card was revoked, wouldn't they be chased out? Just now, they were gloating over Gu Yang being chased out, but in the blink of an eye, they were the ones being chased out? The attendant said to Duo, "I'm just informing young Master Shui. Please leave Jinyang Pavilion with your friends." Actually, she was also very curious. It was only that person's first day here. How did these young masters of wealthy families offend her? Could it be because of Miss Gu Yang? However, didn't the rumors say that they didn't get along? Yang didn't notice their interactions. When she and Feng Ju sat behind Gu Jin's table, they realized that there was a young man wearing black framed glasses opposite her. The people around the big shot were all very good-looking. The young man with black framed glasses was also very good-looking. He was staring intently at the laptop in front of him, completely unaware of the sudden appearance of Gu Yang and Feng Ju. Although Gu Yang didn't know the young man, from his clothes, she could guess that this was the female lead's underling, Su Yi, the 7th-ranked hacker on the dark web, Jesus. Jesus referred to the Son of God. Su Yi wasn't number 1, but his name was even more arrogant than the number 1 hacker. What do you want to eat? Gu Jin pushed the menu to Gu Yang. Thinking that she was here to freeload, Gu Yang saw that Gu Jin and Su Yi hadn't ordered yet, so she obediently said, "Big sister, Ju and I aren't picky, you can order." Gu Jin nodded and pointed at a few dishes on the menu. Soon, the waiters served the soup and dishes. Gu Yang looked at the dishes expectantly. In the novel, Jinyang Pavilion's special dishes were exaggerated to the point that even 3-star Michelin chefs could not compare. Even the state banquets were deemed tasteless in front of Jinyang Pavilion's special dishes. She wanted to try what kind of delicacy it was. However, when she saw the dishes neatly arranged by the waiter, she was stunned. Why? Why was it a little familiar? She couldn't care less about pretending to be obedient. As soon as the plate landed, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up the dish to taste. The taste was different. She tried a few other dishes. They all tasted different from what she remembered. Gu Yang's eyes dimmed. When she saw the dishes that were almost the same as the special dishes she liked the most before she transmigrated, she even had the anticipation of meeting an old friend in a foreign country. However, when she tasted it, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. This dish was even more delicious than what she had eaten before she transmigrated to the book, but it did not taste the same. It was also at this moment that she truly realized that she could not go back. Feng Ju lowered his eyes and said to Gu Yang, "Big sister, if you don't like these, let's change to something else until you like them." Gu Jin snorted and looked at Gu Yang. "Didn't you say you weren't picky? Why? Are you so picky that you don't even like the cooking of the state banquet chef?" Gu Yang came back to her senses and quickly defended herself. No. I like it. I like it very much." Putting aside the fact that the dishes in the female lead's restaurant were true to her liking, in front of the boss of Jinyang Pavilion, she did not dare to say that the dishes were not delicious. After saying that, seeing that Feng Ju and Gu Jin were both looking at her, Gu Yang said without changing her expression, "I'm really not picky." Feng Ju remained silent. Gu Jin chuckled. At this moment, Su Yi, who had been engrossed in his laptop, suddenly laughed out loud. He stared at the computer screen and his fingers were still jumping on the keyboard. At the same time, he said to Gu Jin, "Boss, it's the 7th time that those idiots from the Gu family have spent money to suppress the trending topic about the pretentious BTCH. Haha. Every time the trending topic decreases, I send it back to the top of the rankings." Then guess what? Gu Jin's expression stiffened as he looked at Su Yi with a frown. Feng Ju's eyes turned slightly cold as he looked at Su Yi. Gu Yang smiled. What happened? Su Yi was immersed in his own world and did not realize that it was not his boss's voice. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha." In the end, those idiots from the Gu family thought that the other trending topics were too low, so they pushed this trending topic up again. Then, they exposed dirt on their artists. In the end, they realized that there was not enough dirt, so they leaked the secret relationship of their artists. I'm dying of laughter, huh? The trending topics are all about the entertainment industry now. It's foul, but the one at the top is still that little pretentious BT. The other 3 people at the same table silently turned on their phones. The number 1 trending topic was the real and fake daughter of the Gu family. After that, the trending topics were all about a certain best actor having an affair and a certain best actress secretly getting married and having children. Hence, the first place on the rankings was like a clear stream in comparison. After Su Yi said so much, when he stopped to get a drink, he realized that the air seemed to have frozen. His right eye twitched and he suddenly had a bad feeling. He suddenly looked up and realized that his boss was looking at him coldly. There was a very good-looking stranger beside him and his boss. When did this man and woman arrive? To be able to sit at the same table as boss, He should be boss's friend in Jean City, right? The little fairy-like girl opposite him smiled gently. Who's the pretentious BTCH? Little fairy took the initiative to talk. Suyi felt that the world was warm and blooming, so he immediately told her. It's that fake daughter of the Gu family, Gu Yang. Suyi asked again, little fairy, my name is Suyi. What's yours? Gu Jin and Feng Ju silently raised their wine cups, concealing the complicated expressions in their eyes. Gu Yang replied, my name is Gu Yang. The air seemed to be filled with dead silence. The cup in Suye's hand suddenly fell to the ground. He caught the cup with his other hand and looked at Gu Yang, who didn't seem to be related to the little BTCH described by Ji Linbai. He smiled until his canine teeth showed. Haha, I didn't expect little fairy to have the same name as that little BTCH. Gu Yang smiled at Suyi. I'm the fake daughter of the Gu family at the top of the trending searches. The pretentious BTCH you're talking about. Suyi was speechless. You're the pretentious BTCH? How is that possible? Suyi was so shocked that he turned off his computer and turned to look at Gu Jin, waiting for her explanation. Didn't that stupid Ji Linbai say that Boss was framed by the fake daughter of the Gu family as soon as she returned to the Gu family? With Boss's vengeful personality, how could she let that little BT enter her territory to eat and even sit together? However, Gu Jin nodded and said, she's Gu Yang, my younger sister. This time, not only was Suyi stunned, even Gu Yang was stunned. She shamelessly asked the big shot for a meal because she knew that the big shot didn't care about this meal. She also wanted to test the big shot's attitude toward her. However, she did not expect the big shot to acknowledge her as her foster sister. Was it because she had not completely framed her and was still considered obedient? It seemed that the boss temperament was not bad. She was quite easy to get along with. However, what Gu Yang didn't expect was that Suyi was the culprit behind her being a trending topic. She knew it. Ruanyan was just a small fry. Even if she was a fake daughter, the Gu family's public relations department was not to be trifled with. How could they not lower the trending topic after so long? Suyi was stunned for a few seconds before he suddenly came to a realization. That Jean Linbai. He must be lying to me. What did he mean when he called it a rich family drama about the real and fake daughters? Didn't Boss and Little Fairy get along just fine? Otherwise, why would Boss say that Little Fairy was her younger sister? One had to know that Boss had always hated it when others tried to get close to her. Boss, I know I was wrong. It's all that lunatic Ji Linbai's fault. Suyi was about to cry when he met Gu Jin's cold gaze. He cursed Ji Linbai dozens of times in his heart. Ji Linbai, who was helping his father in the psychiatric hospital, sneezed several times. Suyi trembled as he gripped the mouse tightly to express his loyalty. Boss, I'll immediately remove the trending searches and return the money that the Gu family paid for the trending searches. Noticing that his boss's expression had softened slightly, Suyi heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at the computer screen, he was shocked to find that the computer had been hacked and crashed. His expression instantly turned solemn as he tried to reverse the situation. In the end, the computer screen went black. In front of the completely black screen, a blood drop pattern appeared on the screen. FCK. If not for the occasion, Suyi would have kicked the table. He slammed his laptop shut and looked at Gu Jin with an aggrieved expression. Boss, that idiot Quest hacked my laptop. That was a new computer developed by the company that Boss had invested in. It was not sold on the market yet, but he begged for one using his thick skin. Gu Yang's eyes flickered. The word quest meant to explore and seek. However, in the original book, he was the third-ranked hacker on the dark web. The first and second on the hacker rankings were, of course, the male and female protagonists of the original book. Compared to the first and second on the hackers ranking, the third one was almost invisible and did not have much of a presence. But now, the big shot who didn't have much of a presence suddenly attacked Suyi. Oh, Gu Jin replied. She ignored Suyi and continued eating. Gu Yang was a little surprised. In the novel, Gu Jin was very protective. Suyi had been hacked by Quest, but Gu Jin didn't help her get back at him. Suyi was very hurt. He could feel his boss's disdain for him. It's okay. I still have my phone. Boss, don't worry. I'll lower little sister's trending topic now. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. Who was he calling little sister? The trending searches have gone down? Suyi looked at the phone screen in surprise. He hadn't done anything yet, right? Who did it? Was it Boss? But Boss had been eating just now. Could it be that the Gu family had hired a hacker who was ranked above him on the dark web? However, could a mere wealthy family in Jean City get those people to help? As Suyi stared at the screen and pondered, a blood drop pattern suddenly appeared on the screen in front of him. Blood dripped onto the entire screen before it stopped. Suyi gripped his beloved phone tightly. FCK. That stupid Quest is going to get it from me. For a hacker, it was a great humiliation to have his phone and computer hacked until they were dead in a day. Guyang felt that Quest was much more pleasing to the eye than Suyi. She glanced at her phone and saw that the trending topics about her had indeed been removed, so she didn't care much about this. Feng Ju played with his phone with his head lowered. Guyang couldn't help but feel guilty for the original Guyang when she noticed the fine and bruised holes left behind by needles on the back of his hand. Moreover, Feng Ju had just given her a blood transfusion not long ago. Guyang felt that she had to compensate little blood bank. Guyang saw that there weren't any dishes on the table to replenish blood, so she called for a nearby waiter. Give me a plate of stir-fried pig liver and a small glass of yellow wine. Warm the yellow wine for me. The waiter's expression was even uglier than pig liver, as if he had been humiliated by Guyang. If it weren't for the fact that the boss was beside her, she would have shouted at Guyang, "This is Jinyang Pavilion. Every dish is a state banquet-level special dish. How can there be ordinary home-cooked dishes like pork liver?" Guyang asked despite knowing the answer. No? The waiter looked at Gu Jin awkwardly. Seeing her nod, he was secretly shocked, but he forced a smile at Guyang. Yes. Please wait a moment. If the boss said it was available, then there had to be. Soon, a plate of freshly fried pig liver and a bowl of warm yellow wine were served. Little fairy, do you like to eat these? Suyi hated animal organs the most, so it was hard to imagine that this little fairy who looked like she had grown up eating flowers and would actually want to eat these things. Guyang placed the stir-fried pig liver and yellow wine in front of Feng Ju. I'm not eating. These are for Ju. If she helped little blood bank to replenish his blood, she would not feel so guilty when she used it in the future. Feng Ju looked up and surprise flashed across his clean and pure eyes. His soft lips curled into a smile, looking very obedient and docile. Thank you, big sister. Guyang was a little stunned. She felt that such an obedient and clean young man would easily make people want to ravage him. She coughed lightly to hide it and reminded Feng Ju, "You have to finish eating these." Feng Ju acknowledged, "Uh-huh." In the end, Feng Ju finished the plate of stir-fried pig liver. Guyang knew that Gu Jin had something to discuss with her underling, so he tactfully left with Feng Ju after eating. Suyi retracted his gaze and looked at Gu Jin. Boss, that Gu Yang's personality is quite different from what we know. Although he kept calling Gu Yang little fairy and little sister at the dining table, he was actually scrutinizing Gu Yang's actions. Suyi felt that the little fairy with such clean eyes was not the little pretentious BT that Ji Linbai mentioned. Gu Jin didn't reply. Instead, she turned the wine cup around and asked, "How's it going over there?" Suyi knew what Gu Jin was asking, and his expression became more serious. "Boss, don't worry. They won't be able to find that thing in Jean City for a while." As he spoke, he began to flatter Gu Jin. Boss is still the wisest. Even those idiots would never have thought that boss would specially go to Liang City to set them up and then appear in front of Gu Xiaoming to make him suspect your background and use the identity of the true daughter of the Gu family to come to Jean City. Gu Jin leaned against the window. We can't hide it from everyone. Didn't the Xiao family from the capital come to Jean City too? But even if he came, he would have made a wasted trip. Suyi was a little surprised. He did not expect that person to come personally. However, when he heard Gu Jin's words, he heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Boss is right. That thing will definitely belong to Boss in the end. After leaving Jinyang Pavilion, Gu Yang looked at the back of Feng Ju's hand, which was covered in needles, and still felt guilty. The original owner of the body often used the fact that she had hemophilia to frame others. Every time she bled, Feng Ju would give her a blood transfusion. Sometimes, she would even deliberately get injured to torture Feng Ju. Because the Gu family had adopted Feng Ju had never complained about this and had always been docile and obedient. Guyang felt that either Feng Ju was too pure, or he hid it very well. If it was the former, she would give him more warmth, care, and love. It would be easy to let bygones be bygones. However, if it was the latter, her fingers would be in danger. Guyang walked along a street with parasol trees. The sunlight shone through the branches and leaves, and countless spots of light covered her warm white dress. When the summer wind blew, the light spots swayed and flickered. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Feng Ju, who was behind her. She stared into his eyes, and her voice was soft and slow. Ju. Feng Ju raised his eyes and looked into hers. The young girl in the mottled shadows of the trees reflected in his eyes. The passers-by and everything on the roadside seemed to have turned into the background. Guyang walked closer to him and asked softly, Ju, ever since I was young, I've intentionally or unintentionally caused you to give me countless blood transfusions. Do you hate me? Feng Ju's expression seemed to be in a daze. He shook his head slightly hearing that. His voice was gentle and soft. I don't hate you. My blood is all yours. Guyang was a little surprised and at a loss for words. Under her hypnosis, there were no lies, so what Feng Ju said was his true thoughts. Although everyone in the Gu family thought that Feng Ju was her blood bank and his blood were hers, even Feng Ju thought so. It could only be said that the Gu family's brainwashing was too thorough, right? However, when she heard Feng Ju say that he didn't hate her, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't turn evil. Guyang suddenly reached out to touch his head. Seeing that his expression had returned to normal and that he still looked a little confused, a faint smile appeared on her face. There was something on your head just now. I helped you brush it off. Feng Ju replied obediently, Thank you, big sister. Come on, let's go shopping. Guyang walked in front with light footsteps. She decided that from now on, she would compensate little blood bank and not let him become evil. Feng Ju followed behind Guyang. His clean eyes were like bright windows with sunlight beaming through, and the corners of his lips slightly pursed into an obedient arc. However, the hand hidden behind him had blood on his palm from his fingernails. Guyang and Feng Ju walked into the mall to shop. She wanted to compensate Feng Ju, so she bought everything he needed. All kinds of clothes, shoes, watches, phones. She had changed them all. She had also bought a lot of luxury goods for him. She had even bought a few sets of mock tests for the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. Guyang made the purchases and foot the bills. Feng Ju helplessly carried the things behind her. A few hours later, when they took the elevator down from the top floor of the mall, the young man had to bend over from the weight. Feng Ju's hands were full of things, and he was carrying a bag full of things on his back. He occupied almost a quarter of the elevator's space, and he looked like a human-shaped shelf. Guyang felt refreshed after shopping, but she turned to look at Feng Ju and then at her empty hands. She coughed awkwardly and reached out her hand. Give me the stuff in your left hand. Feng Ju's voice was clear and gentle. There's no need, big sister. I'll just carry them. Young lady, your boyfriend treats you quite well. You have to cherish him. A middle-aged woman opposite them smiled at the two of them. Guyang wanted to explain, but the elevator had reached the end and everyone had left, so there was no need to. Guyang looked at Feng Ju, who was carrying so many things, and felt a little guilty. She originally wanted to compensate someone, but in the end, she treated him as a laborer. Moreover, they were all things that she had chosen according to her own preferences. She had not asked him if he liked them. When they left the mall, the sun was setting. Guyang asked, Ju, what do you like? I'll buy it for you next time. Feng Ju stopped in his tracks and looked at her. Perhaps it was because of the sunlight. The youth's eyes became brighter and gentler, and his eyes seemed to have a faint light. Big sister. Guyang's heart skipped a beat when he saw such a beautiful face so close to her. I like everything you give me. When he smiled, his voice was warm and pleasant. Guyang took a long time to look away. If she hadn't used hypnosis to confirm that this was a kind-hearted little lamb, she would have thought that he was deliberately flirting with her. When the sky turned completely dark, Gu Jin returned to the Gu family villa. Just as she entered the house, a cup was thrown at her. Gu Jin dodged to the side, and the teacup shattered beside her. Gu Jin, look at you. Do you have the upbringing of a rich young lady? I'm not begging you to be as outstanding as Yang Yang, but you don't even know how to go home when it's dark. Are you going to stay out all night next time? Ruan Shuling had nowhere to vent her anger. When she saw Gu Jin, she vented all her anger on her. Gu Jin snorted. She did plan to stay out all night the next time. It's true that I don't have any upbringing. After all, I had a mother, but she taught me nothing, Gu Jin said lazily. You. When Ruan Shuling heard this, she was furious. She casually grabbed a teacup and threw it at Gu Jin. You wicked girl. Are you blaming me? The corners of Gu Jin's lips curled up into a mocking smile. Just as she was about to kick the teacup back at Ruan Shuling, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mom, I'm back. When Gu Jin turned around, the teacup had just hit her shoulder and shattered beside her. The porcelain shattered with a crisp sound, and the villa instantly fell silent. The moment Gu Yang entered the living room, she saw Gu Jin clutching her shoulder and the porcelain shards all over the floor. Her heart suddenly sank. The words "oh no" kept flooding her mind. Although she had a free meal with the big shot today, she wasn't naive enough to think that she could be good sisters with the big shot. Furthermore, she recalled the plot of the novel on the way and came to a conclusion. Although Gu Jin wasn't vengeful, she would definitely take revenge. Ruan Shuling didn't expect that Gu Yang, whom she was so proud of, would also return home late after she scolded Gu Jin for being undisciplined. She felt her face burn as if she had been slapped. Gu Jin glanced at Gu Yang and leaned lazily against the sofa, chuckling. Mrs. Gu, why don't you repeat what you just said to the outstanding Yang Yang? Ruan Shuling glared at Gu Jin. Of course, she wouldn't scold Gu Yang like she scolded Gu Jin, so she picked on Gu Jin. Gu Jin, is this how you greet your mother? I'll teach you how to respect your elders today. Seeing that Ruan Shuling was about to rush in front of Gu Jin and slap her, Gu Yang immediately went over and hugged her arm, stopping her from courting death. Mom, big sister just came home and hasn't completely adapted. She needs some time to change, right? Hearing Gu Yang's words, Ruan Shuling's anger dissipated a little, but she was still indignant. She stared at Gu Jin and sneered. Yang Yang is still the sensible one, unlike some ingrates. Gu Yang quickly interrupted her and decisively used Ruan Yin to divert her hatred. Mom, are the results of the skincare test that cousin Ruan Yin gave me out? As expected, at the mention of Ruan Yin, Ruan Shuling's anger towards Gu Jin was transferred to Ruan Yin. That BTCH is indeed vicious. The lead content of that skincare product is too high. When you first use it, you will feel that your skin has become paler, but as time passes, you will be disfigured. Gu Yang already knew about this, but she still pretended to be shocked. How could this be? I'm so good to cousin Ruan Yin. But she actually, Ruan Shuling sneered. What else can she do? She's inferior to you in every way, so she's naturally jealous of you. I think she's most likely the one who exposed the trending topic. Yang Yang, Mom will definitely teach that BTCH a lesson for you. Fortunately, the skincare set that Ruan Yin gave me last time was knocked over by Little Ju. You didn't use much this time. Ruan Shuling caressed Gu Yang's face, her eyes filled with love and relief for her daughter. But no matter what, we still have to go to the hospital for a checkup. Gu Yang nodded obediently and sighed in her heart. Ruan Shuling was really biased toward her adopted daughter. That's right, it's all thanks to Little Ju. Otherwise, if I kept using that skincare set, my face might have rotted. Gu Yang patted her chest and rejoiced. She couldn't help but think to herself, was it really unintentional for Feng Ju to knock over her skincare products? Could it be that he was like Gu Jin and had long seen through the problem with this skincare product? Only then did Ruan Shuling realize that Feng Ju had followed Gu Yang in and was carrying a lot of things. She frowned. Gu Yang knew that Ruan Shuling was only generous to her and would definitely be unhappy to see Feng Ju buy so many things, so she said, I bought those things. Ju helped me carry them back. She wasn't lying. She had indeed bought them, but they were all for Feng Ju. This mental compensation had to be done slowly, but material compensation could be done in one go. Ruan Shuling frowned unhappily. She was wondering why Yang Yang would come back so late. So it was because of Feng Ju. However, after hearing Gu Yang's words and thinking that Feng Ju had accidentally helped Gu Yang, she didn't say anything else. Gu Yang accompanied Ruan Shuling for dinner and chatted for a while. Only when her anger subsided did she go upstairs. Gu Jin leaned against the door of her bedroom. She rubbed her shoulder that Ruan Shuling had hit with a teacup with one hand and swiped her phone screen with the other. Gu Yang couldn't guess what the big shot was thinking, but she felt that her mother had drawn a lot of hatred. It was better for her to salvage the situation. Big sister, Mom must have been angry at you because of Ruan Yin. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Oh, Gu Jin replied nonchalantly, but she still leaned against her door like a guard. Gu Yang asked, Big sister, is there anything else? Gu Jin held her phone forward and a WeChat QR code appeared on it. Here's the bill for the meal at Jinyang Pavilion. Rounded up to 20,000. Gu Yang. A billionaire was actually blocking her door and asking her to return the 20,000? This was not the big shot style, right? Seeing Gu Yang standing there in a daze, Gu Jin raised an eyebrow. What? You want to go back on your word? The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. No. She used WeChat to scan the QR code on Gu Jin's phone. What appeared was not the payment page, but the page for adding friends. Gu Yang blinked. Big sister, if you want my WeChat, just tell me. Gu Jin's fingers paused on the screen. After Gu Yang transferred the money to her, she added her to a group called a loving family. Soon, her younger brother, Gu Pei, asked in the group, Big sister, who is this? Gu Yang. Your biological sister, Gu Jin. Gu Pei, why did you drag that country bumpkin in? I only have Gu Yang as my sister. Gu Jin, if you bully my sister again, I'll kill you when I get back. Mom, quickly kick her out. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. So he was still a rebellious young man. Besides, it was hard to say who would kill who. Just as Ruan Shuling was about to kick Gu Jin out of the group, a small line of words appeared in the group chat. Gu Jin exited the group chat. Gu Pei, at least she knows what's good for her. Sister, if she dares to push you down the stairs, I'll avenge you when I get back. Gu Pei liked esports. He had been at the club for the past 2 months during the summer break and had yet to go home. Gu Yang vaguely remembered that Gu Jin had an alias as an esports god, and she happened to be Gu Pei's idol. Since Gu Pei forced Gu Jin out of the group, he would beg him to pull her back in the future. Seeing Gu Pei's words, she silently rolled her eyes in her heart. What revenge? Gu Jin didn't push me. I said that I fell myself. Gu Xiaoming. Yang, Daddy will be home tomorrow. Gu Yang sent an obedient emoji. At this moment, Gu Xiaoming sent her a transfer of 200,000. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Thank you, Daddy. Your mother told me about the Shui family breaking off the engagement. Daddy will definitely help you get the engagement back. You don't have to worry about what's happening online. Those netizens will forget about it after nothing happens in a couple of days. No matter what, you're my most beloved daughter. And that ingrate Ruan Yin. How dare she scheme against you? Daddy will blacklist her when we get back. Gu Yang had mixed feelings. Although Mr. and Mrs. Gu didn't have good values, they doted on her more than their own daughter. Not to mention that Gu Jin couldn't compare to her. Even Gu Pei couldn't compare to her. She remembered that in the book, the Gu family had been destroyed. Gu Xiaoming's company had gone bankrupt and was facing a heavy load. He was facing jail time and the pain of losing his son and daughter. He had a mental breakdown and jumped off the building of the Gu group to commit suicide. When she was reading, she naturally felt refreshed to see such a wicked person bring disaster upon himself and end up in a miserable state. But now, she couldn't smile. In order to avoid a miserable ending, Gu Yang decided to correct their values first. Hence, she sent a voice message. Her tone was calm and gentle, and her words were clear. Dad, forget about the engagement with the Shui family. I don't like Shui duo. Moreover, if they wanted the engagement back, the Shui family would demand an exorbitant price and make the Gu family give up some of our benefits, right? The Shui family is scheming against the family for benefits now, but they might continue doing it in the future. Why would we want scheming in-laws? On the other end, Gu Xiaoming was stunned for a long time. After the Shui family broke off the engagement, he communicated with the Shui family, but the Shui family hinted that they wanted the Gu family to give up a portion of the market. He didn't even have time to tell Ruan Shuling about this, but Yang actually guessed it. Initially, he didn't think much of it. It wasn't a big deal to make a sacrifice for his daughter's happiness, but now that he heard Gu Yang's words, he felt his heart skip a beat. Although Gu Xiaoming's values were not right, he was still smart enough to be the chairman of the Gu group. He was furious when he understood the Xue family's intentions. At this moment, Mr. Xue called him. Gu, have you thought about it? I really want Yang to be my daughter-in-law, but she's not the daughter of the Gu family after all. I can't explain it to the old man, but if you agree to give up a portion of the market, it should be easier for me to explain to the old man. Anyway, we'll be in-laws in the future, so this is all within the family. Gu Xiaoming interrupted him with a cold smile. Who's in-laws with you? So what if the engagement is cancelled? Yang doesn't care about Xue Duo. Do you want us to give up a portion of the market? You can dream on. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He felt that he had let out the anger he had been holding in, and it certainly felt good. On the other end, Mr. Xue was stunned. He looked at Xue Duo and frowned. Didn't you say that Gu Yang has liked you for a long time? Xue Duo's expression darkened. He did not expect his plan to threaten the Gu family with the engagement to fail. Gu Xiaoming realized that his good daughter had sent him a voice message again. Gu Yang's tone was still gentle and unhurried. There might be competitors adding fuel to the fire behind this, so we can't stay quiet about it. The trending topic has only happened within 24 hours. Get the public relations department to apologize and clear Big Sister's name. Gu Yang knew that Gu Xiaoming was cold-blooded and heartless towards Gu Jin. It was already kind of him to bring her back to the Gu family, so she didn't say anything like not recognizing Gu Jin is unfair to her. Instead, she persuaded Gu Xiaoming from the Gu family's perspective. She believed that Gu Xiaoming was a qualified businessman and would make the right choice. Sure enough, Gu Xiaoming's gratified voice came from the other end. Yang is still the sensible one. Yang, don't worry. I will definitely make it up to you. You're my only good daughter. We can't just let Ruan Yan's matter go. If it weren't for her, this matter wouldn't have gone viral online. Gu Xiaoming had double standards. Although Gu Yang said this in front of Ruan Yan, he only blamed Ruan Yan and not Gu Yang. Gu Xiaoming acted very quickly. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the official Weibo account of the Gu Group responded to the previous matter. Gu Group v. The Gu family only brought Miss Gu Jin back 3 days ago. Over the past few days, the chairman has been busy with household registration, school transfer, and other matters. He's also holding the hospital accountable for letting the family take the wrong child back then and investigating Miss Gu Yang's background. Therefore, he hasn't announced Miss Gu Jin's identity to the public in time, causing a misunderstanding. Gu Group apologizes to everyone. When it comes to the matter of the real and fake daughter, Miss Gu Jin and Miss Gu Yang were both victims, and the Gu family was also a victim. We hope everyone can be lenient and not to condone internet violence or help rumors spread by taking them seriously. In addition, the chairman donated 100 million to the Orphan Rescue Foundation to thank the orphanage for saving Miss Gu Jin in the past. He is also willing to do his best to save the orphans in the country. As expected, Gu Group's response and Gu Group donated 100 million became trending topics. FCK. The Gu family is indeed a wealthy family in Jin City. They donated 100 million casually. This means that the Gu family hasn't had the time to announce it yet. It's their family matter. Why are a group of netizens so anxious? Indeed, whether it's the real or fake daughter, they're both victims. The hospital that caused the mix-up was the root of all problems. Their actions deeply affected two families. After the Gu Group responded and posted a screenshot of the donation, although there were still some haters on Weibo, most of them were praising and apologizing. The Gu family's reputation was salvaged. As for Gu Yang's Weibo, the curses and comments were also suppressed by the apology. There were also many netizens who sent private messages to apologize. Gu Yang only glanced at it lightly, not panicking at all. After Gu Xiaoming returned to Jin City, he brought Ruan Shuling, Gu Yang, and Gu Jin to the Ruan residence. Old Master Ruan was still alive, so the two eldest uncles of the Ruan family had yet to split up. However, the Ruan family's eldest uncle's family was overseas all year round, so only the second uncle's family was usually in the Gu family's old residence. The Ruan family's old mansion was beside a mountain and a river. The plants in the garden were lush and luxuriant, and the scenery was elegant. Gu Xiaoming brought his family to the Ruan residence. Second Uncle Ruan brought his wife and daughter to welcome them. As soon as Ruan Yin saw Gu Yang, She reached out to hold her, but Gu Yang grabbed Gu Jin's arm first. Ruan Yan's hand could only awkwardly stop in the air. An unnatural look flashed across Ruan Yan's face. When did Gu Yang and that country bumpkin become so close? Yang Yang, you, aunt, and uncle are here to visit Grandpa, right? Ruan Yin smiled appropriately. She only mentioned Gu Yang and the other two and deliberately ignored Gu Jin. Gu Yang was a little surprised to see Gu Jin let her hold her arm. She remembered that the female protagonist in the book was obsessed with cleanliness and didn't like to be too close to others. Could she have remembered wrongly? Hearing Ruan Yan's words, she asked with concern, "Cousin Ruan Yin, why aren't you wearing your glasses today?" Ruan Yin was stunned. She didn't understand why Gu Yang would suddenly ask this. "I'm not short-sighted. Why would I wear glasses?" "Then you didn't bring your eyes out. No wonder you're blind. You can't even see people clearly." Gu Jin sneered. Ruan Yan's face stiffened. She didn't expect Gu Yang to take sides with Gu Jin to mock her. Ruan Yin looked annoyed at Gu Yang. Then, she thought about her grandfather's hatred toward Gu Yang. A cold smile flashed across her eyes. She wanted to see how Gu Yang would embarrass herself later. After entering the house, Ruan Shuling frowned when she did not see Old Master Ruan. They had told him before coming. It was impossible that her father was not at home at this time. Ruan Shuling was puzzled, so she asked second Uncle Ruan, "Second brother, where's Dad?" The beautiful woman next to second Uncle Ruan gloated. "Dad is in the study and doesn't want to see you." "Little sister, brother-in-law, why didn't you tell Dad about such a big matter? You even let it go on the internet. Aren't you embarrassing the Gu family and the Ruan family?" Ruan Shuling's expression was ugly. "Su-yun, shut up. I'm talking to my second brother. Do you have the right to interrupt?" Su-yun, who was also Ruan Yan's mother, froze. She never expected Ruan Shuling to not give her face. When second Uncle Ruan saw his woman being rebuked by his sister, he said unhappily, "Little sister, how can you say that about your sister-in-law? Dad really doesn't want to see you. If you want to see Dad, go back and reflect on yourself. Come back another day. There's no need. We're mainly here to look for second brother today." Gu Xiaoming pulled a long face and took out a document and a set of skincare products. Seeing that set of skincare products, Ruan Yan's heart skipped a beat, and Su Yun's expression changed slightly. Second Uncle Ruan took the document in confusion. Gu Xiaoming glanced at Ruan Yin coldly and said, "This is a skincare product that Ruan Yang gave to Yang Yang. It's produced by Ruan Corporation. I just don't know if this lead mercury content for the product alone exceeds the standard, or if all the products are the same." Ruan Shuling had been holding in her anger for a long time. They had come to pick a bone with them, but they didn't expect to be scolded instead. Now, she could finally vent it. The Ruan family's cosmetics company belongs to the second branch. Now, the amount of lead and mercury in skincare products has exceeded the standard. Who exactly is embarrassing the family? Second Uncle Ruan's face darkened. Without another word, he turned around and slapped Ruan Yin. The sound of a slap rang out, and the entire living room fell silent for a moment. Ruan Yin was stunned and covered her face in disbelief. "Stupid girl. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You deliberately gave your cousin a sample containing lead mercury. Therefore, no matter how much he doted on Ruan Yin, he had to make Ruan Yin bear this crime." He also knew that Gu Xiaoming came to pick a bone with them because he wanted to seek an explanation for Gu Yang. Their families were in-laws, and it wouldn't be good for the Gu family if the Ruan family's skincare products exceeded the standard. Ruan Yin never expected Gu Yang to take the skincare products she gave her for testing. It wasn't that she didn't want to deny it, but the evidence was conclusive. Even her father pushed all the blame on her. Tears streamed down Ruan Yan's face as she glared at Gu Yang. However, her gaze happened to meet Gu Yang's. The corners of Gu Yang's lips curled up slightly as he pretended to be frightened and hugged Gu Jin's arm tightly. "Cousin Ruan Yin, don't glare at me like that. I'm scared." "Ruan Yin, how dare you glare at Yang Yang?" Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming were furious. If their gazes could materialize into knives, Ruan Yin would have been cut into pieces. Ruan Yin bit her lip. "I didn't." Su Yun was stunned when second uncle slapped Ruan Yin. Now, she had finally come back to her senses. She laughed dryly. "Is there a misunderstanding? Yinner and Yang Yang have always been on good terms. Why would she deliberately give Yang Yang a sample with excess lead mercury content, thinking it was the final product? Yang Yang, maybe your cousin took the wrong one. You've always been kind and magnanimous. Don't be angry with her, okay? Ruan Shuling was so angry that she almost slapped Su Yun. She was claiming that Yang Yang would not be considered kind and magnanimous if she got upset. Gu Yang held her hand and said gently to Su Yun, "Second aunt, I also think that cousin Ruan Yin wouldn't harm me like this. It's just that there's a difference between the sample and the finished product, right?" When cousin Ruan Yin brought this skincare set over, it was wrapped as the finished product. So, cousin Ruan Yin actually brought the finished product, right? Su Yun didn't want Ruan Yin to be blamed for being malicious, so she could only let the Ruan family's cosmetics company be charged for exceeding the standard of lead mercury. Second Uncle Ruan's expression darkened as he glared at Su Yun warningly. "Shut up. This is Ruan Yan's fault. She shouldn't let the entire company bear the responsibility for what she did wrong." He then looked at Gu Xiaoming. "Brother-in-law, this is Yinner's fault. I apologize to you on her behalf. Since we're in-laws and Yang Yang is fine, let's forget about this matter." "No." The Gu family objected collectively. Ruan Shuling glanced at Ruan Yin coldly. "Is Ruan Yin unable to talk? Does she need you to apologize on her behalf? Yang Yang is fine now, but what if she doesn't realize that there's a problem with the skincare products? Not only will she be disfigured if she uses it for too long, but she might also get heavy metal poisoning and skin cancer. Besides, why are you apologizing to Xiaoming? Get Ruan Yin to apologize to Yang Yang. Then, she has to apologize publicly by using her Weibo account. Did they think she knew nothing?" This BTCH had spread the news about the real and fake daughter of the Gu family online, causing Yang Yang to suffer from online violence. Now, she wanted to let Ruan Yin have a taste of her medicine. Gu Yang secretly gave Ruan Shuling a thumbs up. "Well done." Second Uncle Ruan did not expect his sister to be so disrespectful to him over an adopted daughter. He looked at Gu Xiaoming, the head of the family. "Brother-in-law, do you have to make the two families unhappy over an adopted daughter?" Second Uncle Ruan felt that if Gu Yang was the real daughter of the Gu family, it was fine if the Gu family wouldn't let this go. But Gu Yang was a fake daughter. She had received a lot of favors from the Gu family and the Ruan family. What right did she have to cause trouble for the Ruan family? Bloodline was the most important thing in wealthy families. No matter how bad Gu Jin was, she was still the biological daughter of the Gu family. No matter how outstanding and sensible Gu Yang was, she was still an imposter. If he was Gu Xiaoming, he would definitely not make a big fuss over an adopted daughter. However, Second Uncle Ruan's words angered Gu Xiaoming. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. "Ruan Jixiong, even if Yang Yang isn't our biological daughter, she's as good as one. I agree with Shuling. If Ruan Yin doesn't publicly apologize, this matter won't end." Ruan Jixiong was shocked by the ruthlessness in Gu Xiaoming's eyes. Seeing that Ruan Jixiong was silent, Ruan Yin panicked. She tugged at the corner of Su Yun's shirt and whispered, "Mom, help me. I can't apologize publicly. My career in the entertainment industry will be ruined." Su Yun was also filled with anxiety. Yinner's career in the entertainment industry had just started to improve. If this matter was exposed, she would definitely end up with a bad reputation. Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling's attitudes were firm, so Su Yun could only turn to look at Gu Yang. "Yang Yang, we're all family. There's no need to make things so ugly, right? Your cousin is a celebrity. If this matter spreads online, she'll be ruined. You've always been sensible and kind." Gu Yang didn't need to say anything. Ruan Shuling stood in front of her. "Yang Yang is indeed sensible and kind. Why does this have to go online, huh? Doesn't Ruan Yin know best?" Ruan Yin was shocked by Ruan Shuling's sharp gaze. She bit her lip and pretended to be stupid. Aunt, I don't understand." Ruan Shuling sneered. "Who spread the news about Yang Yang online? Don't force me to take out evidence and throw it in your face." Ruan Yin's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jin would benefit the most from this matter, so she thought the Gu family would definitely think that Gu Jin was the one who made this go online. She didn't expect the Gu family to suspect her. She did not doubt that Ruan Shuling could find evidence. After all, with the Gu family's strength, they could still find out if they really wanted to. She was jealous. She didn't expect the Gu family to do this for her, even though Gu Yang wasn't her biological daughter. At this moment, an old and dignified voice came from the stairs. Let's do as Xiaoming says. Since this is Ruan Yan's fault, let her bear the consequences. Everyone stood up and looked over to see Ruan Chu helping Old Master Ruan down the stairs. Even though Old Master Ruan had been in the study the whole time, the incident in the living room could not be hidden from him. Dad, why did you come down? Ruan Jixiong looked at Old Master Ruan carefully, afraid that he would take back his controlling power to the cosmetics company under the Ruan Corporation. Father-in-law, Gu Xiaoming also stood to greet him. Old Master Ruan sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Ignoring the two of them, he looked at Gu Jin, who was lazily leaning on the sofa, and revealed a loving smile. This must be little Jin, right? I'm your maternal grandfather. Gu Jin looked up at Old Master Ruan and nodded. Seeing that Gu Jin didn't call him grandfather, Old Master Ruan was a little disappointed. He looked at Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming and said resentfully, if Ruan Yin hadn't spread this matter online, would you still have announced little Jin's identity? Little Jin has suffered so much outside, but you don't know how to compensate her. You even treat your adopted daughter better than your biological daughter. Old Master Ruan glared at Gu Yang. It was obvious that he didn't like the original owner of the body. Logically speaking, although the original owner of the body was a pretentious BTCH, she was still very pleasing to the elders on the surface. Old Master Ruan doted on his eldest granddaughter, Ruan Chu, the most. He had always looked down on Su Yun, the mistress, and Ruan Yin, the illegitimate daughter. What really made Old Master Ruan hate Gu Yang was that Gu Yang caused Ruan Chu to suffer internet violence and got expelled from the entertainment industry. To put it simply, Ruan Chu's boyfriend in the entertainment industry had an affair with Ruan Yin. Ruan Chu scolded the scumbag and mistress online, but Ruan Yin and the guy turned around to accuse her of getting in between them. Originally, the two sides were in a deadlock, but because Gu Yang had a good relationship with Ruan Yin, she testified for Ruan Yin and hinted to the netizens that he was Ruan Yan's boyfriend. With the testimony of Gu Yang, the little princess of Xiaofeng Entertainment, the genius pianist, and the Ruan family's cousin, all the public opinion was on Ruan Yan's side. Hence, Ruan Chu was criticized on the internet and called a mistress who ruined other people's relationships. Ruan Chu could not withstand the overwhelming online abuse, so she issued a statement to leave the industry. When Old Master Ruan found out about this, he was furious. Not only did he dislike Ruan Yin and her mother, but he also hated Gu Yang to the core. In the novel, after Old Master Ruan found out that Gu Yang wasn't the real daughter and had forcefully taken over Gu Jin's identity, he even forbade Gu Yang from entering the Ruan family's old residence. Ruan Shuling didn't dare to diss the old man like how she dissed Ruan Jixiong and Su Yun. She could only lower her head slightly and explain, Dad, haven't we already announced little Jin's identity? Old Master Ruan snorted. Little Jin is back, but what about Gu Yang? She has occupied little Jin's identity for so many years. It's time for her to return to her own place, right? Gu Yang felt helpless. The old man wanted to chase her out of the Gu family. Ruan Chu meant everything to the old man. The original owner of the body had really offended the old man badly. Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming's expressions changed. How can that do? Ruan Shuling shrieked. Yang Yang is only 17 years old and hasn't reached adulthood yet. She also has hemophilia. How can she live without the Gu family? Dad, how can you be so heartless? Gu Xiaoming added, That's right, Dad. We were unable to investigate Yang Yang's real background. It's very likely that Yang Yang is also an orphan. Without us, how would Yang Yang survive? The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched when she heard that. She suddenly felt like she was a big baby. It was not to the extent that she could not live without the Gu family. After all, this was the Gu family's matter, and Old Master Ruan couldn't interfere. He could only give them a warning. He looked at Gu Jin and said in a benevolent voice, Little Jin, if your parents don't treat you well, come to the Ruan family and seek justice from your grandfather. Gu Jin looked at Old Master Ruan and hummed softly. After a while, she said, Thank you, grandfather. Old Master Ruan felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he heard this. You guys go ahead. Little Jin, come with me. Old Master Ruan was obviously worried and wanted to tell Gu Jin something in private. Ruan Yin glared at Gu Yang coldly before going upstairs. Gu Yang noticed her gaze and clicked her tongue. This could be considered falling out with her. She looked across at Ruan Chu. Ruan Chu was a year older than Ruan Yin, and her appearance was more beautiful and enchanting. She was wearing a wine-red dress, and her golden waves hung on her shoulders. She looked gorgeous, as if she was born to walk on the red carpet. However, there was no expression on her face. Her eyes were dark and lifeless. When she seemed to have noticed Gu Yang's gaze, she only sneered mockingly. Gu Yang remembered that in the novel, Ruan Chu committed suicide after being provoked by Ruan Yin due to severe depression. The reason why Ruan Yin did that was because Old Master Ruan gave all the inheritance to Ruan Chu. Others might not be able to tell, but Gu Yang could. Ruan Chu looked like she was only slightly depressed, but she was actually severely depressed. She was suppressing herself, and she didn't want the old man to worry about her. This was also why Ruan Chu's depression had reached a level that even medicine could not control after the old master passed away. Gu Yang sighed softly in her heart. Since she had transmigrated into a book, she could only take the blame for the original owner of the body. Since Ruan Chu's depression had something to do with her, she would help Ruan Chu. However, the original owner of the body had a bad relationship with Ruan Chu, so she had to stick to the plot somehow. Seeing Ruan Chu drinking tea at the coffee table, Gu Yang had an idea. She walked over and sat opposite Ruan Chu. She poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. She imitated the original Gu Yang's pretentious tone and smiled. "I'm so envious of you. Grandpa personally taught you tea art, but the taste seems to be similar to what I casually brew." Ruan Chu's grip on the teacup suddenly tightened. She looked coldly at Gu Yang and mocked. "Well, you've always been good at pretending." She was always a pretentious woman. At this moment, Old Master Ruan, who had just finished speaking to Gu Jin, also heard Gu Yang and Ruan Chu's conversation. He looked at Gu Yang with even more displeasure. Afraid that Gu Yang would bully Ruan Chu, he brought Gu Jin to sit on the sofa by the coffee table and snorted coldly at Gu Yang. "What big words. I want to see how good your tea skills are that you can compare to little Chu with just a casual brew." Old Master Ruan was very protective. Gu Jin lazily looked up as if she was watching a good show. Gu Yang didn't mind having two more people, but not everyone could watch her tea skills. "What if my tea skills are better than cousins?" Gu Yang blinked. Old Master Ruan seemed to have heard a joke. "Nonsense. Little Chu has been influenced by me since she was young. Her tea skills are praised by many tea masters. No one in Jin City can compare to little Chu. How can a little girl like you compare to her?" Gu Yang's lips twitched. This old man was quite narcissistic. "What if? Grandpa, you have to give me a reward, right?" Gu Yang blinked, still looking gentle and obedient. Old Master Ruan snorted. "If your tea skills are really better than little Chu's, then I'll give you my precious set of Zisha clay tea set." Gu Yang knew that the tea set the old man was talking about wasn't just an antique. It was also his most precious tea set. She reminded Grandpa, "Why don't you change the bet?" As a tea lover, she knew very well what this tea set meant to the old master. However, it was precisely because she was also a tea lover that this tea set was very attractive to her. If it really fell into her hands, she would not return it out of guilt. There's no need. Old Master Ruan loved tea and had been involved in tea art all his life. He was very accomplished in tea art and was very confident in the granddaughter he had personally taught. However, since this is a bet, if you can't compare to little Chu, you have to pay the price for your conceit. "I don't want anything from you. I just want you to apologize to little Chu." Old Master Ruan had been holding back his anger all this time. "Sure," Gu Yang agreed readily. She looked at Gu Jin and smiled. "Big sister, do you want to bet with me too? If I lose, I'll play the piano for you every day." Every time she practiced the piano in the piano room, Gu Jin would lean against the window. As time passed, Gu Yang realized that the big shot seemed to like listening to her play the piano. As expected, Gu Jin's interest was piqued. Raising her brows, she asked, "What if you win?" Gu Yang blinked. "Jinyang Pavilion membership card?" Ever since she ate Jinyang Pavilion's food, she could not forget about it. Now, she had to trick the big shot into giving her a membership card. Gu Jin replied, "All right." Hence, Gu Yang placed the teapot, teacup, tea tray, tea container, tea towel, and other utensils one by one. Then, she washed the cups, poured tea, moistened the tea, rinsed the water, and made tea. It was green tea, a special grade Biluakun tea. Her movements were fluid and elegant. The thin bamboo outside the window was sparse as warm sunlight shone through them. The dignified young girl sitting there was like a romantic scholar from ancient times. Just looking at it was an extremely elegant visual enjoyment. The three of them were slightly stunned. Ruan Chu watched Gu Yang's every move and looked at the elegant young girl under the afternoon sun. For some reason, she felt unprecedentedly relaxed and calm. The tea mist curled up and blurred the young girl's figure. Her voice was gentle and slow. Speaking of which, I also suffered internet violence a few days ago. Netizens privately messaged me with all kinds of unsightly comments. There were even posthumous photos and bloody photos of me. However, after turning off my phone, it didn't seem to matter. I went back to playing the piano and doing what I used to do. After the matter was explained clearly, the internet abuse would naturally be over. Life would still continue. I still had to continue doing what I liked, right? Although I lost my engagement with Shui Duo because of this, if he doesn't care, why should I? I'm so outstanding. It's not like it must be him. Gu Yang slowly brewed a cup of tea. The warm and clear water slowly poured into the cup. Foam from the tea floated in the cup as her clear eyes looked straight at Ruan Chu. Cousin Ruan Chu, don't you think so? Ruan Chu looked at her and nodded unconsciously. The tea is ready. Come and taste it. Gu Yang pushed a cup of tea in front of Ruan Chu, ending the psychological cue. Ruan Chu came back to her senses and took the slightly hot teacup. She looked at Gu Yang thoughtfully. You have a point. It wasn't that she couldn't tell that Gu Yang was using her own experience to enlighten her, but to her surprise, after hearing Gu Yang's words, she actually felt like the sun was shining after the dark clouds were swept away. It wasn't like no one had ever told her something like that before, but only Gu Yang's words made her feel this way. Moreover, Gu Yang would suddenly counsel her. Was something wrong with her? This made Ruan Chu confused and surprised. Gu Yang smiled. Unlike the previous hypnosis on Feng Ju, she used psychological cues on Ruan Chu. In hypnosis, a person had to completely lose consciousness and expose their subconsciousness. She used hypnosis to ask Feng Ju's inner thoughts. Moreover, Feng Ju had no impression of this after the hypnosis. Psychological cues did not require one to lose consciousness, so after the cue ended, the person in question would have memories. Not only psychiatrists, but ordinary people could also carry out simple psychological cues. However, psychologists at her level could carry out higher-level and complicated psychological cues. They could even use psychological cues to kill. As for making tea, it was one of her auxiliary methods of using psychological cues. Although she had only given Ruan Chu a psychological cue just now, Old Master Ruan and Gu Jin were also immersed in the atmosphere of Gu Yang brewing tea. Old Master Ruan snapped out of his daze and looked at the bamboo pattern formed by the tea leaves floating on the teacup. His heart skipped a beat. Distribute the tea. Distributing tea, also known as tea art, was painting using water. Tea was used as paper, tea grounds as ink, and tea brush as a pen to draw a painting. Old Master Ruan looked at the dissipated bamboo branches, his heart unable to calm down. He never thought that he would be able to see such an exciting tea performance and tea art. Even tea masters like them might not know tea art. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to reach such an exquisite level. Old Master Ruan couldn't wait to taste the tea. The Biluakun tea was warm and delicate, tender and fresh, and the taste was mellow. Good tea. Old Master Ruan couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Yang took a sip of tea and asked lightly, Grandpa, try cousin's tea again and see who did better. Old Master Ruan was immersed in the enjoyment of the tea and blurted out, Of course it's yours. Gu Yang smiled. Thank you for the tea set, Grandpa. Old Master Ruan instantly sobered up as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He had forgotten about this. His precious Zisha clay tea set. Old Master Ruan really wanted to go against his conscience and say that Gu Yang wasn't as good as Ruan Chu, but in front of so many juniors, he still cared about his reputation. He could only hope that Gu Yang wouldn't take what he liked. But Gu Yang said righteously, It's rude to refuse an elder's gift. Grandpa, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Old Master Wan. Shameless. Who's your grandfather? Why didn't you politely turn it down? Old Master Wan watched as he lost his beloved tea set. His heart was bleeding as if he had lost his parents. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Ruanshu also knew that it was her grandfather's most precious tea set, so she felt a little guilty. Guyang accepted it with a clear conscience. Noticing Ruanshu's expression, she comforted her gently. Cousin, don't blame yourself. Why would Grandpa blame you? If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too strong. Ruanshu. Old Master Wan glared at Guyang. Get lost. I don't want to see you. All right, I'm leaving. Guyang hugged the wrapped tea set and got up. Wait. Old Master Ruan's eyelids twitched. He looked at the tea set reluctantly and said weakly, Let me take another look. Guyang generously put down the tea set and let Old Master Wan see as much as he wanted. At the same time, she turned to Ruanshu and bowed. Cousin, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I sincerely apologize to you now. Ruanshu was stunned. Old Master Wan, who was looking at the tea set, was also stunned. The grandfather and granddaughter both looked at Guyang in surprise. Ruanshu's first reaction was she nuts? Guyang was too abnormal. Not only did she fall out with Ruan Yin, she even counseled her and apologized to her. Guyang thought to herself, probably not. Ruanshu looked at Guyang even more strangely. If you aren't crazy, would you apologize to me? Guyang's expression didn't change. My fall probably helped to correct my ways. Ruanshu? What kind of nonsense was this? Ruanshu didn't dwell on why Guyang suddenly apologized to her. Instead, she rejected Guyang coldly. I don't accept your apology, and I won't forgive you. Guyang nodded in understanding. The damage the original owner of the body had done to Ruanshu was irreversible. Ruanshu didn't have to choose to forgive her just because she casually apologized. Ruanshu's heart softened when she saw her grandfather looking at his beloved tea set pitifully. She gritted her teeth and said to Guyang, Of course, if you give me that tea set as an apology, I don't mind forgiving you. Actually, after Guyang counseled her and apologized, she didn't hate Guyang as much as before. Guyang looked sincere. Actually, cousin, you don't have to force yourself. Ruanshu sneered. Aren't you sincerely apologizing to me? You can't even bear to compensate me. What sincerity are you talking about? Guyang pretended to be conflicted for a while before saying, I can give you this tea set, but you have to promise me one thing. Ruanshu asked, What is it? Guyang replied, participating in a variety show. Ruanshu looked at Guyang in surprise. She didn't expect her request to be for her to participate in a variety show. Before she could ask why, Guyang raised her eyebrows and asked, Why? Do you not dare to make a comeback? The girl's voice was gentle and slightly provocative. Ruanshu was like an angry cat. Who said I don't dare? It's a deal. Actually, after hearing Guyang's suggestion, she decided to return to the entertainment industry and make Ruan Yin and that scumbag pay the price. So after hearing Guyang's words, she immediately agreed. Guyang smiled slightly. Then it's settled. I'll decide on the variety show. Her psychological cues only temporarily made Ruanshu more motivated. When she woke up, she would return to her original state and be enveloped by helplessness, frustration, and depression again. It would take time to truly cure Ruanshu's depression. During this period of time, Ruanshu could not hide at home forever, or it would only deepen her depression. That was why she took advantage of Ruanshu's positive mood to goad her into making a comeback and take the initiative to walk out of the shadows. As for Old Master Ruan's Zisha clay tea set, it was a pleasant surprise that made her plan go smoothly. Although she really wanted to accept the tea set with a clear conscience, looking at the old man's infatuated expression, she could not help but think of her grandfather before she transmigrated. Her heart softened. Before transmigrating, her grandfather was also a tea fanatic. She had learned her tea skills under her grandfather's influence. Old Master Wan took a deep look at Guyang with complicated emotions flooding his heart. On the way home, Guyang and Gu Jin sat in the back of the car. Gu Jin leaned lazily against the car window, narrowed her eyes, and threw a black card with gold words to Guyang. Guyang caught it just in time. When she saw the words Jinyang Pavilion on the card, She quickly realized that this was Jinyang Pavilion's membership card. Her eyes instantly curved into crescents. "Thank you, big sister." Gu Jin replied softly. It was raining heavily outside the car window. When they returned to the villa, the butler and security guards came to pick them up with umbrellas. Gu Yang opened the car door. Feng Ju was standing outside holding an umbrella to pick her up. "Big sister, be careful of the slippery road." Feng Ju reached out to help Gu Yang out of the car. The umbrella he was holding tilted slightly in her direction to prevent the rain from hitting her. Amidst the sound of the rain, his gentle voice seemed to have a hint of hoarseness. Sharing the same umbrella as Feng Ju, she realized that this gentle and weak youth who called her big sister was actually more than half a head taller than her. Until 2:30 a.m. Ruan Yin v. "I'm here to apologize to my cousin, Gu Yang. I deliberately gave you lead mercury-tainted skincare products. I'm sorry." At Yang is good v. Ruan Yan's Weibo post stunned the fans and netizens who were surfing late at night. "What's wrong with Ruan Yin? You must have been careless, right? Is your cousin's face all right? Don't blame yourself. Are the fans blind? The culprit has already said that it was on purpose, yet you insist it was carelessness. This filter is really thick. I knew it. Ruan Yin isn't a good person. She's really vicious." Previously, when Ruan Yin got into a scandal and was accused of being an adulterer, it was her cousin who spoke up for her. Now, Ruan Yin actually deliberately gave her lead mercury-tainted skincare products. If she uses them for a long time, disfigurement will be the least of her problems. If it's serious, she might even get heavy metal poisoning and skin cancer. Anti-fans, stop blaming Ruan Yin. Who would expose themselves like this? She must have lost in a game of truth or dare, right? Ruan Yin, blink if you're kidnapped. Most of the fans thought that Ruan Yin was just joking, but some of them guessed the truth. Fans really know how to whitewash their idols. It's obvious that your idol was caught red-handed doing something bad and was forced to apologize publicly. How vicious. But your cousin is indeed much prettier than you. No wonder you're jealous. TSK. Your circle is really chaotic. Jean City's high society has had lots of action recently. Ruan Yin stared at the comments that kept appearing on the screen, but she didn't see Gu Yang's reply to forgive her. She especially apologized at 2:30 in the morning when there were fewer people. She wanted to delete her Weibo post as soon as Gu Yang replied. When the time came, she would spend money to suppress the trending topic and this matter would be over. Unexpectedly, Gu Yang didn't reply. Gu Yang did not manage to receive an apology from her all day. How could she fall asleep? Ruan Yin felt that Gu Yang was deliberately ignoring her, making her even angrier. In the past, Gu Yang was the real daughter of the Gu family. It was fine if she looked down on her since she was the real daughter. But now, Gu Yang was a fake daughter. She was even worse than her. Seeing that more and more people were criticizing her, Ruan Yin angrily took a screenshot and sent it to Gu Yang with the caption, "I've already apologized." Then, she immediately deleted that humiliating Weibo post. However, Ruan Yin was not the only one who would take screenshots. The moment she deleted the post, it only served to affirm her guilt. Hence, marketing accounts made posts one after another. The next day, artist Ruan Yin's admission of giving her cousin lead mercury-tainted skincare product was at the top of the trending searches on social media. No matter how much money second Uncle Ruan and Ruan Yin spent, they could not get rid of the trending topic. There was even more scolding below. Looks like it's true. Otherwise, why would they be in such a hurry to delete the post without explaining it? You didn't expect that we would have screenshots, right? As a fan, I'm so disappointed. I'm not a fan anymore. FCK. The Ruan family also has a cosmetics company. Could it be that Ruan Yin gave her cousin a skincare product from her own company? It's terrifying to think about it. When second uncle saw that someone had deliberately linked the matter to the Ruan family's company, he became even more anxious. He was furious at Ruan Yin again, and personally used the Ruan family's cosmetics company's official Weibo account to explain. Ruan Corporation Cosmetics v. It's not our product. Please don't worry. Miss Ruan Yin stole a sample containing higher than normal lead mercury. The Ruan family will discipline Miss Ruan Yin for this. The Ruan family's response also told everyone that Ruan Yin's apology on Weibo was real. Because the Ruan family's attitude was quite upright, Most of the anti-fans and public condemnation were under Ruan Yan's Weibo. The Ruan family has already admitted it. Fans of Ruan Yan, I suggest you jump into the river to see if you can clear your name. Ruan Yin should die. Your cousin has helped you a lot, but you actually harmed her like this. What an ingrate. Ruan Yin has already apologized. What else do you want? Is there a need to hold on to it? That's right. Who hasn't made a mistake before? Yin Yin, don't be sad. Yin Yin's fans will follow you forever. Some fans even went to Gu Yang's Weibo to force her to forgive Ruan Yin. Yin Yin has apologized to you. Hurry up and forgive her. That's right. No matter what, Yin Yin is still your cousin. Can you bear to see her being scolded so badly? Gu Yang, forgive Yin Yin immediately. You're just a fake rich girl. How could you have the cheek to go against the real deal? Although Gu Yang wasn't in the entertainment industry, she often posted videos of her playing the piano on Weibo. She was good-looking and was the daughter of a wealthy family. She was the little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment, so she had many fans on Weibo. When they saw Ruan Yan's fans' words, many people could not help but. Ruan Yan's fans are shameless. Even if Ruan Yan apologizes, why does Goddess Yang Yang have to forgive her? Even if Yang Yang isn't the daughter of a wealthy family, she's still a kind little fairy. Ruan Yin is a vicious, illegitimate daughter. Those saying that Yang Yang is a fake daughter and doesn't deserve to compete with Ruan Yin. I suggest you go out and look at the trending topics. At this moment, there was a trending topic. Zhaofeng Entertainment unilaterally terminated its contract with Ruan Yin. Zhaofeng Entertainment v. The chairman said that Miss Gu Yang will always be the daughter of the Gu family. From today onwards, Zhaofeng Entertainment will unilaterally terminate its contract with Miss Ruan Yin. As soon as Zhaofeng Entertainment posted this on Weibo, many celebrities who disliked Ruan Yin reposted it. Fans of Ruan Yan's competitors, along with the anti-fans, were overwhelmed with joy. She caused my choo-choo to leave the industry. Now, she has suffered retribution, right? TSK. Gu Yang is indeed the little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment. Gu Yang also reposted Zhaofeng Entertainment's Weibo post with the caption, I won't forgive you. Not forgiving her? Yin Yin has already apologized. What else do you want? Why are you so petty? Ruan Yan's fans should really get lost. How is that an apology? She posted it at 2:30 in the morning and deleted it in a few minutes. Do you expect Yang Yang to accept her apology in her dreams? If she's not sincere, why must she forgive Ruan Yin? I just think little fairy Yang Yang did a good job. Ruan Yin waited for the entire night. She thought that no matter how much Gu Yang hated her, she would pretend to be magnanimous and forgive her in front of the netizens. When the time came, she would be able to go down the ladder. However, she didn't expect Gu Yang to change her usual style and forcefully refuse her apology. Moreover, the Gu family actually unilaterally terminated the contract with her for the sake of Gu Yang, the fake daughter. Ruan Yin angrily smashed her phone on the ground. The screen of the phone instantly cracked. BTCH. Since the Gu family was heartless, don't blame her for being cold-blooded. Ruan Yin picked up her phone and made a call on the broken screen. After the other party picked up, she said in a low voice, Miss Wang, I accept. Gu Yang pulled Feng Ju out of the house and saw Ruan Shuling outside Jin Yang restaurant. There were several rich ladies around her, including a fashionable French woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Ruan Shuling seemed to have had an argument with someone. Mrs. Su, I was the one who asked Miss Caroline out first. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to intercept me like this. Ruan Shuling spoke in a low voice. Mrs. Su smiled nonchalantly. She held Jinyang Pavilion's card in her hand. Mrs. Gu, Ms. Caroline is obviously more interested in Jinyang Pavilion's special dishes. But as far as I know, you don't have the qualifications to get the membership card of Jinyang Pavilion. Of course, Chairman Gu has it, but the actual cardholder has to be present. Chairman Gu doesn't have the time to come over now, right? A rich lady beside Mrs. Su also laughed. Jinyang Pavilion membership card can only be obtained with one's own ability. The jewelry company that Mrs. Su runs is ranked in the top 10 locally. Mrs. Gu seems to also run a jewelry company, but it doesn't seem to be doing well, right? Ruan Shuling clenched her fists. The turnover of the jewelry company was declining day by day. She had heard that the internationally famous jewelry designer, Ms. Caroline, was coming to Jean City. so she had spent a lot of effort to invite her to design a piece of jewelry for the company. However, he did not expect Mrs. Su to intercept her midway. Ruan Shuling did not expect Caroline to be interested in Chinese food. Moreover, after seeing Jinyang Pavilion in Jin City, Caroline insisted on going there for a meal. However, Ruan Shuling did not have a membership card for Jinyang Pavilion. Instead, Mrs. Su did. Just as Ruan Shuling was getting anxious and worried, a gentle and soft voice suddenly sounded. "Mom, you forgot to take your membership card." Everyone looked over and saw Gu Yang walking over slowly in a pink and white ladylike dress. She handed a black card with golden words to Ruan Shuling. Ruan Shuling was stunned. Since when did she have a membership card for Jinyang Pavilion? Did Yang Yang bring Xiaoming's card? But the actual member had to be present. This meant if Xiaoming didn't come, it would be useless even if she brought the card. Furthermore, Ruan Shuling was at a loss for words as she looked at the simple card in her hand. She remembered that Jinyang Pavilion's membership card did not look like this. Mrs. Su and the wealthy ladies beside her looked at each other. Since when did Ruan Shuling have a membership card for Jinyang Pavilion? Why didn't they hear anything about it? Mrs. Su glanced at the card in Ruan Shuling's hand, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Only then did everyone realize that the membership card in Ruan Shuling's hand was worlds apart from Mrs. Su's. The piece in Ruan Shuling's hand was almost pitch black, except for Jinyang Pavilion's name. The membership card in Mrs. Su's hand was white, like a miniature ink painting. On it, in addition to the words Jinyang Pavilion, there was also a red square seal. They were all in the same circle, and Gu Yang was famous for being outstanding in Jin City's high society. Ruan Shuling usually brought her to banquets, so these ladies recognized her. Hence, someone said, "Miss Gu, are you saying that's the membership card of Jinyang Pavilion?" Everyone knows that the membership card of Jinyang Pavilion is an ink drawing. This card you're holding, could it be that you think that just casually writing the restaurant name on it makes it the membership card? Mrs. Su and the others covered their mouths and laughed. Gu Yang was slightly surprised. The membership card the big shot gave her was actually different from other membership cards? Was the big shot having her on? Just as Gu Yang was in a daze, the manager of Jinyang Pavilion quickly walked out and said respectfully, "Miss Gu, Mrs. Gu, please come in." Ruan Shuling was puzzled. The expressions of Mrs. Su and the others also changed. Mrs. Su frowned. "Manager Tan, look carefully. She's holding a fake membership card." Mrs. Chi, who was beside Mrs. Su, also hurriedly said, "That's right, Manager Tan. The membership card in Mrs. Su's hand is the real one. Don't let the wrong people in." Manager Tan smiled. His attitude was gentle, but there was a hint of pride in it. "Ladies, you must be joking. If I have to welcome ordinary members one by one as the manager, I should simply become a waiter." Mrs. Su's expression stiffened. "Then what are you doing now?" The card in Mrs. Gu's hand is not a fake membership card. "It's a VIP membership card," Manager Tan said calmly. Ruan Shuling was stunned. Mrs. Su and the others were shocked. "That's a VIP membership card? Ruan Shuling doesn't even have the right to apply for an ordinary membership card. How can she afford a VIP membership card? I've never heard of Jinyang Pavilion having a VIP membership card." Gu Yang was also a little confused. So, the big shot didn't lie to her. Not only did she give her a Jinyang Pavilion membership card, but she also gave her a VIP membership card. Ruan Shuling came back to her senses and flipped through the VIP membership card. She smiled at Mrs. Su and said, "Mrs. Su, our membership cards are indeed different." After returning these words to Mrs. Su, Ruan Shuling felt much better. Mrs. Su and the others' faces were ashen. "Mom, can Ju and I join you?" Gu Yang held Ruan Shuling's arm and reached out to call Feng Ju over. Only then did Ruan Shuling notice the obedient young man behind Gu Yang. She was a little puzzled. Didn't Yang Yang always hate Feng Ju? Besides, what was with Yang Yang's Jinyang Pavilion VIP membership card? Ruan Shuling nodded and suppressed the doubts in her heart. She then extended an invitation to Caroline. "Miss Caroline, I'm glad you like Chinese food. This way, please." Caroline nodded, her attitude cold. Manager Tan led the way beside Gu Yang. His attitude was very kind. VIP guests can order whatever they want. As long as it's the delicacies on Jinyang Pavilion's menu, we can make it for you on the spot. Ruan Shuiling's eyes flashed with surprise. She had also come to Jinyang Pavilion with Gu Xiaoming for meals. She knew that this private restaurant was very willful. Many dishes were only launched once a month, or even a few months. If she wanted to eat that dish, she could only wait. She did not expect this VIP guest to have such great authority. After sitting down, Ruan Shuiling handed the tablet to Caroline and said in English with a smile, "Miss Caroline, you're a guest. Please go ahead." Caroline took the tablet without hesitation, but she kept sliding down without doing anything. Ruan Shuiling asked, "Can I help you?" Caroline tapped the tablet lightly with her finger. "Ruan, Chinese cuisine is indeed diverse. I've been here many times, but I've never seen such dishes before. Can you make a recommendation?" Ruan Shuiling was also stunned. To be honest, they did not have the right to order food when they came to Jinyang Pavilion previously. She did not know much about Jinyang Pavilion's special dishes. Guyang had always been good at capturing micro-expressions. Noticing that Ruan Shuiling's expression was off, she immediately stood up and walked to Caroline's side. In fluent French, she said, "Hello, Ms. Caroline. I'm Ruan's daughter." Jinyang Pavilion's dishes include the 8 major cuisines in China. I recommend these dishes because, hearing her familiar and standard French, Caroline looked at Gu Yang in surprise. "Your French is very good, and your accent is very pure." Gu Yang smiled warmly. "Thank you." Seemingly infected by her smile, Caroline's expression softened a little. From the moment Gu Yang spoke French, Ruan Shuiling looked at her in surprise and confusion. Yang, when did your French become so good?" Gu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Although the original owner of the body also learned French, because she spent less time, she could not be said to be very good, let alone have a pure accent. Fortunately, it was French and not a small language that the original owner of the body had never learned. After all, she had a good mental fortitude. She smiled and said, "I've been practicing recently. Perhaps it's because I'm talented in languages?" Ruan Shuiling was just curious. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Gu Yang's words. After all, in her opinion, her Yang was good at everything. Feng Ju, who was standing at the side, also glanced at Gu Yang quickly. He lowered his eyes, and dark waves surged in his eyes. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ruan Shuiling finally brought up the purpose of this meeting with Caroline. "Miss Caroline, I admire your jewelry design, especially your Angel Series jewelry. I wonder if Shuiyao Jewelry has the honor to invite you to design a piece of jewelry?" Caroline put down her chopsticks and shook her head at Ruan Shuiling. "Ruan, I'm sorry. I came to your country for a very important matter. I won't design jewelry for any company. You mentioned the Angel series just now. This series isn't complete. I came here just to find some different inspiration." Gu Yang slowly ate her food while constantly putting pork liver into Feng Ju's plate, but in reality, she was in a daze. Caroline was a famous jewelry designer. Every piece of jewelry she designed could be auctioned for an astronomical price and had a widespread impact. Shuiyao Jewelry, which was run by Ruan Shuiling, had been suppressed by Mrs. Su's jewelry company. Many capable jewelry designers had been poached by Mrs. Su. If this continued, Shuiyao Jewelry would only decline and go bankrupt. Therefore, Caroline, who had come to Jean City at this time, was Ruan Shuiling's lifesaver. If she could get a design draft from Caroline, Shuiyao Jewelry would be revived and attract many outstanding designers who admired Caroline. In the original book, Ruan Shuiling had been intercepted by Mrs. Su when she invited Caroline, so she naturally did not get Caroline's design draft. After that, in order to fight with Mrs. Su, Ruan Shuiling took the wrong path in order to win. She even obtained a batch of jewelry containing radiation in excess. It also buried the roots of the Gu family's bankruptcy. Guyang felt that since she had encountered the matter, she naturally couldn't watch Ruan Shuiling go down the wrong path. If she could help Ruan Shuiling get Caroline's design, perhaps Ruan Shuiling wouldn't have gone astray in a moment of desperation. However, Caroline's designs were hard to come by, and she had a stubborn personality. She pursued perfection and had a serious obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, she was designing the Angel series jewelry. Before this jewelry design was completed, she would not start the next one. She hated being told to put aside her existing work and prioritize another design. She loved art and did whatever she wanted. She had always disdained designing jewelry for money and hated being forced by others. Ruan Shuling begged Caroline, "Miss Caroline, the Angel series is a big project. I'm sure it will take some time for you to complete it, right? My company only needs a bit of your time to design a piece of jewelry. It won't take too much of your time." Gu Yang. Ruan Shuling had stepped on a minefield. She clearly saw Caroline frown. Caroline said, "Ruan, there's a saying in your country that goes, 'Finish what you start.' I always finish what I start." Ruan Shuling said, "Miss Caroline, you don't have to reject me so quickly. Don't worry. As long as you design a piece of jewelry for my company, I'll pay you double the design fees." She was the wife of the Gu family, a wealthy family in Jin City. She was also the daughter of the Ruan family. Naturally, she did not lack money. The main reason why she ran Shui Yao Jewelry was not to earn money, but to fight with Mrs. Su. Caroline's face darkened. "Ruan, this isn't about money." Seeing that Caroline was stubborn, Ruan Shuling thought that the money was not enough and continued, "3 times the design fees then." Gu Yang touched her forehead. With every word, Ruan Shuling was accurately hitting the minefield. Caroline was so angry that her face turned green. She grabbed her bag and was about to get up and leave. Afraid that Ruan Shuling would use the Gu family's power to threaten Caroline, Gu Yang pressed Ruan Shuling's hand and said gently to Caroline in French, "Miss Caroline, I can give you inspiration for the Angel series." If there was anything that could attract Caroline now, it was the Angel series jewelry that she kept thinking about. Sure enough, when Caroline heard this, she sat back down and looked at Gu Yang with a sharp gaze. She smiled arrogantly. "Gu, if you can really give me inspiration and let me complete the Angel series, not to mention designing a piece of jewelry for you, I can even give you the entire Angel series." The Angel jewelry collection included brooches, necklaces, rings, and bracelets. It was not something that 1 or 2 pieces of jewelry could compare to. Moreover, Caroline's jewelry collection had always been the center of attention. If Shui Yao Jewelry could win the rights to sell the collection, it would definitely be able to suppress Mrs. Su. Moreover, it would be in the limelight in the jewelry industry. Ruan Shuling's heart burned when she heard this. Since Caroline could make such an offer, Ruan Shuling also knew how difficult it was to provide her with inspiration. She said to Gu Yang sadly, Yang, I know you want to help. It's the thought that counts." Gu Yang gave her a reassuring look and asked Caroline, "Are you serious?" Of course. Caroline was a little impatient. After calming down, she also felt that Gu Yang was fooling around. Gu Yang swiped her phone screen and opened a photo, showing it to Caroline. "As far as I know, you've already completed 9 Angel series, corresponding to the 9 angels respectively. The theme is pure and holy, but you still feel that it's imperfect. Perhaps it's not that it's imperfect, but it's not completed yet. Other than the 9 angels, there are also fallen angels, which is..." Caroline suddenly grabbed Gu Yang's phone and muttered excitedly, "Oh my God, why didn't I think of this? Angels aren't just holy, they're also the symbol of light. Not only are they bright under the light, they're still bright in the darkness." When Gu Yang heard Caroline's irrelevant words, she was a little puzzled and glanced at the screen. In the photo, the piano room was dark and the lights were not switched on. Sunlight shone into the room from the windowsill, and a beam of light landed on the girl. The girl in a white dress was sitting in front of the piano. Her slender and fair fingers looked like jade under the sunlight. Although she only had a back view, she gave off a sacredness. In the black and white world, the light ran between her fingers, and she was the only god. It was a photo that Gu Jin had taken for her not long ago. She was practicing the piano in the piano room. At that time, she saw that Gu Jin's photo was good, so she asked her to send it to her. Gu Yang coughed lightly. "Sorry, I tapped wrongly." She remembered that there was a plot in the original book where Caroline got the inspiration for the creation of the Angel series when she saw the evil and cold Gu Jin. She added the elements of a fallen angel and completed the entire design of the work. That was why she had planned to show Caroline Gu Jin's photo. "I intended to show you another one." Gu Yang wanted to slide down, but Caroline grabbed her hand excitedly and shook her head. "Dear Gu, this one is good. You can't imagine how inspired I was when I saw this photo. I seem to have found the excitement I first felt when I wanted to create the series. The girl in the photo is you, right? Send me the photo. I want to go back and create it now." Guyang replied, No, Caroline, listen to me. I want to show you another photo. My dear Gu, my little angel, don't worry. I'll sell the design of the angel series to Shui Yao. I'm a woman of my word, Caroline said as she stared at the photo. Ruan Shuling was completely stunned. Her French was not bad, but at this moment, she doubted her French standard. What did she hear? After Caroline saw Yang Yang's photo, she agreed to sell the entire angel series design to Shui Yao. Guyang didn't know what to say seeing Caroline's infatuated look. She had interacted with all kinds of artists in the past and knew how much artists cherished inspiration, so she could understand. She smiled and asked Caroline, Are you sure you don't want to look at my next picture? As Guyang spoke, she swiped the screen with her other hand. The moment she saw the photo, Caroline's blue eyes shone with the same light as when she saw the previous photo. In the photo, there was a young girl in a black strapless dress. Her long hair reached her waist, and her skin was as cold and white as porcelain. She sat sideways on the windowsill, revealing only her beautiful side profile. Her eyes were lazy and indifferent, and her entire body exuded a cold and wicked aura. She was like an angel who had fallen into the mortal world. She was both good and evil. Oh my God, fallen angel. I want to go back and create fallen angel-themed jewelry immediately. Dear Gu, you're simply a treasure trove. Send it to me. Send them both to me. I want both. Caroline was so excited that she was at a loss for what to do. She hurriedly took out her phone from her bag. What's the name of the app that you Chinese often use? WeChat? As she spoke, she hurriedly downloaded WeChat. After quickly registering, she brushed her golden waves and smiled brightly. Are you going to scan my phone? Or should I scan yours? Guyang. Ruan Shuling was stunned. Was this still the arrogant and eccentric Caroline from before? After receiving the photos, Caroline couldn't care less about the table full of Chinese delicacies. Dear Gu, see you. Ruan, please prepare the money to buy the Angel series designs. On account of my little angel, I'll give you a 10% discount. See you around. With that, she stared at the phone screen and left in a hurry. Ruan Shuling felt like she was in a dream. When she came out of Jinyang Pavilion, she looked at Guyang and Feng Ju in a daze. Yang, little Ju, my French isn't very good. Did Caroline say that she wanted to sell the Angel series designs to Shui Yao? Guyang's eyes curved slightly. Yes. Feng Ju also nodded obediently. However, at this moment, Mrs. Chi's voice came from the side. Mrs. Gu, how bad is your French? What did you say just now? Does Ms. Caroline want to sell the Angel series to Shui Yao Jewelry? Did I hear wrongly? Mrs. Su, Mrs. Chi, and the others had just come out of Jinyang Pavilion. They all had gloating expressions on their faces. They were sitting far away from Ruan Shuling's table and did not hear their conversation, but they saw Caroline leave angrily in the end. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Caroline did not want to stay any longer. It could be seen how much Ruan Shuling had offended her. Ruan Shuling was holding a huge surprise and had nowhere to show off. Now that she saw her archenemy, she raised her eyebrows happily and retorted, My French is bad. After all, I'm not French. As a Chinese, I didn't expect your Chinese to be so bad that you can't even understand this. Mrs. Chi choked. Ruan Shuling, what are you so smug about? We saw you drive Caroline away just now. Do you still want to get the Angel series? Dream on. The woman beside Mrs. Su smiled and said, I think it's better for Mrs. Gu to go back and be a full-time housewife. Not everyone can be a career woman like Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su's lips curled up as she looked at Ruan Shuling mockingly. There aren't many designers left in Shui Yao Jewelry. It's only a matter of time before it goes bankrupt. Mrs. Gu, I'm waiting to acquire the company. When Mrs. Su mentioned the designers, Ruan Shuling was about to explode. She was about to curse and prove that Shui Yao had indeed obtained the Angel series, but Guyang stopped her. Mom, calm down. Guyang stood in front of Ruan Shuling and looked at Mrs. Su with a smile. Mrs. Su, since you don't believe that Caroline agreed to sell the Angel series to Shui Yao Jewelry, do you dare to make a bet with my mother? Mrs. Su sneered. Is there a need to gamble? There are many people who want the Angel series. Even those aristocratic families in the capital and overseas corporations were unable to buy it from Caroline. Can a mere Shui Yao, who is about to go bankrupt, do it? Ruan Shuling also reacted. If she argued with Mrs. Su like a shrew on the streets, even if she won, she wouldn't feel a sense of accomplishment. She might as well sabotage her. She had been tricked by Mrs. Su many times in the past. Just tell me if you dare to bet on it, Ruan Shuling said arrogantly to Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su sneered and looked at Ruan Shuling meaningfully. Why wouldn't I dare? However, Mrs. Gu, don't forget how many designers you lost to me previously. What else can you bet on now? Shuiyao jewelry? Ruan Shuling's anger that had just been extinguished rose again. Most of Shuiyao jewelry's designers had been poached by the Su family partly because they had taken the initiative to do it, but most of them had been lost to the Su family. Mrs. Su had provoked her into making bets several times, and almost every time, she lost. She lost so much that even Shuiyao jewelry was about to go bankrupt. All right, I'll use Shuiyao jewelry as a bet. If I can't get the Angel series design, you don't have to buy the company. I'll give it to you. But if I win, I want you to return the original designers of the company and give me the 5 top jewelry designers in your company as well. Ruan Shuling gritted her teeth in anger. This time, she would definitely take back everything with interest. All right, I'll be waiting for the company. A glint flashed across Mrs. Su's eyes. She sneered in her heart. Ruan Shuling was still so easily triggered. Mrs. Qi and the others surrounded Mrs. Su and escorted her away. Then we'll congratulate Mrs. Su in advance. Although Ruan Shuling was angry with Mrs. Su's attitude, she felt relieved at the thought that she would be able to hold her head high soon. She looked at Gu Yang with even more love and gentleness. Yang Yang, it's all thanks to you. Yang Yang had helped her a lot today. She produced Jinyang Pavilion's VIP membership card to help her slap Mrs. Su's face, helped give Caroline inspiration, got the Angel series jewelry design from her, and helped her set up a ruse to trick Mrs. Su. Ruan Shuling asked, by the way, Yang Yang, why do you have a VIP membership card for Jinyang Pavilion? Gu Yang took the membership card from Ruan Shuling and raised her eyebrows. Big sister gave it to me. Who? Gu Jin? Although Ruan Shuling didn't understand, she was shocked. Gu Yang nodded. Yes. Ruan Shuling clearly did not believe her. She muttered to herself, how is this possible? She's just a country bumpkin. How could she help you get a membership card for Jinyang Pavilion? Gu Yang felt that she needed to improve Gu Jin's relationship with her mother, so she said, moreover, Ms. Caroline only had the inspiration to create the fallen angel after seeing Big Sister's photo. Big Sister was the one who took that photo for me. Ruan Shuling snorted. The photo was just a coincidence. If you hadn't made good use of it, Yang Yang, it wouldn't have been so valuable. As for the membership card, why would she be so kind as to give you a VIP membership card? Besides, where did she get it from? Gu Yang knew that she wouldn't be able to change Ruan Shuling's prejudice against Gu Jin for the time being. If she continued, it would only make her dislike Gu Jin even more, so she didn't mention this matter again. Moreover, she couldn't expose the big shot's secret identities. If the big shot found out that she knew too much, it would be dangerous. After separating from Ruan Shuling, Gu Yang turned to look at her little follower, Feng Ju. She did not know why, but she felt that when Feng Ju raised his head to look at her, there was some resentment, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Gu Yang turned her head away guiltily and asked, Ju, I'm sorry. I neglected you just now. By the way, are you full? Feng Ju recalled the entire bowl of stir-fried pig liver that Gu Yang had piled up like a mountain at Jinyang Pavilion. He felt a little uncomfortable and his face stiffened slightly. I'm good. Gu Yang looked at Feng Ju suspiciously. The expression she caught just now didn't mean that. She took Feng Ju shopping as usual and gave him material comforts. After returning to the Gu residence, she went to look for Gu Jin and told her about the photo. Gu Jin leaned lazily against the computer chair, playing with a simulated gun in her hand. She casually looked up at Gu Yang, her tone a little cold. So you sold me? Gu Yang's gaze paused on her gun for a moment. Good lord, it was a real gun. She had almost forgotten that the big shot had another secret identity, a weapons designer. She added meekly, it was selling your picture. Oh, Gu Jin replied nonchalantly, then asked, did you practice the piano today? Not yet, I'll go now. Seeing that the big shot wasn't fussing over this matter, Gu Yang immediately went to practice the piano obediently. Gu Jin followed her to the piano room and sat on the windowsill to listen to the piano as usual. Gu Yang played Moonlight Sonata, a lullaby. After so many days of observation, she confirmed that Gu Jin had a serious sleep disorder and often lacked sleep. Just now, when she went into Gu Jin's room to confess to her, she also noticed that there was a special sleeping pill on her table. Looking at Gu Jin, who was already sleeping by the window, Gu Yang was a little puzzled. How did Gu Jin suffer from such a serious sleep disorder? It was to the point where those extra strong sleeping pills were unable to help. Sleep disorders were often caused by long-term mental contradictions, mental burdens, mental labor, long-term mismanagement of work and rest, and weak health after illness. Could it be that the big shot had used her brain too much? After all, the big shot's identity was like an onion. There were things to deal with for each identity. In that case, it was normal for her to be overworked. You played 3 wrong notes. Gu Jin frowned and looked up to meet Gu Yang's gaze. Why are you looking at me? Gu Yang replied, you look good. Gu Jin. When the song ended, Gu Jin asked casually, did you go out with Feng Ju again today? Gu Yang nodded. Gu Jin jumped down and yawned as she walked out of the piano room. When she reached the door, she suddenly said coldly, stay away from him. Gu Yang was speechless. Gu Jin went downstairs and knocked on Feng Ju's door. She glanced at the shopping bags in the bedroom and looked at him mockingly. Does it sound good? When Feng Ju opened the door and saw that it was Gu Jin, his gaze darkened slightly. He knew that Gu Jin was referring to the sound of the piano just now, so he lowered his eyes and chuckled. Of course it's nice. Gu Jin replied, she played for me. Feng Ju. He looked up at Gu Jin. His eyes were still clear, but they were as cold as ice. The two of them looked at each other as if there was a clash of weapons. After a long while, Feng Ju chuckled and pointed at the shopping bags in the bedroom. They're for me. She took me out alone to buy them for me. This time, Gu Jin's expression turned cold. During dinner, Ruan Shuling told Gu Xiaoming everything that had happened during the day. She couldn't stop smiling and kept praising Gu Yang. Yang Yang is indeed our pride. Gu Xiaoming looked at Gu Yang with admiration. Together with Ruan Shuling, he praised Gu Yang to the point where Gu Yang was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide somewhere. Taking advantage of Gu Xiaoming's good mood, Gu Yang asked, Dad, can you give me 2 guest slots for the show you invested in? It was rare for Gu Yang to make a request to him, so Gu Xiaoming naturally wouldn't disagree. No problem. Yang Yang, do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Tell me which variety show or drama you like. I'll let you be the female lead when you debut. Ruan Shuling had always scoffed at the behavior of Ruan Chu and Ruan Yin. They were daughters of wealthy families, but joined the entertainment industry. Now that she heard that Gu Yang had plans to do the same, she had a different attitude. Yang Yang is peerless in talent and looks. She'll definitely shine in the entertainment industry. She'll be a movie queen. Gu Yang. How blindly confident were they in her? Gu Yang didn't know what to say. I don't plan to enter the entertainment industry as a celebrity. Besides, I'm still in my 3rd year of high school. Gu Xiaoming also thought of this problem belatedly and coughed awkwardly. I just remembered that you often broadcast live online, so I thought you wanted to be a celebrity. Then who do you want this guest spot for? Ruan Yin and her boyfriend? Yang Yang had asked him for some resources in the past, all for Ruan Yin and her boyfriend. Ruan Shuling rolled her eyes. That stupid Ruan Yin has already hurt her so much. Why would Yang Yang give her resources? Besides, didn't Zhaofeng Entertainment terminate her contract? Are you silly? Gu Xiaoming laughed dryly. I've been too busy recently. My memory isn't very good. Gu Yang explained. One of the spots is for cousin Ruan Chu, and the other is for me. I'll participate in the variety show with her as an ordinary person. With Ruan Chu's current situation, she could not let her participate in the variety show alone. Moreover, she wanted to help her treat her depression, so it was better to stay by her side. Gu Xiaoming was very surprised that Gu Yang wanted to participate in the variety show with Ruan Chu. Yang Yang, your cousin has already retired from the industry. Besides, her reputation isn't good now. It's not good for you to be too close to her. If you want to go on the variety show, you can choose another artist in the company to go with you. Gu Yang knew that Gu Xiaoming was just concerned, but she didn't want to join the variety show for fun. Instead, she wanted to help Ruan Chu get out of her depression and help her clear her name. It's okay, Dad. Cousin Ruan Chu has already agreed to go on a variety show with me. Besides, don't I still have you? Gu Yang smiled playfully. Gu Xiaoming nodded lovingly. That's right. I won't let you be abused online like Ruan Chu. The Ruan family could have done something about cyberbullying. However, second Uncle Ruan did not like Ruan Chu and was biased toward Ruan Yin, so he did not spend any effort to help Ruan Chu suppress the news online. That was why he allowed her to be cyberbullied. He was different. Previously, when Yang Yang was attacked on the internet, he had to suppress the news no matter how much money he spent. But it's strange. The money I spent on suppressing trending searches was actually returned. Gu Xiaoming clicked his tongue in wonder. Gu Yang glanced at Gu Jin without batting an eyelid. That money should have been returned by Su Yi. Gu Xiaoming was very efficient. A few days later, the production team of Drinking in the Countryside officially announced the guest list this time. To Gu Yang's surprise, Ruan Yin and her boyfriend were also among them. This variety show had always been very popular. At this moment, the internet was also buzzing with discussions. Ruan Yin? Didn't the rumors say that she was blacklisted by Xiaofeng Entertainment? How can she still appear on variety shows? Blacklisted? Xiaofeng Entertainment doesn't own the local entertainment industry. Even if they don't want Yin Yin, someone else will. Now, Yin Yin is an artist from Huanyu Entertainment. Huanyu Entertainment? Ruan Yin is amazing. She jumped ship to Xiaofeng Entertainment so quickly, a competitor no less. I look forward to the sweet interaction between Yin Yin and Chao Juning. Although Ruan Yin had previously exposed herself for harming Gu Yang, causing her to lose millions of fans, ever since Ruan Yin signed with the Wang family's Huanyu Entertainment, after a few public relations sessions, she still retained most of her fans. Other than Ruan Yin's fans who were excited that their idol was actually appearing on such a popular variety show, Ruan Chu's fans were also pleasantly surprised. Is Chu Chu coming back to the entertainment industry? That's great. Big Sister is finally back. Crying ever since Ruan Yin, Ruan Chu, and Chao Juning's love triangle incident, Ruan Yin and Ruan Chu's fans could be said to be irreconcilable. Now that they were appearing on the same drogram, the comments section quickly became a war zone. Didn't that home-wrecking Ruan Chu leave the entertainment industry after being scolded? How could she have the cheek to participate in variety shows? Don't tell me she hasn't given up and joined the show for Chao Juning? Ruan Yin is the real adulterer. That Chao Juning is a scumbag. Sister Ruan Yin is so vicious that she even harmed her cousin, who treats her well. She's not worthy of appearing on variety shows. It's obvious that Ruan Chu was shameless enough to get inside her sister's relationship. Chao Juning has already said that he's not familiar with Ruan Chu. His girlfriend is Ruan Yin. Now that it was a hot topic and its exposure increased, the public no longer bought it. The fans of the other guests were also unhappy. What's wrong with this season anyway? Has it become a tour group for the daughters of wealthy families? It's fine if it's just Ruan Yin, but what's up with Ruan Chu and Gu Yang? One is a B-list celebrity, and the other is a commoner. What's there to see? Is Best Actor Ji so lowly? He actually wants to go on a variety show with these demons? I feel bad for Best Actor Ji. Speaking of which, can Best Actor Ji watch the drama of two ladies from a wealthy family fighting for a man up close? Meanwhile, at the Ruan residence. In the dark room, Ruan Chu sat in front of the dressing table. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were dark. She was not in the mood to put on makeup. She just stared quietly at the private messages from the netizens on the screen. The word mistress was everywhere. Her eyes were filled with cold mockery. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. It was old Master Ruan's voice. Chu Chu, are you inside? Ruan Chu came back to her senses and turned off the screen. Then, she put all the medicine bottles on the table into the drawer before opening the door. Grandpa, it's so dark. Why didn't you open the curtains? Old Master Ruan went in and pulled the curtains open. The sunlight shone through the glass into the bedroom, and the surroundings instantly became spacious and bright. Old Master Ruan turned around and saw the haggard look in Ruan Chu's eyes. There was a trace of pity in his eyes. He asked, Chu Chu, did you see those things on Weibo? Old Master Ruan had never paid attention to entertainment news in the past, but ever since Ruan Chu entered the entertainment industry, he had secretly registered a personal Weibo account and followed Ruan Chu. He helped her get on the rankings and even joined Ruan Chu's fan club under an alias. He had also seen the comments scolding Ruan Chu on the internet. He was afraid that Ruan Chu was hiding in her room feeling sad, so he came to knock on her door. At this moment, the security guard of the old residence reported, "Old Master, Miss Gu is here." "Is little Jean here?" Old Master Ruan smiled and went downstairs excitedly. The security guard said, it's Miss Gu Yang." Old Master Ruan's face instantly darkened. "Why is she still here? Tell her to get lost." He had already found out why Ruan Chu's name appeared on that variety show guest list. It was all because of Gu Yang. Chu was cyberbullied, and she still has the cheek to come to our house. "Close the door." "No, release the dog. Release the Tibetan Mastiff in the courtyard," Old Master Ruan said angrily. "Old Master Ruan, are you talking about Little Bai?" Downstairs, a girl in a light yellow dress looked up with a smile. Beside her feet was a snow-white and huge Tibetan Mastiff. Gu Yang placed her hand on the Tibetan Mastiff's furry head, and the dog stuck out its tongue and smiled like a Samoyed, completely lacking its usual ferocity. Old Master Ruan and the security guard went speechless. Ruan Chu straightened herself out and quickly followed behind. She was also stunned when she saw this scene in the living room. "What Little Bai? This is a Tibetan Mastiff." Old Master Ruan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He was still a little puzzled. In the past, when Gu Yang came to the Ruan family, she would be afraid when she saw this Tibetan Mastiff. That was why Ruan Shuling asked him to tie the dog to some other place in the house. Why was she so bold now? She even dared to touch the Tibetan Mastiff's head. Furthermore, the Tibetan Mastiff was fierce and irritable. Even the people in the family couldn't be so close to it, but it was actually so docile to Gu Yang. Old Master Ruan looked at the dog chain on the ground and asked with a dark expression, "What's going on?" Although he said that he wanted to release the dog to chase Gu Yang away, his daughter and son-in-law really treated this girl as their biological daughter. He didn't really intend to hurt her, he just wanted to scare her. But just as he finished speaking, the Tibetan Mastiff ran here. Looking at the chain, it was obvious that it was broken from the middle. At this moment, a security guard rushed in from outside. He panted heavily and said, "Old Master Ruan, I failed in my duty and didn't stop the Tibetan Mastiff from biting Miss Gu Yang. Just now, when Miss Gu Yang entered the house, the dog broke free from the chains and rushed over. I couldn't catch up no matter what." Seeing the unharmed Gu Yang and the docile Tibetan Mastiff on the ground, the security guard was so shocked that he stuttered. "Miss Gu Yang, are you all right?" Just now, he had personally seen the Tibetan Mastiff chase after Miss Gu Yang. He was chasing after the Tibetan Mastiff from behind and couldn't catch up no matter what. He was anxious. He had seen people bitten by a Tibetan Mastiff with his own eyes. It could be said that every inch of their bodies was covered with wounds. When he saw the Tibetan Mastiff chase after Gu Yang, he thought that it was over. Old Master Ruan's expression darkened. He was also glad that nothing had happened. Otherwise, his daughter and son-in-law would definitely cause trouble again. "Butler, give him this month's salary." "You can leave," Old Master Ruan said sternly. Although the security guard was disappointed, he wasn't surprised. As a security guard, if he couldn't stop the danger in time, he would definitely lose his job. Fortunately, Gu Yang was fine, or he wouldn't just be fired. Old Master Ruan looked at Gu Yang. After all, this person had been chased by a Tibetan Mastiff in his house and was frightened. He felt a little guilty, and his anger toward Gu Yang from earlier dissipated. However, he was still unhappy with Gu Yang. He tilted his head and glanced at her. "What happened today was our fault for scaring you. I'll compensate you for the mental trauma." He was just being polite. Gu Yang was still a member of the Gu family. How could an elder compensate a junior for mental trauma? Old Master Ruan thought that Gu Yang would decline and give him a way out. However, Gu Yang nodded with a sincere expression. "Thank you, Grandpa. You don't have to give me too much. Just give me 100,000 as pocket money." Old Master Ruan, shameless. Ruan Chu was also stunned. When did Gu Yang become so thick-skinned? Although she was not the real daughter of the Gu family had not mistreated her, right? In fact, her aunt and uncle treated her better than their own daughter and son, right? Would she need 100,000? Gu Yang's expression didn't change. Based on the laws of mutual awkwardness in psychology, as long as she didn't feel awkward, the other party would feel awkward. Moreover, she was indeed short of money recently. Ever since she transmigrated, she had never asked for money from her parents. She used the savings of the original owner of the body. Recently, she had been extravagant and often brought Feng Ju to Jinyang Pavilion for meals. She had also given Feng Ju material comforts. Now, she did not have much savings. Gu Yang was thick-skinned, but old Master Wan was thin-skinned. He couldn't take back the words that came out of his mouth. In the end, he could only reluctantly give Gu Yang a check for 100,000. Gu Yang took the check and put it away. She patted the Tibetan Mastiff's head. "Little Bai, pick up the chain." Old Master Wan said, "I told you it's called a Tibetan Mastiff." Seeing the Tibetan Mastiff bite the other end of the chain and place it in Gu Yang's hand, Old Master Ruan's words were stuck in his throat. The others were stunned again, looking at the large, docile, and cute Tibetan Mastiff wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. Everyone fell into a mysterious silence. Old Master Wan couldn't understand why his fierce Tibetan Mastiff would be so docile towards Gu Yang and listen to her. Gu Yang held the end of the chain and said to Old Master Wan, "Grandfather, look at this chain." Old Master Wan took the chain. When he saw where the chain was broken, his old eyes darkened and his tone was filled with anger. "Butler, tell the security guard not to leave yet. Investigate who approached Little Bai." "No, the Tibetan Mastiff." Gu Yang specially showed it to him. Only then did he notice that the iron chain used to tie the dog was new. It wasn't rusty or cracked, and the cut on the broken section looked clean. It was obvious that someone had broken it with a pair of large pincers. Little Bai is such a docile dog. Why would he suddenly attack someone? "Grandpa, why don't you get someone to check the dog food?" Gu Yang stroked the Tibetan Mastiff's furry head. Old Master Wan nodded and asked the housekeeper to investigate. Only then did he look at Gu Yang quizzically. "How did you stop the Tibetan Mastiff?" According to what the security guard said just now, the Tibetan Mastiff should have rushed towards Gu Yang like a madman. As for why it rushed towards Gu Yang, it might be because it had never interacted with Gu Yang before and treated her as a stranger. Gu Yang blinked and said seriously, "Maybe it's because the Tibetan Mastiff thinks I'm good-looking that it didn't hurt me?" Old Master Wan thought that the Tibetan Mastiff had gone crazy intermittently. Perhaps it happened to go back to normal when it caught up to Gu Yang. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. Soon, the butler returned. "Old Master Wan, the dog food has been sent for testing. The results will be out in an hour." "But what's wrong?" Old Master Wan asked when he saw his hesitation. The butler replied, "But the surveillance footage near the Tibetan Mastiff is gone." Old Master Wan was surprised. "Gone?" The butler said, "It must have been hacked." Old Master Ruan's face darkened. At first, it was just a guess, but now it was completely confirmed that someone had tampered with the Tibetan Mastiff. What was the culprit trying to do? Was the culprit trying to kill someone? Old Master Wan said coldly, "Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Who went near the Tibetan Mastiff today? Where's Ruan Yin?" Old Master Wan asked the maid. The maid, Mrs. Liu, said, "Second miss, second master, second madam, and the others have gone out. They haven't returned yet." In other words, Ruan Yin was not present. However, not being present did not mean that she could not order others to do this. Gu Yang decided to use her skills and spoke pretentiously, "Grandpa, Cousin Ruan Yin wouldn't be so crazy as to harm me, right? Before I came to the Ruan family's old residence, I saw Cousin Ruan Yin at an intersection. She wasn't at home. Do you mean that she instructed someone else to do this?" Ruan Chu, Old Master Ruan's mouth twitched. Did she think he did not know what she meant? She was hinting at him. Old Master Wan asked, "Did you see Ruan Yin before you came? Where did you meet her?" Gu Yang replied, "At 8:20 a.m., at the intersection of Jinxiu Road and Guoming Avenue. It was the morning rush hour at that time, and there was a traffic jam for about half an hour. I rolled down the window and saw Cousin Ruan Yin in the car opposite." Old Master Ruan's gaze darkened. That intersection was the only way from the Gu family to the Ruan residence. It was only a 10-minute drive from the Ruan residence, but when Gu Yang arrived, it was peak hour and there was a traffic jam for half an hour. That would give Ruan Yin at least 40 minutes to get the people in the old residence to tamper with the Tibetan Mastiff. Unfortunately, There were no surveillance cameras, and there were many servants in the old residence. It was really difficult to find the culprit immediately. Gu Yang opened WeChat and opened a chat box using a picture of Jesus as its profile picture. This was Su Ye's WeChat. After meeting him at Jinyang Pavilion last time, he asked for her number. Since he had appeared in the dark web's hacker rankings, she added him as a friend on WeChat. It just so happened to be useful now. Gu Yang. Su Yi, can you take a job? Help me recover a surveillance video? Su Yi instantly replied, I won't accept the job. Your matters are as good as mine. What video do you want to recover? Gu Yang's lips twitched. Thinking of Su Ye's high commission and her meager wallet, she didn't refuse. Thank you. Su Yi. Okay. Su Yi was very efficient. After a while, the Ruan family's butler came over and said, Old master, the surveillance cameras have been restored. The one who cut the chains with pliers and drugged the Tibetan Mastiff was Mrs. Liu. Old Master Ruan suddenly looked at Mrs. Liu, who was standing in the living room, with a sharp gaze. What else do you have to say? Shock flashed across Mrs. Liu's face, as if she didn't expect the surveillance camera to get restored. She was incoherent. It wasn't me. I didn't want to harm Miss Gu Yang. If you have anything to say it at the police station. Butler, send her to the police station. Old Master Ruan's face darkened, clearly enraged. A smile appeared in Gu Yang's eyes. Speaking of which, she had just helped Gu Jin avert disaster today. In the original book, Ruan Yin also used a dog to frame others. However, the original owner of the body and Ruan Yin still had a fake friendship. Ruan Yin was jealous of Gu Jin, so the target was not her, but Gu Jin. But now, because she had transmigrated into a book, the plot had changed, and she had broken off relations with Ruan Yin, drawing her hatred. On the other hand, it was because of this that Gu Jin didn't draw any hatred. However, no matter if it was her or Gu Jin, Ruan Yin's move was unsuccessful. Gu Jin's martial strength was unusually high. She could kick the Tibetan Mastiff. Even if she couldn't, she could still shoot the dog. As for her, her martial strength was not at the same level as Gu Jin's, but her hypnosis was not only effective on humans but also on animals. After temporarily resolving this problem, Old Master Ruan no longer had the energy to criticize Gu Yang. He only asked, What are you doing here? Have tea with Grandpa. Gu Yang leaned against the sofa and fiddled with the tea set. Old Master Ruan's eyelids twitched as he thought of the tea set that was almost scammed away by Gu Yang. Gu Yang looked at Old Master Ruan's nervous expression and smiled. I'm here to look for my cousin. Ruan Chu asked, Were you looking for me? Gu Yang reminded, Cousin Ruan Chu, have you forgotten what you promised me last time? You promised to participate in a variety show. Ruan Chu replied, Oh, when and what variety show? Gu Yang answered, In 2 days, drinking in the countryside. Ruan Chu was slightly shocked and raised her voice. What did you say? Drinking in the countryside? Do you mean the live variety show directed by Director Chin? Ruan Chu had been in the entertainment industry for more than 3 years, so she naturally knew about the popular variety show, Drinking in the Countryside. She thought that Gu Yang wanted her to participate in a variety show because Gu Yang wanted to torture her in another way. So Gu Yang wouldn't choose a good variety show. Unexpectedly, Gu Yang wanted her to participate in a variety show, so popular that even A-list celebrities could not get in. Ruan Chu turned on her phone and realized that there were also many people who said that she wasn't worthy of being on the show. Looking at the trending topics on Weibo, another post was also online. Ruan Chu making a comeback on Drinking in the Countryside. She didn't need to click on it to know that people were saying that she wasn't worthy. Ruan Chu's lips twitched as she looked at Gu Yang mockingly. Gu Yang, how much do you hate me? In order to let me be criticized online again, you even dragged your father's investment into this? She had also seen the post, Boycott Drinking in the Countryside. Gu Yang looked at Ruan Chu with a deep gaze. Could it be that not only was she depressed, but she also suffered from persecutory delusions? She had always been gentle with her patients, so she said gently, Cousin, look carefully. Who else is on the guest list? Even if she wanted to trick Ruan Chu, she wouldn't have to sabotage herself, right? Ruan Chu clicked on the official Weibo account of Drinking in the Countryside. When she saw the guest list, her eyes turned cold. Ruan Yin. Gu Yang continued. Next. Ruan Chu's pupils constricted as she gritted her teeth. Chao Junning. Guyang, you really know where to attack where it hurts. Letting her watch that scumbag and mistress show off their love was like rubbing salt in her wound. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. Her persecutory delusions were probably terminal, right? She said helplessly, cousin. Take a closer look. Don't you see the words Gu Yang on it as well? Only then did Ruan Chu realize that the last person on the guest list was genius pianist Gu Yang at Yang Yang is Good V. She looked at Gu Yang in surprise, her eyes filled with suspicion. What game are you playing? Do you want to watch me make a fool of myself up close? Gu Yang. Oh no. The kid's persecutory delusions were hopeless. Gu Yang said straightforwardly, that's right. I'm just watching you make a fool of yourself. Let's go. Come with me. You need to prepare so that I can watch you make a fool of yourself up close. Ruan Chu glared at Gu Yang, but she had promised Gu Yang that she would be on a variety show, so she didn't refuse. After following Gu Yang into the car, she realized something. This time, she didn't seem to be as resistant as before, and her mood wasn't as heavy as before. This reminded her of the last time she competed with Gu Yang in T-Art. That day, her heart seemed to have been lit on fire. It kept burning, making her feel the passion and vitality she had not felt for a long time. Ruan Chu turned her head to look at Gu Yang, who was sitting beside her. As her depression worsened, other than frustration and suppressing her emotions, she rarely had any other emotions. Could it be that Gu Yang was too infuriating, causing her to have different emotions? Where are you taking me? Ruan Chu looked out the window and asked. Gu Yang replied, the beauty salon. That variety show is live-streamed, so there aren't that many post-production scenes. There might even be bare-face scenes. With your current state, if you go on the variety show and stand with Ruan Yin and the rest, you'll really be treated as a joke. Ruan Chu looked at herself in the rearview mirror. She had dark eye circles, and her skin was dry. She was obviously haggard and sad. She was indeed a completely different person from her previous glamorous self. You're right. She was in the entertainment industry herself, so she naturally knew how fatal it was to appear in front of the live broadcast without makeup. After getting out of the car, Ruan Chu looked at the high-end beauty salon in front of her that was unanimously praised by the wealthy families in Jean City. She nodded as she walked in. Vaughn have good taste. Gu Yang pulled her back and pointed at the small beauty salon beside the high-end beauty salon. Cousin Ruan Chu, this is where I want to bring you to. Ruan Chu looked at the small beauty salon next to the high-end beauty salon, which was 2/3 smaller, and fell silent. Especially when she saw the banner hanging at the door, 10% discount for the new opening. The corners of her mouth twitched. Ruan Chu said, Gu Yang, are you kidding me? What's this beauty salon called Good? I've never even heard of it. Do you want me to go in for beauty treatments? Gu Yang held her hand and walked in without any explanation. It's unknown now, but it might be even more popular than next door in the future. Don't forget, when Jinyang Pavilion first came out a few years ago, it was also an unknown private restaurant. This was the new beauty salon opened by the female lead, Gu Jin. The products produced by Big Shots were definitely top-notch. If they went in now, it would be a great deal for them. Ruan Chu was hopelessly pulled in by Gu Yang. She had naively thought that Gu Yang was doing this for her own good. Hee. Gu Yang clearly wanted her to make a fool of herself in front of the entire country. Cousin Ruan Chu, if you're really worried, I can do beauty treatments with you, but I've been tight on money recently. You have to pay for this. Gu Yang smiled brightly. Ruan Chu looked disdainful. You just took 100,000 from my grandfather, and you're still short on money? Gu Yang, when did you become so stingy? Isn't it just the money for a beauty treatment? I'll pay for it for you. Gu Yang's eyes were clear. Thank you, cousin. What surprised Ruan Chu was that although this beauty salon called Good might not look high-end on the outside, it was exquisite on the inside. Moreover, she felt much better after sitting down to go through the beauty procedures. In the mirror, her condition had also improved significantly. Not only was her skin tender, but the dark circles under her eyes had also faded, and the blood vessels in her eyes had dissipated. This feeling was actually several times better than the high-end beauty salon next door. Miss Ruan, the bill for you and Miss Gu costs a total of 200,000. At this moment, the staff came over with the bill. Ruan Chu took the bill and was shocked. What did you say? $200,000? The waiter smiled and pointed to a wall. Yes, they're all clearly priced. Is it made of gold? Ruanshu couldn't help but complain. The waiter was obviously used to such situations. They're made of natural herb essence with zero additives, so they are super pure. Ruanshu was speechless. She was rich, but she was not stupid. Stop. The international high-end beauty salon next door only costs a few thousand a time. Your beauty salon is more expensive than plastic surgery. The staff said, yes, that's what we charge at Good. Gu Yang smiled at the side. Gu Jin walked the high-end route, so the price was naturally not the same as other beauty salons. The effect was immediate, and there were no side effects. It was completely worth so much money. This was because Good had just opened and hadn't made a name for itself yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter without making an appointment 3 months in advance. Gu Yang returned Ruanshu's words. Cousin, are you so stingy that you can't even bear to part with 200,000? Ruanshu replied. I'm not as stingy as you, okay? Gu Yang smiled brightly. Yes, yes. Cousin is the most generous. Then you will definitely satisfy my request to get a membership card and buy some skincare products, right? Ruanshu had just agreed to pay, so of course, she wouldn't slap her own mouth. However, her mouth was still unforgiving. Pick whatever you want. Aren't you afraid of ruining your face by using this overpriced unknown salon's things? With cousin's words, I won't stand on ceremony. Gu Yang smiled brightly. Ruanshu? Ha, as if you've ever been polite. Then, Ruanshu saw firsthand how shameless she was. The membership card and various skincare products cost a total of 8 million. Ruanshu's heart ached when she swiped her card. This was not a small sum for her. Excluding her shares and pocket money in the Gu family, 8 million was her income from being a B-list celebrity in the entertainment industry for half a year. She had been depressed these days. She thought that she was indifferent to money and other material comforts. She did not expect her heart to ache so much now. Gu Yang, you're really rude. Ruanshu looked at the pile of skincare products Gu Yang was carrying and gritted her teeth. Gu Yang smiled gently and obediently, looking harmless. Since she was at the Big Shots beauty salon, if she didn't take advantage of the fact that others didn't know what was good, she would be letting herself down. Gu Yang didn't have any psychological burden on spending Ruanshu's money. After all, before transmigrating, with her prestige in the psychology world, she charged a minimum of at least 10 million for giving treatment. Just treat it as her withdrawing some treatment fees in advance. After leaving the beauty salon, Ruanshu felt much more relaxed. However, when she saw the two people not far away, she stopped in her tracks and froze on the spot. She pursed her lips, her face a little pale. Gu Yang followed her gaze and saw Ruan Yin walking towards the beauty salon next door. Ruan Yin was wearing a mask and wrapped up tightly. She was holding the arm of a fair man who was wearing a mask. It was Chao Juning, Ruanshu's ex-boyfriend, Ruan Yan's current boyfriend. Chao Juning was a popular young hunk in the entertainment industry. When he and Ruanshu were dating, their careers were on the rise, so they did not publicly date. When Chao Juning betrayed Ruanshu for Ruan Yin and made it official publicly, she confronted Chao Juning, but she was cursed for being the third party. In reality, Chao Juning was just using these women. Originally, he was with Ruanshu because of her status as the eldest daughter of the Ruan family. Later, he realized that Ruan Yin was more favored than Ruanshu. Moreover, Ruan Yin could use the Gu family's connections to help him obtain more resources. Only then did he decisively abandon Ruanshu for Ruan Yin. She had been jealous of Ruanshu since she was young. In her opinion, they were both daughters of the Ruan family. Why should Ruanshu be the high and mighty daughter of a wealthy family while she was the shameful, illegitimate daughter? Ruan Yin and Chao Juning also noticed Gu Yang and Ruanshu. Ruan Yin's eyes flashed with surprise and pity. Firstly, she didn't expect Gu Yang to be safe and sound. Secondly, she didn't expect Gu Yang to be with Ruanshu. Weren't they never on good terms? However, Ruan Yin never wanted to miss an opportunity to provoke Ruanshu. During this period of time, Ruanshu did not go out, and Old Master Ruan did not allow Chao Juning to visit. She could not agitate Ruanshu. Now was the perfect time. Therefore, she held Chao Juning's arm and walked over. She smiled at Ruanshu and said, "Big sister, why are you so free to shop today? Oh right, you haven't seen Juning for a long time, right?" We were discussing our engagement next month. Ruan Shu looked at the smug Ruan Yin and Chao Juning, who could not be bothered to even look at her, and her nails dug into her flesh. At this moment, Guyang chuckled and said to Ruan Yin, "Cousin Ruan Yin is really free. Why? Hasn't Grandpa called you to go back yet?" Logically speaking, Mrs. Liu should have admitted Ruan Yan's involvement by now. Ruan Yan's pupils constricted, but she quickly returned to normal. "I don't understand what cousin is talking about." She had specially gotten a hacker to delete the surveillance footage of Mrs. Liu tampering with the Tibetan Mastiff, so it would definitely not be traced to Mrs. Liu. Naturally, it would not be traced to her. Without evidence. So what if Guyang suspected her? Just then, Ruan Yan's phone rang in her bag. She opened it and realized that it was Old Master Ruan. Hearing the old man's angry voice on the other end of the phone, Ruan Yan's expression changed, and her gaze toward Guyang turned cold. Chao Juning realized that something was wrong. So he asked, "What's wrong?" Ruan Yan's expression was ugly. "Grandpa asked me to go back to the old residence now." When Ruan Yin turned around to leave, Guyang added, "I wish cousin Ruan Yin a happy engagement in advance. However, cousin Ruan Yin used to be an illegitimate daughter. You probably don't know this since you didn't grow up in the family. It's fine if cousin Ruan Chu enters the entertainment industry and plays with pretty boys, but it's impossible for her to marry one." Ruan Yin stopped in her tracks and tightened her grip on her bag. What she hated the most was being called an illegitimate daughter. Moreover, Guyang even hinted that she was short-sighted and ignorant. Every word pierced her heart. Of course, she could not really get engaged to a small celebrity like Chao Juning. She was just trying to provoke Ruan Chu. Chao Juning's expression instantly turned sinister. He hated being called a pretty boy the most. "Cousin, you have to watch your words." Guyang interrupted her. "My cousin isn't in the country, so Ruan Chu is my only other cousin." Who was he calling cousin? Chao Juning didn't expect Guyang to be so disrespectful to him. It made him look bad. "Cousin, don't you think so?" Guyang blinked at Ruan Chu. Ruan Chu looked into those clear eyes and felt that the anger that was about to burn her rationality had been extinguished. She calmed down and nodded. Yang is right. Although celebrities were glamorous, in fact, many people in the wealthy circle did not think highly of them. They even called them worthless actors in disdain. Many people dated celebrities and joined the entertainment industry for fun, but when it was time to get engaged and marry, they would still choose the daughters and young masters of wealthy families. It was just that in the past, she loved Chao Juning and did not care about these prejudices against him. Chao Juning looked at Ruan Chu in disbelief. He did not expect her to think so too. He was even angrier in his heart and sneered. "As expected, Ruan Chu, you say that you love me, but in reality, you're looking down on me. Your kindness toward me is just charity." Ruan Chu felt a chill in her heart when she heard this. It was not until the two of them left that 2 streams of tears rolled down Ruan Chu's face. "Isn't it funny? I actually fell in love with such a thing in the past?" Ruan Chu's lips twitched as she smiled bitterly. Guyang got the driver to put the things she bought in the trunk and followed her silently. Ruan Chu walked along the noisy street. "You're also very puzzled as to why I like that, right?" Guyang was indeed quite puzzled. With Ruan Chu's qualifications, if she was obsessed with looks, she could choose award-winning actors. She should not have fallen in love with a B-list young hunk. At that time, I had just entered the entertainment industry, and everyone was against it. Even my grandfather was against it. In order to make me retreat, my family didn't help me at all, and I didn't announce my identity as the daughter of the Ruan family. I met him in the same production team. He was the second male lead, and I was an inconspicuous supporting actress. When no one supported me, he was the only one who silently accompanied me and supported me. I had the passion to roam the entertainment industry, but I didn't have any acting skills. I kept getting NGs, and he was the one who tirelessly acted with me. Later on, I fell in love with him and confessed my identity to him. As I gradually became famous in the entertainment industry, Grandpa no longer objected to my acting. I also used my connections to help him find a lot of resources in private. His pride was very strong. In order to take care of his pride, I didn't tell him a lot. I didn't expect that in his eyes, my actions of helping him were actually charity. What a joke. Later on, I found out that he already knew my identity and deliberately approached me. Ever since the mistress incident, she had been cooped up at home and did not have the chance to tell anyone about this. Now, Ruan-Chu finally had a chance to confide in her. However, Ruan-Chu would never have thought that the person she confided in would be this cousin who had always been at odds with her. Gu Yang followed Ruan-Chu patiently from the side, listening to her vent her anger. She didn't comment and just followed beside Ruan-Chu. It was a good change for a depressed person to be willing to talk. All Gu Yang had to do in the process was listen and accompany her. After Ruan-Chu finished venting, she wiped her tears and stopped to look at Gu Yang. Gu Yang, why did you help me just now? Gu Yang also stopped in her tracks and stood in front of Ruan-Chu. There was a smile on her exquisite and beautiful face, and her entire aura was warm and gentle, making one feel as warm as the sun. You're my cousin, so of course I have to help you. In the past, I was insensible and did something to let you down. I won't be like that in the future. Ruan-Chu looked away. Who's your cousin? My biological cousin is Gu Jin. She couldn't bring herself to say things like what happened in the past is in the past. The damage had already been done. So what if Gu Yang apologized? How could Ruan-Chu let go of the past so easily? However, the current Gu Yang wasn't as annoying as before. At the Ruan residence, as soon as Ruan Yin returned, old Master Ruan scolded her. Don't ever come back to the old mansion again. The family doesn't have a daughter like you. Ruan Yin panicked. Grandpa, you called me back in a hurry. What happened? Ruan Jihao and Su Yun were also there. Su Yun said, Dad, Yin Yin doesn't know about this either. I think it's Mrs. Liu who's framing Yin Yin. Shut up. Besides, even you can get out. Mrs. Liu has an additional 1 million in her account. It was Ruan Yin who gave her the money. Moreover, Mrs. Liu's words have already been tested with a lie detector. What else does Ruan Yin have to say? Old Master Ruan's outburst shut Su Yun up, but she looked to Ruan Jihao for help. Ruan Jihao did not take it to heart. Dad, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? Isn't Gu Yang fine? Besides, she's not the Gu family's daughter. She's just a fake. So what if she's really bitten to death by the Tibetan Mastiff? Yin Yin is your biological granddaughter. How can that fake compare to her? Old Master Ruan was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Second brother seems to have forgotten what happened last time. Yang Yang is the daughter of the Gu family. Don't be stupid. How can an illegitimate daughter compare to Yang Yang? Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming walked in. Little sister, brother-in-law, why are you here? Seeing Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming, second uncle Ruan felt a little guilty. Ruan Shuling sneered. If I hadn't come, would you have let go of the murderer who tried to murder Yang Yang again? Gu Xiaoming also said solemnly, Second brother, if you don't give us an explanation today, we can only meet in court. Seeing that the two of them were so serious, Ruan Jihao did not dare to ignore this matter. Old Master Ruan didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, family scandals couldn't be made public. If the Ruan family had a daughter in prison, that would be embarrassing. That was why he called Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling over to settle this privately. Jihao, Ruan Yin is your daughter. Do as you see fit. If this matter isn't handled properly and the Ruan family's reputation is ruined, I won't be able to trust you with the company's shares. Since Old Master Ruan had said so much, Ruan Jihao also realized that today's matter could not be casually let go. Although he doted on Ruan Yin, he cared more about his shares. Ruan Jihao turned around and slapped Ruan Yin. You wicked girl. Haven't you remembered the lesson last time? How dare you hurt Yang Yang so viciously? Ruan Jihao was indeed a little angry. The point was that if you did it, do it cleanly. Don't let anyone catch you. Su Yun and Ruan Yin were shocked. Ruan Yin covered her face as tears streamed down her face. Su Yun hugged her and glared at Ruan Jihao. What are you doing? Can't you talk nicely? Why are you slapping Yin Yin in front of so many people? Ruan Jihao ignored her and looked at Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling. Little sister, brother-in-law, I'll discipline Ruan Yin and make her apologize to Yang Yang. However, Ruan Shuling refused to give up. Apologize? If an apology is useful, why do we still need the police? Second brother, don't blame me for not giving you face. This isn't the first time. Although Yang Yang is outstanding, she hasn't provoked Ruan Yin much, right? Why does she want to harm Yang Yang? Gu Xiaoming refused to give in. Ruan Jihao restrained his expression and knew that he was in the wrong. He compromised and asked, "Then what do you want? You can't really let Ruan Yin go to jail, right?" Ruan Shuling said sternly, "Divorce that woman and chase this mother and daughter out of Jin City." Didn't Ruan Yin look down on Yang Yang because she was the real daughter of the Ruan family? Then she would let her continue to be that shameful, illegitimate daughter. Ruan Yin, who was crying in Su Yun's arms, suddenly raised her head and looked at Ruan Shuling in disbelief. Aunt. She was clearly Ruan Shuling's family, and Gu Yang was an outsider who occupied her home. Su Yun did not expect that she would be implicated. It was not easy for her to get promoted from a mistress. Of course, she did not want to return to her previous life. "Jihao, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't discipline Yin Yin well. I will definitely discipline her well in the future." Seeing Ruan Jihao's silence and hesitation, she looked at Ruan Shuling and pressed, "Shuling, do you have to break up your second brother's family for a fake daughter? What kind of married little sister makes her older brother divorce his wife?" Gu Xiaoming stood in front of Ruan Shuling and ignored Su Yun. Instead, he looked at Ruan Jihao. "Second brother, Shuling's opinion is also my opinion. If you can't do it, then contact your own lawyer. We're all family. You don't want to make things too ugly, right?" Old Master Ruan also looked at Ruan Jihao coldly. He did not say anything about Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling's request. Back then, he did not agree to Ruan Jihao bringing home his mistress, and he disliked Ruan Yin, this illegitimate daughter, even more. However, Ruan Jihao was bewitched by Su Yun and insisted on doing things his own way. He could not stop Ruan Jihao no matter what. Ruan Jihao looked conflicted, but in the end, he agreed to Ruan Shuling's request. After the Gu family left, Ruan Jihao hugged Su Yun and returned to their room. Her eyes were red from crying. He said, "All right, stop kicking a fuss. Divorce is just a temporary measure. Dad and brother-in-law are both angry now, and my sister is a fool. She might really let Yin Yin go to jail. You and our daughter will have to suffer a little during this period of time. I have a suite in Liang City next door. You and Yin Yin can move in first. I'll pick you up after a while." Su Yun saw Ruan Jihao's impatience and didn't say anything else. Just like Ruan Yin, she hated Gu Yang. Gu Yang and Ruan Chu had just come out of the salon when they saw the message from Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming. Ruan Shuling sent a voice message. "Yang Yang, Dad, and Mom have already helped you teach that little BTCH Ruan Yin a lesson. Your second uncle has already divorced Su Yun and will chase them out of Jin City tomorrow. Ruan Yin, that little BTCH, has also been chased out of the Ruan family." The rest of the conversation was about what had happened in the Ruan family. That sentence was followed by, "Transfer 200,000 via WeChat." Gu Yang's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Mom." She looked at WeChat again. Gu Xiaoming had also transferred 200,000 to her. "Gu Yang, thank you, Daddy." Ruan Chu also heard Ruan Shuling's voice message and felt a little envious. Ruan Chu understood Ruan Yan's character, so she reminded her, "Don't be happy too early. Ruan Yin is not only jealous, but also vicious. She will seek revenge." Roared Tiany's smallest grievance. "You let Nasur suck Nanuj loss. Sneed definitely won't let it go. Moreover, Ruan Jihao dotes on that woman. He will definitely think of a way to bring them back." Gu Yang raised an eyebrow. "Do you think your grandfather will do nothing?" Old Master Ruan probably didn't want the mother and daughter to return to the Ruan family more than she did, right? After all, the mother and daughter had hurt Ruan Chu so deeply. Ruan Chu was stunned. Warmth rose in her heart, and she blamed herself. Her grandfather was already so old. She shouldn't have let him worry so much. Maybe she should do something. Ruan Chu's eyes gradually became firm. Gu Yang noticed her expression, and her lips curled up slightly. Ever since the official announcement of the guest list for drinking in the countryside, the internet had been buzzing with discussions. Gu Yang had also received messages from many family and friends. Her younger brother, Gu Pei, who was training in the esports club, tried his best to suppress his anger. He called her and asked, "Big sister, did Gu Jin force you to leave home? Did you go on some variety show?" Gu Yang didn't quite understand how her brother's brain worked. Why did it involve Gu Jin? She said truthfully, "No." However, Gu Pei's tone was even angrier, as if he saw Gu Yang's neck being held by a knife. He vowed, Sis, don't worry, when I come back, I'll help you chase that country bumpkin away. I won't let you suffer again. A coach-like voice came from the other end, shouting at Gu Pei to go online. Then, the call was hung up. Guyang, no, listen to me. She suspected that this brother of hers had a mood disorder. She suddenly turned around and saw Gu Jin, who was wearing a black halter dress, standing at the door behind her. She was shocked and felt a little guilty. Big sister. She knew that she had to resolve the misunderstanding in time, so she explained, I didn't want to chase you away. The Gu family is yours to begin with. If anyone has to leave, it's me. Gu Jin leaned against the door with a lazy posture. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, looking wicked and cold. She looked up at Gu Yang and said faintly, so you really plan to run away from home? Gu Yang felt puzzled. The big shot's focus did not seem right. Gu Jin's gaze was too penetrating, making Gu Yang feel like she had been seen through. Although she had never revealed it in front of the Gu family, she did have the intention to run away from home, but now was not the time. She had her own principles. She could not occupy someone else's territory with a clear conscience like the original owner of the body. However, she had transmigrated into this body and enjoyed everything that the family offered. She could not abandon the Gu family ungratefully and ignore everything. Therefore, she chose to stay with the Gu family for the time being to help the family escape danger and stop the family from courting death. It would be best if she could build a good relationship with the female lead, Gu Jin, and the villain, Feng Ju. She would leave the Gu family when the time was right. Even Ruan Shuling didn't notice her thoughts. She didn't expect Gu Jin to notice it. Gu Jin didn't wait for her reply and turned to leave. She seemed to have asked casually and didn't care anymore. After that, Gu Yang received calls and text messages from other good friends. Almost all the messages were asking her if she was really going on a variety show. Did she enter the entertainment industry so that she could make a living? Was it because she couldn't survive in the Gu family anymore? Some were genuinely concerned, some were gloating, and some were purely gossiping and curious. Gu Yang didn't have time to reply to them one by one, so she reposted the production team's official announcement on Weibo and added the caption, "See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the live stream of Drinking in the Countryside." Ruan Shuling was the first to leave a message. I support Yang Yang. At the same time, she reposted the original Weibo post to Shui Yao Jewelry's employee group, support my good daughter. The employee's first reaction was, who is this? She's so arrogant. She's chasing after a celebrity and brought it up in the workgroup chat. Does she want to die? After seeing the user ID, FCK, it was the boss. It was withdrawn in a second. Immediately after, the screen was filled with I support 2nd Mississippi. We don't have to work tomorrow since it's the weekend. I'll definitely watch it on time. Although everyone could tell that Shui Yao Jewelry was in danger under the attack of the Su family's jewelry business, their good professionalism prevented them from offending their boss at any time. Even if Shui Yao Jewelry could not make it, couldn't Gu Group still support them? Gu Xiaoming was indeed Ruan Shuling's husband. After seeing Gu Yang's WeChat moments, he also left a message of support and concern. He also repeated Ruan Shuling's actions and forwarded the Weibo post to the Gu Group's employee group, Xiaofeng Entertainment's artist group, and so on. It also let everyone in the Gu Group and the companies under them know that even if the real daughter of the Gu family returned, Gu Yang would still be the little princess of the family in Jin City. Gu Yang casually glanced at it. There were already a few rows of likes on her WeChat moments, and the comments were flooding the screen. Ignoring the sarcastic comments, she replied, "Thank you for everyone's support." At this moment, she noticed with her sharp eyes that Feng Ju had also left a message for her. His words were filled with obedience. I support Big Sister. Big Sister has to take good care of herself. Immediately after, Gu Jin also left a message. Smooth sailing Gu Pei also appeared. He first maintained her format and expressed his concern. Then, he tagged Feng Ju, his words filled with anger. That's my big sister. At the same time, he tagged Gu Jin. Just you wait. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. Although the setting in the novel was for Gu Pei to be a hot-tempered teenager, from the perspective of a psychologist, it was difficult for her not to suspect that this child had a mood disorder. What she didn't know was that Gu Pei, who had just lost and started a new round, was playing an intense game and was in a critical situation. Suddenly, the screen turned black and couldn't light up. Ji Jingqi leaned lazily on the sofa. Seeing that his manager had hung up angrily, he pushed a cup of chrysanthemum tea in front of him. This will help reduce the heat. The manager drank the chrysanthemum tea in one gulp, but it was still difficult for him to suppress his anger. That's too much. Drinking in the countryside is really not taking us seriously. You're already an A-list and 3-time Best Actor, but they actually want you to go on a variety show with those B and C-list celebrities. This is too degrading. What variety show is this? All of them brought in funds to join the production team. They've all become a tour group for the daughters of wealthy families. Jingqi, why don't we forget about it? There are still a few variety show invitations here. Ji Jingqi narrowed his eyes. The scorching white light shone on his face, reflecting his handsome face. His lips curled into a smile. Why should I not go? The penalty for breach of contract is high. Besides, isn't it more interesting to watch a rich family drama up close? The manager choked. That was true. This Best Actor was very different in the entertainment industry. He did the filming and joined variety shows at a whim. Despite such a casual attitude, he even became the youngest Best Actor in the country. It was as if the heavens favored him. Apart from filming, this Best Actor had another hobby, which was to watch shows. On the other end of the call, the director of Drinking in the Countryside heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Best Actor Ji did not say that he wanted to withdraw from the variety snow. Fortunately, we managed to retain Best Actor Ji. We'll have to rely on Best Actor Ji to stabilize the viewership ratings for this season. Originally, the 8 people that their variety show had planned to invite were all A-list big shots. However, the main investor, Chairman Gu, had called and increased his investment, but 2 people were forcibly added to the show. One was Ruan Chu, an artist who left the industry because of the mistress scandal, and the other was the little princess of the Gu group, Gu Yang. There were only 2 people, so it was fine. There were still 6 A-listers. The 2 young ladies would probably leave after appearing in 2 episodes. Then, the second investor, the eldest daughter of the Wang Corporation, also increased her investment. She also put 2 people in. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning were both artists below the B list. It was such a good A-list variety show, but they had to lower themselves. However, they were both sponsors. No one could afford to offend either of them. Director Chan and the program planner looked at each other and sighed. At 9 o'clock on Sunday, Drinking in the Countryside V, an old friend prepared a sumptuous meal and invited me to visit him at his farm. Green forests surround the village, and a line of green hills faintly slant outside the city wall. Open the window to face the vegetable garden and threshing ground, drink wine and chat about farming. The new season of Drinking in the Countryside is on. Be the first to watch. Link the 8 guests also reposted the Weibo post for Drinking in the Countryside at the first moment. There were already fans of various guests and variety show fans waiting in the live stream room. At 9 o'clock sharp, the screen in the live stream room turned from dark to bright. A small farmyard covered in white walls and tiles came into view. The camera slowly turned. Vines crawled around the wall in the courtyard, and there were roses everywhere. The cold wind of midsummer blew, and petals fluttered. A fair-skinned young man in sportswear ran around the house. When he was running in the morning, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The corner of his shirt was naturally pulled up, revealing a small portion of his strong abs. The comments in the live stream instantly skyrocketed. Brother Fu Sheng's abs. Why is the camera turning? Do I look like I care about seeing others on camera? Brother Fu Sheng. I heard that the correct way to start a morning run is to not wear clothes drooling. The camera turned again, and a man and a woman walked out of 2 houses. The man looked masculine. The young girl was wearing a light yellow lady's dress. Her figure was petite and exquisite, and her eyes were bright and lively. She was a delicate and vulnerable little loli, making people want to protect her. Upon seeing the 2 of them, the live stream was flooded with fans again. My dear Xiao Xiao, Mama loves you. Oh my God. Wei Yuzhou. Words are beyond me. You're so dark, but you're still handsome. Fu Sheng, Tang Xiao Xiao, and Wei Yuzhou were the permanent guests of Drinking in the Countryside. They were all A-list celebrities. The 3 of them walked in front of the camera and greeted the audience in the live stream. Looking at their idols close up, floating comments kept flying off the screen. At this moment, There was a commotion at the entrance of the small courtyard. Fu Sheng, Tang Xiaoqiao, and Wei Yuzhou all looked up. Someone's here. Who can it be? Tang Xiaoqiao quietly walked to the door of the small courtyard and looked at the camera with a smile. She blinked and looked cute. Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou followed behind her, showing great care for this delicate girl. Who do you think it is? Fu Sheng, who was wearing sportswear, asked with a smile. Inside the live broadcast, the audience was also guessing who the first guest would be. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning are a couple, so they must appear together. Gu Yang and Ruan Chu are cousins, so they should show up together. It has to be one or the other. Anyway, it's impossible for it to be Best Actor G. Of course, Best Actor G will definitely be the finale. I guess it's Brother Juning and Ruan Yin. He has always been hardworking. He must be the first to arrive. Why is Fu Sheng asking Xiao Qiao this way? Wouldn't it be awkward if she guessed wrongly? Tang Xiaoqiao quietly tilted her head and said playfully, I'm guessing it's Miss Ruan. Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou both smiled. Ha ha ha, you're really smart. No matter which group it is, Ruan Chu and Ruan Yin are both Miss Ruan. Tang Xiaoqiao quietly pulled open the heavy door with some difficulty. When she saw the person sitting lazily on the suitcase at the door, her expression instantly froze. Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou were also surprised. What's going on? It can't be. The camera turned from the three people's surprised expressions to the door. Ji Jingqi, who was wearing a casual windbreaker and looked like a noble young master, raised his eyebrows and greeted everyone. Hi. The live broadcast was instantly filled with comments. It's G baby. Shocking. The first person to come is actually Best Actor G? When did G baby come so early? Not only the other audience, but even Ji Jingqi's fans were stunned. Immediately after, everyone began to criticize the few people who had yet to arrive. Those people are really rich ladies coming out on patrol incognito. G baby is already here, but they are nowhere to be seen. Going on variety shows and entering the entertainment industry is all about status. Those people combined are not as important as Best Actor G, right? Yet, they're so late. I can only say that I'm not surprised they got into the production team using money. Ji Jingqi's fans were famous for their combat power. The other fans avoided them as much as they could. Ruan Chu, Ruan Yin, and Chao Juning's fans did not dare to fight head-on and could only explain softly. Just as Ji Jingqi arrived, Ruan Yin and Chao Juning rushed over. Chao Juning looked surprised when he saw Ji Jingqi. He clearly did not expect Ji Jingqi to come so early. He apologized gently, everyone, Yin Yin and I were stuck in a traffic jam. Sorry, we're late. Ruan Yin scanned the crowd and heaved a sigh of relief when she didn't see Gu Yang and Ruan Chu. On the way, they were also watching the live broadcast. When they saw Best Actor G unexpectedly arrive so early, they knew that something was wrong. Fortunately, they arrived before Ruan Chu and Gu Yang. Ruan Yan's lips curled up imperceptibly. She didn't need to look at her phone to know that the screen was filled with people scolding Gu Yang and Ruan Chu. In fact, it was just as Ruan Yin had expected. When they saw Ruan Yin and Chao Juning following closely behind Ji Jingqi, their fans heaved a sigh of relief. The audience's firepower instantly focused on Gu Yang and Ruan Chu. Look, Yin Yin came late only because there was a traffic jam on the road. She wasn't deliberately disrespecting Best Actor G. Brother Juning has always been diligent and respects his seniors. There's a reason why he's a step behind Best Actor G. Don't hold on to it. On the other hand, a certain mistress is still missing. I'm afraid she probably doesn't dare to come, right? A low-ranking celebrity and a commoner are actually more arrogant than Best Actor G? To be honest, if Ruan Chu wants to leave the industry, she should just stay out. She's just a flower vase with no acting skills or professionalism. Why is she still acting like a big shot on a variety show? And that Gu Yang, she's just a fake young lady who stole her place. How dare she use the resources that belong to the real daughter? For a moment, almost all the comments were scolding Gu Yang and Ruan Chu for acting like big shots. The production team was happy to see such a thing. Ruan Chu's fans were unconvinced. Maybe they're stuck in a traffic jam too? Only Ruan Yin and Chao Juning are allowed to be stuck in a traffic jam, but not Chu Chu? However, as time passed, the new guests had already moved their luggage with the help of the permanent guests. Everyone gathered around and chatted for more than 10 minutes, but Gu Yang and Ruan Chu still didn't appear. They are both here to participate in a variety show. Ruan Yin was late because of the traffic jam, but at least she came in after Best Actor G. Ruan Chu and Gu Yang have been stuck in the traffic for quite a long time. Gu Yang doesn't know the rules. Ruan Chu has been in the entertainment industry for 2 to 3 years. Don't tell me she doesn't know the basics of being punctual. TSK. Could it be that she saw Ruan Yin and Chao Juning being lovey-dovey and didn't dare to come? Ruan Chu's fans can continue trying to whitewash this. What traffic jam? You might as well say she's in an accident. This time, even Ruan Chu's fans stopped commenting. At the same time, they were a little disappointed. Could Ruan Chu really have run away at the last minute? The guests sat around and looked at their watches from time to time. Although they did not say anything, they were a little unhappy. Ruan Yin sneered in her heart. Did Gu Yang really think that people would always support her? Ji Jingqi also looked a little impatient. He looked behind the camera. Director Chun, when are we going to start? He regretted going on this variety show. Ever since he debuted, things had been smooth sailing. No one had made him wait for so long. Tang Xiaoqiao quietly brewed a cup of chrysanthemum tea for Ji Jingqi and handed it over. Best Actor Ji, have some tea. Perhaps something unexpected happened to them, so they're late. Inside the discordant floating comments, a bunch of praises for Tang Xiaoqiao appeared. Xiaoqiao is really a little angel. She knows that Best Actor Ji is impatient, so she made chrysanthemum tea for him to calm his anger. Ruan Yin bent her fingers, revealing her beautiful and exquisite manicure. My cousin and sister probably wanted to dress up exquisitely. They must have left their lipstick or something on the road and went back to get it, so they went out late. They are really privileged brats. Please stop wasting everyone's time. Go home. They're both daughters of wealthy families. Why is Yin Yin so punctual? Boycott Ruan Chu and Gu Yang. Ruan Chu and Gu Yang should quit the show. These words flooded the screen. Director Chin originally thought that it didn't matter if the two young ladies were late. After all, this gave the show a talking point. However, he didn't expect them to be so brazenly late for more than 10 minutes. He was unhappy and quickly gave his assistant a look, asking him to contact the two of them. On the other side, Ruan Chu received a call from Director Chen and said anxiously, all right, we'll be there soon. There's a situation here. Perhaps because it was noisy around them, the other party could not hear clearly and quickly hung up. Only then did Ruan Chu look worriedly at Gu Yang by the bridge. She was frustrated and annoyed. Why would she encounter such a thing going on a variety show? And why did Gu Yang run over there? There were police sirens and people's clamorous voices all around. The cars on the bridge had all stopped. Many people formed a semicircle from afar and pointed in the direction of the bridge's guardrail, or took photos and videos. In the middle of the semicircle, next to the railing of the bridge, was a slightly crazy man. His body was half leaning towards the bottom of the bridge, and one of his hands reached out to grab the fair arm of a 2- or 3-year-old girl. The girl was on the verge of collapse. Below her was the turbulent river surface. Perhaps it was because she was in pain from the pulling, but she was crying and making a ruckus. The policeman maintained a certain distance from the man and watched his actions warily. Don't be rash. Beside the police, there was a middle-aged woman with messy hair. At this moment, her face was covered in tears, but she stared at the man with anger. She asked hoarsely, "She's also your daughter. How can you be so heartless? Let go of her. I'm not getting a divorce." She had obviously been shouting for a long time. Her voice was hoarse and her eyes were red and swollen. The man was clearly mentally unstable. The girl's fair arms were already turning blue from being grabbed. He said angrily, "Don't come over. If you come over again, we'll jump down together. Didn't I just get drunk and hit you twice? I already knelt to beg you, but you still insisted on divorcing me. Do you have someone outside? Does this brat belong to someone else? BTCH, if you have to kill me, then I'm taking everyone with me." Gu Yang said a few words to the police officer in the lead. The police officer looked at her hesitantly and then at the man over there. In the end, he nodded and reminded her, "Don't anger him." After Gu Yang agreed, she walked towards the man by the bridge. The man looked warily at the beautiful girl walking towards him. He grabbed his daughter's hand and lowered it. "Don't come over. Gu Yang's footsteps were light and slow, and her long dress fluttered in the wind. There was a gentle smile on her face, making her look amiable and harmless. She paid attention to the man's expression at all times and gradually closed the distance. In the end, she stopped 2 meters away from the man. Only then did the man's tense nerves relax a little. After Guyang determined that this was the smallest distance he could tolerate, she didn't continue forward, because if she continued forward, the man might be driven to desperation. She had already learned about this man's rough situation from the woman and the police. This person's name was He Chong, and he was a violent man. Every time he was drunk or had any dissatisfaction, he would hit his wife. Every time after the beating, his wife would ask for a divorce and he would lower his voice or even kneel down to apologize. His wife, who was the woman who cried until her eyes were swollen, ultimately forgave him for the sake of her child, family, and various other reasons. However, domestic violence only happened once or countless times. Every time it happened, it became worse. He even abused her in front of their child. Moreover, he abused his daughter. His wife finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. His wife silently gathered evidence of his domestic violence and threatened him with divorce, but he refused. The two of them had a huge fight, and almost all their relatives and friends knew about it. In the end, it even affected He Chong at his workplace, so He Chong was fired. He Chong had become a well-known domestic abuser. His family, career, and future were all ruined. He hated his wife to the core. After an intense argument, he carried his daughter and ran all the way to the bridge to jump into the river. That woman followed closely. He Chong barged into the road as if he didn't care about his life. His wife chased after him, and the cars kept trying to dodge him. It was already the morning rush hour, so there were many cars on the road. When the car in front suddenly stopped, the car behind could not react in time and rear-ended, so the traffic on this road was temporarily paralyzed. Fortunately, the traffic incident did not cause casualties. However, when they noticed He Chong and his wife's dangerous actions, many people called the police, so this scene happened. As for Gu Yang and Ruan Chu, unfortunately, they happened to encounter this traffic incident. However, this was the only way to the variety show filming location. They could only stop and wait for the matter to be resolved. Gu Yang originally didn't plan to make a move, but that man's mental state was clearly not right. She didn't know if he would jump into the river, but it was very likely that he would really throw the little girl down to feed the fish. This time, she couldn't stand by doing nothing. She could ignore arresting criminals, but a mental patient had gone crazy and hurt people in front of her. In the end, he would even use mental instability as a get-out-of-jail-free card. This was unbearable. Who are you? What are you doing here? Let that woman talk to me. He Chong leaned against the railing and shouted with bravado. Not far away, the onlookers were also pointing and discussing. Someone reprimanded. Who is that girl in the white dress? Isn't the situation complicated enough? Why did she go over and cause trouble? Someone retorted, don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see that the girl negotiated with the police first before going over? Perhaps she has a way to save the little girl? Someone was also worried. It's good that the young lady is enthusiastic, but that man is burly. Don't get yourself killed. Ruan Chu also looked at Gu Yang on tenterhooks. In the past, she really didn't know that Gu Yang was so noble. To save someone, she didn't even care about her own safety. Gu Yang stood there and looked at the agitated He Chong. She reached out her index finger and shushed him, indicating for him to be quiet. The police officers nearby couldn't help but worry when they saw Gu Yang's actions. Captain, can she really do it? She's so delicate and soft. I certainly hope she doesn't end up becoming a hostage later. The police captain was helpless. She said she's a psychiatrist. He Chong is mentally unstable now. We can only rely on her to calm him down. We have to guarantee Miss Gu's safety. What surprised them was that Gu Yang's gentle shushing actually made He Chong quiet down. At least he didn't tremble and shout anymore. Gu Yang looked at He Chong calmly and said in a gentle voice, He Chong, did you hear that just now? Your wife has already agreed not to divorce you. He Chong sneered. This is just a temporary measure. Little girl, don't think that I'll fall for it. Gu Yang paced slowly 3 meters away from He Chong, her voice still calm. You've already begged her, so how could she not forgive you? Every time you begged her, didn't she forgive you? She loves you so much. So this time is no exception. Others might think that these words were strange, but when Hee-chang heard them, he felt they made sense. After all, he had always thought this way. Although he agreed, he knew his current situation, so he continued to stare at Gu Yang. However, his gaze followed Gu Yang's slow footsteps. Even he didn't notice that his tense nerves were slowly relaxing. The police officers surrounding them were the first to notice the difference in Hee-chang. They exchanged glances and were prepared to make a move. Gu Yang was still walking back and forth slowly, but every time she walked back and forth, the distance between her and Hee-chang was slowly closing. Hee-chang was attracted by Gu Yang's words and didn't notice her small actions at all. By the way, your wife is pregnant. It's a boy. Gu Yang suddenly pointed in his wife's direction. From her conversation with the woman, she knew that Hee-chang had always wanted a son. Hee-chang looked in his wife's direction in shock. At this moment, the police officers nearby found the right time to take action. However, Gu Yang, who was less than 2 meters away from Hee-chang, moved first. The police and all the passers-by were shocked. Gu Yang's movements were fast. She took 2 to 3 steps forward and grabbed Hee-chang's hand that was hanging outside. She suddenly pulled it inward and pressed it hard. When Hee-chang let go, she hugged the little girl with one hand. Hee-chang reacted and grabbed Gu Yang. Gu Yang dodged his hand in an almost strange posture. At the same time, she grabbed his arm with her other hand and threw him over her shoulder, causing him to fall onto the road. The stunned police officers immediately reacted and pressed him to the ground to control him. BTCH. BTCH. Hee-chang's head hit the ground and he was stunned. When he regained his senses, he stared at Gu Yang and cursed. Gu Yang carried the little girl and walked past him. She shushed him quietly, and Hee-chang instantly fell silent. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she walked towards the police captain and put the little girl down. The police captain looked at Gu Yang in surprise. He didn't expect this delicate little girl in front of him to be even better than armed police officers like them. He didn't even see how she attacked just now. Suppressing his curiosity, the captain saluted Gu Yang. Thank you for your bravery, Miss Gu. If it wasn't for Gu Yang, they wouldn't have been able to capture the culprit and save the child so quickly. They might not even have been able to save her from this lunatic. The woman ran over and hugged the child tightly, trembling. She thanked Gu Yang profusely. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my daughter would have been destroyed by that. Gu Yang had a smile on her face, as warm as a small sun. After accepting everyone's gratitude, she returned to her car. Hee-chang was taken away, and the police car left. Traffic in this section of the road also resumed. The people who had witnessed the entire process were still in a daze. When the girl rushed up just now, she had really scared them to death. They thought that they would see a tragedy of her falling into the river, but in the blink of an eye, before they could react, Hee-chang was thrown to the ground by the girl. Meanwhile, in the car, when Ruan Chu saw Gu Yang run over, her heart nearly stopped beating. Now that she saw Gu Yang sitting beside her, she couldn't come back to her senses for a moment. Gu Yang leaned back lazily, rubbing her wrist. She looked at Ruan Chu beside him and blinked. Cousin's heart is beating so fast. Ruan Chu glared at her. Isn't it all because of you? Gu Yang, what are you trying to do? How dare you run out in such a dangerous situation? Aren't you afraid of being thrown into the river to feed the fish? Why haven't I seen you act so bravely before? In the past, Gu Yang looked gentle and ladylike on the surface, but in reality, she was cold and indifferent. Moreover, this was the first time Ruan Chu knew that Gu Yang had such excellent moves. Ruan Chu didn't have a good relationship with Gu Yang in the past, so they didn't interact much. She only thought that Gu Yang had learned mixed martial arts, taekwondo, and so on. After all, people in her circle more or less learned self-defense. Gu Yang supported her chin with one hand by the car window. Are you concerned about me? Who cares about you? You're not my biological cousin. Ruan Chu threw the phone in front of her. The screen was filled with the live broadcast of the variety show. The comments were all scolding them. She said angrily, see for yourself. You haven't even appeared yet, and you're already trending. Gu Yang, you're really something. When Gu Yang saw the trending topic, the hashtag said Ruan Chu and Gu Yang were late for the variety show and seemed to have run away. In the Rolls-Royce behind them, a refined-looking man in a suit sat in the back seat. He was rubbing his thumb ring thoughtfully. There aren't many people with such high-level martial arts at this age. Young Master Xiao, do you think that little girl is the person we're looking for? Xiao Iza sneered. It's not her. She wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Lin Ran smiled. That's true. That person has always been both good and evil and keeps a low profile. The Rolls-Royce drove past Gu Yang's car. Lin Ran wanted to sneak a look, but he happened to meet Gu Yang's gaze. In just an instant, the two cars pulled away and the two of them looked away. When Gu Yang saw the Rolls-Royce's license plate number, surprise flashed across her eyes. Capital A 99999. Wasn't that the male lead's car? The red-haired man in the floral shirt was the male lead's sidekick, Lin Ran, right? Lin Ran was still holding his chest, his heart pounding. Young Master Xiao, I can feel my heart thumping hard seeing her. Xiao Iza was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard his words, his tone was slightly disdainful. Wake up. You were caught peeping with a guilty conscience. That's why your heart is racing. Lin Ran was speechless. In the small farmyard rented by the production team of Drinking in the Countryside, Director Chan grabbed his pitifully sparse hair angrily. I can't wait anymore. Let's start. The guests were also getting impatient, especially Ji Jingqi, who was visibly frustrated. Ji Jingqi sneered in his heart. When Gu Yang and Ruan Chu came, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Just then, the door of the courtyard was pushed open. Ruan Chu, who had a head of wavy golden hair and was wearing a red dress, pulled her luggage and walked in front. She had an apologetic smile on her exquisitely made-up face. I'm sorry, there was an accident on the way and we came late. Seeing Ruan Chu's radiance, jealousy flashed in Ruan Yan's eyes. However, she did not rush to mock Ruan Chu. Instead, she looked at Ji Jingqi gloatingly. Although the others said that it was fine, they also looked at Ji Jingqi unintentionally. They did not dare to get angry because of their image, but Best Actor Ji did not have so many scruples. In the past, there was a female celebrity on a variety show who wanted to use Best Actor Ji and stir up rumors. In the end, not only did Best Actor Ji avoid her, but he also made her fall. He even exposed her thoughts on the spot and scolded her until she cried. They quietly waited to see Best Actor Ji teach Ruan Chu and Gu Yang a lesson. Not only were the guests waiting, but even Director Chun was also looking forward to it. He hoped that Ji Jingqi would help him scold them. The audience was the same. Go Jingji. Go. Teach them a lesson. How dare you provoke Ji Baby? I'm afraid you've never seen Ji Baby's verbal sparring. TSK. Will those two young ladies cry from the scolding? Ji Jingqi rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. Ji Baby is so handsome. Is he going to roll up his sleeves and fight? Ruan Chu saw the frustration in Ji Jingqi's eyes and nervously took half a step back. Best Actor Ji. Cousin, please make way. Gu Yang, who was behind her, poked her helplessly. This cousin was really quite proud. In the car, Ruan Chu said that she would let Gu Yang handle everyone's anger alone later. However, as soon as they entered, Ruan Chu protectively stepped in front of her. When Ji Jingqi heard this familiar voice, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. When he saw the familiar girl in a white dress enter behind Ruan Chu, he was stunned. At this moment, many viewers in the live stream were also stunned. Oh my god, the girl looks like a fairy. That face, those eyes, and her temperament are amazing. Who is this little girl? Why is she so fairy-like? There was no shortage of beautiful women in the entertainment industry, but very few looked clean and pure. That's Gu Yang, right? Does she look like a fairy just because she's wearing a white dress? I think she's just so-so. She's much worse than celebrities like Tang Xiaoqiao and Ruan Yan. As expected of the little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment, she must have bought a lot of fake reviewers, right? So what if she's good-looking? Can she make the fact that she was late go away? I'm waiting for Best Actor G to tear that BTCH apart. Am I the only one who thinks that Best Actor G was stunned when he saw Gu Yang? This comment was quickly swallowed up by the retort. G Baby is innocent. Gu Yang looked at the young man in the white shirt in front of her and felt that those eyes were familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen them before. She greeted him. Hello, Best Actor G. Hello, Best Actor Ji came back to his senses. When he saw Gu Yong, the frustration in his eyes was gone, replaced by unprecedented excitement. Gu Yong looked at Ji Jingqi, who was staring at her with burning eyes, and remembered what Ruan Chu had told her on the way. Best Actor Ji had a bad temper, so she apologized. I'm sorry. We encountered an unexpected situation when crossing the bridge. We came late and delayed everyone. Ji Jingqi immediately said, It's okay. Gu Yong was shocked. What did he just say? She turned to look at Ruan Chu. What bad temper? Ruan Chu was also stunned. The guests and production team staff who were watching the show were also stunned. What happened to teach them a lesson? At this moment, a series of question marks flew past the live stream room. The entire screen was almost covered by question marks. Can someone tell me what's going on? Best Actor Ji rolled up his sleeves and went forward just to say that it's okay. They should just tear it up. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Best Actor Ji, your expression didn't seem like it didn't matter. Don't be bewitched by women outside. The more beautiful a woman is, the worse she is. Is it really okay? Gu Yong asked uncertainly before looking at the other guests. Ji Jingqi approached Gu Yong. Don't tell me that Best Actor Ji is going to attack directly? Although it's not good to hit women, if you hit Gu Yong and Ruan Chu, I'll support you 100%. Because Gu Yong and Ruan Chu were late, the audience in the live stream was already filled with anger. They even wanted to go through the screen and slap the two of them. The corners of Ruan Yan's lips curled up slightly. She clearly thought that Ji Jingqi was going to teach Gu Yong a lesson. Director Chen frowned. Although he was also filled with anger towards Gu Yong and Ruan Chu, she was still the little princess from the investor's family. No one could hit her. Just as he was about to stop him, he saw Ji Jingqi walk around Gu Yong and help her pull her luggage into the house. Director Chen and the guests were equally puzzled. The live stream was flooded with question marks again. What's going on? Is Ji Baby actually helping Gu Yong carry her luggage? To be honest, I can't understand Ji Baby anymore. Don't tell me that Ji Baby was bewitched and controlled by that woman? Gu Yong, stop trying to use Ji Baby. Although I'm just a passerby, isn't Best Actor Ji taking the initiative now? Ji Jingqi helped Gu Yong put down her luggage. Although Gu Yong was puzzled, she still thanked him politely. Ji Jingqi smiled, his eyes tainted by the midsummer sun. You're welcome. Little fairy, take a seat. Is your name Gu Yong? Gu Yong nodded, feeling that this voice was quite familiar. Everyone around looked terrified. Was this the F-King Best Actor Ji? Ji Baby is so sweet and good-looking. Ji Baby, come into Mama's arms. I'm wearing earphones and listening to him call me Little Fairy. Why did Best Actor Ji call Gu Yong Little Fairy? Are they very close? Do they know each other? Tang Xiaoqiao quietly asked this question for the audience in the live stream. She looked at Ji Jingqi curiously and then at Gu Yong. She asked sweetly, Big Sister Gu Yong, Best Actor Ji, did you know each other before? Yes, we do. No, we don't. Two voices sounded at the same time. The former was Ji Jingqi, and the latter was Gu Yong. The surrounding air instantly froze for a moment. Tang Xiaoqiao was also stunned. Do you know each other or not? Gu Yong felt that even if she had seen Ji Jingqi before, it would definitely be a one-time meeting. Moreover, in front of so many people, if she said she knew him, she would most likely be treated as trying to use his popularity. Ji Jingqi, on the other hand, felt that since he had met and spoken to Little Fairy before, didn't that mean that they knew each other in the past? Shocking. Someone actually said that they don't know Best Actor Ji? Gu Yong really doesn't know what's good for her. Best Actor Ji already said that he knows her, but she still denied it. Is she trying to catch Best Actor Ji's attention by playing hard to get? Ji Jingqi looked at Gu Yong with hurt in his eyes. Little Fairy, have you forgotten? We met on the streets of Jin City when you saved someone. Gu Yong was enlightened. So it's you. I'm sorry, you were wearing a mask back then, so I didn't recognize you. Ji Jingqi smiled. It's okay. The guests had different thoughts. They didn't expect Gu Yong to know Ji Jingqi, and Ji Jingqi's attitude towards her was so good. Tang Xiaoqiao asked curiously, Big Sister Gu Yong, who did you rescue? You seem to have a history with Best Actor Ji. Ji Jingqi looked at Tang Xiaoqiao impatiently. Little Fairy is only 17. Tang Xiaoqiao was stunned. What? Ji Jingqi replied, she's younger than you. St0D calling her big sister. Tang Xiao was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She was a child star and was only 19 years old now. She was experienced in the entertainment industry and was young. So when she saw other celebrities, she would call them elder brothers and sisters. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ji Jingqi's mouth is still so vicious. I've long disliked Tang Xiao calling everyone big brother and big sister. I heard that she used to call Best Actor Ji Big Brother Ji. In the end, Best Actor Ji replied that he didn't have a sister. Ji Jingqi is too ungentlemanly, isn't he? She's such a cute little girl, and everyone spoils her. How can he bear to be fierce to her? Isn't she just pretending to be young? Besides, what Best Actor Ji said is the truth. Gu Yang is only 17, and she's 19. How can she call her big sister? But I'm also quite curious about how Best Actor Ji and Gu Yang met. What did he mean by rescuing someone? Is there a story behind this? TSK. Gu Yang is so special to Ji Jingqi. Could it be because Gu Yang is his secret girlfriend? Ji Jingqi said he's single. Could it be that he's lying to his fans? Get lost, anti-fans. Stop spreading rumors. Ji Baby is not worthy of the Gu family's little princess. Please don't try to link them together. Tang Xiao quietly apologized with reddened eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know Miss Gu's age. Miss Gu, I'm sure you won't mind, right? Gu Yang said gently, don't cry. It's fine for me to be your big sister. Did Tang Xiao want to compete with her for being pretentious? Tang Xiao. Her tears were instantly held back. Due to the fact that she was late, Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou didn't have a good impression of Gu Yang. They had always taken care of Tang Xiao like a younger sister, but now, Gu Yang had made her cry. They were a little unhappy. Fu Sheng comforted Tang Xiao before looking at Gu Yang. Miss Gu, don't misunderstand. Xiao is just curious. We're actually quite curious as well. Ruan Yin chimed in. That's right. Cousin, why didn't I know that you knew Best Actor Ji? Tang Xiao looked at Ruan Yin in surprise. Big sister Ruan Yin, you're Miss Gu's cousin? But you don't know either? Ji Jingqi interrupted them impatiently and repeated what had happened that day. Ji Jingqi's girlfriend fans in the live stream heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that they had only met by chance. No wonder Gu Yang said that she didn't know Best Actor Ji. Best Actor Ji was wrapped up so tightly that so many people on the streets didn't recognize him. Oh my god. It turns out that Ji Baby once passed by the bustling streets of Jin City. I also took that road that day. Why didn't I meet Ji Baby by chance? I didn't expect Miss Gu Yang to be so kind. Her first reaction when she saw an elderly and potential scammer on the way was to save him. She's indeed beautiful and kind. I love it. I love it. Not only is little fairy good-looking and has an excellent temperament, but she's also so kind. I'm a fan. Because of Ji Jingqi's words, many people's impressions of Gu Yang changed. But there were still many people who wouldn't let go of the fact that she was late. To be honest, little Princess Gu is beautiful and kind, but she's almost half an hour late. I really can't let this go. Although I really admire Best Actor Ji's acting skills, why don't I believe what he said? This CPR might sound simple, but it's not that easy in practice. It takes a lot of pressure to massage the heart. Gu Yang looks so delicate and weak. Can she do it? Don't tell me that Best Actor Ji was paid by Zhaofeng Entertainment to help. The power of capital is indeed great. Even Best Actor Ji was forced to help the little princess clear her name. After hearing Ji Jingqi's words, although Fu Sheng didn't believe it in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Miss Gu is kind-hearted. However, you mentioned encountering an unexpected situation on the way here. I wonder what happened that made you nearly half an hour late? Ruan Yin sneered in her heart. No matter what, Gu Yang couldn't wash this off. Because Fu Sheng mentioned it, the people in the live stream started denouncing Gu Yang again. However, at this moment, floating comments suddenly went across the screen. Hurry up and check out the trending topic. At the same time, many new users flooded into the live stream. I'm here to admire the little fairy dressed in white. Her moves are really cool. Oh my god. She is really beautiful and kind. When she sees injustice, she steps forward bravely. It's easy to say, but not everyone can do it. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. What was going on with these comments? However, Out of curiosity, many people still clicked on the trending topic. Even director Chun couldn't help but click on the trending topic. He realized that the trending topics against Gu Yang and Ruan Chu had been suppressed. Obstacles at the river bridge in Liang City. Domestically violent man goes crazy and jumps into the river with daughter. The girl in the white dress stepped forward to save the young girl. The real reason why Gu Yang and Ruan Chu were late for the variety show. The one at the top was. The girl in the white dress who saved her is Gu Yang. Director Chun was stunned. What was going on? He clicked on the trending topic and quickly browsed through it. When he saw a video recorded by a netizen, he clicked on it again. After watching it, his mouth could fit an egg. At this moment, the atmosphere in the live stream had completely changed. I just finished watching the video of the young lady saving someone and came to watch Choo Choo's live broadcast variety show. I didn't expect to see the young lady on the variety show. Moreover, the young lady is actually Choo Choo's cousin. I feel like I'm dreaming now. I didn't expect there to be a sequel here. Is she a new celebrity? She's so beautiful. She's the second daughter of the Gu Group, the little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment and Ruan Chu's cousin. She's one of the protagonists of the real and fake daughter incident in Jin City some time ago. She's a pianist, not a celebrity in the entertainment industry. She went on the variety show with Ruan Chu as someone outside the entertainment industry. Soon, the audience in the live stream returned from the trending searches. I just came back from reading the news. To summarize, Ruan Chu and Gu Yang were late for the variety show because of a traffic accident on the bridge. The traffic accident was caused by a domestic abuser. His wife fell out with him, so he went crazy and took his daughter to jump into the river. After Gu Yang negotiated with the police, she took the initiative to save the little girl and subdued the crazy domestic abuser. I suggest everyone watch the video themselves. Little Fairy's actions really shocked me. So we misunderstood Gu Yang and Ruan Chu previously. I apologize to them here. I shouldn't have scolded them for not being punctual and acting like big shots without getting the full picture. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Little Fairy. No wonder G-Baby called you Little Fairy. So you're really a beautiful and kind little fairy. So that's what happened. This kind of unexpected situation isn't something that can be foreseen. Moreover, Gu Yang bravely helped the police save people, so she's not at fault. Speaking of which, am I the only one who noticed that Little Fairy was skilled in martial arts? Even the police officers were stunned. I didn't expect it. Little Fairy looked so gentle and weak, but had unexpectedly high martial strength. She's absolutely bold. That's by the river bridge. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the river. It's over. This time, people are just going to assume all Chinese know martial arts. Crying and laughing Ruan Chu and Gu Yang's fans could finally hold their heads high. I knew it. Choo Choo and her cousin definitely won't be late for no reason. Traffic at the bridge across the river was SD0DD'd for nearly half an hour because of that violent man. They can't possibly force their way through, right? Choo Choo already said that there was an emergency, but so many people didn't believe her. A certain fan has been defaming Choo Choo and her cousin. Now, I want to ask them, do their faces hurt? Ruan Yin and Chao Juning's fans had scolded them the most previously. Now, their faces were indeed hurting. However, some anti-fans could still continue to defame even if the truth was in front of them. Gu Yang's fans really know how to flatter themselves, don't they? That video was so blurry, who knows if it was Gu Yang? Just because she was wearing a white dress does not make it the same person, right? I was also wearing a white dress today. I can also say that the girl in the white dress who saved the girl was me, right? The power of capital is indeed terrifying. Even if you're half an hour late, you can make it go away. I can only sigh. The public relations of the Gu Group is indeed powerful. If you're late, you're late. Gu Yang, get out of drinking in the countryside and the entertainment industry. At this moment, a viewer named Jesus tipped 20 cosmic battleships to the live stream and left a message. Idiot, go and look at the official Weibo account of the Liang City's police department and wash your eyes. Is Little Fairy someone you can slander? 20 cool cosmic battleships flew past with special effects floating comments. The netizens in the live stream were about to be blinded by the light. The live broadcast of drinking in the countryside was on the Grape app. The Grape app's live broadcast room could reward gifts of varying amounts. The most expensive one was a cosmic battleship worth 5,000. It had been half an hour since the live broadcast began. The fans of the guests had sent gifts, but there were very few who sent gifts of cosmic battleships. Even if anyone did, it was just a single one. No one had given 20 cosmic battleships in a row. That was one big spender. 100,000 at a go. Go and take a look. The Liang City Police have posted something on Weibo. On Weibo, Liang City Police Department V. Thank you for your righteous actions, Miss Guyang. Your kindness saved a young life at Yangyang is good v video. The officials have already confirmed it. What else do the anti-fans have to say? TSK. Slapped left and right. I can hear the sound of slapping even through the screen. Meanwhile, at Jinyang Pavilion in Jin City, Gu Jin, Su Yi, and Ji Linbai sat around a table. Pearl curtains hung down around them with a brocade screen behind them. An elegant plant sat on the table along with delicacies. There was a new laptop in front of Su Yi. Among the many interfaces, the largest one was showing the live broadcast of drinking in the countryside. Jesus was the username he used for his newly registered Grape app account. Someone had already registered this name, but he used hacking to steal it. Boss, were you the one who caused the trending topic? Su Yi looked at Gu Jin. Seeing how badly Gu Yang was being defamed, he wanted to make a move, but before he could do so, Gu Yang's trending topics were suppressed. Then, the girl in white is Gu Yang and other trending topics went up like rockets. Although the matter of the River Link Bridge in Liang City was quite popular, and the trending topic of the girl in the white dress saving someone was rising, the video was so blurry. How could the netizens link the girl in the white dress to Gu Yang so quickly? The trending topics rose so quickly. He did not believe that no one was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Although the netizens felt that the public relations department of the Gu Group was the one who did it, he felt that the Gu family did not have the ability. Gu Jin lazily leaned back in her chair. It wasn't me. It was Quest? Su Yi raised his head in shock. Why would he help little fairy? Without waiting for Gu Jin to say anything, Su Yi seemed to have understood something. He gritted his teeth and said, I know. He must have realized that I wanted to help little fairy, so he deliberately did it before me to provoke me. The corners of Gu Jin's mouth twitched, but she didn't answer him. Su Yi said angrily, I must win this round. Gu Jin's eyelids twitched. Don't. It might cost you another computer. Su Yi, ever since Su Ye's computer was hacked by Quest, he had been clamoring for revenge. In the end, every time he finally found Quest's location and attacked him, he would be hacked until his computer crashed. In just a few days, he had almost wasted 4 computers, and they were all newly developed by Huaguang Corporation. Su Yi took a deep breath. Boss, help me take revenge. Gu Jin glanced at him coldly. Who told you that I can beat Quest? Su Yi was stunned. He suddenly remembered something. The hacker rankings on the dark web were all obtained by fighting. Before Quest, Boss was already ranked first. However, whether it was the first or the second on the hacker rankings, they seemed to have never fought Quest. So, how suicidal was he? He actually wanted to step on someone that even the boss might not be able to take out. So he closed the other pages, leaving only the live broadcast interface of drinking in the countryside. By the way, boss, do you want to register an account to watch Little Fairy's live broadcast? Su Yi asked. At the side, Ji Linbai sneered. Why would the boss look at such stupid things? At this moment, Su Yi turned to look at Gu Jin's phone and exclaimed, boss, why is your level higher than mine? When did your reward ranking surpass mine? Ji Linbai, what was going on? Ji Linbai looked at the phone in Gu Jin's hand in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the interface of her phone was also a live broadcast of drinking in the countryside. Boss, Ji Linbai was stunned. Don't tell me you were also deceived by that little BT's appearance? Have you forgotten how she framed you back then? Gu Jin's fingers paused for a moment as her gaze on Ji Linbai turned slightly cold. Her tone was still lazy as she said, She's not a little BT. She's my younger sister. Su Yi said, Ji Linbai, how is little fairy a little BTCH? Don't tell me you've been in the mental hospital for too long and lost your mind? Ji Linbai choked. Su Yi exclaimed again, boss, someone's reward ranking has surpassed yours. FCK. It's 100 cosmic battleships. They're designated for little fairy. This Shi is burning money, right? Gu Jin's eyes darkened. Shi Without her, love would be like an imperfect piece of jade. In the farmhouse of the drinking and the countryside production team, the guests' phones were all beside them. When the matter came out just now, their manager had forwarded the trending topic to them, in case they didn't know anything and made a fool of themselves. In other words, the guests had already heard the news during the live broadcast just now. Fu Sheng apologized to Gu Yang awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I misunderstood you." He narrowly guessed that Gu Yang was deliberately late to act like a big shot. In the end, she really encountered an unexpected situation and even stepped forward to save someone. Fu Sheng felt extremely ashamed. Gu Yang replied, "It's okay." Ruan Yan's nails were about to dig into her flesh. Ruan Yan did not see this coming. Gu Yang was half an hour late. Not only was she not defamed by the entire internet, but she even made a comeback and was praised as a beautiful and kind fairy. Director Chun also looked at Gu Yang awkwardly, feeling guilty for his misunderstanding of Gu Yang. Director Chun, who was also the variety show host, stood up to smooth things over. "There's a reason why Gu Yang and Ruan Chu were late. Since this is a misunderstanding, let's just drop it. Welcome to the courtyard. We'll spend the next 2 days and 1 night together." Director Chin briefly introduced the variety show and then got to the point. "Next, we will enter today's game segment. Before that, we need to draw lots to split into 2 groups. Those who have drawn the same color will form a group. Next, the guests can come forward and draw a ball. In the entertainment industry, any order could be related to status. Ji Jingqi was the most popular person present, so he was naturally the first to draw a ball. Ji Jingqi took out a white ball. "Xiao Xiao, you go first." Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou looked at each other. Both of them took good care of Tang Xiao Xiao. Tang Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly and did not argue over such a small matter. "Thank you, Brother Fu and Brother Wei." Tang Xiao Xiao's gaze lingered on the white ball in Ji Jingqi's hand for a moment, looking forward to drawing a white one as well. This episode had invited so many people who had invested in the production team that it had already made the old fans give up on the idea of continuing to chase after drinking in the countryside. Now, the people who watched the live broadcast the most were Ji Jingqi's fans. In other words, she would only get more airtime and popularity if she followed Ji Jingqi. However, things did not go as planned. She pulled out a black ball. The final grouping was as follows. White team, Ji Jingqi, Fu Sheng, Ruan Chu, Gu Yang. Black group, Tang Xiao Qiao, Wei Yuzhou, Ruan Yin, Chao Juning. After Director Chun asked everyone to return to their rooms to change, he brought everyone out of the farmyard. He was wearing a simple t-shirt and a straw hat. He held a cattail fan in his hand and stood on the ridge of the field. He raised his hand and swiped across the golden rice field in front of him. Autumn is the time for harvest, and the fields everywhere are golden. Our first game today is to cut rice. Director Chun. This is the empire I've conquered for you. Ha ha ha. Director Chin's gesture, just now coupled with this funny text, is simply hilarious. I've taken a screenshot. The emoji package will be uploaded soon. TSK. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard about harvesting rice. Harvest rice? I guess that this episode would be related to the autumn harvest, but I thought that they would at most pick up rice ears or something. I didn't expect rice harvesting. Can those celebrities and rich ladies do it? Dogchin is indeed Dogchin. Although harvesting rice is not a technical job, it is very torturous. Nowadays, many people in the countryside can't stand the manual harvesting of rice, let alone these pampered celebrities. I'm from the countryside. I can testify that harvesters weren't popular when I was young. I had to cut the rice manually. Every time I cut the rice, my entire body would itch, especially if I wore short sleeves. My arms would be even more itchy and uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that mean that they're finished? Because the weather is hot, everyone is wearing short-sleeved shirts. That poor Wei Yuzhou is even wearing a singlet. Many people wanted to watch the show and watch the celebrities make a fool of themselves, but the fans of the guests were worried. What if my idol's beautiful face is scratched? My idol's fingers are insured, okay? However, no matter how much the people argued in the live stream, it could not affect Director Chin's crazy decision. Director Chun had his own principles for his variety shows. People could come if they wanted, but if guests came, they had to follow his game rules. It didn't matter if you were rich ladies sent by investors or award-winning actors. He asked his assistant to distribute a sickle to each of them, then said, "The rules of the game are very simple. There are 2 plots of land with the ridge as the boundary. Each group will have 1 piece of land. The first one to finish harvesting is considered the winner. The finished rice grains have to be neatly placed in the designated location." The wind blew, making the rice field sway. On the ridge, the 8 guests stood in the wind with sickles in their hands. They looked at the rice field in front of them in a daze. Director Chun waved his cattail fan and reminded leisurely, "Who would have thought that every grain of rice in our bowls is obtained through the hard work of farmers?" The outcome of the 2 groups of guest competition will affect tonight's dinner. All the firepower in the live broadcast room was targeted at Director Chen. Lots of people kept commenting that Dog Chen was indeed Dog Chen. The competition soon began, but the guests were a little helpless and did not seem to be in a hurry to compete. Tang Xiao quietly held the sickle and looked at Ruan Yin innocently. "Big sister Ruan Yin, how do we harvest rice?" Ruan Yin had been kicked out of the Ruan family. Without her identity as the daughter of the Ruan family, she was at a sensitive time. When she heard Tang Xiao's words, her face darkened. What did Tang Xiao mean? How could she know how to do such a country bumpkin's job? Although she had been chased out of the Ruan family, it was not to the point where she had to farm. However, it was a live broadcast after all. Tang Xiao's status was above hers, so she couldn't fall out with her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Gu Yang cutting the rice. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. "I'm not from the countryside. How would I know how to cut the rice? But don't you have Yang to demonstrate?" When Ruan Yin said this, the expressions of many people present changed. What was she trying to say? She wasn't from the countryside, but Gu Yang was. Tang Xiao quietly looked in the direction she was pointing and saw Gu Yang teaching the white team how to cut rice. She asked in surprise, "Why is Miss Gu so good at this?" The others were also quite surprised. After all, in their opinion, Gu Yang was the little princess of the Gu group. She didn't do any chores, so how could she do farm work? The audience in the live stream was also very surprised. Some people became fans after seeing Gu Yang's actions, but many people felt that she was just pretending. Isn't Gu Yang the little princess of the Gu family? Why would she do farm work? Little Fairy is so down to earth. It's just a publicity stunt. How could she not know the script in advance? This is hilarious. All you need are hands, right? All you need is to cut the rice, right? Why do you have so much to say? Are you saying people who don't know farm work are more delicate than others? I don't see them being more delicate than Gu Yang. Even Director Chun looked at Gu Yang, who was skillfully harvesting the rice. He had always been principled and ethical, so he didn't leak the content of the show in advance. When Ruan Yin heard Tang Xiao's words, she chuckled and said meaningfully, "Maybe it's Yang's true nature." After all, if the family didn't take the wrong baby back then, Yang should know this too. Ever since Gu Yang repeatedly made her suffer and even caused the mother and daughter to be expelled from the Ruan family, the person she hated the most had changed from Ruan Chu to Gu Yang. Naturally, she would not let go of an opportunity to step on her. Although the guests present were harvesting rice, their ears were pricked up to listen to the gossip of this wealthy family. Hearing this, everyone understood. What Ruan Yin meant was that Gu Yang had only become a rich lady because she was swapped at birth. She was still a country bumpkin deep down, which was why she did such dirty and tiring farm work. I see. That real daughter is really pitiful. She's a daughter of a wealthy family but was left in the countryside. On the other hand, the country bumpkin Gu Yang stole her place in the family. No wonder Gu Yang is so familiar with farm work. So she's a country bumpkin at heart. How can a real daughter of a prestigious family like Yin Yin know such dirty farm work? A dragon gives birth to a dragon. A phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. The son of a rat knows how to dig holes. As expected, no matter how much Gu Yang pretends, she's still so lowly. These words intended to make Gu Yang look bad caused public outrage. Lowly? The last time I checked, the Qing dynasty was already dead. How could you abide by this hierarchy? So what if someone is from the countryside? Did they eat a grain of your rice? Those people who look down on people from the countryside and farm work, if you have the ability, don't eat rice. Anyway, These are all planted by lowly people in your eyes. The matter of the real and fake daughter has long passed. The real daughter didn't say anything. Gu Yang is also a victim. The Gu family has also expressed their stance. Is there a need to harp on it? I'm dying of laughter. Ruan Yin is a third party. How can she have the cheek to insult Gu Yang? No matter how bad Gu Yang is, she was raised as a daughter of a prestigious family since she was young. As expected, Grandpa Ruan has been too generous with the food. Dogchin should increase their workload. What's the point of having 4 people harvest the tiny patch of rice fields? However, there were also people who were watching the commotion and were looking forward to them fighting. The white team and the black team weren't far away, so Ruan Yan's words naturally fell into Gu Yang's ears. Ruan Chu's calm state of mind when she saw the pastoral scenery had been disturbed, and she was a little frustrated. Ji Jingqi also frowned. However, Gu Yang spun the sickle in her hand and smiled gently. Cousin Ruan Yin thinks too highly of me. How can this be considered talent? Even if I haven't eaten pork before, I still know what a pig looks like, right? Cutting rice shouldn't be that difficult to understand, right? Ruan Yan's face darkened. Gu Yang scolded her for her low level of culture again. Ji Jingqi was about to retort when he heard Ruan Yan's words. Now that he heard Gu Yang's words, he immediately cooperated inside. Little fairy, some people might just find it difficult to understand. You don't understand. The level of education in our industry is generally not high. As soon as Ji Jingqi said this, not only Ruan Yin, but even Tang Xiaoqiao's expressions changed. He was scolding them all. However, they could not say anything. Regardless of Jingqi's status in the industry, it was a publicly recognized fact. After what Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi did, Ruan Yin, Tang Xiaoqiao, and the others felt a little awkward. They were too embarrassed to dawdle and went to cut the rice. After all, if they still pretended to be pampered and oblivious to farming, wouldn't they be the retards that Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi mentioned? Gu Yang's words hit the nail on the head. Isn't it easy to understand? Ruan Yin and Tang Xiaoqiao's conversation was so awkward that I nearly dug a big hole with my toes. I'm also embarrassed. I really don't understand why they're still showing off their superiority when their understanding is so low. Ha ha ha. Gee baby, don't forget that you're also from the industry. Are you so ruthless that you will resort to smearing yourself to scold someone? G baby is so hot when he's protecting little fairy. Is there anyone out there who likes this cute couple? I've already thought of the couple's name. The Jigu couple is in the spine. What spine couple? I'm afraid the person above is a foodie, right? G baby is the one and only. This guest from outside the industry should stop using his popularity. But speaking of which, Gu Yang does methodically cut the rice. It's not messy at all. Perhaps she's a good learner. Of course, Gu Yang wasn't born with farming skills. Even though she was the daughter of a top-notch family before she transmigrated. When she was young, she was picky about food and often wasteful. Her grandfather threw her into the fields to work for a few days. From then on, she had a deep impression. Even if she couldn't change her pickiness toward food, she didn't dare to waste it. Unlike the black group who were at a loss, Gu Yang divided the work. The 2 girls were in charge of cutting the rice, and the boys were in charge of moving the cut rice to the designated location. Previously, Gu Yang hadn't taught them how to cut rice. After all, cutting rice was indeed just a simple matter of using one's hands. She had only told them that the dust on the rice leaves would make their skin itchy, so no matter if it was cutting rice or moving it, they had to avoid the leaves and start from the rice stalks. Soon, when they were halfway through cutting the rice, the 4 members of the black team began to feel an itch in their arms and legs. They could not help but scratch them with their hands. In particular, the 2 female celebrities, Ruan Yin and Tang Xiaoqiao, had delicate skin and quickly got a lot of red marks from scratching. On the other hand, because of Gu Yang's previous guidance, the white team didn't get much dust from the rice leaves. The audience in the live stream quickly realized. What's wrong with Yin Yin's skin? Is she allergic? The production team is simply inhumane. They actually let her do such rough work. Speaking of which, why is the white team fine? I'm suddenly starting to come up with conspiracy theories. You can even come up with such a conspiracy theory. I'm dying of laughter. Some people's fans should just stop talking, okay? It just makes you look stupid. Didn't someone say before that there's dust on the rice leaves that will make one's skin itchy? The white team cut the rice grains and grabbed the rice stalks below. The ones moving the rice grains are also holding them by the rice stalks. As for the black team, they directly grabbed the rice leaves as they worked. Won't they naturally itch? Chao Juning sent Ruan Yin to the shade of a tree at the edge of the field and said, Yin Yin, rest first. I'll take care of your work. Ruan Yin smiled and said, Thank you, Juning. Tang Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly at the side. I'm really envious that big sister Ruan Yin has a boyfriend like big brother Chao to dote on you. Unlike me, I can only do it myself. Xiao Xiao, I'll help you with your share. Go and rest in the shade. Wei Yuzhou took the initiative to take over Tang Xiao Xiao's work. Thank you, Brother Wei, Tang Xiao Xiao said obediently. If it was any other time, she would definitely refuse, but now, she really couldn't take it anymore. She wished she could go back and take a shower immediately. Yuzhou is still so gentlemanly. Oh my god. Yin Yin and brother-in-law are so sweet. They are a real item. How could Ruan Chu still have the cheek to say that she's Chao Juning's girlfriend? How funny. However, there was also an audience who scoffed at the comparison. Are they more delicate, or something? Gu Yang and Ruan Chu are both from rich families. If they can persevere, why can't they? I don't think there's a need to compete. The outcome is clear. The black team doesn't have intelligence and lacks cooperation. It's a pastoral variety show to begin with. If you are really delicate, don't go on the show. Where do you think you are? Some red carpet event? The two plots of land were not big, and the competition ended quickly. The result was obvious. The white group won. Director Chin did not immediately let everyone go back. Instead, he asked the local farmers invited by the production team to show the guests how to use the old machines to harvest rice. The live broadcast room was filled with a series of nostalgic comments. When we were young, there was no rice harvester in the village. After we cut the rice manually, we threshed the rice like this. At that time, I thought it was quite fun. Director Chen fanned himself with a cattail fan and said nostalgically, simple rice on the dining table has to be watered with sweat and hard work. Even if it's autumn harvest, there's endless sweat in the joy. The rice has to be cut, moved, and threshed. After that, there are still several processes to turn the golden rice into sparkling white rice on the dining table. The live stream was filled with comments again. This time, it was filled with cherished food. Seeing with one's own eyes was far better than just hearing about it. On the way back, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the surrounding golden rice fields. After returning to the farmyard, Director Chun let everyone return to their rooms to wash up before gathering in the courtyard. He coughed lightly. The white team won today's rice harvesting competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 guests applauded at the same time. Now, let's reveal the rewards for winning the competition. At this moment, an advertisement was broadcasted in the live stream. I wonder what Dogshin will do now. TSK, is someone going to starve again? Dog Chun is notorious for his evil deeds. He's ruthless and it's common for people to starve. After the advertisement ended, the scene in the live stream became a kitchen. However, the kitchen was clearly divided into 2 parts. On the left side was an electric rice cooker, an induction cooker, an electric oven, and so on. On the right side was an earth stove that needed to be heated. Director Chin did not keep them in suspense and directly announced, the winner will have electric cooking utensils, and the loser will have an earthen stove. Tonight, you have to do everything yourself and be independent. The ingredients will be provided by the production team. There are a limited number of them. You have to strike first. Director Chen pointed at the fridge filled with ingredients by the wall. After saying this, he retreated to the side. As soon as Director Chen finished speaking, the 8 guests rushed to the fridge at the same time and quickly chose the ingredients they needed. Dogshin is still Dogshin. The white team is fine, but the black team is in trouble. They use an earthen stove and have to chop firewood themselves. I suspect that the black team won't be able to eat dinner tonight. I think differently. I suspect they can't even start a fire. The white team doesn't need to start a fire. They just need electricity. But can their cooking be eaten? When it comes to Fushang and Best Actor G, one can burn the food while cooking and the other can burn them into charcoal. As for the 2 young ladies, they probably haven't entered the kitchen, right? Fu Sheng relied on his height advantage to successfully take all the ingredients on the top layer. The others also fought over the vegetables. After all, they were all celebrities. To maintain their figures, they needed to control their diet. The best way was to choose ingredients with low calories. Only Gu Yang didn't hesitate to take away the low number of meat ingredients. The production team is too much. There's 80% vegetarian food in the fridge. Director Chun. Celebrities have to control their diet. They can't eat too many calories. I'm definitely not trying to save money. TSK. Didn't those investors bring in more funds for the production team for putting in the ladies? Director Chun is still so stingy. Little fairy. I'm not an artist, so I don't need to diet. Happily eat meat. Whether it can be cooked and eaten is another matter. I think the black team is smarter. They snatched more cucumbers and lettuce that can be eaten raw. Even if they don't know how to cook, they can still make pickles. Not long after, the fridge was emptied. Gu Yang, Ruan Chu, and the rest placed the ingredients together. Fu Sheng had snatched half of the ingredients and was quite pleased with himself. We have enough ingredients to make 2 dinners. At this moment, Director Chun suddenly said faintly, a warm reminder. According to the production team's principle of cherishing food, the ingredients snatched must not be wasted. Otherwise, there will be punishment. Fu Sheng suddenly looked at Director Chen. The audience in the live broadcast room was amused by Fu Sheng's expression, which could be said to be a 180-degree change. Ha ha ha, Sheng's expression is too funny. His face is saying, Director Chen, are you kidding me? However, what Director Chen said makes sense. After all, he advocated cherishing food during the day. He can't slap his own face, right? Fu Sheng touched his nose and looked at the ingredients in front of him before looking away. I'll go cook. He could forget about cooking. However, when he turned around, he realized that Ji Jingqi was already washing rice. Fu Sheng, ha ha ha. Fu Sheng, Best Actor Ji, why are you doing this to me? Best Actor Ji, you're not the only one who knows his limits. Although Fu Sheng cooks badly, at least it's edible. I don't think T-Baby's food is even edible. Fu Sheng finally looked at Gu Yang and Ruan Chu. He hesitated for a moment, as if he had made a huge decision. Forget it. I'll cook. You guys go wash the ingredients. Ruan Chu's eyelids twitched. She had watched the previous seasons of Drinking in the Countryside and knew how terrible Fu Sheng's cooking was. When she looked at Gu Yang again, she had never seen her enter the kitchen. Ruan Chu originally wanted to keep a low profile. She just wanted to complete the mission Gu Yang gave her and survive the next 2 days. But now, she felt that if she didn't stand up, she probably wouldn't even be able to eat dinner tonight. I'll do it, Ruan Chu volunteered. Fu Sheng was delighted at first, but when he saw Ruan Chu, he hesitated. Why don't I do it? He felt that if he cooked it, it would at least be edible. Ruan Chu said, I can cook. Although Fu Sheng was astonished, he was still pleasantly surprised by Ruan Chu's firm reply. He immediately ran to wash the ingredients. All right, I'll leave the cooking to you later. On the stove beside them, 2 boys were still starting the fire. Their faces were covered in dust. Ruan Yin and Tang Xiao were quietly washing the ingredients, but they were paying attention to what the white team was saying. Tang Xiao was a little surprised. I didn't expect a rich young lady like Big Sister Ruan Chu to know how to cook. Big Sister Ruan Yin, you're her sister. Have you tried her cooking before? She looked at Ruan Yin curiously. Disdain flashed across Ruan Yin's eyes. This is the first time I've heard that sister knows how to cook. It's over. Don't tell me Ruan Chu has bitten off more than she can chew. Ruan Yin is her sister. Ruan Yin should know very well if she knows how to cook. If you don't know how to cook, then go to the side. Don't act so much. Let Fu Sheng do it. The food he makes is at least edible. She's probably doing this for more camera time. After all, Chao Juning and Ruan Yin ignored her. I've already thought of the script. When cooking, the pot will be on fire. When water is poured, the fire will be even bigger. The dishes will be burnt. The fans will think that it's interesting. The others will smile on the surface, but when they eat, they will curse. Ruan Chu, get lost. Don't make G Baby unable to eat. The white team's rice was prepared by G Baby. It depends on G Baby if you want to eat or not, right? Gu Yang took the basket and went to wash the ingredients with Fu Sheng. She glanced at Ruan Yin and Tang Xiao, who were also washing the ingredients. It's normal that cousin Ruan Yin doesn't know. After all, you've only been back to the Ruan family for 2 to 3 years. Now, she was even expelled from the Ruan family. Ruan Yin sensed that Gu Yang was about to say something, so she suddenly raised her voice and interrupted her. Gu Yang. Everyone in the kitchen was shocked, especially Tang Xiao, who was beside Ruan Yin. Oh my god. I was wearing earphones and Ruan Yin's scream scared me. Why is Ruan Yin suddenly screaming? I heard that Ruan Yin is the Ruan family's illegitimate daughter. She was only brought back 2 years ago. Gu Yang probably poked her sore spot. TSK. But Gu Yang is telling the truth. Ruan Yin has only returned to the Ruan family for a few years, and she doesn't have a good relationship with Chu Chu. Even if Chu Chu knows how to cook, she probably doesn't know, right? How could she make snide remarks about Chu Chu? Gu Yang smiled gently at Ruan Yin's fiery gaze. Cousin Ruan Yin, don't be so fierce to me. Otherwise, she might accidentally reveal that matter. Although Gu Yang didn't say the last sentence, Ruan Yin could tell from her expression. Ruan Yin secretly gritted her teeth. Although she was angry, she didn't dare to say anything. It was not a glorious thing for her to be expelled from the Ruan family, so the family did not announce it to the public. Her fans, friends, and even her boyfriend, Chao Juning, did not know about this. She knew very well that without her status as the daughter of the Ruan family, she would not be able to stand firm in the entertainment industry. Therefore, she did not want anyone to know that she had been expelled from the Ruan family. Moreover, she would return to the Ruan family sooner or later. Yin, are you all right? Chao Juning walked to Ruan Yin's side, his eyes filled with concern. When Ruan Yin saw him, she smiled and shook her head. Her gaze swept across Ruan Chu, who was busworking. A cold glint flashed across her eaves. She held Chao Juning's hand and walked towards the stove beside Ruan Chu. She said happily, Juning, I like cold salad. Can you make some for me? Ruan Chu, who was cutting potatoes, suddenly paused. Fortunately, Gu Yang pulled her hand away in time, preventing the kitchen knife from cutting her finger. Ruan Chu came back to her senses and looked at the kitchen knife on the chopping board with lingering fear. Ruan Yin noticed Ruan Chu's movements, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She was instantly in a good mood. At the same time, she worked even harder to laugh and show off her loving relationship with Chao Juning. Chao Juning looked at Ruan Yin with a smile and said gently, I know you like to eat cold salad, so I specially learned to prepare it at home. I'll make it for you in a while. Ruan Yin noticed that Ruan Chu's face was getting paler and paler, and the smile on her face became brighter. Thank you, Juning, but I don't like coriander. Chao Juning replied, Okay, no coriander then. Coincidentally, I don't like coriander either. Ruan Chu stood in front of the chopping board in a daze, her hand tightly gripping the handle of the kitchen knife. She was so frustrated that she even wanted to swing the kitchen knife at the adulterous couple. In the past, when she was with Chao Juning knew that she liked to eat cold salad, so he specially went to learn for her. Every summer, when the weather was hot and she had no appetite, Chao Juning would personally cook some dishes. He knew that she liked to eat coriander, so he specially planted coriander on the balcony. Back then, because she insisted on entering the entertainment industry, she fell out with her family and ran away from home. Only he accompanied her when she was at her most isolated and helpless, encouraging her unconditionally to support her. He said that he would only do those things for her. Ruan Chu sneered in her heart. All his gentleness towards her was based on her status as the eldest daughter of the Ruan family. She held the kitchen knife and kept cutting the potatoes. Cousin, the shredded potatoes are about to be chopped into mashed potatoes, Gu Yang reminded faintly. Ruan Chu stopped in embarrassment. Perhaps it was because Gu Yang had interrupted, but the frustration in her heart dissipated a little. Gu Yang shook her head and pointed at the shredded potatoes. Cousin, your cutting skills aren't good. Look, the shredded potatoes here are twice as thick as here. And here, they're all cut into triangles. When Ruan Chu heard Gu Yang's nitpicking, the anger that had just subsided instantly rose. She pressed the knife on the chopping board and glared at Gu Yang angrily. If you're so good, you do it. Gu Yang really had the ability to break through people's defenses at any time. Ruan Yin had tried her best to anger her, wanting to see her lose her composure. She had restrained herself, but in the end, her defense was broken by Gu Yang. Fu Sheng frowned and was about to persuade Gu Yang not to cause trouble when he saw Gu Yang pick up a kitchen knife and quickly cut the remaining 2 potatoes into even shreds. All the words that Fu Sheng wanted to say slipped back into his throat. He looked at the neatly arranged shredded potatoes and then at the pile of shredded potatoes that Ruan Chu had cut. He realized that after comparison, the shredded potatoes that Ruan Chu had cut looked bad no matter how he looked at them. Even Ruan Chu fell silent. It was indeed pleasing to the eye when it was cut evenly. Everyone had OCD, but the degree was different. Gu Yang knew this very well, so she wasn't surprised by their reactions. After Ji Jingqi started the rice cooker, he walked over and was surprised. "Little fairy, your cutting skills are amazing." The production team's camera time was limited. They had to get as much camera time of Ji Jingqi as they could, so as soon as he came over, the cameras were aimed at him. The photographer gave a close-up of the shredded potatoes. The light yellow potatoes were slender and even and stacked neatly. The OCD patient felt very comfortable after seeing it. This thickness is even as if it's measured with a ruler. Gu Yang's cutting skills are indeed impressive. "Cousin, what do you think of my cutting?" Gu Yang's smile was as warm and bright as a small sun. Ruan Chu pouted. "It's all right." Gu Yang smiled and said, "Cousin, if you work carefully, you can also cut well. As for those that were cut out because of a moment of error, there's no need to keep them around since they are eyesores. Make them into mashed potatoes." Ruan Chu was stunned. She suddenly looked at Gu Yang and instantly understood what she meant. After a long time, she lowered her eyes. "You're right." Ruan Chu took out the affected potato shreds and used them alone to make mashed potatoes. The frustration in her heart was swept away. In the past, she had fallen in love with Chao Juning because of her bad taste in men. Now that she had seen through him clearly, there was no need to think about it. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning were eyesores, so there was no need to show mercy. The cold salad from the black team was quickly prepared. The cameraman gave a close-up of the cold salad and then swept the camera over the 4 people who were sampling it. Tang Xiaoqiao smiled secretly and said, "Brother Wei, we all benefited from big sister Ruan Yin today." Wei Yuzhou munched on the salad and nodded in response to Tang Xiaoqiao's words. Chao Juning smiled modestly and gently. Then, he picked up the cold salad and handed it to Ruan Yin. "Yin Yin, try it. Does it suit your taste?" "Ah, big brother and big sister are so loving. I love seeing Ruan Yin and Chao Juning interacting as a couple. How can Ruan Chu have the cheek to say that she's Chao Juning's girlfriend?" The black team is still the smartest. It's not difficult to make a cold salad, and the probability of failing is low. Moreover, they cook quickly. As for the white team, who knows when they will be able to eat if they let the 2 young ladies mess around. G Baby has to wait for his food, but to no avail. I feel sorry for him. Why do I feel that Ji Jingqi is not waiting for food, but for his little fairy? Although Gu Yang's cutting skills are all right in the white team, no matter how good the ingredients are cut, they can't be eaten. Moreover, no matter how good the cutting is, once Ruan Chu cooks it, there won't be any beauty left, right? Ruan Yin walked towards the white team with a plate of cold salad. "Best actor Ji, Senior Fu Sheng, do you want to try our team's cold salad?" "Yang Yang, big sister, why don't you stop working? Let's try this together." Yin Yin is so magnanimous. She even personally delivered food when she saw that the team was hungry. TSK, what magnanimity. Ruan Yin is clearly trying to annoy her. She clearly knows that Ruan Chu likes Chao Juning, but she deliberately used Chao Juning's cold salad to provoke Ruan Chu. Ruan Yin didn't do anything wrong. Ruan Chu tried to get into their relationship. She's doing the right thing by being vicious. Ruan Chu knew that Ruan Yin was deliberately provoking her again. She sneered and opened the pot. "No need. Our dishes are ready." The fragrance instantly spread. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Ji Jingqi, who was leaning against the door with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "What smells so good?" Fu Sheng was originally walking towards Ruan Yin to take the cold salad, but smelled the sweet fragrance and turned around. He also came to Ruan Chu's side and was a little surprised. Fish-flavored shredded pork? When she saw Fu Sheng walking over, she wanted to pass him the cold salad, But Ruan Yan's hand froze in the air seeing Fu Sheng turn around. How awkward. The moment Ruan Yin handed it over, Fu Sheng turned around. Isn't Fu Sheng too much? Yin Yin was kind enough to give food to him, but he actually embarrassed Yin Yin like this. Fu Sheng didn't do it on purpose. He didn't see it. Ruan Yan's fans shouldn't hold it against Fu Sheng. Speaking of which, aren't you curious about Ruan Chu's cooking? Even Best Actor Ji thinks it smells good. Looks like Ruan Chu's culinary skills are not bad. Of course, there were also people who disagreed. Maybe it's just the fragrance? Anyway, I don't believe that Ruan Chu's food can be delicious. Ruan Chu used the ingredients to make more than one dish. She arranged the snow-white plates one by one and placed the dishes inside one by one. Her movements were smooth, and it was obvious that she often cooked. Chao Juning looked at Ruan Chu and frowned slightly. A trace of ridicule flashed across his eyes. Could Ruan Chu's food be eaten? In the past, when he was with Ruan Chu, the noble young lady, had lowered herself to cook for him once. The food she made looked good and smelled good, but it was either bland or salty. She even treated sugar as salt. From then on, he would rather order takeout than let her cook again. What Chao Juning didn't know was that it was Ruan Chu's first time cooking for someone. It was also after that she learned how to cook behind his back for 2 years. She wanted to give him a surprise. Before he could get a surprise, he cheated on Ruan Chu with Ruan Yin. Ruan Chu made a total of 5 dishes and used up all the ingredients that the white team had snatched. The camera panned over them one by one. The mashed potatoes were tender, yellow, and sticky. They were decorated with green onions and soaked in sauce. The braised pork was fat and thin. It was glossy and moist, and its color was bright red. Just looking at it, people could tell it was soft and tender. It was fat but not greasy. The blanched okra was verdant and eye-catching, and decorated with garlic. The eggplant and sauce was golden red. It's late at night and she's poisoning us. I can smell the fragrance even through the screen. SK. Not to mention anything else, the appearance alone is really good. I instantly have an appetite. I can't talk anymore. I'll order takeout first. Takeout +1, maybe it's just because it looks good. That braised pork is so fat. It's obvious that it's greasy. Which artist present would dare to eat it? Am I the only one who suspects that those dishes are even cooked? If there's a problem with the food, can Ruan Chu bear the responsibility? I'll bet a bag of spicy sticks that the white team won't be able to finish all the dishes. She did not stay and embarrass herself. On the white team's side, Ruan Chu served the dishes. After they filled their bowls with rice, they gathered around to eat. Gu Yang wasn't an artist, so she didn't have to worry about weight control and tasted every dish. She had always been picky about food, and her taste was very particular. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specially asked Gu Jin for a membership card to satisfy her appetite. Initially, she thought that as long as Ruan Chu's food was edible, it would be fine. However, she did not expect that the food would surprise her. Gu Yang ate, her face slightly puffed up like a little squirrel, her eyes bright. It's delicious. Ruan Chu snorted. It's all right. In order to control their diet, Fu Sheng and Ji Jingqi rarely touched meat. They only ate low-calorie mashed potatoes and blanched okra obediently, but seeing how happily Gu Yang was eating, the fragrance of braised pork and fish-flavored shredded meat hooked their stomachs. The two of them tried their utmost not to be tempted until they couldn't help themselves. When Ji Jingqi reached out to pick up the braised pork, he said confidently, "I'll only try one piece." Fu Sheng chimed in, "Me too." Then, their chopsticks didn't stop. The audience in the live stream was stunned. Didn't Ji Baby promise only one piece? Watch out. Your agent might call you tonight. Fu Sheng, do you want to enter the gym again? Why are you eating so much braised pork? This is killing me. You say you don't want it, but your body is very honest. FCK, I'm hungry just watching a live broadcast. At that moment, I almost thought that this was a gourmet live broadcast room. As a fan of Ruan Chu, this is the first time I know that Chu's culinary skills are so good. I'm shocked. So the daughter of a wealthy family can cook personally? Ha ha ha, cousin is too cute when she eats obediently. As for those people saying her culinary skills are no good, do your faces hurt now? Even someone as picky as Best Actor Ji thinks that Ruan Chu's food is delicious. It can be seen that Ruan Chu's culinary skills are indeed very good. With the comparison of the white team, I suddenly feel that the cold salad of the black team is a little boring. Previously, Ruan Yin was in a hurry to give them the food. She was really asking to be humiliated. Indeed, before Ruan Chu's dishes were served, Tang Xiao Xiao, Wei Yuzhou, and the others thought that Chao Juning's cold salad was not bad. But now, after smelling the fragrance of the hot dishes from the white team and looking at the cold salad in the bowl, they suddenly felt that they were tasteless. However, the white team was focused on snatching the food. Although Tang Xiaoqiao and Wei Yuzhou wanted some as well, they were too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for food. Ruan Yan's face darkened. She slammed the bowl on the table and lost her appetite. She looked at Chao Juning. She remembered that he had once despised Ruan Chu's cooking skills. What was going on now? Chao Juning saw the questioning look in Ruan Yan's eyes and said in a low voice, "The food that Ruan Chu cooked back then was hard to swallow. I don't know how it became like this now. Maybe she went to learn cooking later." The white team didn't seem to be acting, and even if Guyang acted with Ruan Chu, Fu Shang, and Ji Jingqi would not bother helping to pretend. He was a little displeased that Ruan Chu had suppressed him, but when he thought about how Ruan Chu had secretly learned how to cook for him, Chao Juning was secretly proud. Now that Ruan Chu was showing off her culinary skills in front of him, was she trying to get his attention again? Not to mention the black team. Even the production team's director Chen and the others were attracted by the food of the white team. Chen Guo was a casual person. When he smelled the fragrance from the white team's food, he immediately put down the bento box in his hand and walked towards the white team's table. "You guys snatched 2 portions of ingredients. It's too inhumane for you to finish them all at once. I've decided." Director Chen looked at the dining table and his eyelids jumped. His voice suddenly rose. "What? You guys finished eating?" The cameraman's camera swept past Director Chen, who had a look of disbelief on his face. The camera then landed on the dining table. There was only sauce left on the 5 plates, and all the dishes had been swept clean by the 4 of them. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Dog Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a day." However, the white team's combat power is a little strong. Dog Chen said that it was the number of ingredients for 2 meals, but they actually finished it all? Boo-hoo, I also want to try Miss Ruan Chu's cooking. Fu Sheng awkwardly wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked away as if he didn't see Director Chen's slightly accusing gaze. Ji Jingqi burped softly and looked up at the ceiling in satisfaction. At the same time, he reached out to touch his stomach, as if he could tell he had gotten fat. Ruan Chu had been in a daze ever since everyone started fighting over the food. Even now, she was still in a daze as she looked at the plate that had been eaten until there was only sauce left. Was the food she made so delicious? Seeing that no one was paying attention to Director Chen, Guyang kindly helped him ease the awkwardness. Hence, she opened her clear and innocent eyes and continued Director Chen's unfinished sentence. "Director Chen, have you decided to help us wash the dishes?" Yes. Director Chen was in an awkward situation because no one was paying attention to him. When he suddenly heard Gu Yang's question, in order to get rid of the awkwardness, he subconsciously agreed. After he realized what he had said and wanted to change his words, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Director Chen." Ruan Chu instantly chimed in. "Thank you, Director Chen." Fu Sheng and Ji Jingqi also looked at Director Chen in unison. "Thank you, Director Chen." Director Chen. He wanted to curse, but he didn't know if he should say it out loud. Ha ha ha, Little Fairy is really a talent. I've watched Dog Chen torture the guests for so many episodes, but this is the first time I've seen Dog Chen get killed. I'm dying of laughter. The white team's reaction is amazing. Their coordination is too good. Director Chen. I've made a mistake. His plans backfired on him. Dog Chen also has such a day. However, Little Fairy tricked Dog Chen like this. Aren't you afraid of being sent to pick up cow dung tomorrow? Dog Chen is the most vengeful. Warning, Little Fairy picks up cow dung. As a result, the floating comments in the live stream were almost dominated by cow dung warnings. The source of this joke was that a certain award-winning actress had once despised Director Chen for not giving her camera time and assignments that would make greater talking points. Hence, she courted death and angered Director Chen. Then, Director Chen simply let her do the task of picking up cow dung. Director Chen sneered. Didn't you want popularity and topics? Wasn't it enough for the award-winning actress to pick up cow dung? In the end, as the movie queen wished, the topic of her picking up cow dung became a trending topic. Director Chun looked at Gu Yong bitterly. When he met her innocent expression, he chuckled in his heart. He felt that Gu Yong was quite suitable to enter the entertainment industry. Even he almost believed her innocent expression. In the living room of the Ruan family mansion, Old Master Ruan was watching the live broadcast with the butler on his tablet. The butler was very surprised. "I didn't expect Miss to be so good at cooking." Old Master Ruan's eyes were filled with resentment as he said faintly, "This is also the first time I know that Chu Chu can cook." He had never eaten his granddaughter's cooking before, but he didn't expect Gu Yong and the rest to eat it ahead of him. The butler immediately understood what Old Master Ruan meant and comforted him. "Old Master, eldest Miss must have just learned it not long ago and is too embarrassed to cook for you." Old Master Ruan raised his eyebrows and instantly felt at ease. He nodded, feeling that it made sense. Yes, Chu Chu must have only learned how to cook recently. Now, she's just testing it on Gu Yong and the rest. At this time, in the variety show, Fu Shang happened to ask Ruan Chu how she could cook so well and how many years she had spent learning to cook. Ruan Chu said, "A couple of years. I learned from a few chefs." Old Master Ruan. After dinner, the live broadcast room was not closed. The guests had been busy for the entire day and were resting and chatting in the garden. The summer night was cool, and the sound of cicadas flowed out from the dense branches. Fu Sheng wasn't the only one asking questions. The other guests were also listening to Ruan Chu talk about her culinary skills. Hearing the names of some famous chefs, Fu Sheng nodded excitedly. "No wonder I felt that the fish-flavored shredded pork was so familiar. It was taught by that Sichuan cuisine chef. I'm from the same province and have liked the food from the restaurant since I was young." Although the others were not familiar with the chefs that Ruan Chu mentioned, they did not want to appear ignorant, so they secretly checked the names online. As expected, they found out that they were all culinary experts. Not only the guests, but many of the audience in the live stream also went to investigate. Copy and paste the information of those masters. TSK, they're all culinary experts. I have to say, Ruan Chu's connections are quite impressive. Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Hunan cuisine. Ruan Chu has dabbled in a lot of things. I suddenly feel that if Ruan Chu can't survive in the entertainment industry, she can still become a food broadcaster. I'll be honest. Sister Ruan Chu, I want to be friends with you. I'm envious of Ruan Chu's future boyfriend. By the way, did Ruan Chu learn how to cook for Chao Juning? I heard that Chao Juning likes Sichuan cuisine the most. It's said that if you want to capture a man, you have to capture his stomach first. It's really hard to say. But if that's the case, has Ruan Chu liked Chao Juning for more than 2 years? No matter how much that mistress Ruan Chu does, Juning won't like her. She's a BTCH who wanted to steal her brother-in-law and should just die. Seeing that everyone's gaze seemed to be focused on Ruan Chu, Ruan Yan's fingers dug into Chao Juning's palm. Ever since she returned to the Ruan family, Ruan Chu had intentionally or unintentionally shown off her superiority in front of her. Is it starting again now? Ruan Yin pinched Chao Juning's hand. She only cared about venting and did not feel anything, but Chao Juning's face was slightly twisted in pain. Although he was angry with Ruan Yan's behavior, he did not dare to lose his temper with her. He could only remind her in a low voice. Ruan Yin came back to her senses and saw Chao Juning coaxing her in a low voice. Her expression improved a little. "Big sister, why did you specially look for the masters to learn culinary skills?" Ruan Yin pretended to be curious and asked the question that the audience in the live stream was curious about. However, she sneered in her heart. Ruan Chu probably learned culinary skills for Chao Juning. Unfortunately, Chao Juning was hers now. As soon as these words were spoken, the guests present smelled the smell of gunpowder. Their gazes lingered between Ruan Chu, Ruan Yin, and Chao Juning. Ruan Yin and Ruan Chu obviously didn't get along. She probably asked this because it had something to do with Chao Juning. Chao Juning also looked at Ruan Chu, looking forward to her answer. Gu Yang sat on the swing in the courtyard, swaying from time to time, but her gaze landed on Ruan Chu, not missing her every expression. "Don't disappoint me, cousin. Ruan Chu seemed to have expected Ruan Yin to ask this question and was not surprised. Although she did learn it for Chao Juning at first, she later fell in love with the feeling of cooking delicacies. Her expression was normal. If you want to learn, so be it. Is there a problem? Ruan Chu learned culinary skills for Chao Juning, right? If it's really that simple, why would she specially learn from so many great teachers? Is she forcing a smile now? She deserves to be stabbed in the heart for interfering in her little sister's relationship. Ruan Yan's fans are really shameless. So what if Chu Chu is rich and willful? I know your idol is an illegitimate daughter, so she naturally can't visit so many famous teachers just because you want to. If you want to learn, then learn. TSK, you can't say that without some money. Those are basically the culinary masters with imperial chefs in their families, not some new culinary school. In the live broadcast room, Ruan Yan's fans scolded Ruan Chu for being a mistress, while Ruan Chu's fans scolded Ruan Yan for being an illegitimate daughter. The fans of the other families and passers-by watched the commotion. In the Ruan family mansion, Old Master Ruan personally used his alternative account to angrily rebuke the netizens. My Chu Chu isn't a mistress. Is Chao Juning worthy of my Chu Chu? Only Ruan Yin, that illegitimate daughter, would like such trash. My Chu Chu is truly the daughter of the Ruan family. She's not someone that illegitimate daughter can compare to. Of course, her resources are good. Old Master Ruan rebuked every single one of the haters, but he was still angry, so he called the butler along. Do you have an account for the Grape app? No? Hurry up and register one. Help me scold those haters for Chu Chu. The butler said. Old Master, there's something called paid posters in the entertainment industry. Therefore, there was no need for him to put on his armor and go into the battlefield personally. Old Master Ruan was enlightened. He looked at the butler approvingly and called his son-in-law Gu Xiaoming. As one of the 4 entertainment giants, Xiaofeng Entertainment naturally had a lot of paid posters. On the other side, in the living room of the Gu residence, Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming were also watching the live broadcast. Not only them, but even the maids and servants of the Gu family were watching the live broadcast on their phones. As Ruan Shuling sent comments praising Gu Yang, she sighed at Gu Xiaoming. Fortunately, Ruan Chu knows how to cook. Otherwise, what if Yang Yang gets hungry? No matter how I look at it, Yang Yang is still the prettiest. She's beautiful and kind. As expected of my daughter, she inherited it from me. Gu Xiaoming, how could it be inherited if they weren't related by blood? Gu Xiaoming nodded calmly on the surface. At the same time, he found Ruan Chu more pleasing to the eye. At that moment, he received a call from Old Master Ruan. When he heard the request, he was a little surprised. All right, no problem. We're all family. There's no need to pay anything. Just treat it as a son-in-law showing respect to you. Hence, Gu Xiaoming called Xiaofeng Entertainment. Get rid of the malicious comments against Ruan Chu and Gu Yang. Because of Xiaofeng Entertainment's army of paid posters, the negative comments in the live stream were quickly drowned out. They were replaced by praises like Little Fairy Gu Yang is kind and beautiful and Ruan Chu's culinary skills are superb. The fans and haters who were trying their best to defame Ruan Chu and Gu Yang looked at the comments flooding the screen. The enemy was coming at them aggressively. How could they scold them? Ruan Yin saw that no matter how she tried to provoke Ruan Chu with Chao Juning, it was useless. Instead, she was filled with anger. At the same time, she was puzzled. Not long ago, she had mentioned something related to Chao Juning to Ruan Chu. Ruan Chu was easily angered and would even attack her. Why was she so calm now? Moreover, she remembered that she had seen medicine to suppress depression in Ruan Chu's room. Her emotions shouldn't be so stable. The live broadcast won't end until 9 o'clock. There's still more than an hour left. Shall we play a game? Wei Yuzhou suggested with a smile. Tang Xiaoqiao revealed a sweet smile. I agree with Brother Wei. Brother, sister, and Sister Gu Yang, let's stop chatting and play a game instead. Okay, what are we playing? Ji Jingqi was disinterested and sleepy like a cat. He only raised his eyes slightly. How about truth or dare? Tang Xiaoqiao tilted her head and asked quietly. Sure. Fu Shang had always taken care of his sister, Tang Xiaoqiao. Hearing her suggestion, he immediately agreed. The others naturally had no objections. Wei Yuzhou borrowed a deck of poker cards from the production team. Then, everyone sat together to discuss. Anna simply set the rules of the game. Wei Yuzhou shuffled the cards and said, "Each of us will draw a poker card. Based on the order of Big Joker, Little Joker, King, Queen, Jack, 10, 9, 2, and Ace. The big one can ask the small one a question or specify the content of the dare. In addition, the suit goes from big to small, ace, hearts, clubs, diamonds. If you really can't answer truth or do the dare, you'll have to punish yourself with a cup of alcohol." The rules of the game were similar, so everyone naturally had no objections. Hence, the first round quickly began. The 8 guests drew their cards in order. As they were not playing cards, they directly showed their cards after drawing them. Most of the people drew medium-sized cards until Ruan Yin drew a gray-white little joker. Sister Ruan Yin is so lucky. Tang Xiao Xiao secretly pinched the 3 clubs in her hand. At the moment, she had the smallest card. Ruan Yin raised her eyebrows. Then, she saw Ruan Chu pull out an ace of diamonds. The guests present were stunned. Their gazes could not help but shift between Ruan Chu and Ruan Yin. Were these 2 sisters going to fight again? The corners of Ruan Yin's lips curled up. She couldn't wait. "Big sister, do you choose truth or dare?" Whether it was truth or dare, she had the ability to embarrass Ruan Chu. Ji Jingqi frowned and reminded her, "Little Fairy hasn't drawn her card yet." Guyang was an ordinary person who didn't have any status, so she naturally drew the last card. But it wasn't just Ruan Yin. Everyone else subconsciously ignored her. After all, Ruan Yin had drawn the second largest little joker. If nothing went wrong, she should be the one with the biggest card in this round. Unless Guyang drew the big joker, but with just this deck, the probability of drawing it in the same round wasn't high. "Cousin, it doesn't matter if you draw." Guyang took out the next poker card and raised an eyebrow at Ruan Yin, but there was no surprise in her eyes. "I'm the big joker." Ruan Yin's voice stopped abruptly. For a moment, she was actually a little embarrassed. Little Fairy's luck is really good. Ji Jingqi was a little surprised. Guyang smiled and didn't say anything. Other than the fact that she had transmigrated into a book after inheriting billions of assets, her luck was indeed not bad. I can feel Ruan Yin's embarrassment through the screen. Although, I'm looking forward to Ruan Yin and Ruan Chu fighting. If it were Guyang asking Ruan Chu, the questions she would ask wouldn't be that explosive. Ruan Chu's tense nerves relaxed a little. She thought that Guyang wouldn't deliberately sabotage her like Ruan Yin, so she said calmly, "I choose truth." However, Guyang asked, "Cousin, do you still like Chao Juning? Ruan Chu?" She retracted her previous thoughts. Guyang could still sabotage her. The guests present seemed to have smelled the scent of gossip. Their gazes lingered on Chao Juning and Ruan Yin for a while, then fixed on Ruan Chu, their eyes revealing a nosy glint. The floating comments in the live stream suddenly increased. Is something explosive that I've been looking forward to for the entire day finally happening? Let's watch from the front row. Does she still like him? Does that mean that Ruan Chu liked Chao Juning before? Does that mean that Ruan Chu still likes Chao Juning even though she knows that he is Ruan Yan's boyfriend? I thought Guyang and Ruan Chu were on good terms. I didn't expect Guyang to mention this before Ruan Yin did. As expected of a fake sisterhood from a wealthy family. What kind of sisterhood can a wealthy family have? Guyang was on good terms with Ruan Yin back then and even helped her testify that Chao Juning was her boyfriend. But not long after, the news of Ruan Yin giving Guyang lead-mercury-tainted skincare products broke out. Previously, Guyang stood on Ruan Yin's side, but in the blink of an eye, she got back together with Ruan Chu. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell how fake these cousins' relationship is. The person in front, I don't agree with your point of view. Ruan Yin has already harmed Guyang so much, so why should Guyang still treat her as a sister? Perhaps it was through that incident that Guyang recognized Ruan Yin's true colors and realized that Ruan Chu is the one who really treats her well? Haha, Ruan Chu treats her well. So is this how Guyang treats Ruan Chu? Isn't asking this question embarrassing Ruan Chu? I don't believe that Little Fairy would deliberately embarrass Ruan Chu. Little Fairy can even extend a helping hand to strangers. She seems to have such a good relationship with Ruan Chu. How could she harm her? I already said that Chu Chu isn't a mistress, let alone a third party. Ruan Yin is the third party. That BTCH Chao Juning dated Chu Chu secretly and didn't make it public. That's why Ruan Yin took advantage of her. Ruan Yin looked at Gu Yang in surprise and sneered in her heart. She knew it. How could that BTCH Gu Yang be sincere to Ruan Chu? Wasn't she planning to step on Ruan Chu now? Although Chao Juning did not look at Ruan Chu, he pricked up his ears to listen. Ruan Chu was surprised, but when she thought about it carefully, she was unexpectedly calm. I don't like him. Chao Juning suddenly looked at Ruan Chu, but he did not see the look of forced composure he was expecting. Ruan Chu met his surprised gaze and sneered. I don't think many people like cheating scumbags, right? Chao Juning's face turned cold. Ruan Chu. Ruan Yin held Chao Juning's arm and comforted him. Then, she looked at Ruan Chu and sighed. Big sister, you can't slander Juning just because he rejected you, right? Ruan Chu is so strong. She called Chao Juning a cheating scumbag in front of the live broadcast camera. Ruan Chu knew they were dating and still got in between them. How dare she scold him? He only has sister Yin Yin in his heart. After rejecting her, she slandered him because of love and hatred. Not long ago, Ruan Chu said that she was Chao Juning's girlfriend. Now, she's saying that she doesn't like Chao Juning. Why don't I believe that she's telling the truth? Didn't Ruan Chu say that Chao Juning cheated on her? If she was really Chao Juning's secret girlfriend before, even if she liked Chao Juning before, why would she still like a piece of trash now that Chao Juning has cheated on her? Just as the audience in the live stream was arguing in full swing, a light and gentle voice sounded with a hint of playfulness. Cousin Ruan Yin, why did you say that you were involved? Cousin Ruan Chu didn't say that your boyfriend is a cheating scumbag. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning's faces darkened. Recalling Ruan Chu's words carefully, she indeed did not say that Chao Juning cheated on her. However, anyone with ears could hear the meaning behind those words. Ruan Chu glanced at Ruan Yin and Chao Juning and snorted. Stop acting. You're overdoing it. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, but they knew that if they quarreled with Ruan Chu now, they would be at a disadvantage and become a joke for no reason. Fu Shang came out to smooth things over. Let's start the next round. This round will start with Gu Yang drawing cards. They didn't put back the cards they had drawn previously. Instead, they drew the cards that had already been shuffled. Gu Yang casually drew the King of Spades. Everyone was stunned. Little Fairy's luck is really good. After casually drawing, she got the biggest card again, Ji Jingqi said with a smile. Currently, Big Joker and Little Joker were already drawn in the first round. The biggest card left was the King of Spades. Fu Sheng spread out the two hearts he had just drawn in front of him. I worship the European king. Unlike me, I keep drawing small useless cards. In the second round, Chao Juning had the smallest hand. He didn't hesitate at all. I choose Dare. Gu Yang pursed her lips into a smile, looking obedient and gentle. Dare? Your cousin Ruan Yan's boyfriend, so we're all family. I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Gu Yang's words, Chao Juning became a little nervous. Ruan Yan's eyelids twitched as she had a bad feeling. Gu Yang twirled the poker card between her fingers. When the complicated patterns on the back of the poker card spun, it made one feel a little dizzy. Her tone was light and slow, making one feel relaxed. My dare is for you to open the photo album of your phone for us to see. Chao Juning and Ruan Yin heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Gu Yang would deliberately prank them or disgust them by saying something, like let Chao Juning kiss Ruan Chu or let Chao Juning say sweet nothings to Ruan Chu. Chao Juning nodded with a gentle smile and said, okay. Then, he slid open the phone screen and opened the photo album. At the same time, the camera of the production team also pointed at Chao Juning's phone photo album. However, when he opened the photo album and saw the indescribable photos in the photo album, Chao Juning suddenly woke up as if he had been splashed with cold water. He was a little flustered and wanted to close the application, but he accidentally clicked on a photo. The bright and beautiful woman in the red dress leaning against his shoulder was Ruan Chu. The guests had already gathered around when Chao Juning opened the photo album. At this moment, they also saw the indescribable photos of Ruan Yin and Chao Juning in the photo album, as well as this group photo with Ruan Chu that he accidentally opened. Everyone was a little embarrassed when they saw the photos in front, but when they saw Chao Juning accidentally click on Ruan Chu's group photo with him, all the awkwardness turned into shock. This is Ruan. For a moment, everyone looked at Chao Juning differently. Didn't Chao Juning say that he knew Ruan first and wasn't familiar with Ruan? They were already leaning on each other's shoulders, so how could he not be familiar with her? Moreover, the date stamp for the photo of him and Ruan was at the bottom of the photo album. It was obvious that the photo had been taken earlier than the recent private photo with Ruan. Chao Juning's heart was in a mess. He put away his phone in a panic and denied, "No, you saw wrongly." Frustrated and angry, he wondered how he'd been so confused for a moment that he'd forgotten there were so many private photos in the album. Ruan Yan's expression was ugly. It was not because of Ruan and Chao Juning's photos, but because Chao Juning actually kept a photo with Ruan. Although the photos of her and Chao Juning were very intimate, they were not clicked on. They were just thumbnails and could not be seen clearly in a flash. Moreover, they were a couple, so intimacy was normal. However, Chao Juning had left a photo of Ruan and had even opened it to enlarge it so that almost everyone could see it clearly. This was trouble. Director Chun had also witnessed the entire process and was equally shocked. The only thing he was glad about was that Chao Juning did not click on the private photos of him and Ruan Yan. Otherwise, this variety show would probably be banned. The audience in the live stream exploded when they saw Chao Juning open the photo album. FCK. Chao Juning is really brave. He actually dared to open the photo album for everyone to see. Little Fairy is still young. She doesn't know that a man's photo album can't be casually looked at crying and laughing. However, one of them really dares to ask, and the other dares to take a risk. Before Chao Juning opened the photo album, didn't he know? TSK. I didn't expect Ruan Yan to be so open-minded in private. She even took so many photos with Chao Juning. It's a pity he closed the app so quickly that I couldn't take a screenshot. Yin and Chao Juning are boyfriend and girlfriend. Isn't it normal to have such photos? Celebrities are also humans. Don't keep staring at other people's private lives. I don't care about those artistic photos. I'm just curious about the photo Chao Juning accidentally clicked on later. Is the woman in the red dress in the photo Ruan? Didn't Chao Juning say that she wasn't familiar with Ruan? Why is there a photo of her? And she's leaning against him. Don't talk nonsense. He just said that it's not Ruan. The person leaning on his shoulder must be Ruan Yan. Ruan and Ruan Yan are half-sisters. They more or less look alike. It's not surprising that she was mistaken. Ruan fans, stop trying to accuse him. How can he have a photo with her on his phone? Just because she has blonde wavy hair doesn't mean she is Ruan. But if it's Ruan Yan, is there a need for Chao Juning to turn off his phone in such a panic? This isn't one of those colored artistic photos. The live stream was in full swing, and the heat kept rising. Soon, relevant words appeared on the trending searches. Breaking news. The young hunk with the surname Chao opened the photo album and it was filled with private photos. Shocking. The female lead in Chao Juning's photo is actually Ruan. Chao Juning cheated. It's real. Although Chao Juning quickly turned off his phone during the live broadcast and denied that the female lead in the photo was Ruan, many netizens were quick to intercept with screenshots. Many marketing accounts even transformed into Sherlock Holmes and deduced all kinds of details. Entertainment Gossip v. There's a picture and the truth. Screenshot in Drinking in the Countryside's variety show. Chao Juning accidentally clicked on a group photo. The female lead was actually Ruan. In the photo, Ruan was leaning sweetly on Chao Juning's shoulder, and Chao Juning's hand was on her waist. The two of them were acting intimately, and it was suspected that they were a couple. However, Chao Juning had previously said in an interview that he was not familiar with Ruan. Was Ruan Chao Juning's ex-girlfriend, or was she a mistress? Entertainment Great Detective v. Video screenshot here is a video recording of when he went to check on Drinking in the Countryside. The previous video had been processed and played at 0.5 times the speed. The art photo that everyone wanted to see is still blurry dog head. It was obvious that Chao Juning and Ruan group photo was under the art photo with Ruan Yan. When the recording slowed down, the time on the photo album could be clearly seen. Ruan Yan's photo only appeared in the photo album in May this year. However, the photo of Chao Juning and Ruan was taken the previous August. In the previous interview, Chao Juning revealed that his relationship with Ruan Yan had only begun this year. In the screenshot, Chao Juning accidentally clicked on a photo. It was obviously Ruan Chu. Based on their intimacy, they were obviously a couple. Therefore, it was obvious that Ruan Chu should be Chao Juning's ex-girlfriend. Then, it was obvious who was the mistress. Entertainment Great Detective V was like a clear stream among the marketing accounts. It was rare for them to make private guesses. Most of the time, they used evidence to reason and facts to speak, so they were very trusted. The netizens who were watching the show exploded when they saw the long analysis. So, what Ruan Chu said before was true. Was she Chao Juning's girlfriend? Was Ruan Yin the third party? No matter who is the third party, Chao Juning is still a cheating scumbag. Chao Juning's fans should shut up too. Isn't it obvious enough? How can the contents of his photo album be faked? I remember Ruan Chu saying on Weibo that she and Chao Juning had been together for almost 3 years. She only kept it a secret for the sake of their careers. I didn't expect Chao Juning to make it official with Ruan Yin after cheating on Ruan Chu. He even denied her existence. I remember too, but at that time, almost no one believed Chu Chu. Chao Juning's fans even scolded Chu Chu for using him to create news. Ruan Yan's fans scolded Chu Chu for being a mistress, and even Gu Yang stood on Ruan Yan's side at that time and said that Chao Juning was Ruan Yan's boyfriend. FCK. So that's all true? Ruan Chu and Chao Juning had a relationship, but they hid it too well. Countless netizens who were watching the show dug up Ruan Chu and Chao Juning's previous Weibo posts. Upon closer inspection, they really found many clues. After the analysis of the blogger, all kinds of evidence were presented. Ruan Chu was Chao Juning's ex-girlfriend, and Ruan Yin was the mistress. These two things were verified. Many of Ruan Chu's fans had stopped liking her since Ruan Chu was forced to retreat from the circle due to online violence. Most of the remaining fans were die-hard fans. But these days, these die-hard fans had also been scolded because they supported Ruan Chu. Now that they saw Ruan Chu being avenged, many of them were so excited that they were about to cry. Everyone is finally seeing the true colors of the scumbag. Chu Chu is innocent. She was cheated on by her illegitimate sister and was framed as a mistress. How much has she suffered in those days? Scumbag, come out and apologize. Hug my Chu Chu. The scumbag doesn't deserve your love. Gummies will always believe you and will accompany and support you. Gummy was Ruan Chu's nickname for her fans. In addition to Ruan Chu's die-hard fans, some fans who had wrongly accused Ruan Chu and left the fan club also apologized and expressed their guilt. I'm sorry, Chu Chu. I believed what the marketing account said back then. I wronged you and even left the fan club to step on you. Now I know my mistake. I'm sorry. Chu Chu, I'm sorry. We wronged you. Boo-hoo, you've suffered. When Ruan Chu was scolded as a mistress, a large number of gummies left the fan club. Chao Juning and Ruan Yan's fans refused to let go. Now, the tables had turned. Chao Juning and Ruan Yan's fans were scolded until they could not breathe. There were also many fans who could not withstand the pressure and left. Among them, there was also a veteran fan of Chao Juning since he debuted who had left his fandom. Chao Juning, I've been a fan of you since you debuted 2 years ago. I've accompanied you through many storms in the past 3 years, but this time, I have to say goodbye to you. If I leave my fandom and don't step on you again, it can be considered the last bit of kindness. Finally, on behalf of some fans, I'm sorry to miss Ruan Chu. Scumbag. I hate these two-timing scumbags the most. I can't stop stepping on them after I quit being a fan. I don't need to be gentle to scumbags. Just take it that I was once a fan of a pile of HT. Ruan Yin really disgusts me. Under the deliberate guidance of Xiaofeng Entertainment's paid posters, public opinion developed very quickly. Everyone was almost on Ruan Chu's side. Ruan Chu's reversal also attracted the favor of many passers-by. Of course, with such a huge scandal crashing down, the traffic of drinking in the countryside also increased crazily. After the live broadcast ended that night, Director Chin looked at the data backstage and smiled from ear to ear. Director Chin originally thought thanks to the 2 major investors of this season, he would have a total of 4 burdens. The viewership ratings and popularity of this season would definitely be bleak. He could only rely on Ji Jingqi, the best actor, to extend the program's life. Unexpectedly, in just a day, Gu Yang was late for saving someone, and then Ruan Chu's mistress accusations were reversed. Drinking in the countryside became a trending topic twice, and its popularity increased compared to the previous seasons. Although Chao Juning and Ruan Yin were on the hot search list, they also contributed to the popularity. Even if the two of them were about to be scolded and cursed at, director Chen did not pity them. He even wanted to clap and cheer. Serves them right. That night, the netizens surfed and watched the news erupt. Things were equally tense at the farmyard. At 9 in the evening, Truth or Dare ended. After the production team put away the live broadcast equipment, it was time for the guests to rest. Without the camera, Chao Juning didn't care about his image anymore. His expression instantly darkened. He didn't need to look at his phone to guess how badly he would be scolded. Ruan Yin stared viciously at Gu Yang and Ruan Chu's figures. Only when the two of them entered the house did she turn to look at Chao Juning. The two of them walked to a remote corner under the moonlight. Ruan Yin held her phone in one hand and slapped Chao Juning with the other. Chao Juning, why do you still have that BTCH Ruan Chu's photo? Ruan Chu said on the show that she didn't like Chao Juning, but Chao Juning still had Ruan Chu's photo. It was proof that he still thought of her. Moreover, if it wasn't for that photo, how could Ruan Chu's matter be reversed? Chao Juning was stunned for a moment. He resisted the urge to hit her back. He lowered his eyes and said irritably, I don't know why Ruan Chu's photo appeared here. I clearly deleted it all back then. Yin Yin, you saw me delete it one by one. Ruan Yin clearly didn't believe him. Her tone was anxious and angry. Who knows if you've recovered them after deleting them? Look at what the internet is saying about me now. And where's your brain? How could you open the photo album just because Gu Yang asked you to? There are so many photos of us in the photo album. How dare you open them in front of the camera? Chao Juning was frustrated. He didn't know why he had made such a stupid mistake back then. Without thinking, he opened the photo album. He lowered his head and did not dare to reply, but his eyes were dark and forbearing. If not for the fact that he still had to use Ruan Yin and Ruan Yan's father's power, he would not have hung around. They were both daughters of the Ruan family. Chao Juning, you're the one who caused this matter. Now, it has implicated my reputation. Think about how to resolve it. It's fine if you continue to smear and attack Ruan Chu. It's also fine if you take all the blame. Don't implicate me. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Ruan Yin left after saying this. Now that Ruan Chu had said that she didn't like Chao Juning, she naturally wasn't interested in him. She enjoyed the thrill of snatching something from Ruan Chu, but she did not like to pick up the trash that Ruan Chu did not want. Moreover, what Gu Yang said made sense. As the daughter of a wealthy family, if she wanted to get married, she should be with someone from the same circles, not an actor. Ruan Yin did not look at Chao Juning's gloomy face. Instead, she called her father, Ruan Jihao, to complain. The hostel that the production team prepared for the guests was a two-person room. Gu Yang and Ruan Chu shared the same room. Ruan Chu was scrolling through Weibo. She was in a daze when she saw the large-scale redressing of her injustice on the internet and the netizens' apology to her. After a long while, she looked at Gu Yang with a complicated gaze. Gu Yang, were you the one who led the public opinion online? She was in the entertainment industry and knew better than anyone else that such a large-scale whitewashing could not be a coincidence. If Xiaofeng Entertainment's public relations department was the one guiding public opinion, it would make sense. She, Gu Xiaoming, and Ruan Shuling weren't close even though they were relatives. They wouldn't help her for no reason, and her grandfather wouldn't surf the internet late at night. In that case, Gu Yang could only inform Xiaofeng Entertainment's public relations department in advance. Thinking back to tonight's Truth or Dare game, Gu Yang was almost the one leading the game. Was the photo of her in Chao Juning's phone really a coincidence? Seeing that Gu Yang didn't seem to hear her, Ruan Chu wasn't angry. She just stared at her and muttered, Gu Yang, why did you bring me on the variety show? To help me clear my name? Only then did Gu Yang stop what she was doing. She leaned against the head of the bed and raised her bright eyes, smiling gently. Cousin, you finally realized. It wasn't easy. However, the words she said were a little annoying. Ruan Chu gritted her teeth. She didn't know if she was infected by Gu Yang's smile, but her heart warmed. She looked away and said uncomfortably, Thank you. Gu Yang's purpose in bringing Ruan Chu on the variety show wasn't only to clear her name, but also to secretly help her cure her depression. Since it had to be done through subtle influence, there was naturally no need for her to know. She would watch Chao Juning and Wanyan show off their love on the variety show, fighting fire with fire and completely letting go of her feelings for Chao Juning. Then, she would help Rwan Chu clear her name, guide the netizens to apologize to her, and stop the harm caused by online violence. This was all to cure her depression. Gu Yang's phone page showed a WeChat conversation with Su Yi. Gu Yang. Thank you. Su Yi. Little fairy, you're welcome. Your boss's sister, so you're my sister. Chao Juning had indeed deleted Rwan Chu's photo, but to the hackers on the dark web's hacker rankings, as long as it had existed before, there would always be traces left behind. The photo of Rwan Chu in Chao Juning's photo album was recovered by Su Yi. Even if no one mentioned playing Truth or Dare tonight, Gu Yang would find time to do so. Su Yi quickly sent a screenshot to Gu Jin. Boss, look, little sister came to me for help again. Looks like little sister already treats me as one of her own. Gu Jin quickly replied, that's my little sister. Not your little sister. Su Yi, Gu Jin, also, you're not one of us. You're just a tool. Tool Su Yi. See, it hurt. Su Yi decided not to continue this heart-wrenching topic with his boss. Boss, that person from the Shao family is still investigating you. He's already in the country. Take it easy. At the Gu residence. It was late at night, and the lights were quiet. Outside the window, the summer cicadas slept among the flowers. Gu Jin glanced at the message on the small computer window and said disdainfully, Heh, let him investigate. If he can find me, I'll admit defeat. Xiao Iza had been investigating her since last year and had been fooled by her. If it weren't for the fact that there was a traitor among them who revealed that she was also interested in that thing, Xiao Iza would still be abroad. How could he have returned to the country? After Gu Jin finished dealing with the matters at hand, she was prepared to stay up late to play games like before. She would lie on the bed in the wee hours of the morning and take a nap. Ever since that incident, she had developed a severe sleep disorder and found it difficult to sleep. Even when she fell asleep, it was accompanied by nightmares and other symptoms, so sleep was torture for her. She was also a doctor. She knew that not sleeping was like drinking poison to quench her thirst, but there was nothing she could do. Although she was an incredible doctor, it was difficult for her to treat herself for mental illnesses. At this moment, her phone vibrated. She took her phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Gu Yang. There was only an audio file. Gu Jin's gaze froze for a moment. When she opened the audio, she could hear the soft and sweet voice of a young girl, accompanied by the light piano and the chirping of cicadas. It was like the sound of nature. It was a lullaby. Gu Jin's grip on the phone tightened as she stared at the words the other party is typing. Gu Yang, big sister, sweet dreams. Gu Jin looked at the screen in a daze. Her mind surged. After a long time, she replied with one word, okay. After thinking about it, she was afraid that Gu Yang would think that she was aloof, so she sent another word. Sweet dreams. She turned off the computer, switched off the lights, lay on the bed, looped the file, and went asleep. Of course, before Gu Jin went to bed, she nastily shared the audio and screenshots with Feng Ju downstairs. Gu Jin. She just specially sent it to me. A red exclamation mark appeared beside the message. The message was sent, but it was rejected by the other party. Gu Jin snorted and felt much better. Downstairs, in the dark bedroom, the screen emitted a faint light, faintly reflecting the young man's bright and handsome face. At this moment, his knuckles were white as he held his phone. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and there was a stubbornness in his eyes that was deeper than the night. The young girl's soft and gentle voice was like flowing water and moonlight, making one's mind unknowingly relax. He calmed down a little and opened Gu Yang's WeChat dialog box. This dialog box was clean, and there had never been any conversation. The wind swayed the bamboo, forming shadows, and the moon entered the window. When Gu Yang saw Gu Jin's reply, she raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect her to not ask anything. However, with the boss intelligence, she must have known that she was a psychiatrist. She might even have guessed that she was not the original owner of the body. Gu Jin didn't ask, and Gu Yang tacitly didn't mention her sleep disorder. At this moment, Feng Ju sent her a WeChat message. Feng Ju, big sister, are you asleep? Gu Yang replied instantly, no. Jew, what's the matter? Little Bloodbank had yet to be led astray by the big villain to become a small villain. She had to give him enough warmth. At the same time, she had to compensate him and bring him to the right path. Feng Ju. It's nothing. I just can't fall asleep no matter what. I watched Big Sister's live broadcast at night, and now when I close my eyes, my mind is still filled with you. I haven't heard you playing the piano today, so I'm not used to it. Will I disturb you if I send you a message so late at night? I'll go do some mock tests. Big Sister, you should sleep early. Gu Yang looked at the message from Little Bloodbank, and her heart skipped a beat. Did Little Bloodbank mean that he missed her so much that he couldn't sleep the entire night? Oh no, he was probably thinking about her lullaby. Moreover, why did she feel that the Little Bloodbank seemed more fawning than her? However, if these words came from that gentle and obedient youth, it would be very difficult for anyone to dislike him. For a moment, Gu Yang understood why many boys liked fawning girls. Gu Yang sent a copy of the audio she had sent to Gu Jin to Feng Ju. I recorded it at home previously. If you can't sleep, you can listen to it. Although she had specially recorded it for Gu Jin. After all, it was impossible for her to play a lullaby for Gu Jin every day. Gu Jin's sleep disorder was so serious that the medicine was ineffective, and she had to be hypnotized. That was why she specially recorded a lullaby for Gu Jin. Gu Yang thought about it and sent Feng Ju a few audio files. They were the other piano pieces she played. Feng Ju, thank you, Big Sister. Your singing is so good. Hence, the next day, when Gu Jin woke up at 6 o'clock sharp, she found out that Feng Ju had revoked the blacklisting on her and shared a few audio recordings. They were all piano pieces played by Gu Yang. Gu Jin decisively saved the audio and blacklisted Feng Ju. After a night of brewing on the internet, Ruan Chu, Ruan Yin, and Chao Juning's topics had already reached the top of the list. Even drinking in the countryside had become popular again. As soon as the live stream started at 9 o'clock, a large number of spectators poured into the live stream. Chao Juning has such dark circles under his eyes. He didn't sleep well last night, did he? Doesn't he have anything to say about cheating on Ruan Yin? Isn't he going to apologize to Ruan Chu? The mistress, Ruan Yin, and the scumbag, Chao Juning, get out of drinking in the countryside. Get out of the entertainment industry. Ruan Chu's fans, stop barking like mad dogs. How can what the paid posters said be true? Fans of Yin Yin have to believe in her. Trust brother-in-law. Yes, yes, yes. I believe that Ruan Yin is definitely a mistress. I believe that Chao Juning is definitely a scumbag. Didn't they say that Ruan Yin is very favored in the Ruan family? Is Ruan Chu, the daughter of the first wife, still favored? Why didn't the Ruan family help her remove the trending searches? That's right. For wealthy families, they would usually have removed the trending topics long ago. How could they let such a negative trending topic stay on the internet for the entire night? I remember the last time Gu Yang's negative trending topics were at the top of the list. In order to remove the trending topics and diffuse the popularity, the Gu group ordered their signed artists to expose their relationships or something. This is more how things work for a daughter of a rich family, right? As soon as the live broadcast started, the fans of the affected artists had already started fighting. The fans of the other artists were reading the gossip while cheering for their idols. Director Chun walked inside the forest with 8 guests. Summer-autumn is the season to pick mushrooms. This place is rich in wild mushrooms. It rained last night, and there are many mushrooms growing on the mountain. Our mission this morning is to pick and eat them for lunch. The production team specially invited a local wild mushroom expert to share knowledge about them. The expert walked in front and said, "Wild fungi taste delicious and can be said to be a delicacy. It's also because of this that even if many people mistakenly eat poisonous ones by mistake every year, their enthusiasm for wild fungi doesn't decrease. Wild fungi, or mushrooms, come in both toxic and non-toxic breeds. We should be careful when picking them. First of all, we have to look at the color of the wild fungi. Usually, the ones in bright colors change color easily after picking and have lumps on the umbrella caps are poisonous wild fungi. Secondly, look at its secretions. The ones with sticky and brown secretions mean that they oxidize and change color, easily making them poisonous. Those without poison come with clear, and sometimes white secretions. The wild fungi won't change color after being torn off. As the expert spoke, he put on disposable gloves and picked mushrooms by the roadside to teach on the spot. He also helped the audience recognize several common wild mushrooms. After the science lesson ended, Director Chin and the others stopped under a big tree and said, "Our mission in the morning is to pick mushrooms. Similarly, let's split into groups of 2 and form our own teams. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning are a couple, so they will definitely be a team. Ruan Chu and Gu Yang are sisters, so they will be together. Wei Yuzhou will definitely choose Tang Xiaoqiao because he takes care of her the most. The remaining team will be Ji Jingqi and Fu Sheng. I'm really a genius. The prophet has taken action tonight. So Ji Baby was left behind? Does this make sense?" Crying and laughing, this team distribution made sense, and a lot of people felt the same way. Although Ji Jingqi also felt that Gu Yang would choose to be with Ruan Chu, he still refused to give up and invited her. "Little fairy, shall we be in the same group?" Gu Yang agreed readily. "Okay, it's okay," Ji Jingqi subconsciously replied. When he realized what Gu Yang was saying, his eyes lit up. "What? Little fairy, did you agree?" A fan felt Ji Jingqi's reaction was simply adorable. "Ah, why is Ji Baby so cute?" Someone also followed Ji Jingqi's words and joked, "No, I don't agree to this marriage. At least Gu Yang knows what's good for her and didn't reject Ji Baby. I thought Gu Yang would continue to be with Chu Chu, but in the end, Ji Jingqi is even more attractive. She forgets his friends when she sees benefits. They're really fake sisters from wealthy families. Get lost, haters. Don't pretend to be Chu Chu's fans. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Chu Chu and her cousin have a good relationship, but that doesn't mean they have to be tied together." Ruan Chu also looked at Gu Yang in surprise, her eyes filled with resentment, as if she was looking at a scumbag. Didn't they say that they were going on a variety show for her? Gu Yang seemed to notice something and looked at Ruan Chu. She smiled and teased, "Can't do without me?" Ruan Chu looked away as if her thoughts had been exposed. "I don't know what you mean." Ever since her depression worsened, she had less and less interaction with the outside world. Only Gu Yang interacted with her the most, so to a certain extent, she was a little dependent on Gu Yang. If Gu Yang hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have realized that she really couldn't leave Gu Yang. She didn't want to interact with others. Gu Yang realized this, so she agreed to Ji Jingqi's invitation and didn't continue to team up with Ruan Chu. She wanted to force Ruan Chu to take that step. At this time, Chao Juning, Ruan Yin, Tang Xiaoqiao, and Wei Yuzhou had already formed a team. Fu Sheng could only look at Ruan Chu. After yesterday's cooperation, he actually had a good impression of Ruan Chu, so he didn't dislike working with her. He stretched out his hand and smiled. "Ruan Chu, look forward to working with you." Ruan Chu stretched out her hand with some difficulty. "Me too." It was very difficult to take that step, but after taking it, Ruan Chu felt as if she had broken through the shackles. The rules of the competition set by the production team were very simple. Each team would place the wild fungi they picked into a bamboo basket and carry them back. Experts would identify them. The number of non-toxic wild fungi calculated would be the results of the competition. The time limit was 2 hours. The Grape app livestream had a split-screen function. After the 4 groups set off in 4 directions, the live stream was also divided into 4 parts. The audience could watch in 4 parts, or they could choose to watch one of them. The fans naturally chose to watch their idol's live stream. Ji Jingqi carried a bamboo basket on his back and changed his usual cold and quiet persona. He kept finding topics to chat about with Gu Yang. "Little fairy, why do you suddenly want to go on a variety show?" Of course, Gu Yang couldn't say that she was here to treat Ruan Chu, so she casually said, "For fun." At the same time, she could earn some pocket money by working during the summer break. "Call me Gu Yang or Yang Yang." Gu Yang felt a little embarrassed to be called Little Fairy in front of so many viewers. Ji Jingqi said smoothly, "Yang Yang, does Yang Yang want to enter the entertainment industry?" "Ji Baby, your aloof image has collapsed." "Sob sob sob, I also want to be a little fairy. I'll bet a bag of spicy sticks." Gu Yang went on a variety show to enter the entertainment industry. I have to say that the entertainment industry is really big. So many daughters of wealthy families want to join it. I also think Gu Yang wants to enter the entertainment industry. What do you mean by coming here for fun? It's just an excuse. She's not the real daughter of the Gu family. It's not up to her to inherit the Gu family's assets. If she wants to earn money to maintain a good life, using the Gu family's resources and her good appearance to enter the entertainment industry is a good shortcut. The netizens analyzed it logically, but Gu Yang shook her head. I don't want to enter the entertainment industry. Ji Jingqi felt a little regretful. I see. With Yang Yang's looks, it's a pity that you don't enter the entertainment industry. I was hoping that I would have a chance to act with you in the future. Gu Yang smiled. Before transmigrating, anyone who dared to urge her into the entertainment industry would definitely be beaten up by those psychologists who were even crazier than lunatics. The two of them did not continue this topic and picked some wild fungi along the way. However, because they came late, most of the wild fungi that grew after the rain on the mountain were picked by the villagers who woke up early. The remaining ones were mostly sparse, and very few were in a whole clump. Ji Jingqi was sighing. As expected, the early bird gets the worm. I originally thought it would be easy to fill a bamboo basket with mushrooms, but now it seems like I won't even be able to pick half of them in 2 hours. Moreover, they might not all be non-toxic. Gu Yang's sharp eyes noticed a cluster of red mushrooms hidden by weeds. There's so much over there. It should be enough to fill this bamboo basket. Ji Jingqi was surprised and walked over to take a look. His expression was a little complicated. Red umbrellas and white stems? Are these poisonous red mushrooms? Gu Yang wore disposable gloves and picked the mushrooms before throwing them into the bamboo basket. These are big red mushrooms. They're not poisonous. Although they look similar to poisonous red mushrooms, they're still different. Gu Yang picked mushrooms while explaining to Ji Jingqi. Ji Jingqi nodded. When the two of them were picking red mushrooms, the live stream was also flooded with messages. The screen was filled with red umbrellas and white stems. Eating this will kill you. You will be placed in a coffin and then buried in the mountain together. Is what Gu Yang said true? Isn't that huge bunch of mushrooms with red umbrellas and white stems poisonous red mushrooms? She's not an expert. Can she distinguish them accurately? Can't they pick other mushrooms? There's such a big bunch of mushrooms with red umbrellas and white stems. If it weren't poisonous mushrooms, why hasn't anyone else picked them? They would have been picked by the villagers at the foot of the mountain. It's over. I already have a premonition of how Ji Baby will be last in this round. Dogshin will definitely want to torture people again. Gu Yang, can you not drag Best Actor Ji down? Isn't it good to be a quiet and obedient little fairy? Why do you have to be annoying? On the other side, Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng didn't pick many mushrooms. Fu Sheng often exercised, so even after walking for almost an hour, he still didn't pant. However, what surprised him was that Ruan Chu's stamina was also very good. In the interval between picking wild fungi, the two of them couldn't keep silent, so Fu Sheng took the initiative to find a topic. Does Miss Ruan exercise often too? Yes, the elders in the family were afraid that girls would suffer outside, so they let us learn some martial arts since we were young. Training is naturally indispensable. When Ruan Chu mentioned this, she remembered that ever since she suffered from depression, she rarely exercised. Fu Sheng agreed. Girls should learn some self-defense methods. They can protect themselves when necessary. The two of them were in the entertainment industry and had a lot of common topics to talk about. Gradually, it wasn't just Fu Sheng who found topics to chat about. Ruan Chu would also ask Fu Sheng some questions from time to time, and the two of them got along quite well. That looks like white mushrooms. It should taste good in soup. Fu Sheng carried the bamboo basket and was about to pick the mushroom. However, Ruan Chu pulled him back. There's a snake. Only then did Fu Sheng realize that a snake with its forked tongue sticking out was coiled around a stone covered in lichen beside the mushrooms. The head of the snake was triangular and shaped like a soldering iron. The tail was white with a blackish-brown body. It was mixed with yellowish-green or rust-colored spots, forming a fine web pattern. The color of the snake was very similar to the rocks that covered the lichen, so Fu Sheng did not notice it. Fu Sheng was shocked when he saw this. He covered his mouth to stop himself from exclaiming. Ruan Chu, on the other hand, was relatively calm. As she pulled Fu Sheng back slowly, she said, "Snakes don't have external ears or eardrums. They can't sense sound waves transmitted through the air and can't hear, so you can still cry out if you're afraid." Fu Sheng carefully stared at the snake and retreated with Ruan Chu. He nodded with lingering fear, but he still didn't dare to speak too loudly. That snake has a triangular head. It looks like a poisonous snake. Aren't you afraid? Not to mention that Ruan Chu is a girl. Even a man like him would have goosebumps when he saw a snake. How could Ruan Chu, the daughter of a rich family, be so calm? There's nothing to be afraid of. Although it's a poisonous snake, the venom of a poisonous snake is very precious. Usually, it's used to hunt prey and won't take the initiative to attack people. Even if it really attacks people, I can protect you. I can still hit the snake at its weak point. Ruan Chu picked up a tree branch and retreated while guarding against the poisonous snake. She turned to Fu Shang and said, "And even if you're poisoned, there's still anti-venom." Fu Shang was influenced by Ruan Chu's calmness. "I just took a photo and searched. That's a Mongshan pit viper. It's a specially protected animal in the country. If we kill it, it's punishable by law." Ruan Chu was silent for a moment. If it takes the initiative to attack, we can kill it out of emergency and won't get punished. When they saw the snake just now, the cameraman behind Ruan Chu and Fu Shang was so frightened that his hands trembled. The audience in the live stream was also shocked. They were all shouting, "Run!" Listening to the conversation between Ruan Chu and Fu Shang, the tense atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly relieved. Many viewers even started to make fun of them. Good Lord, discussing killing the country's specially protected animals. Well done. Doghead, I think drinking in the countryside is getting more and more interesting. Today, a male celebrity and a female celebrity are discussing killing the country's specially protected animals. Well done. Law student reporting, Ruan Chu is telling the truth. It's not illegal to kill the country's specially protected animals to death if you're under attack. Ruan Chu is really calm and collected. Is this the inner cultivation of a rich young lady? In the end, I'm not worthy. Crying and laughing, ha ha ha. Fu Shang, is it really good for you to be so cowardly? You're actually hiding behind a girl. Miss Ruan Chu is quite knowledgeable. I just went online to search. Snakes indeed don't have hearing. They rely on their abdominal vibrations to distinguish their surroundings. I feel that Miss Ruan Chu should be a top student, right? Director Chun sat on a rock under the large banyan tree and fanned himself as he read the trending searches. Ruan Yin, Ruan Chu, and Chao Juning's three-way scandal was trending online. Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi picking red mushrooms were also at the bottom of the trending searches. The netizens were divided into two factions, arguing about whether the red mushrooms Gu Yang and Ji Jing were picking were poisonous. At this moment, Director Chen noticed that two trending topics were slowly rising. Fu Shang and Ruan Chu, well done. Drinking in the countryside live streaming special protected animal Mongshan pit viper. Director Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly clicked on it and quickly browsed through it before heaving a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. He thought that the guest had really committed a crime. As a specially protected animal in the country, the Mongshan pit viper was very rare, let alone a wild one. It quickly attracted the attention of the relevant forestry department. The Wildlife Conservation Association also made use of its popularity to post on Weibo to explain to netizens about the Mongshan pit viper. Ruan Chu also attracted a large number of fans because she was calm and composed when she encountered a poisonous snake. There were even marketing accounts online that dug up Ruan Chu's educational background. Entertainment Academic Affairs Office fee. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't dug it up. I was shocked when I dug it up. It turns out that Ruan Chu is actually a top student who scored 658 in the science department of the college entrance examination. She's even studying at Jean University now. A copy of Ruan Chu's college entrance examination results is attached. Picture the netizens were stunned. FCK. I didn't expect Ruan Chu to be a good student at one of the best universities. No wonder she knows so much. This score can be said to be rare in the entertainment industry with a low education level. Other celebrities who score 400 to 500 points can create the image of a top student, school belle, and school hunk. I didn't expect Ruan Chu to be so low-key. Previously, I heard that Ruan Yin did not even get into the second batch of admissions. I thought that Ruan Chu's educational background was not good. Now, it seems that an illegitimate daughter is indeed inferior to the real daughter. She's not presentable. Ruan Chu's college entrance examination results from 3 years ago had stunned many people, and she had unknowingly attracted many fans. After all, if the idol was a top student, it would be even more righteous for people to chase after the celebrity. 2 hours later, the guests in the 4 teams returned the way they came. The 4 bamboo baskets were also arranged one after another. It was obvious that only Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi's bamboo baskets were full. The other 3 bamboo baskets were filled with about half a basket of fungi, and Fu Sheng and Ruan Chu had more. Fu Sheng was rather surprised. You guys actually picked so many fungi. I thought Chu Chu and I had already picked enough. After 2 hours of interaction, Fu Sheng and Ruan Chu became much more familiar with each other. He no longer called her Miss Ruan as distantly as before. Yang is lucky. When Ji Jingqi smiled, he revealed his canine teeth, looking very sunny. Tang Xiao stared at the mushrooms and suddenly tilted her head. Red umbrellas and white stems? Ruan Yin also noticed the basket of mushrooms with red lids and white stems and sneered. Isn't this a poisonous mushroom? Didn't you hear Director Chun say that only non-toxic mushrooms count? Before Gu Yang could say anything, Ji Jingqi spoke first. Not all mushrooms with red lids and white stems are poisonous. The expert hasn't said anything yet. Miss Ruan Yin, don't be in a hurry to come to a conclusion. Ruan Yin choked, but she did not dare to retort to Ji Jingqi in front of the camera. After all, Ji Jingqi's fans were famous for their combat power. While the expert was counting the number of non-toxic mushrooms, Director Chan waved his cattail fan and coughed lightly. Let me tell you in advance. The reward and punishment for this mushroom picking competition. The group that picks the most mushrooms can move freely in the village in the afternoon to relax. The other 3 groups can choose options according to their ranking. They can plant seedlings, sow seeds, or fertilize land. Hearing such a wide disparity in rewards and punishments, the 8 guests perked up and waited for the experts' results. Director Chun announced the results of the experts' results. Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng's group picked a total of 158 wild fungi, of which 75 were non-toxic. Hearing the results, Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng were a little surprised. Ruan Chu looked at the remaining halt of the mushrooms in the bamboo basket. Only half of them are not poisonous? The audience in the live stream also found it unbelievable. No way. Didn't they say that Ruan Chu is a top student? How could half of the wild fungi be poisonous? Speaking of which, even a top student can't possibly understand so much about wild fungi, right? Everyone has their own specialty. After all, there are many types of wild fungi. Many poisonous and non-toxic ones look alike. As soon as the haters came out to criticize, someone stood up to retort. The expert explained to them considerately and explained to the audience in the live stream. These wild fungi are all poisonous. This is highly toxic Amanita grinobialis. This is Amanita fuliginioides. This is Amanita pseudoporphyria hongo. Seeing the experts pick up the wild fungi one by one, the guests present were confused. What? What did he just say? Weren't they all the same? Fu Sheng was a little dumbfounded. He recognized them since he picked them. Aren't they all white mushrooms? The audience felt the same way. Fu Sheng read my mind. Isn't this the same kind of mushroom? Crying and laughing, it does look like a white mushroom. It turns out that it's a different wild fungus. No wonder Fu Sheng and Ruan Chu got it wrong. Every year, many people in my hometown treat these fungi as white mushrooms and accidentally eat them before being sent to the hospital. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, the expert explained the difference between these wild fungi and white mushrooms in detail. A large group of people in the live stream shouted, "Thanks for the knowledge." It seems that Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng lost fair and square. Sad smile, I guess that Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng will come in last and be forced to pick feces to fertilize. As for why I think so, all I have to say is that Dogshin is such a dog. He must be referring to farm fertilizer. Everyone thought that this round was set in stone and that Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng would definitely be at the bottom. However, what happened next shocked the netizens in the live stream. Tang Xiao and Wei Yuzhou picked 139 wild fungi, but only 51 were non-toxic. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning were even worse. Out of 138 wild fungi, only 44 were non-toxic. This is something I never expected. Is Ruan Yin and Chao Juning picking every wild fungus they see? Why are 2/3 of them poisonous? I thought Fu Sheng and Ruan Chu were bronze. I didn't expect them to be kings crying and laughing. Fu Shang and Ruan Chu. Our peers make us look good. Then at this rate, don't tell me that Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi's basket isn't even a quarter non-toxic? FCK. After seeing the entire basket of fungi poured out, I feel that there's not even a fifth of them that are not poisonous. +1. Did Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi take out an entire patch of mushrooms with red umbrellas and white stems? Crying and laughing, why are they almost all red umbrellas and white stems? The colors of this thing are so bright that even I, who don't eat wild fungi often, know that it's poisonous. Not all mushrooms with red umbrellas and white poles are poisonous. Maybe Gu Yang and Ji Baby were lucky enough to pick non-toxic ones? Not only was the audience in the live stream stunned, but when the expert poured out the entire basket of fungi, the other three groups of guests and Director Chen were also stunned. Other than a few dark-colored fungi, the rest were almost all wild fungi with red lids and white stems. Previously, they only thought that the upper layer of mushrooms had red umbrellas and white stems. They did not expect it to be almost all of them. Director Chen gave Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi a rare look and asked, "Oh, we're all picked from the same place?" Ji Jingqi and Gu Yang nodded. Everyone looked at the expert. The expert picked up a few fungi and carefully checked them. At the same time, Director Chen inserted an advertisement in the live stream. The audience, who were waiting for the expert to come to a conclusion, was speechless. Dogchen is still Dogchen. Dogchen, be a human for once. The advertisement ended in about a minute. The expert had already come to a conclusion. These are all big red mushrooms. Although they look like poisonous red mushrooms, they're not poisonous. Among the wild mushrooms picked up by the other groups, there were poisonous red mushrooms. The expert quickly picked out a poisonous red mushroom and compared it with the big red mushroom. He explained to everyone how they were different. First of all, from the smell of the big red mushroom is fragrant, and the smell of the poisonous red mushroom is spicy. Secondly, in the end, Director Chen gave the results. Ji Jingqi and Gu Yang's group have a total of 233 wild fungi. All of them are non-toxic. When the results came out, everyone present was rather surprised. None of them are poisonous. You're incredible. Wei Yuzhou sighed. Tang Xiaoqiao smiled. Congratulations, Best Actor Ji and Miss Gu. Ruan Chu was also quite surprised. They were indeed good. Whether it was being able to differentiate between big red mushrooms and poisonous red mushrooms, or being lucky enough to gamble correctly, those were impressive enough. Ji Jingqi looked at Ruan Yin. What do you think, Miss Ruan Yin? Ruan Yin's expression froze. She didn't expect Ji Jingqi to be so vengeful. Didn't she just say one thing about Gu Yang? Ruan Yin forced a smile. Best Actor Ji and Cousin Yang Yang are very lucky. The audience in the live stream also exploded. The main reason was that the difference was simply too great. FCK. They're all non-toxic. This is incredible, right? I don't believe this is luck, but I think there's still an element of gambling involved. If they bet correctly, it'll all be big red mushrooms. If they bet wrong, it'll all be poisonous red mushrooms. This is really a comeback. I remember that in the live stream, there were people who thought that Gu Yang acted on her own accord. Why aren't they saying anything? Good for G Baby. She carried him the entire way. Quick, quick, quick. I want to see Scumbag Chow and his mistress fertilize with feces. After the results were announced, Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi undoubtedly won first place. Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng were in second place, so they had the right to choose first. After discussing, they chose to sow seeds. Tang Xiaoqiao and Wei Yuzhou chose to plant seedlings. So Ruan Yin and Chao Juning were left to fertilize. In fact, just as the audience had guessed, the fertilizer used was indeed farm fertilizer. When they returned to the farmhouse, the production team made a mushroom soup hot pot with the wild fungi they had picked. The guests ate hot pot with the air conditioner on in the house. It was similar to using a quilt with air conditioning. After the lunch break, the live broadcast continued. As the four groups of guests were doing different things, the live broadcast was divided into 4 live broadcast rooms. Other than the fans of various idols, most of the audience chose to watch Ruan Yin and Chao Juning pick feces to fertilize. On the vegetable field, the newly grown seedlings were tender and green. Chao Juning picked 2 buckets of farm fertilizer and staggered in the vegetable field. He even accidentally stepped on many vegetable seedlings on the side. The wind blew, and the stench of farm fertilizer filled the air. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose with his hand. As for Wan Yin, when she saw Chao Juning coming over, she had already pinched her nose and hid far away. She held the watering can in one hand and pinched her nose with the other. Her eyes were filled with disdain. She regretted asking Wang Yunxin to help her and Chao Juning participate in this variety show. Her original intention was to go on a variety show with Chao Juning to provoke Ruan Chu and make Ruan Chu's depression worsen. It would be best if she committed suicide. However, she did not expect Ruan Chu to make a reversal from the previous scandal. Moreover, she still had to do such dirty work. Chao Juning accidentally kicked a rock when he walked over with the farm fertilizer. He staggered and fell to the ground. The farm fertilizer spilled out and even splashed on him. Chao Juning was so disgusted that he retched. However, the mission was not completed yet, so he could not go back and change his clothes. He could only brace himself and continue picking farm fertilizer. When Ruan Yin saw this, she felt even more disgusted. Her body automatically moved further away from Chao Juning. Chao Juning's fans in the live broadcast room were heartbroken. Isn't Dogchen too much? How can he let Juning do such dirty work? Juning has always loved cleanliness, but he actually has to suffer such grievances. My heart aches for Juning. When Ruan Yin saw him fall, why didn't she come over to help him? Is she not his girlfriend? She even retreated. The fans defended Ruan Yin. She only retreated because she was frightened. Those things smell so bad. Isn't it normal for a daughter of a wealthy family like her to avoid them? Can you blame Yin Yin for this? It's obvious that Chao Juning didn't stand firmly. He can't carry anything properly. He can't even walk steadily with such a small load. Is he still a man? Ruan Yin and Chao Juning's fans began to tear each other apart on a large scale. The other fans and passers-by watched the show. TSK. A dogfight. How exciting. This is really a tasteful live stream. Serves him right. A mistress and scumbag should be drenched in farm fertilizer. Do you think Dogchen is going too far? You haven't seen anything worse. It's already good enough that he didn't pick up cow dung. Your brother accidentally drenched himself. Who can he blame? Compared to Ruan Yin and Chao Juning's stinky and foul atmosphere, Tang Xiao, Wei Yuzhou, Ruan Chu, and Fu Sheng all cooperated very well. They chatted and laughed as they worked. Just looking at them made one feel that life was peaceful. As for Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi, the two of them could be said to be a casual duo. They wandered around the village with the photographer following closely behind them. Ji Jingqi was wrapped up tightly and was even wearing a mask on a hot day. Gu Yang wasn't afraid of being recognized, but he was the most popular young best actor now, so he had to be careful when he went out. However, he soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. Ji Jingqi took off his mask and took a breather. Why is this village mostly filled with old people and children? Are there no young people? At the moment, most of the people who chased after celebrities were young people. There were very few old people and children who chased after celebrities, so he was not worried about being recognized. Gu Yang wasn't surprised. She looked at the old woman not far away who was carrying a child on her back and holding a child's hand. She said gently, "It's very normal. Most of the young people in the countryside have gone out to work, so only the old people and children are left behind." Ji Jingqi followed Gu Yang's gaze. When he saw the old woman with white hair, he suddenly fell silent. May the gray-haired old not walk on the streets with a heavy load. Even now, there are many places where it can't be achieved, Gu Yang said softly. The photographer followed Gu Yang's line of sight and gave the old woman a shot. The old woman's hair was white, and her body was a little hunched. It was unknown if it was because she was old or because she was pressed by the child on her back. She carried a child on her back and held the hand of a 3 or 4-year-old child. She slowly walked forward, leaving only her back to the camera. When the audience in the live stream saw this scene, they were silent for a moment. After a long while, a floating comment appeared. May I ask what this means? I don't know much about classical Chinese. The phrase, "May the gray-haired old not walk on the streets with a heavy load," is from Ming Zi's My Country. It means that the elderly will not carry things on their backs or heads while walking on the streets. The problem of empty nests and left-behind children in the countryside is really sad. That grandmother is already in her 70s, but she still has to work so hard. Can't you be more filial as a child? Don't you feel ashamed to let an old woman be a nanny for your grandson? You can't blame the children, right? The children are going out for their families. If they don't work hard, how can they earn money to support their families? The live broadcast room began to discuss social issues. This topic concerned everyone and could resonate with everyone. Of course, there were also people who made moral coercion. Are Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi just looking on and making passing remarks? Aren't you going to help? At least help the elderly take care of the children? How hypocritical. Who doesn't know how to sigh? They sure know how to act. Ji Jingqi earns tens of millions per movie. Isn't Gu Yang the daughter of a wealthy family? Why don't they donate some to these poor old people and children left behind in the village? But soon, someone refuted it. What do you mean by helping the old woman and the child? Are you idiots? If it were you, would you dare to agree to two strangers saying that they would help you take care of the child? Why would they believe you? And even if you help them today, what about in the future? Do you want Ji Jingqi and Gu Yang to stay here forever? Get lost. Ji Baby donates money every year, but he didn't use it for publicity. You can go to Ji Jingqi's Global Fan Club's Weibo for the details. As for Miss Gu Yang, she's still a student. Didn't the Gu family publicly donate 100 million previously? The poster who said that he should donate money. I just want to ask how much money you donated and what you contributed to society. Don't keep harping on G Baby's 10 million paychecks. The market is just like that. It's not something G Baby can decide. The cake is there. Anyone can eat it. Even if it's not G Baby, it's someone else. Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi indeed didn't go up to help the old woman. After all, with their strength, they could help for a while, but they couldn't help forever. Moreover, in this era of self-media, if they went up to help and let the old man and child appear in the live stream, it would backfire. Excessive exposure would attract countless internet celebrities to disturb their peaceful lives and would only bring trouble to the old woman. As expected, because of the scene in Drinking in the Countryside, the topic of empty nest old people and left behind children became a trending topic again, causing many people to reflect. The village where Drinking in the Countryside's production team was filming the variety show was also dug out. It was a poor village in Liang City. Many people also realized through Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi's live broadcast that although this village was poor, the natural scenery wasn't inferior to some internet attractions. Its beauty was in its serenity. After this episode of Drinking in the Countryside, this remote mountain village became popular online. Many online celebrities came to check it out, which also drove the local tourism industry. At the same time, the country's specially protected animals were discovered on the mountain, attracting many researchers to come and inspect. No matter what happened in the future, at least for now, it was beneficial to this poor village. The local village committee was also smart enough to take advantage of this opportunity to lead the villagers to develop homestays. At the same time, it also attracted many young people to return to their hometowns to start businesses. To a certain extent, this improved the situation of empty nesters and left behind children. However, there was still a long way to go to really solve this problem. Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi strolled around the village before returning to the farmhouse. The summer was hot, and it was more comfortable to be in an air-conditioned house. Soon, the other three groups of guests also returned. When Ruan Yin and Chao Juning entered the courtyard, almost everyone subconsciously covered their mouths and noses. Ji Jingqi, who was lying on the chair with his eyes narrowed, covered his mouth and nose in disdain. He opened his eyes and asked, "What's so smelly?" It was only when he saw Ruan Yin and Chao Juning that he realized. "You're back." Ruan Yin glared at him and hurriedly ran to shower and change her clothes. She did not want to stay on this show for a moment longer. She would not come for the next episode no matter what. Ruan Chu also noticed the dirt on Chao Juning's body. She covered her mouth and nose and silently took a few steps away. Now, whenever she thought about how she used to like Chao Juning, she felt disgusted. "Cousin, how is it? Isn't it quite interesting to be on this variety show?" Gu Yang supported her chin with one hand and smiled at Ruan Chu. "It's all right," Ruan Chu snorted, but the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. It was undeniable that these 2 days on the variety show were the only days she felt relaxed and happy during this period of time. What made her even happier was that her reputation had been cleared, the online violence against her had disappeared, and she could even see Ruan Yin and Chao Juning, that adulterous couple, suffer on the variety show. However, at the thought that it would end soon, she felt a little reluctant. She was afraid that when she returned, all the sunlight would be blocked by the haze again, and she would return to her previous depressed, pessimistic, and life-threatening state. However, Ruan Chu would soon realize that she was thinking too much. After drinking in the countryside officially bid farewell to the audience for this episode, she had just returned to Jean City when she received a notice from her manager. After her comeback, she successfully cleared her name and became famous. The resources she had now were even better than before she left the industry. Endorsement invitations were endless, and there were even directors who invited her to act as the female lead. In such a busy situation, she had no chance to stay at home and be depressed. However, it was good to numb her nerves with work so that she would not think too much. At the Ruan residence, Old Master Ruan held a tablet and looked at the smile on Ruan Chu's face as she bid farewell to the audience. His eyes could not help but reveal a smile. The butler sighed. Eldest Miss hasn't been so happy in a long time. That's right. Old Master Ruan also sighed. Before Chu Chu went on this variety show, he was worried that Chu Chu would continue to be hurt. But now, it seemed that not only did Chu Chu not suffer, but Ruan Yin ended up suffering a lot. The butler said happily, "It seems like Miss Gu Yang has indeed changed. She unintentionally helped Eldest Miss this time." Unintentionally? Humph, that girl is smart. Old Master Ruan could see that Gu Yang was the reason why Ruan Chu could clear her name so quickly on the variety show. However, it was true that she had changed. At least that girl did not disgust him as much as before. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning still haven't come out to apologize to Chu Chu, right? Old Master Ruan asked again. The butler shook his head. No, it seems like they're going to give it cold treatment. They haven't come out to express their stance yet. Old Master Ruan sneered. The daughter of the Ruan family isn't that easy to bully. Reveal the fact that Ruan Yin was expelled from the Ruan family, and that Chao Juning is the daughter of the Ruan family someone he can pick and pick? Ban her. Although Old Master Ruan had retired at home, he still held a lot of power in his hands. It was not difficult to ban a C-list young hunk. Moreover, he had a son-in-law, Gu Xiaoming, who was one of the 4 big shots in the entertainment industry. The netizens originally thought that there would be no follow-up to the love triangle incident between Ruan Chu, Ruan Yin, and Chao Juning. Unexpectedly, not long after, Ruan Corporation made a public statement. Ruan Corporation v. Mr. Ruan Jihao of the Ruan Corporation has divorced Ms. Su Yun. Ms. Su Yun has custody of Ms. Ruan Yin. She is no longer the second daughter of the Ruan family in Jean City. Ms. Ruan Chu is the only daughter of the second branch of the Ruan family. We hereby make a statement. As soon as this statement was released, it caused quite a stir. FCK. Does this mean that Ruan Yin has been expelled from the Ruan family? Didn't they say that Ruan Yin is very favored in the Ruan family? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Ruan Chu, the legitimate daughter, is more favored. The illegitimate daughter, Ruan Yin, cheated on Chao Juning and even made Ruan Chu the scapegoat of the scandal. How can the Ruan family not be angry? I'm dying of laughter. Let's see how Ruan Yin continues to promote an image of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. An illegitimate daughter thinks of herself as the daughter of the Ruan family all the time. Look at how low-key Ruan Chu is. When she first entered the entertainment industry, she didn't even create the image of a rich second-generation heir. There was also a portion of Ruan Yan's fans who were furious. Yin Yin is so good. Why should the Ruan family chase her out of the family? What era are we in? Why are you still acting like a feudal elder? If the Ruan family doesn't want Yin Yin, we want her. We want to boycott all the products under the Ruan Corporation. This caused quite a few people to be disgusted. This is a family matter. The Ruan family can do whatever they want. What can you fans do? Also, to be honest, most of the products under the Ruan family's name are luxury brands. They are not targeted at the general public. Boycotting them is really useless. In a high-end apartment in Liang City, when Ruan Yin received a call from Huanyu Entertainment's manager, Her face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly hung up the phone and looked at the trending searches. Her entire body was on the verge of collapse. When Su-Yun saw this, she asked with concern, "Yin Yin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ruan Yan's fingers that were holding the phone turned slightly pale. She was in disbelief. "Mom, Ruan Corporation's official Weibo account made a public announcement to the entire internet that I've been expelled from the Ruan family." Originally, she did not think much of being expelled from the Ruan family. In any case, Ruan Jihao would bring the mother and daughter back. No one knew that she had been expelled from the Ruan family. But now, the Ruan family had made a statement. Su-Yun's expression twisted. "Your father definitely wouldn't do that. It must be that BTCH Ruan Chu who made that old man do that. I'll call your father now." Su-Yun was also anxious. She had put in a lot of effort to win over Ruan Jihao's many mistresses and marry into the Ruan family so that Yin Yin could get rid of her identity as an illegitimate daughter and become the real daughter of the Ruan family. But now, it was all ruined. Moreover, ever since she left the Ruan family, Ruan Jihao had never come to see her. Even the number of calls had decreased. After she dialed Ruan Jihao's number, she heard ambiguous panting from the other end. "Jihao, who is it?" A woman's ambiguous and panting voice came from the other side. She was so seductive that it seemed like she was made of water. Su-Yun's heart sank. She almost lost her mind and shouted at the other end of the phone, "Ruan Jihao, what are you doing? Who is that little BTCH? You clearly said that after marrying me." However, before she could finish speaking, the person on the other end hung up. Su-Yun was so angry that her face was contorted. When she finally married into the Ruan family, she spent so much effort to make Ruan Jihao accept her and stop seeing other women. She did not expect that Ruan Jihao would contact those mistresses again. Ruan Yin also realized that Ruan Jihao was fooling around with his mistress and felt even more frustrated. Su-Yun paced back and forth. She couldn't care less about Ruan Yan's matter now, and even felt a little resentful towards Ruan Yin. If Ruan Yin hadn't taken revenge on Gu Yang, she wouldn't have been forced by Ruan Shuling to divorce Ruan Jihao. "I'll go deal with that little BTCH first. Call your father later. He's always doted on you. He won't let you be bullied by Ruan Chu." After saying this, Su-Yun hurriedly grabbed her bag and rushed out. Ruan Yin sneered in her heart when she heard Su-Yun's words. She used to think that Ruan Jihao doted on her, but Ruan Jihao had slapped her repeatedly and even let that old man chase her out of the house. How could this be called doting? It wasn't even a tenth of how Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling treated Gu Yang, the fake daughter. At this moment, her phone on the table rang. She glanced at it and saw that the caller ID was Wang Yunxin. Wang Yunxin was the vice president of Huanyu Entertainment and the eldest daughter of the Wang family in Jin City. The Wang family and the Gu family, which also specialized in entertainment, were archenemies in business. After she was unilaterally terminated by Zhaofeng Entertainment, which was under the Gu Group, it was Wang Yunxin who took the initiative to look for her to sign a contract with her. She also reached some cooperation with Wang Yunxin. After Ruan Yin picked up the phone and listened to the woman's inducement, she was silent for a long time before agreeing to the other party's request. "All right, as long as you help me suppress the trending topic, I'll send you the evidence." The Ruan Corporation's statement was trending. It could not be removed with money, but Huanyu Entertainment had the ability to remove this trending topic. The price was betraying the Gu family. It was all thanks to Gu Yang that she ended up like this. Since the Gu family didn't care about her, their cousin, and instead favored Gu Yang, the fake daughter, then they could not blame her for letting the Gu family down. Firstly, the second male lead role in a drama had been snatched away. Secondly, he had lost a few endorsements. They did not want him to continue filming the drama that was originally halfway through filming. No matter how stupid Chao Juning was, he knew that someone was deliberately messing with him. He originally wanted to call Ruan Yin and ask her to help him resolve it, but his manager stuffed his phone into his hands. "Look at the trending searches yourself. Ruan Yin can't even take care of herself now and doesn't have time to help you." After seeing the trending post on the phone screen, Chao Juning staggered slightly. Like all the netizens, he found it unbelievable. How is this possible? He had personally witnessed how Ruan Jihao doted on his daughter, Ruan Yin. That was why he had decisively abandoned the unloved Ruan Chu to be with Ruan Yin. However, He did not expect that Ruan Yin would be expelled from the Ruan family now. In that case, it was a joke that he betrayed Ruan Chu for power and turned to Ruan Yin. What do we do now? Chao Juning lost his composure and shouted at his manager. Disdain flashed in the manager's eyes. Previously, Chao Juning had Ruan Yin backing him up, and she was from the Ruan family. He could still flatter him. Now, Ruan Yin had lost her power. Who did Chao Juning think he was now? The manager's tone was no longer as respectful as before. Instead, it was arrogant. It's obvious that someone wants to ban you from the industry. You don't need brains to know who it is, right? You know very well how you provoked the Ruan family. I don't have to teach you what to do, right? It was obviously the Ruan family. He had betrayed Ruan Chu, and Ruan Yin had stolen Ruan Chu's boyfriend. However, they had not stepped forward to express their stance on this matter. The Ruan family could only personally support Ruan Chu. Seeing that there were more and more scandals about him trending online, the curses on the internet were even worse than when they scolded Ruan Chu as a mistress. Chao Juning couldn't take the pressure and could only step out to apologize on Weibo. Chao Juning v. I'm sorry for taking up public resources. I apologize to Miss Ruan Chu here. I did have a 3-year relationship with Miss Ruan Chu. As Chao Juning's Weibo post was released, the trending searches stirred again. Chao Juning apologizes. Chao Juning admits that Ruan Chu is his ex-girlfriend. Ruan Yin is genuinely the third party. The relevant article quickly became a trending topic, so much so that many fans of other artists were still a little dumbfounded. Who is this Chao Juning? Why is he on the trending searches every other day? How much of a scumbag is he? A third-rate young hunk who toyed with the relationship of 2 daughters of wealthy families. He cheated on his girlfriend with his girlfriend's half-sister. He even slandered his ex-girlfriend for being a mistress who tried to interfere in their relationship. He caused his ex-girlfriend to be criticized online until she had to leave the industry. FCK, scumbag. And that Ruan Yin isn't a good person either. I don't believe that she didn't know when she was with Chao Juning that this was her sister's boyfriend. TSK. Just from the words half-sister, I can imagine a rich family drama. As the passers-by watched, the fans of the person involved quickly rushed to the front line. Brother Juning, just blink if you're kidnapped. I don't believe that you really have a past with Ruan Chu. The power of capital is too strong. From the fact that Juning has been losing endorsements continuously for the past few days, I can guess that the Ruan family is putting pressure on Juning. Isn't it just a small matter of relationships? Is there a need to ruin Juning's career? And Ruan Chu can certainly be more magnanimous. Do you have to force Juning out of the industry? At Ruan Chu v. I'm dying of laughter. Did Chu Chu ask Chao Juning to cheat on her? Did Chu Chu ask him to guide his fans to attack her online? Chao Juning is allowed to bully Chu Chu. So why can't the elders in Chu Chu's family stand up for her? What do you mean by just relationship problems? He destroyed Chu Chu's career, right? Chu Chu has already left the industry because of the internet. Chao Juning's fans are really funny. Chao Juning used women to get where not everyone can survive in the entertainment industry. Whatever he has now, he has Ruan Chu to thank. What do you mean by Ruan Chu ruining his career? Does he have any career to speak of? Previously on the variety show, everyone already knows about Chao Juning's lies. Chao Juning's smarter fans have already quit his fan club. Only the stupid ones still come out to embarrass themselves. The netizens and Ruan Chu's fans criticized Chao Juning angrily. At the same time, a large number of people went to Ruan Yan's Weibo and tagged her to apologize. At the Ruan residence, Ruan Chu looked down at the phone screen. After a long time, she looked at old Master Ruan, who was leisurely sipping tea across the coffee table. She was touched. Grandfather, did you do all this? Her grandfather had never supported her entering the entertainment industry to film. He wanted her to enter the Ruan Corporation and inherit the second branch's assets. 3 years ago, because of this matter, she even caused a scene with her grandfather and entered the entertainment industry alone. She didn't want to use her family's power and hid her identity, but later, Chao Juning sneered and said to her, Ruan Chu, people want to climb the ladder, and it's human nature. What's wrong with me going up? Do you really think this circle is as simple as you think? Because you have someone behind you to help you arrange everything, everyone in the circle knows that you're the eldest daughter, so no one puts those dirty things in front of you. At that time, she found out that her grandfather was against her entering the entertainment industry on the surface. He told her he would wait for her to fail miserably, but in private, he helped her prepare everything, afraid that she would get hurt. Old Master Ruan put down his teacup and looked at Ruan Chu through the steam. His gaze was very kind. I know that you want to rely on yourself and don't want to use the Ruan family's power. But Chu Chu, the family, and I will always be your backing. Ruan Chu felt as if her heart had been hit by something, and her eyes were slightly sore and swollen. At the Gu family's villa, at the dining table, Ruan Shuling kept putting food into Gu Yang's bowl. Ruan Shuling sat beside Gu Yang and reached out to pinch her cheek. You've lost weight. Gu Xiaoming also picked up a piece of lean beef for Gu Yang. On the variety show, you have to go up the mountain and work in the fields. You also have to cook for yourself. You're tired and hungry, so of course you'll lose weight. Yang, nourish yourself well. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Gu Yang looked helplessly at the small hill in the bowl. Ruan Shuling beamed with joy. But your variety show is indeed quite interesting. A few of my friends watched that variety show and said that it was good. They said that Yang is good. Gu Xiaoming also smiled. The higher-ups of Xiaofeng Entertainment thought that Yang was going to enter the entertainment industry too. The ace manager even called me and said that she wanted to take care of Yang. Unfortunately, you went on the show for fun. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. She could sense the strong hint of pride in Gu Xiaoming's words. However, when Xiaofeng Entertainment was mentioned, Gu Yang recalled a plot in the original novel. Xiaofeng Entertainment was the biggest money tree of the Gu Group. Its downfall was the trigger for the Gu Group's bankruptcy. The fall of Xiaofeng Entertainment was directly related to Ruan Yin because she revealed many secrets about Xiaofeng Entertainment to the Wang family. Ruan Yin used to be an artist at Xiaofeng Entertainment. Because she was the Gu family's cousin and had a good relationship with the original owner of the body, it was not difficult for her to obtain some secrets. Gu Yang lowered her eyes. Logically speaking, she could not watch and do nothing while someone plotted against the family. At the dining table, Gu Yang, Ruan Shuling, and Gu Xiaoming were happy and harmonious. Feng Ju ate obediently, and Gu Jin didn't like to talk. The two of them seemed to be isolated. I'm full. Gu Jin's gaze was lazy. She put down her chopsticks and was about to go upstairs when Gu Yang stopped her. Big sister, wait. I came back from Liang City with a gift. Gu Jin stopped in her tracks, and something seemed to flash across her deep eyes. She raised her eyebrows slightly and casually asked, What is it? However, her footsteps toward Gu Yang weren't as casual as they seemed. Gu Yang rummaged through her luggage and handed Gu Tin an exquisite small box. Perfume. Liang City produces flowers and many ingredients for fragrances. I think this perfume is good and quite calming. Gu Jin opened the box and took out the perfume. She sprayed some on her wrist and sniffed it. An unfamiliar, refreshing fragrance wafted over her. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she muttered, You didn't make it yourself? Gu Yang was puzzled. Of course, I didn't make it. This is the new product of a branded perfume company in Liang City. Why would Gu Jin ask that? Although she did know how to make perfume, the original host had never come into contact with perfume, but before she transmigrated, her mother's career was mainly in the fashion industry. As the only heir of her father and mother, she had dabbled in the fashion industry, jewelry design, perfume making, and so on. Big sister, don't you like this perfume? Gu Yang prided herself on being able to read people's minds just by looking at their expressions, but she had to admit that it wasn't that easy to see through the female lead's mind. It's all right. Gu Jin stuffed the perfume into her pocket and thanked Gu Yang before going upstairs. Ruan Shuling looked at Gu Jin's proud back and frowned as she complained to Gu Xiaoming. Who are you showing your cold face to? Yang specially brought her a gift, but she didn't even smile. Mom, this is the lipstick I bought for you. Afraid that Ruan Shuling would continue to scold Gu Jin, Gu Yang immediately handed over the gift she had prepared for Ruan Shuling. The lipstick was also a high-end specialty brand of Liang City. The packaging had an antique flavor to it. Ruan Shuling took the gift box from Gu Yang, and the frustration she felt from Gu Jin disappeared. She smiled. Yang is indeed my thoughtful daughter. Just now, she secretly despised Gu Jin for being unrestrained and trying on the perfume as soon as she got it. Now that she had the entire set of lipstick Gu Yang had given her, She couldn't wait to try it on. This color is good. This is good too. Ruan Shuling tested the color on her wrist one by one. She had already drawn an entire row of red bars, and her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Yang, your taste is too good. What kind of divine colors are these? Gu Xiaoming was confused. Aren't they all red? He just didn't quite understand. As expected, Ruan Shuling rolled her eyes at Gu Xiaoming. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. She didn't expect Gu Xiaoming to be a straight and clueless man. Gu Xiaoming smiled awkwardly at Ruan Shuling and turned to look at Gu Yang. Yang, does Daddy have a gift? Yes, both of you do. Gu Yang prepared a dark blue striped tie for Gu Xiaoming. Gu Xiaoming smiled and praised her. Feng Zhu sat at the side, his eyes drooping slightly. At this moment, a slender and fair hand appeared in front of his eyes. The young girl's gentle voice came from above. Zhu, this is for you. Feng Zhu lifted his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his clear eyes. It was obvious that he was pleasantly surprised and looked obedient and pitiful, like a puppy that had been found by its owner. Thank you, big sister. His voice was gentle. Guyang couldn't help but pat his head. Oh, little blood bank looked really obedient. You're welcome. Once you are done with the mock tests, you can do this set of compulsory questions. Gu Yang's smile was bright and warm, like a small sun. Feng Zhu followed her wrist and looked down. When he saw the set of green compulsory questions, he was speechless. When Feng Zhu took the set of compulsory questions upstairs, Gu Jin, who was leaning against the corner, glanced at him. When she saw the thick set of compulsory questions in his hand, she laughed unkindly. Satisfied, Gu Jin returned to her room with the perfume in her pocket. At this moment, Feng Zhu's voice came from behind. I'll give you the underground route in the south of Country M. Give me the perfume. Gu Jin stopped in her tracks and turned around to lean against the door. She looked lazily at the seemingly obedient and harmless youth and chuckled. You sure hid yourself well. No wonder she couldn't find out who controlled the underground route after investigating for so long. Gu Jin toyed with the bottle of light purple perfume. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of evilness, an underground route worth 2 billion USD for a bottle of perfume that costs tens of thousands. It sounds like a good deal. Feng Zhu looked at Gu Jin with a smile. With the addition of the underground route, it would only be an additional source of income for him, but to Gu Jin, it was much more important. But the underground route in the south of Country M isn't just in your hands. I'm not doing this deal. Gu Jin sneered. A few days ago, Sui found out that another underground route in Country M was controlled by Xiao Iza. Feng Zhu's underground route might be hard to get, but that loser, Xiao Iza's underground route was easy enough to obtain, right? Surprise flashed across Feng Zhu's eyes. If you're willing to trade that half a bottle of unharmed you have, then it's a deal. Gu Jin looked at him with a faint smile. Feng Zhu was so angry that he laughed. In your dreams. Gu Jin knew that Feng Zhu would definitely not agree. She shrugged and locked him outside the door. At the same time, she was thinking about how to get Xiao Yi's underground route. Feng Zhu, on the other hand, went to do mock tests. In the living room downstairs, Ruan Shuling was still talking to Gu Yang. Yang spent a lot of money on so many gifts, right? Do you have enough money to spend? Gu Xiaoming took out his phone and was about to transfer money to Gu Yang. If it's not enough, Daddy will transfer you some pocket money. Gu Yang hurriedly said, I have enough to spend. I was paid for going on a variety show. I bought those gifts with my own money. It's about my sincerity. How can I let Mom and Dad transfer money to me again? When Gu Yang said that, Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming felt their hearts warm. Their daughter was really becoming more and more sensible. However, at the mention of the variety show, Gu Xiaoming remembered the video that had been circulating online. He said to Gu Yang with a serious expression, Yang, you're kind-hearted. It's good to be brave, but there are police to catch bad people. Don't charge over to help next time. Ruan Shuling remembered this and held her hand tightly. That's right, Yang. You don't know how worried I was when I saw that video. Although you've learned some mixed martial arts and are good at self-defense, you'll be at a disadvantage if you really fight with criminals. Gu Yang lowered her eyes and apologized obediently. I understand, Daddy and Mommy. She knew, but she would still do it again. There would be a disadvantage, but others would be the ones to suffer. Gu Xiaoming originally wanted to make Gu Yang realize the seriousness of the matter with a straight face. Now that he saw her admit her mistake obediently, he couldn't reprimand her anymore. Yang Yang was so obedient and sensible, so she definitely wouldn't be so rash. After Chao Juning's apology statement was released, Ruan Yin followed suit. Ruan Yin v. I've already broken up with Mr. Chao Juning. First, I have to apologize to my sister, Wan Chu. Although I unintentionally interfered with your relationship with Mr. Chao Juning, it really hurt you. Ruan Chu and I are distant due to family reasons, but she's my big sister after all. I shouldn't believe others' words and not hers. Secondly, I have to apologize to my fans and misguided netizens. Soon, the topic of Ruan Yin being a mistress became a huge trending topic, followed by a dark red icon indicating this. I knew it. Yin Yin is definitely innocent. Boo-hoo. My heart aches for Yin Yin. Crying well done, Yin Yin. Good job ditching that two-timing scumbag. So Ruan Yin was also deceived by a scumbag. This piece of gossip is like a roller coaster ride. Ruan Yin and Ruan Chu don't have a good relationship. Ruan Chu probably won't introduce Chao Juning to Ruan Yin when she's in a relationship, so it's understandable that Ruan Yin doesn't know that Chao Juning is Ruan Chu's boyfriend. As for why Ruan Yin trusts Chao Juning more, between her boyfriend and distant half-sister, it's only natural that she definitely trusts her boyfriend more. I just want to say that the front row is filled with Ruan Yin's fans trying to manipulate the scandal, right? Can Ruan Yin ever dream of making this go away? She's an adulterer. On the surface, Ruan Yin's apology was an apology, but in reality, she was hinting at her own innocence. With Ruan Yin's ability to organize her words, she naturally could not write such a clear statement. It was written by the Wang family's public relations department. Of course, if Ruan Yin wanted to clear her name, she could only put all the blame on Chao Juning. With the double pressure from Ruan Jihao and Wang Yinxin, Chao Juning had to take the blame. At the Ruan residence, Ruan Chu returned home after filming the endorsement. Just as she sat down on the sofa in the living room to rest, she saw Ruan Jihao enter angrily. Ruan Chu, family scandals should not be aired in public. Who asked you to post the news of Yin Yin leaving home online? No matter what, Yin Yin is still your sister. Why can't you tolerate her and insist on going against her? Send a Weibo post immediately to prove her innocence. Ruan Jihao pointed at Ruan Chu and ordered. Ruan Chu looked at him indifferently with a hint of mockery in her eyes. As expected, no matter what happened, her father would only stand on Ruan Yan's side. He hated her mother and even her, his daughter. I won't help her, Ruan Chu said and went upstairs with her bag. Seeing that Ruan Chu was disobeying him, Ruan Jihao quickly walked towards her with a dark expression and reached out to slap her. However, Ruan Chu firmly grabbed Ruan Jihao's wrist and glanced mockingly at his fat belly. She raised her eyes and looked straight at his furious face. Domestic violence is against the law. Father, it's better to speak nicely. Otherwise, if I defend myself, your fat body probably won't be able to withstand my beating. Although she entered the entertainment industry, she was also a top student in the law department of Jin University. Ruan Jihao's eyes narrowed slightly, but when he thought of Ruan Chu's fighting skills, he could only retract his hand aggrievedly. I was the one who leaked the news about Ruan Yin. Ruan Jihao, are you going to hit me too? Old Master Ruan heard the commotion and went downstairs with the butler. Ruan Jihao looked at Old Master Ruan in surprise and confusion. Dad, there's no need for this to spread, right? No matter what, Yin Yin is my daughter and your granddaughter. Old Master Ruan snorted. I've never admitted that Ruan Yin is my granddaughter. What do you mean by family scandals shouldn't be aired in public? She's not part of the Ruan family now. Even if it's a family scandal, it has nothing to do with the family. You seem very free, don't you? Is it because you have nothing to do with the company? Ruan Jihao could not raise his head after being scolded by Old Master Ruan. Old Master Ruan glanced at him in disdain. The sharp gaze he gave Ruan Jihao instantly became benevolent. Choo-choo, are you off work? Go and rest. In the future, if you meet people like him who can't think with his head, just hit him. If anything happens, I have your back. Ruan Chu did not hesitate. Okay. Ruan Jihao looked up in disbelief. only to see the back view of the grandfather and granddaughter. Unfilial daughter. The cicadas chirped for a long summer, and the sky outside the window was clear. Her slender and fair hands danced between the black and white keys. The sound of the piano was as bright as the dancing light spots among the dense leaves in midsummer. Beside the piano was a mobile phone that was being broadcasted live. There was only a pair of fair and slender hands playing the piano in the live stream, and the comments were constantly refreshing. "Ah, I'm just passing by." When I saw these hands, I decided to follow the streamer. Missing person returns. "Mommy, the streamer you follow is finally back." I feel that Yang Yang's piano has improved greatly this time. It's better than ever before. I agree with the person above. I don't know how to describe Yang Yang's piano piece this time, but it sounds very comfortable. When I close my eyes, it's like I can see mountains and rivers, spring and snow. I feel relaxed. Heavenly piano music. I've heard many versions of this piece. This song might not be the best, but it's the most comfortable for me to listen to. After watching the replay of the streamer's previous live broadcast, I feel that the biggest difference from before is that the piano pieces in the past were good, but they were too deliberately flaunting skills and lost their authenticity. This time, it's very real. That's all for today's live stream. Thank you for your attention and tips. Oh my god, why is the host's voice so nice? I feel that the host must be a super gentle and cute girl. I look forward to the day when the host shows her face. Don't turn off the live broadcast. I can listen to this heavenly tune all day. Boo-hoo. I was so focused on listening that I forgot to record it. Did anyone record the live broadcast or record the piano audio? Please share. I'm shocked. The usually cold Yang Yang actually spoke in the live stream? I thought it was a cool, distant goddess, but she was actually a soft, gentle girl. This contrast is incredible. Why do I feel that Yang Yang's voice is a little familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere before. Could it be in my dream? Guyang put away the live broadcast equipment. She had been idle at home for the past few days, so she thought of the host's account on the Grape app. The original host was certified as a genius pianist on Weibo, but she rarely posted videos of her playing the piano on Weibo. Even if she posted them, they were mostly recorded on official occasions and were rarely daily. Most of the time, she posted videos on the Grape app or played the piano through live streaming. The original host was a small influencer on the music channel on the Grape app. She had more than 1 million fans. However, the original host claimed to be the daughter of a wealthy family. She felt that if people in high society knew that she was doing live broadcasts, she would lose face, so she never showed her face or made a sound in the live broadcast. This also created a sense of mystery for the original host. In fact, it attracted even more fans. As the daughter of the Gu family, the original host had a few million in pocket money every month. The reason for the live broadcast was not for money, but to satisfy the vanity of being praised by fans when showing off her skills. The reason for Gu Yang's live broadcast was very simple: to earn money. She did not want to ask the Gu family for money. The first thing she had to do was to be financially independent. Although she was good at treating mental illnesses, she had yet to get the corresponding documents. It was impossible for her to go to a mental hospital to treat people and earn money. The country had a complete constitution. Medical practice without a license constitutes illegal medical practice, which was against the law. Serious cases could go up to 3 years imprisonment. As for fragrance making, jewelry design, and other fashion industries, they were all money-burning things. Would she dare to touch them without money? Guyang lay on the piano in a daze. As a law-abiding citizen, she felt that she had to get a few certificates first. There was a knock on the piano room door. Guyang came back to her senses and opened the door to see Feng Ju, who was a head taller than her. The young man's skin was fair. When he was close, it was as if one could see the light blue veins. There was a faint fragrance on his body, like the smell of some high-grade perfume. Just smelling it made one feel calm. For some reason, Guyang felt that this fragrance was indescribably familiar. "Are you wearing perfume?" Guyang looked up at Feng Ju in surprise. Feng Ju nodded lightly and looked down at Guyang. His eyes reflected the light from the window in the piano room, and his voice was soft. "Does Big Sister like it?" The fragrance was a little faint. Even with Guyang's sensitive sense of smell, she couldn't smell it clearly. She walked a little closer and stopped when she was about to touch his chest. Her nose twitched and she commented seriously, "It smells nice. It's very pleasing. The person who can make this perfume must be a fragrance genius." Fengju suddenly let out a short laugh. His eyes, which were slightly dark because of Gu Yang's approach, seemed to have stars in them. "Yes, he's a genius. What's this perfume called?" Gu Yang suddenly asked curiously. She knew that perfumes of this level were either limited or unique, and they were extremely expensive. She definitely couldn't buy them now, so she was just asking. Fengju's gaze stopped on Gu Yang's exquisite little face. He seemed to be looking at her, but also seemed to be recalling something through her. Unharmed. Suddenly, Gu Yang felt as if something had collided in her heart. She asked almost anxiously, "Which master made it?" Fengju replied softly, "It's not a master. It's a gift from an old friend with exceptional talent in perfume making. It's very important to me." Gu Yang swallowed back the words she was about to say. Since it was a gift from an old friend and was very important to Fengju, he naturally couldn't sell it. Fengju asked, "What do you think of the name of this perfume?" "Very good. Very appropriate." Gu Yang couldn't explain it clearly. When she smelled this fragrance, she didn't think of a name, but after hearing this unfamiliar name, she felt that it was right. However, she did not understand why she had such a strange feeling when she heard that name. Gu Yang couldn't figure it out, so she could only categorize it as a perfumer's urge to explore top-grade perfume. Gu Yang didn't probe further about the perfume. "Why are you knocking?" Fengju moved to the side. "Mommy wants you to go downstairs." Gu Yang thanked him and hurried downstairs to look for Wan Shuling. Fengju looked at her back. As she walked away step by step, the light in his eyes seemed to have been pulled away bit by bit until it finally turned dark. He muttered, "But I don't think this name is good. Not good at all." Downstairs, Wan Shuling was drinking coffee with an elegant invitation beside the coffee table. Gu Jin leaned on the sofa and played games. Her eyes were lazy, but the game interface was filled with killing. She played the team battle solo and even beat up the opponents. Seeing Gu Yang go downstairs, Wan Shuling put down her coffee cup and knocked on the invitation on the table. "This is an invitation to the Tang family's banquet. Old Master Tang has recovered and has been discharged from the hospital today. The Tang family specially held a banquet to celebrate and invited some familiar people in the industry and some friends." Gu Yang's eyes lit up. She knew this. It was a part of the plot. In the novel, the male and female leads met each other for the first time at this banquet. This was also an important face-slapping scene with high combat power from the female lead. In the original book, Gu Jin's identity as the real daughter of the family had yet to be revealed. Wan Shuling despised Gu Jin for being from the countryside. Gu Jin was arrogant, rude, and had a bad temper. Gu Jin didn't have any talent, so Wan Shuling naturally didn't bring the adopted daughter Gu Jin to the banquet. However, Gu Jin appeared at the Tang family's banquet. At the banquet, when Wan Shuling saw Gu Jin there, she even reprimanded her. Wan Shuling felt that she was insensible and had followed her here on her own. Gu Yang also used all kinds of sarcasm to sow discord between her good friends in the circle as well as her best friends. However, Old Master Tang personally came out to slap them in the face, saying that Gu Jin was his guest, shocking all the supporting actors. The cannon fodder of the supporting actresses came one after another, provoking Gu Jin. They questioned the adopted daughter from the countryside, who didn't have any talent and wasn't worthy of attending the banquet. Gu Jin's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. She instantly defeated everyone and won the MVP award. The male protagonist assisted from the side and activated his poisonous tongue to help the female protagonist slap the faces of others and backed her up. In the end, Gu Jin was even invited by the mysterious male lead from the capital to dance at the banquet. She became the focus of the entire venue and attracted the hatred of the socialite female supporting characters of Jin City. It pushed the development of the plot and paved the way for the subsequent story. When Gu Yang saw this face-slapping scene, she was overjoyed. However, when this was about to happen to her, her mood felt different. "I heard that a big shot from the capital will be attending the Tang family's banquet. Yang, do you want to go and take a look?" Wan Shuling asked as she scrolled through the invitation. But in fact, The real big shot was Xiao Iza, who had countless secret identities. As for Lin Ran, who was known by readers as the social butterfly with a husky complex, he was just a cover to divert attention. Yang Yang? Seeing that Gu Yang was in a daze, Ruan Shuling waved the invitation in front of her. I want to go. Gu Yang came back to her senses. Of course, she had to go to prevent her relatives and friends from courting death. Moreover, as an important supporting character in the early stages of the plot, how could she not be part of the plot? Gu Yang's eyes flashed, wanting to watch the show live. All right, I will bring you to the banquet tonight. In a while, we'll go to the mall to buy some gifts and accessories. I'm going to dress up my good daughter beautifully and make her look stunning. Ruan Shuling clenched her beautiful red manicured hands. She looked at Gu Yang dotingly. Gu Yang was about to say that she wanted to bring Gu Jin along, but Ruan Shuling beat her to it. Gu Jin, you're a loner and don't like to socialize, so don't go tonight. This kind of occasion isn't suitable for you. Victory. At this moment, an electronic ringtone came from Gu Jin's phone. Gu Jin put down her phone. Her eyes were still relaxed as she replied lazily. Seeing that Gu Jin was so cold and indifferent, Ruan Shuling frowned and became even more impatient. Our family has a curfew. We lock the door after 11, so don't come back late and don't stay out all night. During the few days when Gu Yang went to film the variety show, Gu Jin only returned home in the middle of the night every day, so she almost called the police. When Ruan Shuling asked her why she came back so late, she only said that she was playing games at the internet cafe. Ruan Shuling was furious. Which rich family's daughter would play games in the internet cafe in the middle of the night? Moreover, she didn't forbid her from playing games. It wasn't like they didn't have computers at home. The Gu family did not have a curfew, but now, she had specially set one for Gu Jin. Gu Jin's expression finally changed. Ruan Shuling thought that she would say something to refute, but in the end, Gu Jin was still as quiet as before and coldly replied, nothing serious. If the door got closed, she could climb over the wall. Ruan Shuling felt even more uncomfortable. Seeing Ruan Shuling frown, Gu Yang was afraid that Ruan Shuling would continue to say something that would anger Gu Jin. She held Ruan Shuling's hand and said obediently in a serious tone, Mom, Big Sister is the real daughter of the Gu family. If she shouldn't go to the banquet, then I have no reason to go either for stealing her place. Says who? Yang Yang is so outstanding. Why can't you go? Ruan Shuling retorted. Something quickly dawned on her. Indeed, the outside world now knew that Gu Jin was the real daughter of the Gu family and Yang Yang was an adopted daughter. If she only brought Yang Yang there, someone would inevitably use this matter to make things difficult for the Gu family and Yang Yang. However, she had already said that she wouldn't bring Gu Jin along, and Gu Jin didn't express any intention of attending the banquet. Could it be that she had to take the initiative to invite her? Wasn't that slapping her own face? Ruan Shuling glanced at Gu Jin and coughed lightly. Little Jin, it's not impossible if you want to go. As long as you behave yourself and don't run around when you go to the Tang family. As long as Gu Jin nodded, she would go with the flow. Gu Jin raised an eyebrow. I don't want to go. She had old Master Tang's VIP invitation in her hand and had rejected it long ago. If she went now, wouldn't she be slapping herself in the face? Ruan Shuling was embarrassed and angry. So be it. You don't have the etiquette and upbringing of a rich young lady. If you go there, others will arrange flowers and drink tea. Will you form a team to play games? Gu Yang. Actually, it wasn't like Gu Jin couldn't do this. Disdain flashed in Gu Jin's eyes. No, I won't. There was a function to find players in the same city in Legend of the Gods. She had played a few rounds, but there was no one who could fight well. She did not like to play with weak chickens. Hearing Gu Jin's retort, Ruan Shuling's expression improved a little. She felt that Gu Jin was not an entirely lost cause. Ruan Shuling felt depressed. Why did her two biological children, Gu Pei and Gu Jin, like to play games so much? No wonder Gu Yang was more sensible and outstanding than these two. So it was because she wasn't her biological daughter? Gaming was bad for people. She had to ask the game officials of Legend of the Gods when they would set up a program that limited the duration of the game for minors. Gu Yang held her forehead. Big Sister already had a bad temper. With Ruan Shuling's attitude, how could she agree? Indeed, it was down to her. Gu Yang harnessed her acting skills and pretended to be pitiful as she looked at Gu Jin eagerly. But I want Big Sister to go with us. If Big Sister doesn't go, I'll be so lonely alone. Ruan Shuling wanted to say that she had her mother to accompany her. Gu Yang sighed and said to her, Mom will definitely have to socialize with the other women. I can't always be by your side. I have to interact with my peers. Gu Jin's eyes flickered. She originally wanted to play another round of Legend of the Gods, but after opening the game, she closed it. She looked at Gu Yang, who was blinking at her pitifully, and took a sip of coffee as usual. At the same time, she covered the corners of her slightly twitching mouth. With such good acting skills, it was indeed a pity that Zhaofeng Entertainment did not recruit her into the entertainment industry. Even though she knew that she was faking it, Gu Jin couldn't bear to reject her. Gu Jin put down the coffee. Okay, it's fine if Big Sister doesn't go. Those rumors about me are what I deserve. Gu Yang continued to act pitifully. When she realized what Gu Jin had said, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened as she looked at Gu Jin in surprise. Have you agreed to go? Gu Jin continued to sip her coffee and nodded, looking completely normal, but the corners of her lips curled up under the coffee cup. Gu Yang didn't expect Gu Jin to agree just like that. She was already prepared to use all her acting skills, but in the end, this was all it took. Who said that big shots were not easy to talk to? Who said that big shots had a bad temper? Moreover, she hadn't even started using psychological cues. Gu Yang felt like she had been holding back a big move and was about to release it, but the other party directly raised a white flag and surrendered. Fortunately, she had achieved her goal. The fuse of the banquet was that Ruan Shuling didn't bring Gu Jin along, and Gu Jin had invited herself. Now that she had invited Gu Jin over, wouldn't it mean that she had killed the face-slapping incident in the cradle and was halfway there to success? Gu Yang's mood improved, and she beamed. Big Sister is the best. Gu Jin drank her coffee and thought that she should say more if she could speak. Ruan Shuling snorted. She wanted to say, what's so good about Gu Jin? But when she saw Gu Yang's bright smile, she didn't refute her. If you want to go, just say so. Don't dress inappropriately all the time. You don't even know how to put on light makeup. I'll bring you to buy some gowns and help you put on makeup. Ruan Shuling glanced at Gu Jin. Gu Yang. As everyone knew, the female leads were always bare-faced, and their bare faces were comparable to permanent makeup. Ruan Shuling looked at Gu Jin from the corner of her eyes. She thought that Gu Jin would be flattered. In the end, Gu Jin replied with a soft, uh-huh. Ruan Shuling's eyes were filled with impatience. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Can't you say something else? Gu Jin replied, yes. Ruan Shuling, Gu Yang couldn't help laughing. There was nothing wrong. She had indeed changed her words. In the car, Ruan Shuling sat on Gu Yang's right and told her about the Tang family's gossip. Speaking of which, Old Master Tang was lucky. Originally, the hospital had issued a critical illness notice, but at this moment, a miracle doctor appeared and actually saved Old Master Tang, who had one foot in the coffin. Actually, many people are going to the Tang family's banquet for that mysterious doctor. I heard that the big shots from the capital are also here to see the doctor. I wonder if that doctor will appear at the Tang family's banquet. Gu Yang secretly glanced at Gu Jin on her left and thought to herself, that doctor is sitting beside me. Gu Yang realized that the big shot was very good at controlling her expression. When she heard Ruan Shuling's words, she didn't even look up. If she wasn't stoical, she was a master at controlling her emotions. Ruan Shuling placed one hand on the side of the car window. The traffic outside was like flowing water. She sighed softly. If only I could see that miracle doctor. Gu Yang asked, does Mom want to get to know the divine doctor too? Gu Jin raised her eyes and glanced at Ruan Shuling. Ruan Shuling looked at Gu Yang. Her eyes filled with worry and heartache. If you can get to know that miracle doctor, your hemophilia might be cured. I heard that the doctor can even treat terminal cancer. He will definitely be able to cure your hemophilia. Gu Yang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Ruan Shuling to do this for her. However, she had almost forgotten that she had a troublesome disease. The reason why it was troublesome was first because hemophilia was basically incurable. A slight scratch would cause blood to flow non-stop and accompany her for the rest of her life. Secondly, her blood type was extremely rare. She had Rh null blood type that was even rarer than Rh negative blood. According to incomplete statistics, there were less than 100 people in the world who had this blood type. The Gu family had been able to find little blood bank for her back then because the plot had been set up well. However, just as Ruan Shuling had said, Gu Jin could even treat terminal cancer, so treating hemophilia was naturally not a problem. Gu Yang's eyes lit up when she looked at Gu Jin. She was sick. Big Boss was her medicine. Gu Jin lowered her eyes, thinking about something, so she didn't see Gu Yang's shining eyes. At a high-end mall in the city center, Gu Jin glanced at the signboard of the mall and quickly looked away. Gu Yang noticed Gu Jin's expression and raised her head to look at the logo. It was Jinchang Mall. She confirmed that it was a chain mall belonging to the Big Boss. Let's go. Recently, Jinchang Mall launched a new season. It's especially beautiful and suits young ladies like you. Ruan Shuling pulled the two of them up in the elevator. This necklace is not bad. The pearl is high quality. These earrings are beautiful. Yang, they're perfect for you. As expected of mommy's good daughter, they're so beautiful on you. Gu Jin, your hands are as pale as a sheet. If you don't wear a bracelet, you'll look so ugly. Pick a few more and swap them often. Don't let others think that you've suffered in the Gu family. Ruan Shuling bought everything she saw that she thought was good for Gu Jin and Gu Yang. Gu Jin and Gu Yang, the two of them were pulled back and forth like the paper bags in Ruan Shuling's arms. Women's purchasing power was really terrifying. We still need a dress. Yang likes light colors. This light yellow dress is just right. It's gentle and grand. Yang will definitely be a little fairy in it. Ruan Shuling stuffed the dress into Gu Yang's arms and practically pushed her into the fitting room. Gu Yang. She felt that Ruan Shuling seemed to be quite suitable for sales. Gu Jin was happily calculating. Up until now, Ruan Shuling had already spent more than 30 million in the luxury area of Jinchang Mall. Half of the luxury items were for her. In other words, she had earned more than 10 million for nothing. This trip was worth it. It was a huge profit. Gu Jin found Ruan Shuling a little more pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment, Ruan Shuling walked up to Gu Jin with a light pink fairy dress priced at 500,000. Ruan Shuling looked at the black strapless dress with no brand logo on her in disdain. The style of the fabric and workmanship were not bad. You're so young. Don't wear lifeless clothes all day like a black widow. Your skin is already fair, and you're wearing black, which makes you look pale. Go change out of this. Girls should wear more pink and cute stuff. Gu Jin looked at the light pink fairy dress as if she was facing a great enemy. For the first time, an expression that Ruan Shuling could understand at a glance appeared on her usually calm face. Ugly. Rejects. Ruan Shuling was a domineering person to begin with. She raised her eyebrows and pulled Gu Jin and the dress into the fitting room. She blocked the door. It was rare to see Gu Jin's expression so rich, and her breathing became smoother. Why? You don't even know how to change your clothes? Do you want me to help you change? Ruan Shuling said as she pretended to enter the fitting room to help Gu Jin change her clothes. The door slammed shut. Ruan Shuling's nose got slammed by the door, and her smile stiffened. Unfilial daughter. In the spacious fitting room, Gu Jin miserably looked at the light pink fairy dress that didn't match her style at all. This dress was quite suitable for Gu Yang. If she wore it, it would probably dazzle some people until they turned blind. Gu Jin took a deep breath. She had been quite poor recently. Seeing that Ruan Shuling had contributed so much to her mall, it was not impossible for her to wear it. Moreover, this dress was from the same series as Gu Yang's dress. In any case, Ji Linbai and Su Yi would never show up here. At this moment, Gu Jin's mood was like a boy trying to wear women's clothes for the first time. From absolute refusal to accept the dress to being able to give it a try. Then, she found it novel and calmly accepted it. Hence, when Gu Yang came out after changing, she saw Ruan Shuling helping Gu Jin, who was wearing a light pink fairy dress, adjust her skirt. Gu Yang was stunned. She wanted to swear. She was shocked. The female protagonist, who seemed to always wear black, white, blue, and gray, was actually wearing a light pink fairy dress? Wasn't her butterfly wings a little too powerful? How could this be? Gu Yang, who had only read about Gu Jin in novels, was shocked at this moment, let alone those who were familiar with Gu Jin in reality. Ruan Shuling helped Gu Jin put on the necklace in front of the full-length mirror. She took out lipstick from her bag and applied it on her, looking like she was dressing up a doll. When Gu Jin saw the lipstick approaching, she moved back. She was a clean freak and didn't like to share lipstick with others. Ruan Shuling seemed to notice her resistance and snorted. "Why are you hiding? This is the best color in the new lipsticks Yang Yang bought for me. I haven't used it yet. Why do you have a problem with it?" Only then did Gu Jin reluctantly accept it. "Why are you pulling a long face? You don't look good at all. Smile." Ruan Shuling frowned. Gu Jin pursed her lips, unable to smile. Gu Yang lifted her skirt and watched from the side with a smile. Was Big Sister so good-tempered on account of Ruan Shuling's wild spending in her boutique? "Yang Yang, are you done changing?" After Ruan Shuling finished putting on Gu Jin's lipstick, she looked at Gu Yang and nodded in satisfaction. "Beautiful." Gu Yang smiled generously. Gu Jin was looking at herself in the mirror. Although her mother's brain wasn't always working, her aesthetic sense was still pretty good. As Gu Jin looked, she suddenly saw two familiar figures on the road outside the boutique through the full-length mirror. Her expression instantly froze. Wasn't that Ji Linbai and Suyi? Ji Linbai had been detained by his father to work as a laborer in the mental hospital for the past few days. It was hard for him to come out, so he was dragged to the mall by Suyi. Ji Linbai wasn't interested in shopping, but Suyi said, "This is Boss's mall. We might even meet her by chance." After walking around for a while, Ji Linbai was so bored that he started to miss his father in the mental hospital. Just as he was about to go back, he was stopped by Suyi. Ji Linbai looked at Suyi through his glasses and asked impatiently, "What's wrong now?" Ji Linbai, "Look, isn't that the boss?" Suyi pointed at a shop and asked with narrowed eyes. When Ji Linbai heard the word boss, he looked in the direction Suyi pointed. However, when he did not see a familiar figure, he frowned. Where? Gu Jin had already confirmed that it was Ji Linbai and Suyi, so she silently turned around and moved away from the mirror. She now suspected that Suyi had hacked into Jincheng Mall's shop surveillance system. When she returned, she would impersonate Quest and teach him a lesson. Suyi placed his hand on Ji Linbai's shoulder and pointed in the direction of the boutique. He said firmly, "That one. The one in the light pink dress. I just saw it in the mirror. That's Boss." "Are you saying Boss is wearing a pink dress?" Ji Linbai's body froze. His expression was as if he was constipated. He pushed Suyi away and said in disdain, "Don't make such a disgusting joke." Gu Jin, who was less than 10 meters away and had excellent hearing, clenched her fists. Very good. Ji Linbai still needed to be taught a lesson. She felt that she could perform an amputation surgery on him. Suyi rolled his eyes. "What do you mean disgusting? Boss is a girl too. Doesn't she deserve to wear pink? Doesn't that guy from the capital wear pink all the time even though he's a man? You're not seeing things." "Arvu?" T. Linbai couldn't imagine it. Suyi pointed at his eyes, which were still as bright as before even though he had stayed up late for years and had not undergone LASIK. "I swear on my 5.0 vision. Besides, do you think you can easily mistake Boss for someone else with her looks?" Ji Linbai was silent. Indeed, he might not entirely trust Suyi's eyes, but he had to trust the Boss' good looks. Suyi held Ji Linbai's arm and raised his eyebrows slightly. He said with interest, "If you don't believe me, let's go over and take a look. I think I saw little fairy too. It's a good time to greet her." All right, he admitted that he just wanted to see the Boss in the pink dress. Ji Linbai was also a little tempted. With a cold face, he found a reasonable excuse. "Is that pretentious girl here too? We have to go over and take a look, lest she scams Boss again." Noticing that Ji Linbai and Suyi had entered the shop and were approaching, Gu Jin pursed her lips. She regretted it now. She regretted it very much. She should have coldly rejected Ruan Shuling's unreasonable request. Gu Jin faced the wall with her back facing everyone. She did not want to speak. However, at this moment, Ruan Shuling came over with a dress. "Gu Jin, why are you here? Quick, try this. It's the black you like." Gu Jin. Humph. Why didn't she take this earlier? She now suspected that Ruan Shuling had been plotting to do this all along. At the same time, Su Yi and Ji Linbai, who were looking for Gu Jin, looked over in unison. Gu Jin happened to look up. When their gazes met, The entire world seemed to fall silent. Su Ye's hand that was holding onto Ji Linbai's arm was trembling. He said excitedly, FCK, FCK. It's really boss. Ji Linbai's expression was subtle. There seemed to be no ripple on his face, but his heart was already surging wildly. Gu Jin looked at them coldly and looked away. She wanted to live in another city. Gu Yang, who had witnessed the entire process, rubbed her chin. She seemed to have witnessed something unexpected firsthand. Su Yi and Ji Linbai were stunned by Gu Jin's gaze and stood rooted to the ground, hesitating. Su Yi whispered to Ji Linbai, "What should we do? The boss might hold a grudge. Should we go and greet her?" Ji Linbai was thunderstruck. He felt that he still needed time to calm down. Furthermore, he had just seen boss wearing a pink dress. If he still went forward, wouldn't he be courting death? Ji Linbai pushed up his glasses and said calmly, "Boss and her family are buying clothes. It's not appropriate for us to disturb them. I don't think that little BTCH Gu Yang will let boss suffer. I still have something on in the mental hospital, so I'll leave first. If you want to go and greet them, go yourself. If you want to die, die yourself. Don't take me with you." Su Yi. That's not what he said just now, right? Gu Yang, who was silently watching Gu Jin, Su Yi, and Ji Linbai, was speechless. Even though they were speaking softly and it was inaudible, they were out of luck because she could read lips. Just as Ji Linbai was about to turn around and leave, Gu Yang walked over and stopped him with a smile. "Dr. Ji, I heard your voice from afar. I didn't expect it to be you. My mother and sister are also here. Aren't you going to say hello before leaving?" Ji Linbai suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around stiffly, glancing coldly at Gu Yang. FCK. That pretentious by CH had exposed him. Because of Gu Yang's shout, Ruan Shuling also noticed Ji Linbai and was a little surprised. "Dr. Ji, I didn't expect to meet you." Gu Jin, who was standing at the side, stared at Ji Linbai with a cold gaze, causing Ji Linbai's palms to sweat. "Mrs. Gu, Miss Gu Yang, Miss Gu Jin, how are you? What a coincidence." Ji Linbai put on a bold front and greeted them. Su Yi, who was at the side, laughed secretly. Little Fairy knew the two of them, but she only called out to Ji Linbai. She must have heard Ji Linbai call her a little BTC served him right. So he thanked Gu Yang for not killing him inside, then decided to abandon Ji Linbai and run away himself. However, just as he took a step forward, Ji Linbai grabbed him by the corner of his shirt and pulled back ruthlessly. Su Ye's smile froze. Ji Linbai was a dog after all. Su Yi could only turn around awkwardly. He winked at his boss ingratiatingly. Seeing that she had looked away, he smiled and greeted Gu Yang. "Hi, little fairy, long time no see." Gu Yang smiled politely. "Long time no see." Ruan Shuling looked at Gu Yang in surprise. Yang, do you know him?" Gu Yang nodded. "This is Dr. Ji's friend. His name is Su Yi. We met by chance." Since Su Yi did not openly greet Gu Jin, she decided not to tell Ruan Shuling that Su Yi and Gu Jin knew each other. Su Yi greeted Ruan Shuling with a smile that revealed his canine teeth. "Mrs. Gill." Ruan Shuling saw that Su Yi had delicate features, was bright and cheerful, and had good taste. She had a good impression of him. "Mr. Su and Dr. Ji, are you both here to buy clothes?" Su Yi and Ji Linbai only wanted to leave as soon as possible. When they heard Ruan Shuling's words, they said embarrassedly, yes. They couldn't possibly say that they were here to see their boss in a pink dress, right? Ruan Shuling had always loved Gu Yang's friends. "I see that you're friends with Yang and aren't much older than her. Call me Andy." Ji Linbai, who was close to that little BTCH. Su Yi said, "Hello, Andy Gu. You haven't found a suitable outfit yet? Let me help you take a look. The clothes in this shop are indeed not bad." Ruan Shuling looked around and finally realized that this was a women's clothing shop. Then, she looked at Su Yi and Ji Linbai with a strange gaze. "This is a women's clothing shop. Do you want to buy women's clothes?" Ruan Shuling often interacted with people in the fashion industry and had seen many cross-dressing big shots. However, she did not expect the cold and serious Dr. Ji and the cheerful Su Yi would be interested. Fortunately, Su Yi reacted quickly. No, it's my girlfriend's birthday today. I want to get her a gift." Ji Linbai said, "Me too. He felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about how the words cross-dressing big shot had something to do with him. Gu Yang's lips twitched. Although she hadn't finished reading the original book, she knew that one of them treated computers as his wife, while the other treated scalpels as his wife. What did girlfriends have to do with them? Gu Jin also looked at the two of them strangely, hearing them claim they had girlfriends. Only Ruan Shuling had a strange look in her eyes. Do their birthdays fall on the same day? Your girlfriend is the same person? Su Yi and Ji Linbai. Su Yi laughed awkwardly. Haha, it's a coincidence. Couldn't Ji Linbai make up his own story? Ruan Shuling saw that the two of them were acting strange, but she didn't continue asking. On the other hand, Guyang didn't intend to let go of Ji Linbai just like that. She reached out to hold Gu Jin's arm and said to him with a smile, Dr. Ji, what do you think of my sister's outfit today? From an angle that Ruan Shuling couldn't see, Ji Linbai glared coldly at Gu Yang. Seeing Gu Jin and Ruan Shuling looking over, he said dryly, yes. Miss Gu Jin is a natural beauty. Of course, she's pretty. He hoped that his boss would let him off on account of his flattery. Gu Yang smiled. Oh, I didn't expect Dr. Ji to have such high standards. My sister has fair, snow-white skin, bright eyes, white teeth, and devastating beauty. In Dr. Ji's eyes, she's only pretty? Ji Linbai gritted her teeth. Miss Guyang is certainly good with your words. So what if she could speak well? That little BTCH actually gave him a hard time in front of boss. On the side, Su Yi clicked his tongue and sighed in his heart. Little Fairy seemed to have a soft personality, but he didn't expect her to be so vengeful. As expected of boss's biological sister, Ruan Shuling paid for the dresses she bought for Gu Jin and Gu Yang. After leaving the mall, she dragged the two of them to the beauty salon. Ruan Shuling placed all the gift bags in the trunk and pulled Gu Yang and the unwilling Gu Jin along. I heard from the madams in the industry that a new high-end beauty salon has opened in Jin City recently, and the effect is especially good. The once most popular large beauty salon next door has lost a lot of customers and is about to go bankrupt. I heard that their membership products are even more effective. It's a pity that their membership cards are limited. They've long been snatched away. Even I couldn't get one. Guyang guessed randomly, is it good? With such a destructive business, she could only think of Gu Jin's new business called Good in Jin City. Yes. Have you heard of it? Ruan Shuling was surprised. After all, this beauty salon was popular among wealthy ladies when Guyang went on the variety show, so she probably had not heard about it yet. Guyang took out a card from her bag. I still have a membership card. Previously, I went with cousin Ruan Chu. She was especially generous and even gave me a membership card. Ruan Chu, who was playing chess with her grandfather in the Ruan residence, sneezed twice. Ruan Shuling was pleasantly surprised. Yang, do you actually have a membership card? Then you should count yourself lucky. Now, a good membership card has gone up to tens of millions in the industry. Guyang blinked. When I got one, it was only 100,000. Unexpectedly, it had increased by 100 times. Gu Jin already knew that Guyang had a membership card, so she wasn't surprised. Moreover, she knew that Guyang was the one who scammed Ruan Chu to get that card. She didn't spend a single cent. After entering the beauty salon, Ruan Shuling couldn't wait to bring Guyang and Gu Jin to the membership area. Previously, she had come a few times to use the products in the membership area, but she was rejected because she did not have a membership card. Therefore, she was even mocked by Mrs. Su and the other rivals. Ruan Shuling was overwhelmed with emotions. I'll definitely bring you guys to use all the products in the membership area today. The membership area was in a corner of the beauty salon. Although it was said to be a corner, the decoration was extremely high-end and elegant. There were all kinds of beauty equipment and products, and every position was separated by a bead curtain or screen. At this moment, an instigative voice filled with sarcasm came from behind the bead curtain. Oh, isn't this Mrs. Gu? You were chased out of the membership area last time. Are you planning to repeat the scene this time? A well-maintained hand lifted the bead curtain, and a woman wearing a special water mask from the good membership area looked at Ruan Shuling provocatively. This woman was called Mrs. Chi. She was one of Mrs. Su's best friends, who was Ruan Shuling's sworn enemy. Hearing her mention her awkward situation, Ruan Shuling looked angry. She was about to rush up and retort when Gu Yang stuffed the membership card into her hand. Ruan Shuling calmed down a little. Most of the people here were from the wealthy circle in Jean City. If she rushed up and scolded Mrs. Qi, she would still be the one who would be embarrassed. She held the membership card and smiled at Mrs. Qi. I didn't recognize you behind that mask. I see it's Mrs. Qi. Then, where are Mrs. Su and the others? Are they all here? You. Mrs. Qi was so angry that the mask on her face fell to the ground. She did not expect Ruan Shuling to not scold her like a shrew. Instead, she secretly mocked her for being shameless. At this moment, Mrs. Su came out with her best friends from high society. Mrs. Su's face was very good, with a hint of rosy color. She stood beside Mrs. Qi and did not say anything. She only said arrogantly to Ruan Shuling, Mrs. Gu, do you want to enter the membership area for beauty treatment too? You just happened to be in time to do treatment with us. Please, Mrs. Gu. Mrs. Qi glanced at Ruan Shuling. Then Mrs. Gu is really lucky. With Sister Su taking you, you can use all the products in the membership area. Ruan Shuling was so angry that she laughed. Mrs. Su was proudly acting like she was doing her a favor. There's no need. My daughter is filial and gave me a membership card early on, but I forgot to bring it before. There's no need for you to help if you don't want to. Su and the others. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi's expressions changed. They did not expect Ruan Shuling to really have a membership card. Moreover, not only did she slap their faces, but she also showed off her foster daughter's filial piety to them. After all, good membership cards were hard to come by now. If their children could give them one, they would be overjoyed. Mrs. Su felt embarrassed and returned to her original position with her best friends. Ruan Shuling looked at their exasperated figures and felt proud. Yang Yang was indeed her little sweetheart. Before Ji Linbai could return to the mental hospital, he received a message from his boss. The medical union has a few more donated corpses with special diseases that need to be cut up and preserved for research on related diseases. Go and help. Ji Linbai. As soon as Suyi turned on the computer, it went black. An iconic golden-edged blood drop appeared in front of the black screen. FCK. My new computer. Suye's eyes almost popped out. Quest, you're going to get it from me. So you want to fight Quest on the Internet Cafe's computer, and ended up being kicked out by the Internet Cafe owner. The boss of the Internet Cafe said angrily, you destroyed 18 computers in an hour. FCK, were you sent by the competitors to mess with me? That night, the rain was heavy and Suyi was cold from the rain. He gradually realized that something was wrong. Trembling, he opened WeChat and sent a message to his boss to ask, Boss, are you deliberately messing with me? Gujin, did you only realize? Her disdainful tone almost overflowed from the screen. At the Tang family's banquet. The Tang family was an old clan among the wealthy families in Jean City. Moreover, Old Master Tang from the family had a considerable influence in both Jean City and the capital. Therefore, there were many guests at the banquet, and the people coming and going were all from influential families. When Ruan Shuling brought Gu Yang and Gu Jin to the banquet, it was still raining heavily. As soon as they got out of the car, someone from the Tang family came to hold an umbrella for them. Gu Yang lifted her skirt and followed Ruan Shuling into the Tang family's banquet hall. As soon as she entered, she was hugged by a fashionable girl, so much so that she almost lost her balance. Yang Yang, I miss you so much. Did you miss me? The girl was close to her age and had exquisite heavy makeup on. She looked bright and beautiful and was smiling at Gu Yang. Enough, Zhu Di. If you don't let go of Yang Yang, she'll be suffocated by you. A tall and handsome young man reminded her. Zhu Di, the girl who was hugging Gu Yang, let go of her. Only then did Gu Yang remember who this person was. Zhu Di was the daughter of the Zhu family in Jean City. In the original novel, she was the original host's best friend. She was arrogant and willful. Also, she was straightforward and impulsive. Zhu Di was loyal to the original host, but she was often used by her and made things difficult for the female lead. In the end, Zhu Di's ending was not good either. Because the boy Zhu Di liked pursued Gu Jin. Under the hint of the original host, she bribed a hooligan to drug and defile Gu Jin. One could imagine that in the end, she reaped what she sowed. Her reputation was ruined and she was sued in court, implicating the entire Zhu family and causing them to go bankrupt under the male lead's anger. The handsome boy beside her was Gu Yang's #1 fan, Fu Mingxiu. Fu Mingxiu was also a young master from the wealthy circle in Jin City, but the Fu family had a higher status in town. They had a high status in the business circle and politics, and they had a lot of connections in the capital. Fu Mingxiu had always liked the original host, but because the original host and Xue Duo were engaged when they were young, Fu Mingxiu had never explicitly expressed his feelings for the original host. However, everyone in the circle seemed to know his feelings for the original host. Of course, the original host knew that Fu Mingxiu liked her and had been enjoying it. On the one hand, she only treated him as her brother, and on the other hand, she ostracized the other girls who approached him. In the original book, Fu Mingxiu had done many bad things with his cultivation. In the end, things did not go well for him either. Moreover, Guyang remembered that when she read the novel, many people called Fu Mingxiu a scumbag. Fu Mingxiu's love for the original host was unrequited. When he happened to meet a girl who looked a little like the original host, he forced her to be his lover and used her as a substitute for the original host. Later, he was discovered by the original host. Because the original host was unhappy, she forced the girl to have a miscarriage. He was probably holding the script for a villain in a melodrama. Other than Zhu Di and Fu Mingxiu, most of the supporting actors who came with them did not have a good ending. Guyang greeted them politely. Zhu Di took Gu Yang's arm familiarly and smiled at Ruan Shuling. "Auntie Gu, we haven't seen Yang Yang in a long time. We are going to hang out and chit-chat." Ruan Shuling heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhu Di, Fu Mingxiu, and the others were still treating Guyang the same as before. She smiled and replied, "Go ahead. You young people can hang out yourselves." Guyang was escorted away by Zhu Di and the others. Gu Jin glanced at them and saw that they were friendly to Guyang, so she continued scrolling through her phone. Sui sent a message, "Boss, I just found out that the person from the Xiao family will be attending the Tang family's banquet tonight for you. You have to be careful. I didn't expect him to see through the smokescreen in Liang City so quickly and chase you down in Jin City." Gu Jin sneered. "I specially asked old Master Tang to release that news. Otherwise, how could Xiao Iza find out about her so quickly? Would Tang Hinian leak the news of the miracle doctor without her consent? She had specially invited Xiao Iza here to discuss a deal with him as a divine doctor. Since Xiao Iza wanted her to treat his illness, it was impossible for him to harm her. Previously, Xiao Iza had been investigating her throughout the 4 oceans and 7 continents. He was investigating her other identity, not her identity as a miracle doctor." After Zhu Di pulled Gu Yang to sit down, she got concerned about Gu Yang's recent situation. "Yang Yang, how have you been recently? Have you suffered in the Gu family? Have you been bullied? I just came back from Country M and heard Mo, and the others say that Country Bumpkin Gu Jin stole your identity." The words that came out of her mouth were the lines of a brainless antagonist with bad morals. Mo was the girl in the light purple dress next to Zhu Di. She was also very good friends with the original host. Mo pinched Gu Yang's cheek and interrupted Zhu Di's words. She said indignantly, "Isn't it obvious? Look, Yang Yang must have suffered. Look at the weight she's lost. I heard from my mother that the moment the BTCH Gu Jin returned to the Gu family, she pushed Yang Yang down the stairs. She even caused Yang Yang to lose her engagement with Xue Duo, snatched Yang Yang's status as the eldest daughter of the Gu family, and even forced Yang Yang to leave home. She was reduced to filming a variety show. Isn't this bullying?" Gu Yang was dumbfounded. Was she pushed down from upstairs? Was she reduced to filming variety shows for a living? Friends, even if it's just gossip, you should still get your story straight, right? Guyang tried to explain. No. Someone interrupted again. This time, it was a fat boy with green hair. The hair stood out particularly under the light since it was neon green. That's too much. Gu Jin bullied her because the goddess was too gentle and soft. Thankfully, we're back now, and we'll definitely help her vent her anger. The green-haired fatty was the young master of the Liu family in Jin City, Liu Mao. He was one of the good friends of the original host. His words received the approval of Gu Yang's scoundrel friends. That's right, we must seek revenge for our goddess. We weren't in Jin City before, so we couldn't stand up for the goddess. Now that we're back, we must teach Gu Jin a lesson. Liu Mao looked at Fu Mingxiu. Brother Fu, you won't watch a country bumpkin bully Gu Ning, will you? Fu Mingxiu glanced coldly in Gu Jin's direction. When he looked at Gu Yang, his gaze instantly softened. He rubbed Gu Yang's head and said gently, Yang Yang, whether you're the real daughter of the Gu family or not, in my eyes, you're a little princess who should be pampered. His attitude towards Gu Yang wouldn't change like Shui Duo because of her identity. Zhu Di stood up angrily and said, I heard that Gu Jin is here too. Let's go and avenge Yang Yang. Momo's tone was filled with disdain. She's just a country bumpkin. Does she really think she's better now that she's the real daughter of the family? How dare she attend such a rich family banquet? Let's let her know the difference between her and Yang Yang. Gu Yang knew that this was the prelude to the cannon fodder going to court death. They would first suppress the female lead, Gu Jin, and then quickly humiliate and provoke her. Then, they would be slapped in the face. She felt that she had to stop these friends who were passionate about her and correct their values. Seeing that Zhu Di, Lu Mao, and the others were about to troop over and make trouble for Gu Jin, Gu Yang stood up and stood in front of the cannon fodder team. She said helplessly, Can you guys listen to me first? Fu Mingxiu and the others were stunned. Only then did they realize that they were the ones who had been criticizing Gu Jin the entire time. So Gu Yang couldn't say a word. They thought that Gu Yang had been too aggrieved just now, so she didn't say anything. After all, in the past, when Gu Yang was aggrieved, she would be sad by herself without saying a word. As the favorite among the cannon fodder, Gu Yang naturally had the right to speak. So when they heard her words, everyone looked at her, waiting for her answer. Gu Yang knew that with the influence of the original host, even if she explained the truth, the cannon fodder team would think that she was just holding it in quietly and helping Gu Jin absolve herself. Not only would they not give up on targeting Gu Jin, but they would also target her even more because of her instigative words. Hence, Gu Yang decided to use strong medicine. Look into my sincere eyes and listen to me. Gu Yang pointed at her eyes. Zhu Di, Fu Mingxiu, Mo, Lu Mao, and the others looked at Gu Yang's clear eyes obediently. Zhu Di suddenly said, Yang Yang, your eye makeup today is great. Mo remarked, Your skin condition is also very good today. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. What were they focusing on anyway? Her tone was gentle and slow as the light music played in the banquet hall. Firstly, Gu Jin didn't bully me. She didn't push me down the stairs. I accidentally missed a step and fell down. Secondly, the engagement with Shui Duo has nothing to do with her. It was Ruan Yin who revealed my identity as the fake daughter of the family. Then, the Shui family came to cancel the engagement. Thirdly, Gu Jin is the real daughter of the Gu family. The identity of the eldest daughter of the Gu family belongs to Gu Jin alone. Fourthly, I went on the variety show for fun, not because I was forced to make a living. Gu Jin is a sister to me now. She has never bullied me, so don't find trouble with her, okay? She was using psychological cues. On the other side, Lin Ran, who was wearing a flowery shirt, entered the banquet hall. He waved his newly dyed pink hair and felt that he must be the most handsome boy in the venue. However, when he glanced at the banquet hall, he realized that there was a little fatty in the corner with fluorescent green hair. He was severely shocked. Lin Ran was stunned. FCK. Someone dyed his hair brighter than mine. He thought that his pink hair was already loud enough. He did not expect to meet a more ruthless person with a head full of neon green hair. A head full of neon green hair. How many times had he been cuckolded before he was determined enough to dye his hair green? Lin Ran stared at the fat Lu Mao and suddenly saw Gu Yang surrounded by people. Hey, young Master Xiao, look, that girl is here too. Is it some girl you're hitting on again? Xiao Yi's tone was slightly disdainful. Lin Ran replied, No, it's the girl in the white dress who subdued the criminal on the highway last time. Last time, I caught a glimpse of her through the car window in Liang City, and she left quite an impression. Now, her appearance is engraved in my heart. I didn't expect us to meet again. We must be destined to be together. Xiao Yi's ears were already covered in calluses from hearing this. Don't you always say you're destined to be together with someone? Lin Ran held his thumping heart and looked in Gu Yang's direction in a daze. It's different this time. If I can get the girl, she'll definitely be number one in my heart. Xiao Yi remarked, Your heart is probably a durian, right? It had lots of sharp points. so there was space for plenty of number ones. Lin Ran was speechless. Sensing that Lin Ran's gaze was off, Xiao Iza suddenly looked in his direction. When he saw Gu Yang and the people around her, his eyes lit up. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful hypnotist in Jin City. It would be a pity if such a talent was not working for the government. Xiao Iza snapped his fingers in front of Lin Ran. Lin Ran's eyes regained clarity. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "She's too beautiful. I'm mesmerized by her." Xiao Iza's tone was disdainful. "Idiot, you were hypnotized. Don't look the hypnotist in the eye at any time. The hypnotist's eyes are like a hunter's gun." Lin Ran knew what he meant. When he realized what was going on, he shuddered and looked at Xiao Iza in surprise. A hypnotist? Then not only does she have good moves, but she also knows hypnosis. Xiao Iza nodded, and his eyes darkened. "No, I'm so far away." Lin Ran was even more shocked, and a cold sweat broke out on his palms. The banquet hall was spacious. He was at least 10 meters away from the girl. How could he be affected by the hypnosis at such a distance? He remembered that there was a hypnotist who was widely sought after by countless people in the capital. His hypnosis was only effective within 5 meters. Xiao Iza warned coldly, "That's why she's not someone you can play with casually. Don't have any ideas about her. People like her were good enough to work for the government." Lin Ran couldn't help but look at Gu Yang again. "By the way, young Master Xiao, is she the person we're looking for?" Xiao Iza's tone was firm. "No, that person is not a hypnotist." He had even encountered a hypnotist of this level. It seemed that he would gain a lot from this trip to Jin City. Moreover, he found it interesting that the girl didn't seem to know that she was a hypnotist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let the range of the hypnosis extend so far and not covered it. After Gu Yang gave the cannon fodder team a psychological cue, she blinked and ended the process. Zhu Di and the others felt that after hearing Gu Yang's words, most of their anger had dissipated and they were much calmer. At the very least, they didn't go after Gu Jin like they did just now. Mo asked, "Does that mean we misunderstood her? Although she's from the countryside, she's not that arrogant?" Mo wanted to say country bumpkin, but when she thought of how Gu Yang had just said that she treated Gu Jin as her sister, she swallowed her words. Gu Yang nodded. "Yes, my sister keeps a low profile. She's not arrogant at all, and she doesn't bully people." Seeing that Gu Yang was so protective of Gu Jin, Zhu Di held her arm and felt a little jealous. Yang, why are you so protective of her? She's not your biological sister. I'm your good sister. Although Gu Jin didn't bully you, it's a fact that she caused you to lose so much. If only she wasn't around." Gu Yang's alarm went off. She couldn't let such dangerous words come out. Murder was punishable by death. Gu Yang said matter-of-factly, "You're my good sister, but she's my biological sister. Look, Mom and Dad treat me like their biological daughter, and Gu Jin is their biological daughter. Doesn't that make us sisters?" Zhu Di thought inside. Even though she was bad at math, she could tell that things did not add up. Seeing that Gu Yang was really protective of Gu Jin, although Fu Mingxiu was still unhappy with Gu Jin, he followed Gu Yang's intentions and said gently, "Zhu Di, Mo, since Yang treats her as her biological sister, let's not make things difficult for her and put Yang in the spot." Fu Mingxiu's words carried a lot of weight among his friends. Hearing him say this, everyone stopped and gave up on causing trouble. However, although they couldn't cause trouble, they could still watch a good show. "There's no need for us to deal with Gu Jin. Look, isn't she in trouble now?" Zhu Di looked in Gu Jin's direction, gloating. Zhu Di didn't know why, but even after Gu Yang explained that she had a good relationship with Gu Jin, she still didn't have a good impression of Gu Jin. When she saw that she was in trouble, she was inexplicably excited. Gu Jin was like a shining star in the banquet hall. Dressed in a black dress, she was cold, noble, and beautiful. She was very eye-catching. At this moment, Gu Jin was surrounded by a group of girls. The girl in the lead, who was wearing a burgundy dress, raised her head proudly. She held a glass of red wine in her hand and looked at Gu Jin with disdain. "Yo, Gu Jin actually provoked Su Xianyan." Lu Mao raised his green head and took a plate of snacks and melon seeds from the hostess. He waved them in front of his friends. "Let's sit down and munch on melon seeds and watch the show." Zhu Di hugged Gu Yang's arm tightly and said seriously, Yang Yang, I know you're kind-hearted, so I didn't vent my anger on Gu Jin. However, her appearance did cause you to lose your family and love, so you're not allowed to help her. Sit down and watch the show. Mo grabbed a handful of melon seeds and stuffed them into Gu Yang's hands. Gu Yang had never thought of helping Gu Jin. A dozen more cannon fodder like Su Xinyan wasn't enough for the big shot to warm up. Moreover, the relationship between the original host and Su Xinyan was like fire and water. Su Xuanyan's mother, Mrs. Su, was Yuan Shuiling's sworn enemy. How could the daughters of two sworn enemies have a good relationship? However, Gu Yang felt that she had to explain. Little D, I didn't lose anything because of Gu Jin. Mom and Dad still treat me as their own. I didn't lose my family. What about love? Mo stood up for Gu Yang and said agitatedly, You liked Shui Duo so much and waited so many years for the college entrance examination to end before getting engaged. In the end, when she came back, the engagement was ruined. Mo was furious. After saying that, she remembered Fu Mingxiu and gave him an apologetic look. They grew up together and knew that Fu Mingxiu liked Gu Yang, so they usually wouldn't mention Gu Yang and Shui Duo in front of him. There's no love, and I don't like Shui Duo. If the engagement is gone, so be it. Shui Duo already came to break off the engagement. It's not like I have to have him. Gu Yang reached out to appease Mo, thought of Shui Duo breaking off the engagement and scolded again. Scumbag. Zhu Di, Mo, and the other sisters successfully transferred their hatred from Gu Jin to Shui Duo. They only stopped after they criticized Shui Duo in various ways. Lu Mao rolled his eyes and nudged Fu Mingxiu with his elbow. Brother Xiu, your chance is here. Fu Mingxiu didn't expect Gu Yang to let go of Shui Duo so quickly. He was surprised and ecstatic. He had originally thought that if Yang Yang still liked Shui Duo and still wanted to marry him, but the Gu family wouldn't be able to help her salvage the engagement, even if he had to sacrifice most of his benefits, he would help Yang Yang get what she wanted. Fu Mingxiu pressed his thumb and suppressed his excitement to calm himself down. He looked into Gu Yang's eyes and confirmed, Yang Yang, do you really not like Shui Duo and don't want to salvage the engagement? Or are you just saying it out of anger? If you want to salvage it, I will definitely help you achieve it. Lu Mao raised his head and covered his eyes. What was there to salvage? Shui Duo wasn't worthy of Gu Ning at all. Fu Mingxiu was terrible at catching on to opportunities. At a time like this, he should have taken use of the chance to get the girl. Speaking of this, what if Goddess Gu's feelings for Shui Duo were revived? Zhu Di and Mo looked at each other. They had played together since they were young, so they knew that Fu Mingxiu liked Yang Yang, but they wanted her to be happy. When Gu Yang heard this, she sighed in her heart. To the future girl who was being used as a substitute by Fu Mingxiu was a scumbag in the plot. But to the original host, he was the second male lead who silently protected the female lead in his eyes. However, she was not the female lead, and she did not need such a loving second male lead who protected her silently. Gu Yang's expression was serious. I don't like him. In the past, I was too young to understand, but now I'm very sure that Shui Duo isn't my type. Lu Mao glanced at Fu Mingxiu and quickly asked, Goddess Gu, what's your type then? Fu Mingxiu also looked at Gu Yang expectantly. Zhu Di and Mo also looked at Gu Yang curiously. Although they were Gu Yang's best friends, they had always thought that Gu Yang liked Shui Duo, so they had never asked Gu Yang what type of boy she liked. Gu Yang wanted to take the opportunity to make Fu Mingxiu give up on her, so she rubbed her chin and spouted nonsense seriously. I like younger guys who are good-looking, sweet, and obedient. According to the Rosenthal effect, sending positive expectations to a person will make them progress faster. In love, giving hope will only make the other person fall deeper and deeper, so if you don't like them, don't let the other person see hope in the first place. Fu Mingxiu was 3 years older than her. The first thing she did was to cut off Fu Mingxiu, completely eradicating his hopes. Besides, what was the point of dating? When she became a billionaire again, she would raise an obedient little puppy. Fu Mingxiu looked at the girl in front of him, who was in high spirits as if she was talking about a dream. He was a little stunned. The others were also dumbfounded. Zhu Di looked at Gu Yang in disbelief. Yang Yang, do you mean you like little puppies? They thought that a gentle and delicate girl like Yang Yang would prefer boys who were older than her, stronger, and could protect her. When Fu Mingxiu came back to his senses, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed. His mind was filled with the thoughts, younger than her, younger than her. On the other side, Su Xinyan gently swirled the wine glass. Under the light, the red wine reflected a ruby-like color. She raised her head slightly and looked at Gu Jin with disdain. I was wondering who was so insensible to dare to sit at the main table. So it's the real daughter of the Gu family who grew up in an orphanage in the countryside. The daughter of the Qi family, Qi Yin, who was beside Su Xianyan, sneered. You're indeed a country bumpkin from the countryside. Do you really think that this banquet for wealthy families is like the banquet in your village where you can sit casually? This is the main table. It's for important figures or elders. Today, even your parents are not qualified to sit at this table. If your grandfather or maternal grandfather came, they could sit. Gu Jin, firstly, you're not a big shot, and secondly, you're not an elder of a wealthy family. Are you worthy of sitting at this table? When Gu Jin heard this, she only raised his brows and continued to lazily lean on the chair at the main table. She did not move at all. She glanced at Su Xinyan, Qi Yin, and the others. There was no arrogance on her face, but her words were filled with disdain. Since when is it your turn to bark at the Tang family's banquet? Gu Jin, who are you calling a dog? Do you know who I am? Qi Yin was so angry that her eyes widened. She didn't expect Gu Jin to not only be unrepentant, but also be so arrogant as to attack them. Oh, whose dog are you? I'm from the Qi family. Halfway through her sentence, Su Xinyan, who was beside Qi Yin, felt embarrassed. She pulled her back and thought about their argument. She instantly said angrily, Gu Jin, don't go too far. This is not a place for a country bumpkin like you to be impudent. Su Xuanyan's expression was ugly. She called the Tang family's security guard over and pointed at Gu Jin. Security, throw out this country bumpkin who doesn't know any etiquette and ruined old Master Tang's banquet. How is she worthy of sitting at the main table? Yes, Miss Su. The security guard knew that Miss Su was a frequent guest of the Tang family and had a good relationship with their eldest daughter. Miss Gu Jin, this seat isn't intended for you. I have to ask you to leave. Otherwise, we can only send you out. The security guard's eyes were filled with disdain. He really didn't understand why the Gu family would let a country bumpkin from the countryside attend such a high-end banquet. Gu Jin took out a gilded invitation from the bag Reborn Shuling had given her and slammed it on the table. This is my seat. Is this how the Tang family treats its guests? Initially, she had already rejected the invitation sent by old Master Tang, but later on, she changed her mind and came to the banquet. Old Master Tang sent someone to send her the invitation. When the security guard saw the gilded invitation, he suddenly stopped and looked at Su Xinyan hesitantly. Although he was not in charge of verifying the invitation, he had heard that the VIPs invited by the old man tonight were all holding gilded invitations. They were different from the other guests. The surrounding people were also stunned by Gu Jin's action of throwing out the gilded invitation. That country bumpkin Gu Jin actually has a gold embossed invitation. It certainly looks legit. Who knows if it's the real deal? After all you have to do is to search online to buy one. How can a teenage junior like her be qualified to sit at the head table? In that case, Gu Jin is too bold. She actually dared to use a fake invitation to show off. The onlookers at the side discussed and mocked Gu Jin. Gu Yang and the cannon fodder team were also watching. Only Fu Mingxiu was distracted. He looked at Gu Yang with a complicated expression. He could work hard to become whatever Yang liked, but she preferred younger guys. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make his age go backward. TSK. Gu Jin is really funny. Does she think she can pretend to be a VIP at the Tang family banquet just by buying a gilded invitation? Ha ha ha. Zhu Di couldn't stop laughing. Mo also mocked. The VIP invitations were personally written by old Master Tang. That elder is a famous calligrapher in the country. Not everyone can impersonate his calligraphy. Lu Mao also complained. Gu Jin is so embarrassing. She's nothing compared to our goddess Gu. Gu Yang clicked her tongue in wonder when she heard the mockery coming from the cannon fodder beside her. However, she still said kindly, that invitation was indeed given to my sister by old Master Tang. In addition, the big shot's calligraphy was also very impressive. It was not impossible to imitate old Master Tang's handwriting. Hearing this, the cannon fodder team looked at Gu Yong. If Gu Jin had said that, they would have laughed out loud. However, this person was their group's favorite, Gu Yong. Zhu Di asked in disbelief, "Really? Yang Yang, are you joking?" Mo also hesitated. Why would old Master Tang send an invitation to a junior like Gu Jin? Gu Yang looked at Gu Jin and smiled. "You will know soon enough, right?" The commotion caused by Su Xianyan and Gu Jin was a little big, so the eldest daughter of the Tang family, Tang Xia, was sent over by her elders. Sister Xia, Gu Jin said that she has a VIP invitation from old Master Tang. It's really funny. Would he send a VIP invitation to a little girl who's still wet behind the ears? When Qi Yin saw Tang Xia coming over, she quickly went up to complain. Su Xianyan swirled her wine glass and said slowly, "Sister Xia, don't let such a person who doesn't know the rules stay here." Tang Xia was wearing a champagne-colored dress. Her dark brown hair was slightly curled on her shoulders, making her look intellectual and elegant. When she saw Su Xianyan and Qi Yin, Tang Xia smiled and nodded at them. Then, she turned to Gu Jin and said politely and distantly, "Miss Gu, Xianyan, and little Yin were a little quick with their words. If they were rude, please don't take it to heart. However, you have indeed inconvenienced our banquet. Please sit in the right seat." Then, should I leave? Gu Jin picked up the gilded invitation and walked past Tang Xia, handing it to her. Tang Xia took the invitation subconsciously. She was stunned when she saw the familiar pattern on the gold-embossed invitation. "It's just a fake invitation. Sister Xia, just throw it in the trash can." Qi Yin snorted. At least Gu Jin has some shame and knows she should leave. Tang Xia quickly opened the invitation. When she saw the familiar handwriting on the invitation, her eyes narrowed and the smile on her face froze. This was Grandpa's handwriting? That was Grandpa's personal seal? How could Gu Jin have a VIP invitation from her grandfather? At her age, it was impossible for her to be her grandfather's distinguished guest. Suddenly, Tang Xia remembered what her grandfather told her yesterday. Grandpa said that there would be a young and distinguished guest present. She had to play a good host to her. Tang Xia's breathing quickened, and she turned around abruptly. By then, Gu Jin had almost left the house. The surrounding people were still mocking Gu Jin. A country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin. The Gu family has lost a lot of face today. TSK. She might be the real daughter of the family, but does she really think that she's from high society? Gu Jin only looks good on the surface, but she doesn't have the slightest bit of upbringing from a wealthy family. I don't know what the Gu family was thinking. They have such an outstanding daughter like Gu Yong. Why did they bring Gu Jin out to embarrass themselves? From what I see, Gu Jin can't even compare to 1/10,000th of Gu Yong. That's right. Gu Yong is famous in the circles for being the model daughter. She's the top student of First High School in Jin City, a genius pianist praised by the masters. She's gentle and kind-hearted. Gu Yong listened to them complimenting her and putting down Gu Jin. She was busy watching the show and did not want to be disturbed. She did not expect them to mention her again. The cannon fodder team on the side also followed the crowd and complimented Gu Yong while berating Gu Jin. They praised Gu Yong, the fake daughter, to the heavens and stepped on Gu Jin. Gu Yong felt very flustered. According to the plot of the novel, she would be praised to the sky and used to belittle her big sister. In a moment, she would be slapped in the face and stepped into the mud. She had already stopped her friends in the cannon fodder team from courting death. If Su Xianyan and Tang Xia wanted to be suicidal, did they have to take her down with them? Ruan Shuling, who was sitting with a group of wealthy ladies, also noticed the commotion on Gu Jin's side. She couldn't help but frown, and there was a hint of frustration on her face. The thing she was most worried about had still happened. Mrs. Su looked over and covered her mouth with her fingers. She chuckled and said, "Mrs. Gu, if you have the time to daydream about Ms. Caroline giving the Angel series to Shui Yao Jewelry, why don't you take care of your biological daughter first? After all, no matter how sensible and outstanding Gu Yang is, she's no longer your biological daughter. After all, your real daughter is Gu Jin." Mrs. Qi also mocked. "I heard that Gu Jin has returned to the Gu family for some time. Didn't Mrs. Gu hire an etiquette teacher for her? How could you dare bring her to a banquet like this? As expected of someone who grew up in the countryside. She doesn't have any etiquette and is still so arrogant. If she had listened to Xin Yin and Little Yin earlier and obediently admitted her mistake, she wouldn't have been chased out of the Tang family. In the past, Ruan Shuling would bring Gu Yang to every banquet. Although Gu Yang was pretentious, she acted good on the surface. Anyone who saw her would say that she was outstanding and sensible. Because of this, Ruan Shuling was especially proud and often flaunted her daughter in front of them. Now, the outstanding Gu Yang wasn't her biological daughter, and her biological daughter was a country bumpkin. Let's see how Ruan Shuling could still remain arrogant. Both Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi felt proud. Ruan Shuling stood up angrily. A gloating look swept across Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi's eyes, waiting to see Ruan Shuling make a fool of herself. According to their understanding of Ruan Shuling, she had always cared about her reputation. Now that Gu Jin had embarrassed her like this, she would definitely rush over and reprimand Gu Jin first. However, to their surprise, Ruan Shuling did not go over to reprimand Gu Jin. Instead, she looked down at Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi sitting opposite her and sneered. My daughter is none of your business. I suggest Mrs. Su to mind your own. Gu Jin had never learned etiquette, so she didn't know the rules. However, Su Xinyan and Qi Yin grew up in a wealthy family, but they were still rude anyway, right? They overstepped their boundaries and forced guests away on someone else's territory. Is that your idea of a good upbringing? You keep mocking little Jean for coming from the countryside. What's your problem? Doesn't everyone have a farmer as an ancestor? Ruan Shuling spoke passionately, as if she had never despised Gu Jin for growing up in the countryside. Although she was also angry that Gu Jin had embarrassed her and wanted to reprimand her, she didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of Mrs. Su and the others. Furthermore, because Gu Jin allowed her to dress her up at the mall yesterday and was quite obedient, she felt that Gu Jin wasn't that hopeless. Besides, just because she could despise Gu Jin didn't mean that everyone could despise Gu Jin. Gu Jin, who had walked to the door, paused. Her hearing was very good. Even though the banquet hall was noisy, she could hear Ruan Shuling's powerful voice amidst the endless gossiping. At this moment, a strange sensation swept through her mind. She knew that Ruan Shuling did not like her. She was indifferent by nature and had never yearned for love from her parents. This was also the reason why she did not come back to acknowledge her family, even though she knew a long time ago that she was the daughter of the Gu family in Jin City. She even had other motives for returning to the Gu family this time. She knew why Ruan Shuling had changed so much. It was because of Gu Yang. However, even though she didn't care, Gu Yang did. Perhaps even Gu Yang herself didn't notice this. Big sister, why didn't you call me if you wanted to leave? We came together. We have to leave together. A hand pulled her back, and Gu Yang's gentle and playful voice came from behind. Gu Yang's appearance stunned the surrounding young people who were mocking Gu Jin. Didn't they say that Gu Yang and Gu Jin didn't have a good relationship and were like fire and water? Gu Yang smiled at the atmosphere team beside her. I know I'm very outstanding, but my big sister is also very outstanding. So please praise us both. Okay? The atmosphere team serving as background music was stunned. Did they hear wrongly? Did Gu Yang say that Gu Jin was also outstanding? Zhu Di, Mo, and the other members of the cannon fodder team were still stunned. They had agreed to watch the show obediently. Why did Yang rush over? On the other side, Xiao Iza was resting with his eyes closed. Lin Ran pulled him and said in a low voice, FCK. Young Master Xiao, that girl is the fake daughter of the Gu family. She actually stood up for the real daughter now. It's really strange. Aren't real and fake daughters irreconcilable? Xiao Iza glanced at him. Stop watching dramas. Lin Ran flipped through the gilded invitation in his hand. Young Master Xiao, do you think Gu Jin was deceived by a profiteer? Normal people wouldn't bring a fake invitation to the main table. Speaking of which, Gu Jin is really good looking. She's not inferior to her little sister. I've never dated such a cold girlfriend. Young Master Xiao, how long do you think it will take me to woo her if I help her out now? He couldn't touch her little sister, but he could certainly try the older one, right? Xiao Iza raised his eyes and looked in Gu Jin's direction. At this moment, Gu Jin also looked over. Their eyes met, and both of them quickly looked away. Xiao Iza looked at Lin Ran faintly. Do you want to woo her? Lin Ran nodded. He felt that it was the right choice to come to Jin City. These people all suited his taste. Xiao Iza replied, "In your next life." Lin Ran was speechless. Xiao Iza reminded him coldly, "She might be the person we're looking for. Don't have any ideas about her." Lin Ran answered, "Okay." Su Xianyan didn't expect Gu Yang to stand up for Gu Jin, but after thinking about it, she felt that Gu Yang was most likely being sarcastic, so she raised her voice and mocked, "That's true. It's rare to see someone as outstanding as Gu Jin. This is the first time I've seen a country bumpkin who dares to shamelessly sit at the main table." On the side, Tang Xia held the invitation and glared at Su Xianyan warningly. She was already in a terrible fix, yet she was still causing trouble for her. Gu Yang didn't respond to Su Xuanyan's words. Instead, she held Gu Jin's arm and walked towards Tang Xia. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows were slightly curved, making her look obedient and cute. "Sister Xia, you've studied Old Master Tang's handwriting since you were young. Don't tell me you don't know Old Master Tang's handwriting?" Tang Xia felt that the invitation was a little hot. The handwriting on it was indeed her grandfather's, but she couldn't understand why her grandfather would invite Gu Jin. She had always thought that the young and distinguished guest her grandfather was talking about was young Master Lin from the capital. What right did Gu Jin have? Just as Tang Xia was hesitating, an old and deep voice sounded. "Miss Gu, wait." An old man in a black striped and red traditional Chinese suit walked over quickly. The guests made way for him. "Old Master Tang is here." I didn't expect Old Master Tang to get involved on account of the country bumpkin. Could it be that Gu Jin's gilded invitation is a legit VIP invitation from the family? How is that possible? Maybe he's asking Gu Yang to stay? After all, Miss Tang only said that she wanted Gu Jin to leave. Miss Gu Yang is a guest invited by the Tang family. How can she leave before the banquet starts? The guests started whispering to each other again, driving up the atmosphere. The answer was obvious, but people still managed to forcibly turn Gu Yang into Miss Gu. Gu Yang smiled on the surface, but she cursed in her heart. However, when she saw Old Master Tang, she blinked and felt that this old man looked familiar. Where had she seen him before? Old Master Tang had rushed over after hearing about the farce in the banquet hall. When he heard the discussions of the surrounding people, his expression instantly darkened. The young miracle doctor that he had painstakingly invited was actually slandered like this. And that fake daughter, Gu Yang, how shameless was she? She had taken over the young divine doctor's identity for so many years, yet she was still so shameless as to compare herself to her. How dare they say he was here to invite her to stay? What did Dr. G say people like her were called again? Yes, pretentious by cheese. He wanted to help the young divine doctor slap that pretentious fake daughter's face. Old Master Tang's face darkened. Facing the guests, he leaned on his walking stick and snorted. "Let me make it clear. The person I asked to stay was Miss Gu Jin, not Gu Yang. Miss Gu Jin is an esteemed guest invited by the Tang family. She has the right to sit at the main table." Old Master Tang's words caused an uproar among the guests. Su Xianyan and Qi Yan's expressions changed drastically. They looked at Old Master Tang, their eyes filled with disbelief. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi were arguing with Ruan Shuling, but their faces froze. How is this possible? Ruan Shuling was stunned as she looked in the direction of Gu Jin and Old Master Tang. Even Ruan Shuling herself felt that this was impossible, let alone her archenemies, Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi. How could Gu Jin, who grew up in an orphanage in the countryside, know the old master of the Tang family and become an honored guest of the family? It was okay for Old Master Tang to prove Gu Jin's invitation was legitimate, but did he have to step on Gu Yang? Amidst the exclamations of "how is this possible?" only Gu Yang's lips twitched. Gu Yang didn't see this coming. She halted her suicidal actions according to the plot. She stopped Ruan Shuling and her friends in the cannon fodder team from taking actions that would invite death, but she couldn't escape the excessive praise from the atmosphere team which could bring her down. Catastrophe had befallen, and she didn't ask for it. After Old Master Tang made a solemn statement, he recalled the background of the young divine doctor that Dr. Ji Linbai had told him before. The young divine doctor had been swapped at birth and was sent to an orphanage. After returning to the Gu family, not only were her parents distant, but she was also persecuted by her pretentious sister. He announced in front of everyone, "There's no reason for the family to let esteemed guests leave. If anyone has to leave, it's Gu Yong who tried to steal Miss Gu Jin's spot." Gu Yong was speechless. Old man, where was he firing his bullets anyway? Gu Jin also frowned. She had only removed the tumor in old Master Tang's head. She hadn't accidentally removed his brain, right? Su Xinyan, Qi Yin, and the others were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Although they couldn't drive the country bumpkin Gu Jin away, it was a pleasant surprise to be able to chase the pretentious little BTC Gu Yong out. Old Master Tang is right. Gu Yong, with your current status, it's not appropriate for you to continue staying here. Su Xinyan had always been suppressed by Gu Yong in the circle. Now that Gu Yong was out of luck, she couldn't help but smile. Gu Yong? She saw how things would start, but she didn't expect it to end like this. When did she try to replace her big-shot older sister? Old Master Tang turned his head and looked at Gu Jin smugly. He wanted to use this opportunity to win the young divine physician's favor. And yet, when he saw the familiar girl beside the young divine doctor, his eyes instantly widened. He went forward with a face full of surprise and clapped. "It's you, benefactor." Gu Yong was so shocked by the speed at which old Master Tang's expression changed that she took half a step back. Oh God, did he have schizophrenia? The surrounding people were also stunned. They had the same thoughts as Gu Jin. Did old Master Tang really remove just a tumor and not the entire brain? A second ago, old Master Tang said that he wanted to chase Gu Yong out of the banquet, but in the next second, he called Gu Yong benefactor. Was this something a normal person would do? When Fu Mingxiu, Zhu Di, and the other members of the cannon fodder team saw that old Master Tang wanted to chase Gu Yong away for no reason, they were all standing up for her. Just as they were about to leave with Gu Yong, they were stunned by old Master Tang's sudden change in expression. Could it be that old Master Tang hasn't been cured yet? Mo pointed at her head and asked her friends in a low voice. Zhu Di snorted. "I think there's a high chance of that." Fu Mingxiu was deep in thought. At the side, Su Xinyan and Qi Yin, who were originally smug, could not smile anymore. Tang Xia looked at her grandfather, who was acting strangely. She wanted to say something but hesitated. "Grandpa, she was Gu Yong, and you wanted to chase her away earlier." Old Master Tang raised his hand to stop Tang Xia from speaking. He stared at Gu Yong with bright eyes and said excitedly, "That's right. She's my savior. That day, I ran into this little girl when I fainted." Tang Xia was stunned. She knew about this. Some time ago, her grandfather felt that the hospital was stuffy, so he secretly ran out to take a breather. However, his heart suddenly stopped by the roadside and he almost died. Later on, her grandfather was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Only then did she find out from the doctor that the little girl she saw before her grandfather fainted had given her grandfather a heart compression in time. With Director G's help in performing mouth-to-mouth breathing, her grandfather did not miss the golden time for emergency treatment. After that, her grandfather specially asked her parents to thank Director G, but that little girl was never found. Her grandfather even regretted it for a long time. She didn't expect the young lady who saved her grandfather to be Gu Yong. But just now, Grandpa. Tang Xia looked at her grandfather with a complicated expression. Many people around him also looked enlightened, but then they looked at old Master Tang with subtle expressions. When Gu Yong heard old Master Tang's words, she suddenly remembered where she had seen him before. "So it's you. That old man with a heart attack whom she met on the side of the road, not long after she transmigrated into the book. She even took him for a con man." Seeing that Gu Yong still had an impression of him, old Master Tang became even more excited. He laughed loudly and said, "Today is really a good day. Not only did I celebrate the successful treatment of my brain cancer and heart disease, but I also celebrated meeting my savior. Benefactor, you must sit at the main table today." Old Master Tang implored Gu Yong solemnly before instructing Tang Xia. "Xia, go and add a chair for my benefactor at the main table." Tang Xia replied, "Yes, Grandpa. By the way, benefactor, I still don't know your name. Which family are you from? You're incredibly outstanding." Old Master Tang asked Gu Yong with a kind smile. After Old Master Tang asked this, The entire banquet hall fell silent. Guyang looked at Old Master Tang with a complicated expression, not wanting to answer this question. If it were someone else, she would feel good about making others eat their words. But now, she was afraid that if she said who she was, Old Master Tang would have a sudden heart attack and die. The wedding banquet would turn into a funeral. However, Gu Jin didn't have such worries. She raised her eyebrows and grabbed Gu Yang's wrist. Her tone was casual and slightly sarcastic. "Allow me to introduce. This is my little sister, Gu Yang. You wanted to chase her away just now." Old Master Tang was speechless. Old Master Tang's eyes widened. He held his heart and panted heavily. His eyes rolled up. You, what did you say?" His young benefactor was Gu Yang. Was she the pretentious little BTCH that Dr. Ji was talking about? "Grandpa." Seeing that Old Master Tang was too agitated, Tang Xia hurried over to support him. Gu Jin snorted and stuffed a pill into his mouth. Only then did Old Master Tang hold his chest and slowly catch his breath. Tang Xia glared at Gu Jin and shouted in panic. "What did you feed my grandfather?" Gu Jin said, "A quick-acting heart-saving pill." Tang Xia wanted to accuse Gu Jin of giving Old Master Tang inappropriate medicine, but Old Master Tang stopped her. "Xia, don't be rude." Old Master Tang took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yang, his eyes holding on to the last bit of hope. "Benefactor, are you really Gu Yang?" Gu Yang nodded. Old Master Tang's heart ached, and his last illusion was completely shattered. He closed his eyes deeply. If it wasn't for the fact that the young divine doctor was right in front of him, he really wanted to pretend to faint and escape the scene. Especially when he heard the whispers of the surrounding people. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to scratch his toes on the ground. Old Master Tang thought to himself helplessly. This was probably what the young people meant online about making a fool of oneself in public, right? However, Gu Jin had no intention of letting Old Master Tang off just like that. She slowly said, "Old Master Tang, what did you say about my sister?" Old Master Tang had no choice but to face reality. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Haha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I just had a craniotomy and my brain hasn't recovered yet. I was talking nonsense before." The surrounding guests, they had long known that this fellow had a free spirit, but they didn't expect him to be so candid. The Tang family covered their eyes. They were too ashamed to look at their respected grandfather. Old Master Tang rubbed his hands and looked at Gu Yang eagerly. He smiled awkwardly. "Gu Yang, my benefactor, I've wronged you previously. I apologize to you. On account that my brain hasn't recovered yet, can you forgive me?" Gu Jin glanced at Old Master Tang. "My sister is timid and has a soft personality. She was frightened by you. Shouldn't the family at least present an apology gift?" Gu Yang, who was timid and had a soft personality, blinked. Was Big Sister supporting her? Tang Xia frowned. Gu Jin was really acting like a bandit. Who would ask for an apology gift openly? Old Master Tang smiled nonchalantly and said to the butler, "Go and get the calligraphy hanging in my study as an apology gift for my benefactor." The surrounding guests did not have much of a reaction. They only knew that the calligraphy hanging in Old Master Tang's study was not ordinary, but they did not know how extraordinary it was. The Tang family members present were shocked. That calligraphy was the authentic work of the old master's teacher who had passed away many years ago. It meant a lot to the old master. Moreover, most of that master's calligraphy treasures were classified as Level 1 cultural relics. Gu Yang looked at Tang Xia's expression and knew how precious this calligraphy was. She didn't expect to have such a windfall after coming to the Tang residence. She smiled and said obediently, "Thank you, Grandpa Tang. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm glad we cleared things up." The young lady was beautiful. Her eyes were clean and gentle, and her smile was warm and bright. Just looking at her made one feel comfortable. The more Old Master Tang looked at Gu Yang, the more guilty he felt. How could such an obedient and cute little girl be considered pretentious and villainous? Moreover, the young divine doctor and his benefactor were clearly as close as sisters and even supported her. They certainly did not look like they did not get along, as Dr. Ji mentioned. He did not expect that Dr. Ji, who looked like a decent person, would spread rumors behind her back. Come, Yang Yang, Jean. You're both my special guests. Sit at the main table, old Master Tang said with a kind smile. Guyang smiled and didn't say anything. The look in her big sister's eyes told her that the slap in the face wasn't over yet. Big Boss precise face slapping mode was about to begin. Gu Jin ignored old Master Tang and looked at Tang Xia casually. Are you done checking the invitation? Tang Xia's hand that was holding the gold-embossed invitation trembled. She didn't expect Gu Jin to mention this. Old Master Tang also noticed the invitation in Tang Xia's hand. Combined with Gu Jin's words and the news he had heard before he came, his face instantly darkened. Xia. Tang Xia's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head. Grandpa. She had always revered her grandfather. Although her grandfather was usually candid, he was very strict with juniors like her. Old Master Tang looked at his granddaughter in disappointment. He knew his granddaughter well. She looked elegant and polite, but she was actually arrogant. Old Master Tang said in a deep voice, apologized to Jean. Tang Xia clenched her fists and looked at Gu Jin. She lowered her eyes and handed the invitation back to her. Miss Gu, I'm sorry. I was negligent. The two of them subconsciously took a step back. Gu Jin laughed disdainfully and pulled Gu Yang towards the main table. Although Gu Jin didn't say anything to the two of them, with Old Master Tang's appearance, the target of ridicule for the Atmosphere team changed from Gu Jin to Su Xianyin, Qi Yin, and the others. Su Xianyin is usually so arrogant, but this time, she couldn't get away with it. She's really brainless. There must be a reason why Gu Jin dared to sit at the Mam Tame Anna, take out a VIE invitation. Other than rebuking Su Xianyin, Qi Yin, and the other cannon fodder, there was also a large wave of praise for Gu Jin. I didn't expect Gu Jin to be Old Master Tang's VIP. There aren't many people who can be the VIP of a wealthy family at this age. From the looks of it, Gu Jin doesn't look like someone from the countryside. Her cold and noble aura is something that even Miss Xia can't compare to. Apart from the Atmosphere team responsible for brainlessly flattering others, there was also a small group of onlookers who were not controlled by the main plot and deviated from the topic of face slapping. Didn't they say that the real and fake daughters of the Gu family don't have a good relationship and are fighting so fiercely that they can be written into a novel? Why do I feel that they're quite harmonious and close sisters? Maybe it's just a superficial relationship. They have a deep sisterly relationship outside, but when they get home, they close the door and fight to the death. Aren't all wealthy families like this? I heard that Gu Yang and Xue Duo's engagement has been cancelled. I wonder if the two families are not going to marry, or if they plan to let the real daughter continue the marriage. Unfortunately, Xue Duo from the Xue family didn't come today. Otherwise, this real and fake daughter show would be even better. With Old Master Tang's appearance, a wealthy family banquet officially began. The guests from all walks of life in the banquet hall toasted each other. Light music slowly flowed, and many people danced on the dance floor. Mrs. Gu, you're really good at teaching your daughters. I didn't expect both your daughters to be Old Master Tang's VIPs. Yeah, Yang Yang is indeed raised by Shuling. She's so kind. Gu Jin is indeed your biological daughter. She's also beautiful and has a good temperament. Ruan Shuling, who was being complimented by the madams around her, was still a little stunned. She felt like she was dreaming. Yang Yang had always been her pride. No matter where she brought Yang Yang, people would praise her for teaching her daughter well. This wasn't surprising, but Yang Yang actually quietly became Old Master Tang's savior. Moreover, Gu Jin, who had always made her worry, could actually make her proud as well. Ruan Shuling was in a daze. For the first time, she realized that she knew too little about her new daughter. Or rather, she had resisted Gu Jin's appearance from the beginning and had never thought of understanding Gu Jin, much less caring about her life for the past 10 years. Ruan Shuling listened to everyone's compliments and envy and was a little distracted. Even her archenemy, Mrs. Su, was shocked for a while. She had originally thought that with Ruan Shuling's vain personality, she would have shamelessly come to her to show off her daughters and mock her. After all, in the past, Ruan Shuling could get cocky with just one good daughter like Gu Yang. Now that there was Gu Jin, wouldn't she ascend to the heavens? The main table of the banquet was a huge round table. Most of the people sitting around the round table were the leaders of the wealthy families in Jin City or old Master Tang's best friends. Looking around, the only young people at the table were Gu Yong, Gu Jin, Lin Ran, and Xiao Iza. The guests casually exchanged a few pleasantries before chatting and drinking with their acquaintances. Gu Yong ate obediently. As she ate, she suddenly looked at Xiao Iza. She finally noticed something amiss. Where was the male lead when the female lead was publicly embarrassed? The male protagonist had actually been watching the show from the side. Why didn't he come over to play support? Wasn't he worried about losing the girl at all? Sensing Gu Yang's gaze, Xiao Iza only glanced at her lightly before continuing to look at his phone under the table. On the screen was a conversation page he had set up at the last minute. The person he was talking to was Gu Jin. Xiao Iza. Dr. Gu? Gu Jin also looked down at the phone under the table and replied coldly, Mem. Xiao Iza. Can we negotiate a deal? Gu Jin. Sure. Xiao Iza chuckled and continued typing quickly with one hand. Dr. Gu, aren't you going to ask about the patient's condition first? How arrogant. Gu Jin. The patient just needs to be alive. The deceased should just be sent to the funeral home. The corner of Xiao Iza's mouth twitched as he stared at the screen in silence. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked in Gu Jin's direction. Coincidentally, Gu Jin raised her head and their gazes met. Xiao Iza chuckled and raised his glass to Gu Jin. Then, they continued their conversation. The patient has been in a coma for 17 years. Name a price. Gu Jin did not stand on the ceremony, the underground route in Country M. Xiao Iza's hand that was swirling the red wine suddenly paused. He looked in Gu Jin's direction and narrowed his eyes. Dr. Gu sure knows a lot. Gu Jin ignored him and leaned lazily on the chair. She sipped her wine and looked a little tipsy. After a long time, Xiao Iza replied, Dr. Gu, it's a deal. I look forward to working with you. Gu Jin looked at Xiao Iza in surprise. She was already prepared for a long negotiation, but she did not expect Xiao Iza to agree just like that. After all, Country M's underground route was very important. Only Feng Ju dared to treat it as an ordinary source of income. To her and Xiao Iza, it was important to the power behind them. Gu Jin did not let down her guard. Xiao Iza was a shrewd businessman and never made a loss. Gu Jin narrowed her eyes and asked, What other conditions does young Master Xiao have? To prevent Xiao Iza from digging a hole for her, it was better for her to take the initiative to ask. The corners of Xiao Iza's mouth curled up slightly as he typed a string of words on the screen with his slender fingers. I'd like to have Miss Gu's WeChat contact. Gu Jin tightened her grip on her phone and looked at Xiao Iza coldly. Xiao Iza was looking at her with a smile on his face. He looked refined and handsome. Gu Jin, don't have any ideas about my sister. Xiao Iza felt his phone vibrate. When he lowered his eyes and saw the words, his smile cracked. Gu Yong, who had been glanced at by Gu Jin and Xiao Iza, blinked innocently. Why did she feel that the atmosphere between the male and female leads wasn't right? Xiao Iza took a deep breath and walked to Gu Jin's side. Gu Jin turned around and looked at him. Xiao Iza stood tall and straight. He was wearing a simple suit that made him look refined and handsome. He placed one hand on the back of Gu Jin's chair and bent over slightly. Gu Jin looked at his handsome face and narrowed her eyes. Even she had to admit that Xiao Iza was indeed good-looking. When he looked at Gu Jin, Xiao Iza took out his phone with the screen lit up. His misty eyes reflected Gu Jin, who was dressed in a black dress and looked as elegant as a black swan. Miss Gu, are you going to scan mine? Or should I scan yours? Gu Jin opened the QR code expressionlessly and asked him to scan it. She was so calm as if she had not misunderstood Xiao Iza's meaning. Xiao Iza looked at her cold and serious expression and suddenly chuckled. Gu Yang bit on her pastry and watched as Xiao Iza came over to ask for Gu Jin's WeChat. Her eyes widened. What had happened? She had only eaten a small pastry. Was the plot developing at rocket speed? She couldn't believe that the male protagonist would actually get the big boss's WeChat contact as soon as he met her. Lin Ran was also dumbfounded. He had only eaten a lobster. Why did young Master Xiao ask the Gu family's real daughter for her contact? He had been by young Master Zhao's side for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen young Master Xiao take the initiative to ask for a girl's contact information. The scene of Xiao Iza taking the initiative to ask for Gu Jin's WeChat was noticed by many guests who were paying attention to the situation at the main table. Su Xinyan stared at Gu Jin. The jealousy in her eyes was about to turn into flames. Although Xiao Iza kept a low profile, his noble aura and exceptionally handsome face still attracted the attention of many socialites at the banquet. Su Xinyan was one of them. While Qi Yin and the other girls were discussing young Master Lin from the capital, she was secretly paying attention to young Master Lin's friend, Mr. Xiao. She originally wanted to take the initiative to ask for Mr. Zhao's WeChat, but she didn't expect Mr. Xiao to take the initiative to look for Gu Jin. I didn't expect that country bumpkin to be so good with men. She's so good at seducing people at such a young age. The designer bag that Su Xinyan was carrying was almost contorted. Qi Yin was also jealous and echoed, I don't know what kind of luck that country bumpkin Gu Jin had to become old Master Tang's guest. Which one of us isn't a socialite with both internal and external cultivation? She's just a nobody from the countryside. She doesn't have any talent, yet she dares to show herself here. Su Xinyan said, She's only good-looking and seductive. She's just a vase. Qi Yin rolled her eyes and whispered into Su Xuanyan's ear, Xinyan, why don't we? Su Xuanyan's eyes lit up. If she could use her talents to suppress and humiliate Gu Jin, wouldn't she be able to redeem the humiliation they had suffered at Gu Jin's hands because of the invitation? The surrounding girls also came over to discuss in low voices. In the end, they unanimously decided to let Gu Jin, that country bumpkin, clearly realize the difference between her and the socialites from wealthy families. Su Xinyan looked at Gu Jin. At this moment, she suddenly saw Zhu Di, Mo, and the others walking towards Gu Jin with unfriendly expressions. She raised her hand to stop her friends for a moment and said gloatingly, There's no hurry. Let Gu Yang, Zhu Di, and the others teach Gu Jin a lesson first. Then, we'll go over and stab Gu Jin in the back. We'll show her what we're made of. Qi Yin looked at Gu Jin and Gu Yang's harmonious figures and asked hesitantly, Xinyan, Gu Yang, and Gu Jin seem to be on good terms. Zhu Di and the rest have always listened to Gu Yang. Will they teach Gu Jin a lesson? Su Xinyan seemed to have heard a joke. Gu Yang has a good relationship with Gu Jin? Do you think that little BTCH Gu Yang won't hate Gu Jin for stealing Gu Yang's identity and breaking her engagement? Because her mother kept comparing her to Gu Yang since she was young. She and Gu Yang had been enemies since kindergarten. No one understood Gu Yang better than her. Gu Yang pretended to be better than anyone else. She looked like an elegant, magnanimous, and gentle lady, but in reality, she was a petty and extremely selfish little BTCH. She wouldn't think that she was the one who had taken over Gu Jin's identity for so many years. She would only resent Gu Jin for returning to the Gu family and snatching everything she once had. Just wait and see. Although that little BTCH Gu Yang won't actively do anything, Zhu Di, Mo, Fu Mingxiu, and Lu Mao will definitely get triggered by her pretentious words and help her suppress Gu Jin. Su Xinyan sneered. Sister Xinyan understands Gu Yang the best. Then let's watch the show first before going over to stab Gu Jin in the back. Qi Yin and the other girls looked at each other and revealed sinister smiles. Gu Yang watched as Zhu Di and Mo brought the cannon fodder team over aggressively. She instantly stood up, as if she could hear the cannon fodder team courting death. She quickly walked over and blocked their way to the female lead. A bright smile appeared on her beautiful and exquisite face. Little Di, Mo, are you guys here to hang out with me? Zhu Di and Mo each held onto Gu Yang's arm. The cannon fodder team surrounded Gu Yang like stars surrounding the moon. The cannon fodder looked at Gu Yang with concern and pity. Zhu Di said angrily, Yang, that Gu Jin is too much. I've already investigated. The Xue family plans to change Xue Duo's marriage partner to Gu Jin. Gu Yang was a little surprised. Who did you hear that from? Mo said honestly, just now. When Little D and I came back from the washroom, I heard Mrs. Xue talking to Xue Duo on the phone. Yang, don't be deceived by Gu Jin. She must hate you for taking her identity, so she wants to take everything that belongs to you now. First, the identity of the real daughter of the Gu family, then the engagement with the Xue family. Gu Yang looked at the cannon fodder team with a complicated expression. She rubbed her forehead. The cannon fodder team was really suicidal. Oh no. She almost wanted to use hypnosis to wash their brains. Gu Yang said gently, Little D, Mo, didn't I say that I like the puppy dog type and not Xue Duo? The Xue family can marry whoever they want. However, Big Sister would definitely not like that silly Xue duo. However, the cannon fodder team members all had disapproving expressions. I know you don't like Xue duo anymore, and that scumbag Xue duo isn't worthy of Yang Yang. However, this doesn't mean that the country bumpkin Gu Jin can touch your things. Zhu Di raised her chin and said arrogantly. Gu Yang's worldview was about to shatter from her friend's words. This was a classic. Although she didn't want it, she sure as well wasn't getting it either. What was scary was that other than her, everyone else felt that Zhu Di was right. Mo nodded. If Gu Jin had any shame and treated you as her sister, she wouldn't have snatched your engagement. Yang Yang, don't be fooled by that scheming woman. Fu Mingxiu also glanced at Gu Jin coldly and rubbed Gu Yang's head. Yang Yang, don't worry. We won't make things difficult for you. Be good and go find Annie Gu first. Lu Mao raised his neon green head and patted his chest. Goddess Gu, you're too kind and magnanimous. That's why Gu Jin is pushing her luck. We'll help you teach her a lesson and let her know the difference between you and her. Gu Yang. Oh no, she really didn't want to know. To be honest, with her friend's arrogant appearances, if she wouldn't get slapped in the face herself, she would like to see her friends being slapped until they recognize reality. Gu Yang called for the waiter who came to the banquet. She picked up the cold drink on the tray and handed it to her friends. You've said so much. Have some water first. Of course, the cannon fodder team wouldn't reject Gu Yang, the favorite. However, after being interrupted by Gu Yang, the fighting spirit that had risen with great difficulty instantly dissipated. Drinking ice water cooled their blood for the moment. Seeing that her friends had calmed down a little, Gu Yang said, You just said it yourself? Mrs. Xue said it, so it represents the Xue family's opinion. But regarding the marriage, the Gu family still has a say, right? The Xue family wants to break off the engagement or change the marriage partner as they see fit. What about the Gu family's reputation? Gu Yang knew that it would be difficult to correct her friend's opinions of Gu Jin, so she didn't analyze it from Gu Jin's perspective. When Fu Mingxiu heard Gu Yang's words, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated. He didn't care if Xue Duo would marry Gu Jin, but he just couldn't bear to see Yang Yang suffer. Gu Yang realized that as long as she didn't mention Big Sister, her friend's intelligence was still online. Zhu Di, Mo, and the others nodded in agreement. But for some reason, they still had a strong desire to provoke Gu Jin. Gu Yang could see the unwillingness on her friends' faces. She felt that she had to splash cold water on them to wake them up. Gu Yang tilted her head and asked, How did you guys want to help me vent my anger just now? Beat up Gu Jin? As expected, at the mention of teaching Gu Jin a lesson, the cannon fodder group became excited. Zhu Di's eyes lit up. That's a good suggestion. Little D, we're socialites from wealthy families. We should handle this in private. Of course, we can't be so rough at the banquet. Mo held down the agitated Zhu Di and said with a smile, I just want to invite her to dance. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. Mo was the little dance princess of the wealthy families in Jin City. She dabbled in both ancient and modern dances and was especially good at ballroom dancing. She could dance until she flew. She remembered that in the plot of the novel, Mo used her advantage to challenge her big sister. She felt that Big Boss, a country bumpkin, definitely didn't even know how to dance a basic waltz. In the end, Mo was the one who was toyed with. After this incident, Mo was so traumatized that she had trouble spinning when she danced. Lu Mao raised his green head and said proudly, I'm not as ruthless as Mo. I heard that they don't even have art classes in the countryside high school. I won't compete with her in Chinese art. I'll compete with her to do simple sketching. Gu Yang knew that Lu Mao's grandfather was a Chinese painting master, and Lu Mao had been detained to study Chinese painting for more than 10 years since he was young. But when did you learn Chinese painting? Fatty Lu is just boasting. He only knows how to sketch, so he dares to challenge Gu Jin. However, it's enough to suppress Gu Jin. Zhu Di snorted. Gu Yang. She couldn't bear to tell Lu Mao. Gu Jin was a Chinese art master that even his grandfather admired. Gu Yang looked at Zhu Di. For a moment, she couldn't remember how Zhu Di had suppressed Gu Jin in the original book. Zhu Di coughed lightly. Yang, although I don't have any talents to show off, I can broaden Gu Jin's horizons. Look, my pink diamond looks good. right? Gu Jin used to live in the countryside, so she definitely hasn't seen it before. Gu Yang's lips twitched. If she remembered correctly, Big Sister had a mine in Country F. Gu Yang felt that Ju Di didn't need Big Sister to do anything. Gu Yang said tactfully, "My mother spent more than 15 million on clothes and jewelry for my sister when she went to the luxury district of Jinchang Mall. One of the earrings was made of pink diamonds. Ju Di died before she could ride into battle." Fu Mingxiu didn't say anything, but Gu Yang remembered that Fu Mingxiu was good at Go. In the original book, in order to win against Gu Jin, he had displayed the unsolvable game passed down in his family. In the end, Big Sister solved the game and trampled on the Fu family's ancestors to become famous. "If you guys want to spar with my sister, after this banquet ends, let's have a party another day to do just that," Gu Yang suggested. Mo didn't agree. She felt that she should take advantage of the Tang family's banquet to embarrass Gu Jin. However, Fu Mingxiu was the first to say, "As Yang Yang says then." Lu Mao scratched his green head. "All right, we just want to let Gu Jin know her place anyway. Then we'll listen to Goddess Gu and give Gu Jin some face. After all, she's also a member of the Gu family. Let's not drag our goddess's family down with us." Gu Yang smiled and remained silent. Was she trying to prevent Gu Jin from getting embarrassed? From the corner of her eye, she noticed Su Xinyan and the others walking towards Gu Jin. Gu Yang's lips curled up slightly. She felt that after a while, the cannon fodder team might not want to spar with Gu Jin anymore. Su Xinyan and Qi Yin waited and waited, but Gu Yang, Zhu Di, and the others didn't go to make trouble for Gu Jin. In the end, they were really impatient and could only do it themselves. Su Xinyan was still complaining. "What's wrong with Gu Yang? She's dawdling. If she continues to waste time with Fu Mingxiu and the others, the banquet will end." Qi Yin was also speechless. "We can't count on them. We have to do it ourselves." Gu Jin had already accepted Xiao Yi's WeChat friend request, and the two of them were talking about the patient. Gu Jin. At this moment, Su Xinyan brought Qi Yin and the others over aggressively. Gu Jin looked up and saw that it was Su Xinyan and Qi Yin again. She frowned. "What's the matter? Even though things didn't start well between us, we can be considered friends now, right? We were wrong about you previously. You won't hold it against us, right?" Qi Yin had a friendly smile on her face. She wanted to hold Gu Jin's arm, but before she could touch her, Gu Jin raised her hand and slapped her away. Qi Yin cried out in pain. She held her red palm and looked at Gu Jin with a stiff smile. "You? Why are you so rude?" Gu Jin chuckled. "It's a conditioned reflex. I'm a clean freak. Wasn't this saying that she was dirty?" Qi Yin was furious. "What do you mean?" Su Xinyan covered her eyes and tugged at Qi Yin's skirt, hinting for her to follow the plan. Qi Yin took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. "It's fine, I understand. But Gu Jin, look at the young people dancing on the dance floor at this banquet. Only the middle-aged and old are sitting here eating, drinking, and chatting. Aren't you going to have some fun with us?" She pointed to the dance floor. The artificial fountain in the middle of the dance floor was romantic and beautiful under the light. The young people surrounding the fountain danced in pairs. Their gorgeous dresses spun under the light. Xiao Yiza and Lin Ran, who were eating and talking at the same table as Gu Jin, were speechless. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. He pointed at himself and asked Xiao Yiza, "A middle-aged man?" Xiao Yiza glanced at him. "Don't doubt it. You might not live to be middle-aged or old." Every time he fell in love with a girl, he would do everything he could to woo her. He didn't try to sleep with them and only wanted them to fall in love with him. When he got their hearts, he would dump them. He even said in all seriousness that he suddenly had no feelings for them, completely ignoring the girls as they begged him to not leave them. Xiao Yiza felt that with Lin Ran's scumbag attitude, he would sooner or later be killed by an angry ex-girlfriend. Lin Ran was speechless. Xiao Yiza looked at Gu Jin with interest. He took a plate of peanuts and peeled them slowly as if he was watching a show. After the previous exchange, he was extremely sure that the young divine doctor had a bad temper and was not someone to be trifled with. Those women were going to be unlucky. Gu Jin crossed her arms and lazily leaned back in her chair. She asked casually, "What do you plan on doing?" Seeing that Gu Jin had taken the bait, the smile on Qi Yan's face deepened. She said kindly, "Let's go dance together. Although you haven't learned to dance in the countryside, Waltzing isn't difficult. As long as someone guides you, you'll be able to learn it quickly. Su Xinyan didn't forget to stir Gu Jin against Gu Yang. It's a pity that Gu Yang didn't show you around. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been isolated. However, we've always disliked Gu Yang's way of doing things. In a while, we'll bring you to waltz. We promise to teach you. Su Xinyan felt that Gu Jin must be dissatisfied with Gu Yang, who had occupied her place in the family, so she hinted to Gu Jin that they didn't like Gu Yang either. This way, Gu Jin would let down her guard against them. After all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Gu Jin glanced at Su Xinyan, her eyes cold and indifferent. She slowly got up and walked towards the dance floor. You want to teach me how to dance? Let's go then. Qi Yin and Su Xinyan looked at each other. The two of them secretly high-fived behind Gu Jin, then smiled at each other and went to the dance floor with Gu Jin. Qi Yin and Su Xinyan looked at each other. The two of them secretly high-fived behind Gu Jin, then smiled at each other and went to the dance floor with Gu Jin. Zhu Di watched as Su Xinyan and Qi Yin chatted happily with Gu Jin and took the opportunity to complain to Gu Yang. Yang, look, Gu Jin and Su Xinyan are indeed birds of a feather. They actually got along well. Doesn't she know that Su Xinyan and Qi Yin have always been at odds with you? You spoke up for her, but in the end, she got involved with your sworn enemy. What kind of sister is this? Gu Yang held Zhu Di and Mo's arms and walked towards the dance floor. She tilted his head and looked at Zhu Di. Her voice was gentle and soft. Little Di, don't you know Su Xuanyan's personality? She was just slapped in the face by my sister. How could she turn hostility into friendship with my sister in the blink of an eye? Mo agreed with Gu Yang's words and guessed Su Xuanyan's intentions. From the look in her eyes, she was already waiting for a show to start. Su Xinyan and the rest probably want to bring Gu Jin to dance and embarrass her. Let's go and take a look. Although Su Xinyan and the rest aren't very good at dancing, it's enough to crush Gu Jin. Gu Yang smiled lightly. It's still not certain who will win. Hence, the cannon fodder team gathered together and went to the dance floor to watch the show. Xiao Iza and Lin Ran also appeared on the front line. Gu Jin's temperament was cold and noble. She was beautiful and had the aura of a female lead. Naturally, she attracted everyone's attention wherever she went. The moment she appeared on the dance floor, many rich second-generation heirs and children of wealthy families in Jin City invited her to dance. Su Xinyan, Qi Yin, and the others were so jealous that the fake smiles on their faces were about to get contorted. Su Xinyan smiled and helped Gu Jin reject the invitations. It's Gu Jin's first time attending a banquet, and she doesn't know how to dance yet. We're planning to teach her. The surrounding people came to a realization and looked at Gu Jin with ridicule and disdain. So you're from the countryside. You can't even dance a simple waltz. You're so good looking, but you're just a vase. From the looks of it, she's really far inferior to Gu Yang. Back then, when Gu Yang was 14 years old, she performed the opening dance at the Jin City socialite ball and stunned everyone. Qi Yin held back her laughter and pretended to comfort Gu Jin. Then, she started to teach Gu Jin. Gu Jin, I'll do the men's and you'll do the women's. Put your left hand on my shoulder and your right hand on my hand. Yes, that's it. In a while, I'll count the beats. I'll advance and you'll retreat. Follow my rhythm. 1, tap, tap. Gu Jin replied, okay. Then, she stepped on Qi Yin's retreating foot. Qi Yin was in so much pain that she almost shook Gu Jin off. If she didn't know that Gu Jin came from the countryside and indeed didn't know how to waltz, she would have suspected that Gu Jin did it on purpose. With a stiff smile, she said, Gu Jin, step back first, not forward. Let's start again. Qi Yin took a step forward, wanting to step back out of vengeance and mock Gu Jin for forgetting to step back again. However, what surprised her was that Gu Jin actually remembered how to dance. Before she could heave a sigh of relief, Gu Jin stepped on her again when it was her turn to step back. Hence, after half a song, Qi Yin was stepped on more than 10 times. Zhu Di sneered. Gu Jin is really stupid. She can't even dance to such a slow beat. Mo looked at Gu Jin thoughtfully. It was rare for her to not agree with Zhu Di. This was because she realized that if she were to take Gu Jin and Qi Yin apart, other than the first step, there was basically no problem with the rest. On the other hand, Qi Yan's dance became more and more chaotic. She was not able to guide her at all. Moreover, she realized that Qi Yan was the only one who had been stepped on from the beginning to the end. This was too much of a coincidence. Yang, has Gu Jin really never learned how to waltz? Mo looked at Gu Yang with a questioning gaze. Zhu Di looked at Mo in surprise. She didn't expect her to ask such a question. Wasn't this obvious? However, when she thought of Mo's dance talent, she fell silent. Gu Yang recalled the plot of the original book. Gu Jin had indeed never learned ballroom dancing, but as a big shot, did she still need to worry about learning new things? Wasn't it normal for her to learn at one glance? Gu Yang replied, "My sister is very talented. She learns everything quickly." At this moment, the originally gentle music was suddenly cut off and replaced with an extremely fast waltz. Why did they suddenly change the music? Everyone who was dancing stopped. This sounds like the devil's vortex, right? Oh God, this is scary. Who picked the song? Wait, why are Qi Yan and Gu Jin still dancing? FCK, are they going to challenge this dance song? In an instant, the young men and women on the dance floor surrounded Gu Jin and Qi Yan, who were still dancing. TSK. Gu Jin is really fearless. She actually wants to dance to this song. At the socialite ball, Qi Yan and Mo danced to the Devil's Vortex. Although she lost to Mo, she can at least dance to the song. Can Gu Jin do it? The commotion on the dance floor was so loud that it attracted the attention of the madams who were arranging flowers and drinking tea. Mrs. Su stopped the waiter who came to deliver tea and asked, "What are they up to over there? Why is it so lively?" The waiter said with a professional smile, "Miss Gu and Miss Qi are dancing to the Devil's Vortex." Ruan Shuling knew that Gu Yang, Su Xianyan, and Qi Yan didn't get along, so she wasn't surprised. She just snorted. "Qi Yan, aren't you embarrassed enough? How dare you challenge Yang? The waiter replied, "It's Miss Gu Jin." Ruan Shuling almost choked. "Who are you talking about? Gu Jin?" Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi were also stunned. Then, they looked at each other and smiled. Mrs. Qi said meaningfully, "Although little Yin isn't great, she's still far better than Gu Jin." Ruan Shuling couldn't sit still anymore. When Gu Jin returned to the Gu family, she didn't even attend etiquette classes, let alone dance classes. What kind of dance did she know? Qi Yan was too much. She couldn't compare to Mo or Yang, so she picked the weakest link, Gu Jin. Mrs. Qi and Mrs. Su got up and walked towards the dance floor. They even invited Ruan Shuling. "Mrs. Gu, shall we go take a look together?" Although Ruan Shuling was very resistant, she still followed. In the middle of the dance floor, Gu Jin and Qi Yan danced to the fast melody. Their wide skirts billowed along with them. "Little Yin has improved quite a bit," Mrs. Su said to Mrs. Qi with a smile. "That girl has always been diligent." Mrs. Qi smiled humbly, feeling honored. For the first time, she knew how proud Ruan Shuling felt when she bragged about her daughter. Ruan Shuling also couldn't take her eyes off Gu Jin, who was dancing. Why did she feel that Gu Jin was actually not bad? There were also many people praising Qi Yan. "Qi Yan is incredible. If it were me, I would have fainted long ago. Qi Yan is completely killing it." TSK. I'm very curious if Gu Jin will be able to stand after the dance ends. TSK. If she faints, loses her balance, and falls in front of so many people, she'll die of embarrassment. After being surpassed by Qi Yan, I suspect that Gu Jin won't dare to attend a ball in the near future. Gu Yang looked at Qi Yan pitifully. She was just a small cannon fodder. Why did she have to compete with her big shot sister? Noticing Mo's slightly pale face, Gu Yang reached out to hold her arm and supported her slightly swaying body. Yang, Gu Jin. Mo looked at Gu Yang with a pale face. Laymen could only see things superficially, but experts could see the truth. Su Xianyan and the others thought that Qi Yan was the one in control of Gu Jin, but she could tell that it was the other way around. Moreover, every beat and move was just right. Even she might not be able to dance at this level. Moreover, she had been watching seriously just now. She had completely put herself in Qi Yan's shoes and sensed the fear of being dominated by Gu Jin as well. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. "I told you, my sister is very good." Gu Yang knew that Mo felt defeated by Big Sister. However, she felt that it was good. Everyone in the cannon fodder team was too eager to die. She had to give them a wake-up call. Mo looked at Gu Jin silently, suddenly glad that Gu Yong had stopped them just now. She felt that if she was played like this by Gu Jin, she probably wouldn't want to waltz in the future. The Devil's Vortex dance's melody was high and fast, and it came to an abrupt end. Gu Jin and Qi Yin quickly separated. The moment the dance ended, Gu Jin let go of Qi Yan's hand. Qi Yin lost her balance and fell to the ground. A heavy bang rang out on the dance floor. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked that they forgot to applaud. On the other hand, Gu Jin stood there with a clear mind, her body not swaying at all. She was still cold and aloof, not in the least bit disheveled. Little Yin. Mrs. Qi's smile froze, and she let out a scream. She immediately went forward to help Qi Yin up. Su Xinyan and the others were also stunned. How could this be? Shouldn't Gu Jin be the one who wanted to faint? How could it be Qi Yin? The atmosphere team exploded with exclamations. FCK? The one who fainted was actually Qi Yin. Gu Jin is actually fine. Back then, Mo and Qi Yin danced to the Devil's Vortex. Even their steps were a little unsteady. How strong is Gu Jin's balance? So, Qi Yin wasn't the one taking the lead just now. Gu Jin was the one who dominated Qi Yin. Am I the only one who thinks Qi Yin fell like a tortoise? Ruan Shuling was stunned. She looked at Gu Jin, who was dressed in a black dress and looked as elegant as a black rose. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. The other members of the cannon fodder team were also stunned. Mo looked at Qi Yin, who was leaning against Mrs. Qi's arms with a pale face. For some reason, she actually felt as if she had experienced it herself. It was as if this should have happened to her. Zhu Di looked at Gu Yong with a complicated expression. No wonder Yang Yang said that it wasn't certain who would win. Now, it seemed that Gu Jin had won against Qi Yin. Lu Mao looked at the miserable Qi Yin and shrunk his neck. He braced himself and said, maybe Gu Jin only knows how to waltz. Maybe she doesn't know anything else? At this moment, there was no need for Gu Yong to refute. Mo glanced at Lu Mao with a cold expression. It's already very impressive that she can waltz to this extent. At the very least, it can prove that she's not just a pretty face. Not many people are proficient in the four arts. Fu Mingxiu lowered his eyes and paid attention to Gu Yong. He sensed that Gu Yong wasn't unhappy about Gu Jin being the center of attention, so he didn't think about how to deal with Gu Jin. The cannon fodder team had already given up after the shock, but Su Xinyan was unwilling to give up. Qi Yin was like a little sister to her. If Gu Jin embarrassed Qi Yin, it would be a slap to her face. She stepped forward to stop Gu Jin. Gu Jin, stop right there. Gu Jin glanced at her, a hint of mockery in her clear, beautiful eyes. What else do you want to do now, huh? Su Xinyan didn't pretend to be kind to Gu Jin anymore. She provoked, Gu Jin, you've been reunited with the family for some time now. You should know that Gu Yong is a genius pianist, right? She plays the piano so well. As her elder sister, I'm sure your piano is good as well, right? Gu Yong felt puzzled watching the show. Su Xinyan was indeed the original host's archenemy. She was suicidal, but didn't miss the chance to implicate her. Gu Yong secretly looked at Gu Jin. However, Gu Jin nodded solemnly. That's true. My little sister is indeed good at playing the piano, and I can't compare to her. After all, she couldn't even coax herself to sleep with the music she played. Su Xinyan looked at Gu Jin's serious expression and was suddenly stunned. How could she admit defeat so easily? How could she continue making her demands now? Gu Jin, do you dare to compete with me? Su Xinyan said angrily. Gu Jin's cold and beautiful face had a hint of wickedness, and her tone was a little lazy. Do you dare to compete with my little sister? Su Xinyan choked. If she dared to compete with Gu Yong in piano playing, she would have long taken Gu Yang's title as a genius pianist. Everyone present didn't understand Gu Jin, so when they heard her words, they didn't react. Only Gu Yong was stunned. What was going on? Her big sister, who had always been arrogant and cool, actually said that she couldn't compare to her. Moreover, she even passed the ball to her. Gu Yong felt she naturally had to catch the big shots pass. Su Xinyan thought of Gu Jin and Gu Yang's relationship and suddenly sneered. Gu Jin, do you think Gu Yong will help you? Guyang probably couldn't wait to see Gu Jin make a fool of herself. How could she stand up for Gu Jin? So, Su Xinyan, do you want to compete with me to play the piano? I'm happy to accept the challenge for my sister. Guyang immediately walked to Gu Jin's side and stood in front of Su Xinyan, smiling at her. She was grateful that her nemesis had given her such a good opportunity to gain the favor of her big sister. Gu Jin looked at Guyang. Her cold and indifferent eyes seemed to warm up under the dim yellow chandelier in the banquet hall, and her red lips curled up slightly. Su Xinyan looked at Guyang in surprise, her expression suspicious. Would Guyang be so kind as to help Gu Jin? Was this still the little BTCH she knew? Su Xinyan leaned closer to Guyang and sized her up. Her gaze was complicated. What's up with you today? Why are you helping Gu Jin? Guyang rolled her eyes elegantly. If I don't help my big sister, should I help you instead? Su Xinyan. Even though it made sense, shouldn't they temporarily join forces to deal with Gu Jin? Guyang said, Tell me, how do you want to compete in piano playing with Su Xinyan took half a step back. No, she didn't want to compete with Guyang. Her piano skills were only above average in the wealthy circle of Jin City. It was more than enough to bully a country bumpkin like Gu Jin, but challenging Guyang was simply asking to be humiliated. Who wants to compete with you? Su Xinyan turned her head away. She had been in rivalry with Guyang since she was young, so she naturally knew that piano was Guyang's advantage. She wasn't stupid. She knew that she couldn't compare to Guyang, so she wasn't silly enough to fight with her. However, Guyang really felt very unfamiliar to her today. Su Xinyan couldn't understand, so she could only attribute it to Guyang's personality changing drastically under the impact of learning her real background. Guyang, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't lower myself to please the country bumpkin Gu Jin. I'll only chase her away. As long as you chase her away, everything will return to normal. Su Xinyan leaned closer to Guyang and sneered. Guyang silently took half a step back. Did all villains think the same way? That's a very dangerous thought. She could only say that Su Xinyan was indeed the original host's archenemy. Her thoughts could not be said to be entirely different from the original host's, and were more or less the same. Guyang said righteously, Who said I want things to change back? I think it's very good now. Although she had yet to successfully cozy up to her older sister, Big Boss treated her well enough now. Gu Jin gave her Jinyang Pavilion's VIP membership card without a second thought. Even the hacker, Su Yi, could be lent as a tool. She even supported her in front of Old Master Tang at the banquet. Su Xinyan looked at Guyang in a daze and said, You have no ambition. Then she walked off in her high heels. Guyang bounced back to Gu Jin's side and smiled. Big sister, she didn't dare to compete with me and ran away in fear. Gu Jin replied softly, A smile appeared in her eyes. Fu Mingxiu and Zhu Di brought the cannon fodder team over to look for Guyang. They looked at Gu Jin warily, afraid that Guyang would be bullied. Guyang tried to ease the atmosphere. Big sister, they're my friends. Zhu Di reached out to Gu Jin and smiled. Hello, Gu Jin. I'm Zhu Di. I've played with Yang Yang since I was young. I'm Yang Yang's best friend. We are like sisters. Gu Jin also reached out, her expression still cold. Gu Jin, Gu Yang's only sister. Zhu Di tightened her grip on Gu Jin's hand, a fake smile still on her face. We're both unrelated to Yang Yang by blood. What do you mean by only? Zhu Di did not have much talent, but she was quite strong. She rarely lost even in arm wrestling with strong boys. Just as she was expecting Gu Jin to cry out in pain from her grip, she felt the pain of her 4 fingers being crushed. Ouch! She cried out in pain and tried her best to shake Gu Jin off. But Gu Jin's hand was like a pair of pliers that clamped onto her, not moving an inch. Mo covered her eyes. She had already told Zhu Di her observations. Gu Jin was still standing so steadily after dancing to the Devil's Vortex. Not only did she have a good balance, but she might also have some martial arts foundation. However, Zhu Di refused to listen to her. When Lu Mao heard Zhu Di's pig-like scream, it was as if he could empathize with her. The flesh on his round face wrinkled. Guyang looked up at the ceiling. Oh! The chandelier on the ceiling of the Tang family's banquet hall was quite beautiful. Gu Jin let go of Zhu Di's hand and took a tissue from a passing waiter, slowly wiping her slender fingers. Zhu Di was in so much pain that her eyes turned red. She didn't expect Gu Jin to be so strong. Could her hand have suffered a compound fracture? However, she was the one who started it first. It was embarrassing enough that Gu Jin got back at her, so she was too ashamed to mention it again. Gu Yang wasn't worried that Zhu Di's hand would be crippled by Big Sister. Big Sister looked like she was exerting force, but in fact, she was exerting force on some acupoints on Zhu Di's hand. It would only cause her pain and wouldn't really hurt her. With Zhu Di as an example, Mo, Lu Mao, and Fu Mingxiu did not dare to shake hands with Gu Jin anymore. They only nodded in greeting. Zhu Di gave Lu Mao a look and walked to the side to ask him in a low voice, "Didn't you say you wanted to compete with Gu Jin in sketching?" Lu Mao scratched his green head and smiled awkwardly. I think we should forget about it. It seems like the goddess and Gu Jin are getting along quite well." Zhu Di had expected better from him. What a coward. Do you think Gu Jin has a lot of strength? No, I was just pinched by her nails. Lu Mao silently looked at Zhu Di's red and swollen hand behind her back. Fu Mingxiu stood behind Gu Yang like a knight, silently protecting the princess. He casually mentioned, Yang, school is starting soon, right? Gu Yang's smile instantly froze. The joy of watching the show disappeared with a bang. She had almost forgotten that she was still a Year 3 student who was about to start school. Zhu Di, Mo, and the others had returned from overseas to attend the banquet because school was about to start. Fu Mingxiu then looked at Gu Jin. Has Miss Gu found a suitable school? Gu Jin knew that after she returned to the Gu family, Gu Xiaoming had been dealing with her household registration and school transfer, but she didn't care much about it. Gu Yang knew the answer. After all, it was an important place since the female lead would slap the faces of others there. Big Sister and I are in the same class. We're both in the elite science class at the local first high school. Fu Mingxiu was not surprised. With Uncle Gu's ability, it's not a problem for Miss Gu to enter Jin City's first high school through the back door. It is the best high school in the province. Miss Gu can also receive a better education there. However, the competition in the elite class has always been intense. Since you have just transferred schools, I suggest that it's better not to try to go to places that are not suitable for you. What do you think, Miss Gu? Gu Jin lazily glanced at Fu Mingxiu before glancing at Gu Yang. You're right. If the place isn't suitable, people shouldn't try to get in. Undeserving people also shouldn't try to get in. Fu Mingxiu's gaze suddenly turned sharp, but he quickly regained his gentleness. It's good that Miss Gu understands. It's just that there's no such thing as suitability for me. It's just whether I want it or not. Gu Jin looked up at Fu Mingxiu, her dark eyes surging with disdain and confidence. Gu Yang clicked her tongue. Others said this in a young and frivolous manner, but to Big Sister, it was a statement of fact. Fu Mingxiu's eyes were filled with mockery as he reminded her, "Then I can only wish Miss Gu good luck. First high school is a meritocracy, and there will be exams as soon as school starts. Although the Gu family has the ability to send you to the elite class, whether you can stay or not still depends on you." Gu Jin answered, "Don't worry, Mr. Fu." Fu Mingxiu thought that Gu Jin had never seen the difficulty of Jin City First High School's exam, so she was able to remain calm. Gu Jin didn't panic, but Gu Yang did. There were exams at the start of school. If she did not do well, she would have to get kicked out of the elite class. Gu Yang felt that she didn't need the big shots help to slap her own face. She could destroy her image as a top student first. Although she was also a top student in high school, she had forgotten most of her high school knowledge after the summer vacation at the end of the college entrance examination. She did not have the superpower of having a photographic memory like Big Sister. Gu Yang wanted to rush home, pick up her textbooks, and study at night. Zhu Di and the others didn't like Gu Jin, so they pulled Gu Yang somewhere else to play. Gu Jin didn't follow. At this moment, Xiao Iza walked up to Gu Jin with a smile on his handsome face. "Miss Gu, can I invite you to dance?" Gu Jin looked up with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Like the devil's vortex? Xiao Iza was silent for a moment before he chuckled. "It's my honor." A trace of surprise flashed across Gu Jin's beautiful eyes. She did not expect Xiao Iza to be so quick with conclusions. Did she agree to dance with him at all? What was there to be honored about? Exclamations erupted from the dance floor again. Gu Yang looked up and saw two people dancing on the dance floor under the chandelier. It was Gu Jin and Xiao Iza. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. She had only left Big Sister for a while and almost missed the dance between the male and female leads. Except, Gu Yang looked at the male and female leads who were dancing to the Devil's Vortex and fell silent. Where was the expected slow, romantic waltz? Wasn't this plot a little off? However, compared to Gu Jin and Qi Yan's previous dance, Gu Jin and Xiao Yi's coordination could be said to be flawless. Every turn was as fluid as water, and their postures were elegant as if they were at an ancient royal banquet. When the song ended, there was thunderous applause. Gu Jin is quite good. She could actually dance to the Devil's Vortex twice in one night. I didn't expect Mr. Xiao to dance so well. He didn't even sway after the song ended. This handsome man and beautiful woman are quite compatible. Su Xinyan glared at Gu Jin. She had shamelessly invited Mr. Xiao to dance just now, but she didn't expect Mr. Xiao to reject her and turn around to look for Gu Jin. Qian could tell what Su Xinyan was thinking and comforted her. Xinyan, Gu Jin has to marry Shui Duo, so she definitely won't have a chance with Mr. Xiao. Only then did Su Xinyan heave a sigh of relief. She casually looked at Gu Jin with a mocking gaze. She wanted to see if Gu Yang would still be so kind to Gu Jin when she found out that Shui Duo and Gu Jin were married. The Tang family's banquet had made the real daughter of the Gu family, Gu Jin, famous among the wealthy families in Jin City. At the same time, it had also attracted a lot of hatred. Gu Yang perfectly avoided all the potential embarrassment. After the banquet ended, Gu Yang bid farewell to the cannon fodder team and went home with Gu Jin and Ruan Shuling. The heavy rain washed over the car window, making it look like liquid silver under the light. Ruan Shuling, who always liked to gossip with Gu Yang, was a little quiet tonight. From the moment Old Master Tang appeared and said that Gu Jin was his distinguished guest until Gu Jin shone brilliantly at the banquet, she looked at Gu Jin, who calmly changed everyone's opinions. The more she looked at her, the more she realized that she knew too little about her daughter. Little Jin, how did you become Old Master Tang's guest? Ruan Shuling couldn't figure out how Gu Jin, who came from the countryside, knew Old Master Tang. Gu Jin, who was leaning against the car window, raised her brows and casually said, I happened to save his life. The first thought that popped up in Ruan Shuling's mind was Gu Jin was lying. Ruan Shuling was stunned by her sudden thought and silently refuted herself. It might not be a lie. Perhaps she had saved Old Master Tang by the roadside like Gu Yang. Seeing that Gu Jin seemed to be sleeping with her eyes closed, Ruan Shuling suppressed the urge to continue asking. Gu Yang keenly noticed the change in Ruan Shuling's attitude towards Gu Jin, and her lips curled up slightly. At this banquet, she perfectly avoided all the face-slapping points so that her mother and her friends in the cannon fodder team would not be embarrassed in public. She also made the cannon fodder team and her mother look at Gu Jin from a spectator's perspective, slightly changing their attitude toward Gu Jin. At the very least, they no longer looked down on her like before. At the same time, it prevented the deterioration of the relationship between the two sides. Gu Yang felt unprecedentedly relaxed. She had made things change a little. After accumulating changes bit by bit, she believed that in the end, she could change the tragic ending of her friends and the Gu family. Ruan Shuling tossed and turned the entire night, unable to fall asleep. She woke up Gu Xiaoming, who was sleeping soundly, and said somewhat frantically, Xiaoming, I can't sleep. Gu Xiaoming looked at her helplessly. What's wrong? Did little Jean embarrass you at the banquet? Didn't you consider this before bringing her to the Tang family's banquet? Ruan Shuling fell silent. That's right. They all tacitly agreed that Gu Jin was their shame. She didn't know anything and would only embarrass them. No, Gu Jin performed very well at the banquet and was able to advance and retreat freely. She wasn't bullied by those socialites either. She even had a VIP invitation to the Tang family's banquet. Old Master Tang personally said that Gu Jin was a VIP invited by him. Ruan Shuling was depressed for the entire night and finally decided to spit it out. Gu Xiaoming was so shocked that he was no longer sleepy. He reached out to touch Ruan Shuling's forehead. You don't have a fever. Are you dreaming, or am I dreaming? Ruan Shuling twisted Gu Xiaoming's arm, making him cry out in pain. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming. Honey, are you serious? Little Jean actually knows Old Master Tang? Gu Xiaoming rubbed his arm. his eyes filled with shock in the darkness. Ruan Shuling responded gloomily and told him what she had seen at the banquet. Gu Xiaoming chuckled. Looks like we underestimated this daughter. But this is a good thing. What are you depressed about? Ruan Shuling remarked. Don't you think we know too little about this daughter? Previously, she felt that Gu Jin was too cold and distant and didn't take the initiative to integrate into the Gu family. But now, it seemed that they hadn't really accepted her. If they had, why didn't they take the initiative to integrate her into this family? The couple didn't speak for the rest of the night. Ever since the Tang family's banquet, Gu Yang knew that there was still the calamity of the exam at the start of school, so she started to intensely revise her high school work. Fortunately, she had studied science subjects before transmigrating, so it was not difficult for her to pick it up again. There were many rooms in the Gu family's villa, and there was a special study room with good soundproofing for the children to self-study. Throughout the summer vacation, Feng Zhu was a frequent guest in the study room. On this day, he pushed open the door and was stunned when he saw the scene in the study. The sunlight of the midsummer morning shone through the branches and windows, illuminating the girl by the windowsill. The birds outside the study chirped crisply. The girl was wearing a light yellow dress and was leaning lazily against the window. She was holding a high school physics textbook and reading it attentively. It was as if she wanted to copy all the contents of the book into her mind. As the sunlight shone on her, it was as if countless spots of light were dancing. Feng Zhu felt his breathing stop. He walked over and put his hand over her book, blocking her view. Guyang turned her head and asked in confusion, "Yes, Zhu?" Feng Zhu met her eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Big sister, reading under the direct sun is not good for your eyes." Guyang closed the book and jumped down from the windowsill. When she saw the green book containing essential questions in Feng Zhu's hand, she slowly looked away. She was the one who bought it for Feng Zhu. When she came back from Liang City, she didn't know what to give Feng Zhu. She happened to see a set of questions in the bookstore, so she bought a whole set for him. The original host only liked to abuse Little Bloodbank and didn't know much about him. The original book also didn't have much description of him, so Guyang didn't know his hobbies and interests. She only felt that Feng Zhu ought to like studying. She had bought him a set of mock tests. He seemed to do it every day and was done before long. "How far along are you doing the essential questions?" Guyang asked casually. Feng Zhu passed the book containing essential questions to her. His eyes were clear and his voice was gentle and pleasant to the ear. "I've finished doing everything. Do you want to check it?" Guyang casually flipped through it and was shocked. FCK, isn't Little Bloodbank too much? He had finished all the essential questions in less than a week. Or rather, Little Bloodbank was a little obsessed with studying, right? Guyang felt very gratified. If she let Little Bloodbank be addicted to studying and go down the right path, he would not join the villain's camp in the future, right? Not bad. Continue to work hard. Guyang patted Feng Zhu's shoulder, her eyes shining. Feng Zhu's body stiffened and a smile appeared on his fair face. He looked very youthful. "Are you revising?" Feng Zhu's gaze landed on the physics book in Guyang's hand. Guyang replied weakly, "It's not revision. I'm studying in advance." On the surface, she was calm. "Yes, I had nothing to do, so I just took a look." Her image as a top student could not be ruined. Feng Zhu nodded obediently. His clear eyes looked at Guyang, and there seemed to be a faint light floating in his eyes. He asked softly, "If you're free, can you help me with some questions?" Guyang stopped in her tracks. What did you say?" Guyang gripped her physics textbook tightly and suddenly turned to look at Feng Zhu. He studied so hard, but was he asking her for help? "If you don't want to, then forget it." Feng Zhu lowered his eyes. He was originally filled with sunshine and exuded gentleness, but looked miserable now, looking like a little puppy abandoned by its owner. Little Bloodbank seemed to be very sensitive. That was true. Little Bloodbank was under someone else's roof. He was only used as a mobile blood bank living in the Gu residence. It was normal for him to be sensitive and fragile. However, Guyang didn't see this coming. Little Bloodbank loved to study so much, but his results were unexpectedly not good. In the original host's memory, Little Bloodbank also went to Jean City's first high school, but he was not in the elite class with her. Instead, he was in an ordinary class. His results were neither good nor bad. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that little blood bank was good-looking, he might not have had much of a presence in first high school. Gu Yang looked at the pitiful Feng Ju and felt that he was about to cry. Her heart softened and she agreed. Okay, I promise to help you. Feng Ju's eyes were filled with surprise. Thank you, big sister. Meanwhile, in Jean City Psychiatric Hospital, under the scorching sun, a tightly wrapped woman wearing a mask entered the psychology department office. In the office, a handsome young doctor was sitting in front of the desk. He wore gold-framed glasses and was writing something with a pen in his hand. The lines of words danced like wild grass. Ruan Chu was stunned when she saw the unfamiliar man on the desk. Her first reaction was that it was a pity that he did not enter the entertainment industry with his looks. However, she seemed to have made an appointment with director Ji Minghui. Who was this man? Ruan Chu deliberately stepped out to look at the room number. After confirming that she was not in the wrong place, she spoke up to disturb the man who was working. Hello. Is director Ji Minghui here? Ji Linbai looked up and his cold gaze fell on the woman who was almost wrapped up like a dumpling through his gold-rimmed glasses. He was stunned. Although the air conditioning in the room was on, the sun outside the window was more than 30 degrees Celsius. He was very curious about how a woman could wrap herself up so tightly on such a hot day. However, when he thought about how this was a mental hospital, it was not surprising. Compared to the last patient he met who was addicted to chatting with plants, what was so wrong with wearing more clothes on such a hot day? Ji Linbai pointed to the left and said calmly and quickly, Director Ji Minghui is not around right now. During this time, I'll take over his patients. My name is Ji Linbai. You can also call me Dr. Ji. This is the psychology department. The mental rehabilitation department is next door. You're welcome. Ruan Chui's only exposed eye was wide open. Was Ji Linbai calling her a lunatic? I registered for treatment at the psychology department, Ruan Chu repeated with a frown. Seeing that there was no one else in the office and she was feeling uncomfortable, she took off her coat and mask, revealing a beautiful face. When Ji Linbai looked up again, he was shocked. Ruan Chu. So she was a celebrity. No wonder she was wrapped up so tightly. Ji Linbai apologized for his misunderstanding of Ruan Chu. I'm sorry. Does Dr. Ji know me? Ruan Chu was a little surprised. She felt that a doctor with a temperament like Ji Linbai did not seem to be someone who would pay attention to the entertainment industry. Dr. Ji knows me? Ruan Chu was a little surprised. She felt that a doctor with a temperament like Ji Bai did not seem to be someone who would pay attention to the entertainment industry. Moreover, she was not a big star. She was just a second-tier actress who had become popular recently. Before she retired from the entertainment industry because of the mistress scandal, she didn't use the Ruan family's resources to develop in the entertainment industry. Using her own strength, she only became a lukewarm C-list artist in the industry. Later on, because of the mistress scandal, she was slandered throughout the entire internet. After she made a comeback, she appeared in Drinking in the Countryside with Gu Yang and successfully cleared her name on the variety show. That was how she became popular and relevant again. Ji Linbai nodded mildly. I've watched the variety show that Miss Ruan went on before. He could no longer remember the name of the variety show. Ruan Chu was even more surprised. Not only was this doctor not busy to the point of going bald, but he also had time to watch variety shows. Are you talking about Drinking in the Countryside? Ji Linbai nodded, his eyes slightly cold. Yes, that's the one. As a person who never watched variety shows, he was actually dragged by Big Boss and Suyi to watch an entire episode of the variety show live broadcast. Although the variety show was quite good, to him, it was a waste of his time. He remembered that Gu Yang the little BTCH had also participated in the variety show. Moreover, this celebrity in front of him seemed to be Gu Yang's cousin. Has Miss Ruan been here before? Ji Linbai looked at Ruan Chu and asked. Ruan Chu nodded. This is a follow-up. Ji Linbai operated the computer to pull up Ruan Chu's medical record. When he saw the words heavy depression on the diagnosis, he looked at Ruan Chu in surprise, but quickly looked away. He knew that many celebrities in the entertainment industry would suffer from psychological illnesses of varying degrees due to too much pressure, but he did not expect Ruan Chu, who looked so bright and beautiful, to have a severe depression. Ruan Chu noticed Ji Linbai's surprised gaze and frowned. Dr. Ji, didn't seem to be very professional. Previously, when she met Director Ji Minghui at Jean City Psychiatric Hospital, he wouldn't make such a fuss. He even smiled and looked very amiable. Ruan Chu asked, "I've never seen you before. Are you a new psychiatrist?" Ji Linbai was reading Ruan Chu's medical report. When he heard this, he blurted out, "I'm a surgeon." Ruan Chu, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly stood up. Her eyes were filled with suspicion as she looked at Ji Linbai. A surgeon? Since when could surgeons come to treat mental illnesses? This was a huge leap. Her condition wasn't so serious that she had to undergo surgery, right? Could she leave now? Realizing what he had just said, he said awkwardly, "Miss Ruan, calm down. Sit down and let me explain. I studied dual degrees in university, clinical medicine, and psychology, but I'm mainly involved in surgery now." Ruan Chu was skeptical. Ji Linbai said, "If you have no other questions, I'll help you do a new psychological analysis first." Ruan Chu nodded. Since Director Ji had arranged for Dr. Ji to replace him, he should be reliable. At the Gu family's villa, Gu Yang was originally a little regretful. Why did her heart soften for a moment and agree to help Little Blood Bank with some questions? Wasn't this equivalent to getting the person with the second last ranking in class to teach the last one? Fortunately, Little Blood Bank asked her English and Chinese questions. Gu Yang had almost forgotten how to do the physics, chemistry, and math questions. Since she had used languages a lot after graduating from high school, she could maintain her image as a top student in front of Feng Ju. Feng Ju took out a set of summer homework and pointed at a line of words on it as he asked, "Big sister, what does this sentence in classical Chinese mean?" Gu Yang looked over and subconsciously read it out and translated. "The storm leaves everything dark. The roosters crow endlessly. Now that I see a gentleman, I am pleased." It means, a storm is brewing and the sky is dark. The roosters outside the window are clucking non-stop. How can I not be happy to see you in this storm? After translating, she was stunned. She raised her eyes and looked suspiciously at Feng Ju, who was standing behind her. How could he not see through such a simple meaning? Gu Yang asked, "Are you messing with me?" Feng Ju looked down at Gu Yang, his fair and handsome face filled with confusion, his eyes innocent. Gu Yang suddenly wasn't so sure. However, when she retracted her gaze, she heard the young man's clear and gentle voice coming from behind her ear. It was so pleasant that it made her ears itch. "I'm also happy to see my sister." Gu Yang's ears turned red. Was Little Blood Bank flirting with her? Feng Ju looked at Gu Yang's stunned expression, and a small smile slowly appeared in his eyes. His older sister was still as cute as ever. Meanwhile, at Jean City Psychiatric Hospital, Ji Linbai looked at Ruan Chu's medical report twice, his eyes filled with shock. "What's wrong, Dr. Ji? Has the situation worsened?" Ruan Chu asked worriedly. Ji Linbai came back to his senses and shook his head. "No, the situation has improved a lot. Miss Ruan, you can stop taking part of the medicine. This time, you only need to take." Ruan Chu was also shocked. She remembered that the last time she came for a checkup, Director Ji Minghui told her that the situation was worsening and told her to increase her medicine dosage. He also tactfully told her that according to the trend at that time, it might worsen. Unexpectedly, she had improved so much in just 2 weeks. "Your condition is simply unbelievable. It completely exceeds what we expected during your last examination. You can even be judged to be only moderately depressed now." Ji Linbai sighed and could not help but ask, "Miss Ruan, may I ask a question?" Ruan Chu was in a good mood and even found Ji Linbai more pleasant to the eye. "Go ahead." Ji Linbai asked curiously, "Have you met an internationally famous mental illness expert recently?" Judging from Ruan Chu's sudden change, it was definitely not a coincidence. Someone must have guided and treated her. He couldn't think of anyone who could achieve such an obvious treatment effect in just 2 weeks. After all, even his father couldn't do it. Ruan Chu shook her head blankly. After she realized that she had a psychological problem, she secretly came to the psychology department of the mental hospital for a checkup. In order to prevent her grandfather from worrying, she had always hidden it from him, so she did not use the Ruan family's connections to treat her depression. Ji Linbai looked surprised. She didn't get another psychiatrist to treat her. How is this possible? "Miss Ruan, what have you been doing during this period of time?" Ji Linbai asked casually. Ruan Chu answered, work. Ever since the first episode of Drinking in the Countryside, she had become popular. Now, her resources were getting better and better day by day, and her schedule was getting fuller. She would fly to a place to shoot endorsements every 2 to 3 days, and many production teams invited her to join them. Ji Linbai had grown up in a medical family and had been obsessed with medicine since he was young. He had always pursued higher medical achievements. The reason why he acknowledged Gu Jin as his boss was because Gu Jin's medical skills were so high that he worshipped her. Now that he was greatly interested in Ruan Chu's recovery, he patiently chatted with her. Apart from being a surgeon, he was also a psychiatrist. He knew how to communicate with patients to make them feel relaxed and comfortable. And he did. At least, Ruan Chu felt that he was chatting with her as if she was a normal person, not interrogating her as a patient. He had basically figured out that there was a key point in Ruan Chu's change in mentality, and that was when she was on the variety show Drinking in the Countryside. However, what he didn't expect was that Ruan Chu would come out of seclusion, make a comeback, and go on the variety show because of a bet with Jiu Yang. Your previous variety show was very interesting, and the response on the internet was very good. I heard that there are 5 episodes of Drinking in the Countryside for each season. Will you continue to participate in the next few episodes? Ji Linbai asked gently. Ruan Chu thought about it and was a little uncertain. That depends on my cousin, Gu Yang. With my status, I'm actually not qualified to appear in Drinking in the Countryside. I was able to go for the last episode because of my cousin, Gu Yang. If she goes for the next few episodes, I'll continue to accompany her. If she doesn't go, I probably won't go either. Ji Linbai frowned, thinking to himself that Gu Yang was really domineering. She even needed someone to accompany her on a variety show. Moreover, she was not Miss Ruan's biological cousin anymore. Big Boss was Miss Ruan's biological cousin. Ji Linbai chatted with Ruan Chu for a long time about her work in the entertainment industry, so much so that Ruan Chu kept looking at him inquisitively. In the end, she could not help but ask, "Are you a fan of mine?" Ji Linbai was stunned by the question. Although he did not understand the entertainment industry, he knew what the word fan meant. It was used to refer to people chasing celebrities. In psychology, celebrities were often chased due to projection effects, bandwagon effects, and halo effects. The projection effect refers to the tendency to attribute one's characteristics to others, i.e., an admirer projecting dreams, desires, or flaws in oneself onto an idol. It was a cognitive impairment that used one's own thoughts to infer the thoughts of others, known as beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The bandwagon effect was to follow the crowd mentality. Some teenagers were just blindly following the trend. The halo effect was that once fans were attracted to an idol's quality or beauty, they magnified the excellence or beauty in this aspect infinitely and ignored its shortcomings. Ji Linbai believed that he was rational enough to not be affected by these effects and have a cognitive bias. However, when he thought about how he still had to follow up on Miss Ruan's illness in the future, he adjusted his glasses and looked at Ruan Chu gently. I became a fan watching the show. It would be too take to say that Ji Linbai was a true tan. However, he had a good impression of Ruan Chu when he was forced to watch the live broadcast of Drinking in the Countryside. He could almost be considered a fan after watching it. Although he only became a fan after watching the show, Ruan Chu was already surprised enough to hear Ji Linbai admit it. Because the other party was her fan, Ruan Chu's previous ill feelings towards Ji Linbai faded a little. Dr. Ji, what else do I have to do other than take the medicine on time? In my opinion, Miss Ruan can often go out into the wild and come into contact with nature. You might be in a better mood if you can breathe in fresh air. If it's easy for you to think too much when you are free, you can keep yourself busier provided you don't put yourself under too much pressure. You also have to communicate with your friends and family often. Although Ji Linbai had a feeling that he had missed out on some key information, he quickly suppressed his doubts. For the time being, he attributed Ruan Chu's depression recovery to 2 reasons. First, her reputation was cleared, so she no longer faced the pressure of online violence. Second, she had walked out of depression, interacted with people, and come into contact with nature. Ruan Chu listened attentively and nodded from time to time. However, when she heard Ji Linbai say that she should interact more with her friends and family, her eyes darkened. After her mother passed away and her father brought the mistress and illegitimate daughter back to the Ruan residence, The only person who truly treated her well was her grandfather. However, she did not want her grandfather to find out that she had depression, so she rarely interacted with him. As for her friends, ever since Ruan Yin appeared and replaced her to attend all kinds of banquets with Ruan Jihao, everyone in the circle knew that she was not as favored as Ruan Yin at home. Many of her friends also distanced themselves from her. After that, she insisted on entering the entertainment industry and did not have many good friends there. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized that she was actually alone. Suddenly, Ruan Chu seemed to be enveloped by a huge sense of loneliness. It was as if some emotion was suppressed in her heart and she could not breathe. Ji Linbai noticed the change in Ruan Chu's mood and thought about Ruan Chu's interpersonal relationships. It was not difficult to understand her current mood. He took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Miss Ruan, is it convenient to add me on WeChat? Director Ji won't be in town recently, so I'll be responsible for you. Add me on WeChat so that we can contact each other in the future. Since Fan Ji Linbai had said so, Ruan Chu naturally would not refuse. After passing the friend verification, Ji Linbai looked at Ruan Chu and said, Miss Ruan, I will pay attention to your psychological condition at all times. No matter when or where, you can contact me if you have any psychological or emotional troubles. You can also treat me as a person to confide in. I will keep everything you say confidential. Ruan Chu pursed her lips. Thank you, Dr. Ji. After Ruan Chu left, Ji Linbai sent Ruan Chu's latest psychological report to Ji Minghui. At the same time, he learned about Ruan Chu's previous situation from Ji Minghui. After all, Ruan Chu had always been treated by Ji Minghui. Ji Minghui quickly replied, Son, did you diagnose wrongly? Ji Linbai, he doubted his medical skills right from the start. He was indeed his biological father. Ji Linbai, Dad, I gave Miss Ruan 3 psychological tests in a row. At that time, he also felt that the test results were unbelievable, so he did it a few more times to ensure accuracy. Ji Minghui sent a disdainful emoji and a voice message. You had to do the depression psychological test 3 times in a row before coming to a conclusion. Ji Linbai, you're acting like a noob and a disgrace. Ji Linbai, Ji Minghui was also shocked when he saw Ruan Chu's latest psychological analysis. Just like Ji Linbai, he also felt that someone must have interfered. Perhaps even Ruan Chu doesn't know that someone is silently guiding her and treating her. That person's level is far above mine. There are only a handful of people who can reach this level internationally, but they haven't been in the country recently. Ji Linbai was surprised. He did not expect even his father to have such a high evaluation of that person. However, he asked again, Dad, do you mean that someone around Ruan Chu is secretly treating her? Even Ruan Chu doesn't know that she's undergoing treatment? Ji Minghui, that's possible. By the way, I remember that your big boss is an all-rounded miracle doctor, right? She's also related to Ruan Chu. Could she be the one who did it? Ji Minghui knew about Gu Jin being his son's big boss. He had to admit that Gu Jin was a rare medical genius who had dabbled in almost all medical branches. Although Ji Linbai didn't go to Gu Jin to confirm it, he was certain. It's not her. She isn't familiar with Miss Ruan, so she won't help her. He had also guessed that it might be boss, but he quickly rejected the notion. His boss had an indifferent personality and had never been a warm-hearted person. She would not silently treat Ruan Chu just because she was her cousin. Even if she treated her, it would definitely be priced clearly. Boss would never treat strangers well for no reason, except Gu Yang, that little BTSH. He wondered what that little BT fed boss. Ji Linbai thought for a moment and sent a voice message. Although boss has dabbled in many branches of medicine, she doesn't seem to be interested in mental illnesses and disorders. She has never gotten involved in either field. Ji Linbai could understand. After all, the boss was not someone who could tolerate being a mental guide. She was better at using a knife and cutting anything that wasn't working. Hearing this, Ji Minghui became even more curious. Ji Minghui thought for a long time, and a passing notion appeared in his mind. Fortunately, he caught it in time. By the way, you said that Ruan Chu went on a variety show because of a bet with Gu Yang. Why did Gu Yang go on a variety show with her? Ji Linbai sneered, his tone filled with dissatisfaction towards Gu Yang. Just her bossy temper, I suppose? She needed someone to accompany her on a variety show. Ji Minghui frowned. Little Bai, do you have a big problem with Miss Gu Yang? I've seen that girl before. She's not as spoiled as you say. She's an obedient and kind girl. After the Tang family banquet, Old Master Tang told him that the person who cooperated with him to perform CPR was the fake daughter of the Gu family in Jin City, Gu Yang. He had a good impression of that young lady. After all, everyone was afraid of being scammed these days. There were very few warm-hearted children who could help strangers without hesitation. Hearing the voice message from his father, Ji Linbai rolled his eyes silently. If Gu Yang was obedient and kind, she wouldn't have fallen down the stairs to sabotage boss. She was just a pretentious BTH. At the Gu family's villa, after being tricked by Feng Zhu, Gu Yang revealed an expression that said, "You actually fooled me. I'm super angry." Then, she took the opportunity to stop helping him. Feng Zhu looked at Gu Yang's back view. Her ears were red as if she was fleeing, and he let out a few low laughs. Not long after Gu Yang left, Gu Jin entered the study expressionlessly. There were a few bookshelves in the study. It could be considered a book corner that the Gu family had prepared for the children. There were also many types of books, including literary classics and online novels. Gu Jin casually picked a book to pass the time. However, when she passed Feng Zhu's desk again, she glanced at the questions he was asking and sneered. "I think you need a new name. Maybe something that means propriety, justice, integrity, and, what do you think?" Feng Zhu leaned against the chair and looked up at Gu Jin. There was an obedient smile on his fair and handsome face, and his voice was soft and pleasant. "Do you think I'm shameless?" Gu Jin walked out of the door without looking back. "At least you know your place." Feng Zhu's eyes were dark and gloomy, as though something was surging in them. He smiled lightly and said, "If I can let my sister accompany me more, so what if I'm a little more shameless?" Gu Yang's ears burned from Feng Zhu's sudden teasing. She didn't want to study anymore. Her mind was filled with thoughts of little Blood Bank flirting with her. Could it be that he liked her? Gu Yang went to the piano room to practice and started a live broadcast. What surprised her was that the number of views of the video she had broadcasted last time had skyrocketed. It was more than 10 times more than the videos that the original host had posted previously. Her Yangyang account on the Grape app had increased by over 100,000 fans. Many fans sent her private messages through the Grape app. "Oh God, Yangyang, your new piano piece is so good. Because I'm under a lot of pressure, I often can't sleep. I've always listened to pure music to hypnotize myself, but every time, I have to listen to 7 or 8 songs before I can sleep. However, ever since I listened to your piece that night, I felt sleepy before I finished listening to it. When I woke up, I felt relaxed and happy. It's simply a divine tune. Yangyang, when are you going to start a live broadcast or update the video? I have been looping your last song every night. I'm getting ear calluses from listening to it. I feel so good after listening to Yangyang's piano piece. It's amazing. Is this the source of the hypnotic song that has been popular in the Grape app recently? Why is the streamer only showing a pair of hands? I want to see what kind of fairy can play such a gentle piano song." When Gu Yang saw the private messages from her fans and the comments under the video, she was surprised to find that her previous song had actually become popular on the Grape app. As soon as she turned on the live broadcast, someone entered the live broadcast room. Shocking. Yangyang actually started a live broadcast today. I'm in the front row. I'm looking forward to Yangyang's piano piece. This was recommended by the doctor. I heard that this streamer's song can effectively put people to sleep. A certain sleep disorder patient. There were also rich people giving tips in the live stream. Its popularity quickly increased, and more people entered the live stream. Most of them were netizens who came because it was all the rave. There were also some people who liked to buy CH and argue for the sake of it. This streamer is so arrogant. She never shows her face when she starts a live broadcast and only shows her hand. Is it that we mortals are not worthy of admiring your looks? It's probably because her appearance is ugly. If she was half as good-looking as Xian Xian, she probably wouldn't have only shown one hand. I think this song that Yangyang played is far inferior to Xian Xian's. What do you mean by hypnotic anyway? It's all made up, right? I'll record the content of the physics teacher's lecture to let you see who's more hypnotizing. Is it the piano goddess, Xianling? I heard that she's the belle of Huala University's piano department. Her piano skills are really ethereal. However, Xianling is a professional. Yang Yang is probably an amateur. It's normal that she can't compare. But soon, there were fans online quickly defending her. Get lost. Yang Yang is just playing the piano. Isn't it normal to play with her hands? Why does she have to show her face? Who's so thick-skinned that she can use her face to play? Why are Xianling's fans everywhere? They're so annoying. Yang Yang's piano music is indeed very good. It sounds very soothing. Is it difficult to admit that others are outstanding? I'm dying of laughter. Xianling's fans must be anxious, right? Isn't it because Yang Yang accidentally snatched Xianling's first place on the popularity rankings? She even took the rankings for a week. When Guyang played the piano, she would occasionally look at the comments and roughly understand the whole story from the audience's words. Her last song was even more popular than she had imagined. It occupied the top spot of the streamer's popularity ranking for a week. Before this, the one who dominated the streamer's popularity rankings on the Grape app had always been the Xianling in the audience's mouth. Xianling became the piano goddess in the eyes of netizens because of her high education, good looks, and high-level piano performance. She also had tens of millions of fans, more than some artists. They were both playing the piano. Yang Yang's popularity made Xianling's die-hard fans feel a sense of threat. So this scene happened. Although Guyang didn't want to care about Xianling, she didn't want to see Xianling's fans and anti-fans arguing in the live stream. She picked a few active fans with high fan points and appointed them as administrators. Then, she read their names to the live stream and said gently, "Kitty, Tree from the Past, and Shishi Chengju, are you willing to be my administrators?" As soon as Guyang spoke, the comments in the live broadcast room fell silent. Soon, the excitement of the people whose names were called could be seen through the screen. Kitty. Yes. Ah, Mommy is finally climbing up the ladder. I can't believe Yang Yang picked me. Tree from the Past. Shocking. Did I hear wrongly just now? Did the goddess actually call me by my ID? The goddess asked if I was willing to help. Of course, it's a yes. Shishi Chengju, big sister, it's my honor to serve you. When Guyang saw Shishi Chengju, her eyelids twitched as she inexplicably thought of Feng Ju. Soon, she shook her head. It was probably because of the word Ju that she could easily make the connection. With one look, one could tell that the words Shishi Chengju were taken from Nalan's work. It was very common to create online handles from poems. Fans nowadays often called their idols Big Brother and Big Sister, so this form of address was considered normal. Moreover, Feng Ju loved to study so much. He should still be studying hard in the study room. How could he watch the live broadcast? How could he coincidentally watch her live broadcast? The other viewers in the live stream also came back to their senses and sent floating comments like mad. Amazing. The host's voice is really amazing. It sounds like a kind, gentle fairy. Oh my god. Based on your voice and your hands, no matter what you look like, I'm a fan. Yang Yang's voice is really nice. I want to hear Yang Yang sing. Amidst the swarm of comments from fans of her voice, a floating comment went across the screen. Speaking of which, am I the only one who finds Yang Yang's voice familiar? Why do I feel that Yang Yang's voice is a little similar to Gu Yang's, the non-celebrity who went on drinking in the countryside? However, because there were too many comments and they flew across the screen quickly, this comment did not attract much attention. The anti-fans continued to speak ill of her. Who knows if she used a voice changer? Just because of her voice, you assume she's a fairy. What if she looks like her face was splashed with sulfuric acid? What a pretentious voice. Who doesn't know how to be a little coquettish? Before Guyang could say anything to the administrators, they had already started kicking people out of the live stream. Among them, Shishi Chengju was the fastest. He even deleted the floating comments that the culprit had just posted. When the Grape app administrator kicked someone off the live stream, there would be a notification. Looking at the series of small notifications, Kitty and Tree from the Past were dumbfounded. Kitty, FCK Shishi Chengju, your typing speed is incredibly fast, isn't it? Tree from the Past. I wanted to show off my abilities, but I realized that I was useless. Brother Chengju, you're so harsh. Guyang also noticed the efficiency of Shishi Chengju. She thanked the audience and started today's live stream. She was still playing the piano with only her slender hands showing. This time, She was playing a calm piano piece. Before she transmigrated, she liked to use this piece to treat people with mania. The song coming from the piano was lyrical, as if it could soothe one's heart and make one's heart calm like still water. As her hands danced between the black and white keys, the comments in the live stream gradually decreased. Only when her song ended did the comments suddenly increase. Oh my God! What kind of divine tune is this? It's too good. This time, the piano piece gives people a very peaceful feeling, as if it can soothe all their frustrations. I agree with the person above. My husky was tearing down the house. When it heard this song, it quietened down. What kind of divine streamer is this? The piano music she plays seems to be magical. It's incredible. In addition to the sudden increase in the number of comments, there were also many rich people in the live stream who were tipping. Shishi Chung Ju tips Yang 10 cosmic battleships. Shishi Chung Ju tips Yang 10 cosmic battleships. Space battleships with gorgeous and cool special effects flew across the live stream screen, and the audience in the live stream was in an uproar. FCK. He just paid 150,000 app credits. Dude, I'm kneeling over here. As an old fan of Yang, I'm shocked. I didn't expect there to be an invisible tycoon among us. Just as Gu Yang was about to bid farewell to the netizens, she noticed that Shishi Chung Ju was throwing cosmic battleships at her as if they were free. Her eyelids twitched, and she said gently, Shishi Chung Ju, you don't have to give me so many cosmic battleships. Consume rationally. Thank you for your love and gifts. That's all for today's live broadcast. Shishi Chung Ju. All right, big sister. In the study room, Feng Ju's eyes were dark as he looked at the pair of smooth, slender hands on the black and white piano keys in the live broadcast room. He reached out and gently touched the screen, and a cold touch came from his fingertips. His fair and handsome face was half enshrouded in darkness. He lowered his eyes and chuckled. Big sister, I was already restraining myself rationally. After Gu Yang turned off the live broadcast, she uploaded the live broadcast to the Grape app. As expected, her second piano piece became popular. It was even set with Weibo's tail function. Fairy Yang calming piano song. In the piano room of Huala University, Gu Xianling looked at the real-time popularity rankings of the Grape app and frowned. Because of Yang's live broadcast, her ranking had been pushed to second place again. She logged into her alternate account to watch Yang's latest live broadcast. When she saw the slender and exquisite hands on the screen, she could not help but comment. Where did you get the cosmetic surgery done for these hands? They're quite good looking. This video was very popular. Soon, someone saw the comments from Gu Xianling's alternate account and echoed, I want the name of the hospital as well. This plastic surgery is really amazing. Yang only showed one hand because her face hadn't been fixed, right? Doghead, this is killing me. Go away, haters. It's true that popularity often attracts trouble. Yang can be criticized for having plastic surgery done to her hands just by showing them. Just because you have ugly hands, does it make it illegal for others to have them? Gu Xianling's comments were quickly drowned out by a large number of people who were fans of Yang's hands. She frowned and expressed her confusion. Could Yang's hands be more attractive than her face? Moreover, from a professional point of view, Yang's piano skills were only so-so. Especially for the two most popular videos, the skill level of Gu Yang's piano playing was not as high as before. It was ordinary and completely won because of the choice of the songs. Gu Xianling was confident that with her professional piano skills, she could definitely beat the amateur internet celebrity, Yang. Hence, she also played the two piano songs that Yang had become famous for. She made a video and uploaded it to the Grape app. Seeing the new video uploaded by Gu Xianling, the fans were extremely excited. Oh my God! Xian posted two videos at once. Xian's production is amazing. Aren't those the two piano songs that have been very popular on the Grape app recently? Did the piano goddess, Xian, actually follow the trend this time? What do you mean by taking advantage of the trends? These two piano pieces weren't composed by Yang. Do you mean she's the only one allowed to play them and no one else? I think she's much better than Yang. Her technique and finger threading are superb. As expected of a top student from Huala, although I don't understand, but I feel that it's impressive. I'm just a passerby. Just by looking at the finger technique, I feel that Xinling's standard is a level higher than Yang Yang's. This is probably the difference between a professional and an amateur. Speaking of which, is Xinling declaring war on Yang Yang using these two piano pieces? Soon, Gu Xinling's fans were no longer satisfied with just commenting under her videos. Some fans even started to enter Yang Yang's video comments section under the guidance of Gu Xinling's paid posters. You need to practice hard. There's still a huge difference between a professional and an amateur. With your ordinary finger technique, you didn't receive any guidance from a great teacher, right? Look at Xinling. She has the demeanor of a master. You have no talent, no looks, and are still arrogant. You can't even compare to a strand of hair on Xinling's head. I advise you to study hard for a few years instead of coming out to embarrass yourself. Looking at the large number of fans flooding into the comments section, Yang Yang's fans were confused. Did Yang Yang stir up a hornet's nest? Oh, she accidentally snatched the top spot of a certain piano goddess on the popularity ranking again. I want to watch Xinling's video. How should I put it? I can only say that her performance is not bad, but it's too flashy. It was a little shallow, so it lacked authenticity. It doesn't feel like Gu Yang's calming hypnotic tune at all. Xinling's tune focuses too much on form and loses its spirit. The spiritual energy in Yang Yang's piano piece is the most precious. I'm dying of laughter. So what are Xinling's fans trying to prove? That Xinling's piano playing is not as good as Yang Yang's? Gu Xinling's fans were angry to hear this, but indeed, Gu Xinling's tune didn't have the hypnotic or calming feeling that Gu Yang had when she played it. It only had amazing piano skills. Hence, Gu Xinling's fans refused to let go of Gu Yang's amateurish piano skills. Gu Yang's fans didn't back down either. Who doesn't know how to show off? Yang Yang was the best at flaunting her skills. This is killing me. She said that Yang Yang was an amateur. They should watch Yang Yang's old videos. She showed off her skills every day without repeating a thing. Then, we can talk about who's better. After Gu Yang found out about the dispute on the Grape app, she couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xinling's fans were really asking for trouble. Although the original host was an annoying supporting actress, her piano skills were top-notch. Otherwise, she would not have the title of a genius pianist. In the past, the videos published by the original host on the Grape app were almost all of her showing off skills. They were the kind that would not make people feel that she was deliberately showing off skills. On the other hand, when Gu Xinling showed off her technique, it was too exaggerated compared to the original owner of the body. The afternoon rain had just stopped, and the heat had dissipated a little. Shui Duo sat in front of his desk and looked at the chat page with Gu Yang, frowning. Ever since the Tang family banquet, the news that the Shui family wanted to change their marriage partner with the Gu family from Gu Yang to Gu Jin had spread throughout Jin City. He thought that Gu Yang wouldn't be able to resist asking him that day, but she didn't. The Gu family must have protected Gu Yang too well, so they didn't tell Gu Yang about this matter, which would make her sad. Shui Duo sent Gu Yang a WeChat message, his tone still cold. Gu Yang, I will marry your sister. After sending this message, he stared at his phone screen, waiting for Gu Yang's reply. He didn't believe that Gu Yang could remain calm when she saw this. Soon, the words the other party is typing appeared on WeChat. Shui Duo's lips curled up slightly, feeling a little smug. He knew that Gu Yang had prioritized the importance of his messages on WeChat and would definitely see and reply immediately. Gu Yang must be anxious now. Shui Duo's eyes were filled with ambition. Of course, he wouldn't really marry that country bumpkin, Gu Jin. Even if she was lucky enough to become old Master Tang's guest, wasn't she still a country bumpkin? She couldn't even compare to Gu Yang. The reason he released this news was to make Gu Yang anxious and lure Gu Yang into the trap. After all, Gu Yang was the fake daughter of the Gu family. The only chance she could grab to stay in the wealthy circle was to marry into the Shui family. Shui Duo sent a voice message to Gu Yang, foreseeing Gu Yang begging him to stay. His tone softened for once. Gu Yang, we grew up together. I don't want to marry Gu Jin, but she's the real daughter of the Gu family. She's the protagonist of the marriage between the Shui and Gu families. If there's no marriage between the two families, forget it, that's impossible. As long as the Shui and Gu families are still around, this marriage will. Shui Duo was halfway through his sentence when he saw Gu Yang's slow reply. The long conversation he had expected didn't appear. Instead, it was a short sentence. What are you daydreaming about? Duo was stunned. He loosened his grip and sent the message before he could finish. He looked at Gu Yang's short message and frowned. What did Gu Yang mean? Did she not believe what he said? Or did she not believe this fact? In the living room of the Gu family's villa, Gu Yang was chatting in the group chat of her cannon fodder friends. Her friends were indeed professional cannon fodder. After the Tang family banquet, they still couldn't forget Gu Jin and were still thinking about how to help Gu Yang suppress Gu Jin. Gu Yang, on the other hand, was determined to extinguish the flames and her friend's suicidal actions. Suddenly, she heard a high-priority notification on her phone. Gu Yang exited the interface to take a look. When she realized that it was Duo, she decisively deactivated prioritization. After seeing the message he sent, she clicked her tongue. Duo was really daydreaming. He wanted to marry the big boss. Was he worthy? At this moment, Duo sent a voice message. Gu Yang wanted to convert it to text, but she accidentally clicked on it. Duo's voice sounded in the Gu family's living room. Gu Xiaoming, who was browsing the economic news, looked up. Ruan Shuling, who was applying nail polish, also stopped what she was doing. Feng Ju, who was leaning against the door with his head lowered, put away his vocabulary book. Gu Jin, who was playing games, stopped as well. Everyone looked at Gu Yang. Gu Yang, who was suddenly being watched by the entire family, she tried to turn down the sound, but the voice message was over. Gu Yang smiled awkwardly but politely. Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming could tell that it was Duo's voice. Displeasure appeared on their faces. Of course, the displeasure was directed at Duo. Ruan Shuling sneered. What does Duo mean? Is he thinking about little Jean while hanging on to Yang Yang? When did our family agree to continue the marriage? He even said that as long as the Gu and Shui families are still around, the marriage will continue. Humph. How shameless. Gu Xiaoming was browsing the economic news. He could tell from Duo's words to Yang Yang that Duo's motive was impure. His eyes turned sharp, and his voice was a little cold. Does this mean that it's time for the Shui family to disappear? Ever since Duo broke off the engagement with Yang Yang, the marriage between the Gu family and the Shui family couldn't continue, let alone change to Gu Jin at the last minute. The Shui family was really self-righteous. It was not as if his daughter had to marry into the Shui family. Moreover, did Duo and the Shui family really think that he could not see through their insatiable ambitions? In the past, Gu Xiaoming might not have been able to tell their intentions since the two families were in-laws, so he wasn't wary of them. However, after Yang Yang reminded him, Gu Xiaoming started to be wary of the Shui family and discovered some things they had done in private. Especially Duo. He was young, but his ambitions were not small. Frustration appeared in Gu Jin's cold eyes. She shared the same opinion as Gu Xiaoming. If the Gu and Shui families were to continue their marriage, then the Shui family would have to disappear. She leaned lazily on the sofa and looked at the game situation that she had almost lost because she was away. She glanced at her teammates' comments calling her a dog for her self-sabotage and dying in game. Then, she quickly moved her fingers deftly and killed a wave of people on the opposite side in a few moves. She had narrowly escaped death and won this round. Then, she decisively changed the interface and asked in the underling group chat, "Is there any business connection with the Shui family in Jin City?" A few underlings appeared in the group and said yes. Then, they asked, "Boss, what happened to the Shui family in Jin City?" "Gu Jin, they've provoked me. Let's cut off all business ties." Underling A, got it. I'll call him and cut it off immediately. Underling B, I was about to sign a contract with a company under the Shui family. When I saw your message, I tore the contract and kicked them out. Underling C, they must be tired of living to provoke boss. Boss, don't worry. I'll cut off business with them immediately and make them lose hundreds of millions. Gu Jin looked at the comments of her underlings, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She said casually, "What I mean is that the weather is getting cold and it's time for the Shui Corporation to go bankrupt. You guys should cut ties quickly so that you won't be implicated and lose money." The underlings went quiet. That made sense. Why would Boss need their help? Boss was just informing them so that they wouldn't suffer heavy losses. There was a smile on Feng Ju's fair and handsome face. He looked obedient and innocent, but his lowered eyes were dark and deep. suffused with a hint of coldness. He quickly entered a string of codes on his phone. What looked like an ordinary phone was comparable to the most sophisticated computer in his hands. As he pressed the last button, all the computers in the Shue Corporation building more than 10 kilometers away from the Gu residence instantly turned black. Before the screens turned black, a golden-edged blood drop icon flashed on them. Inside the Shue Corporation building, people fell into an earthquake-like panic. In just a few hours, several negative news about the Shue Corporation occupied the trending searches on the economic page. Then, it spread to Weibo and other platforms. The netizens were shocked. FCK. Which hacker did the Shue Corporation offend? Although hacking is illegal, I want to say good job. These businesses are just bloodsuckers. You're so rich, yet you're still evading taxes. This is probably what one calls doing justice for the public. This hacker doghead was good for helping the people expose them of tax evasion. It's a pity for the hacker to go to jail. After catching him, the government should hire him and let him off. Am I the only one who thinks that it's impossible for such a good hacker to be caught? Other than discussing the black-hearted enterprise, Shue Corporation, and saying it served them right, the most discussed topic was the mysterious hacker who attacked them. However, they soon realized that all the comments about the hacker had been automatically deleted or blocked. Some people even lost their accounts. The netizens were stunned. FCK. We can't afford to offend him. The hacker is simply terrifying. My friend bought a lot of Shue Corporation shares. Since the shares have plummeted, he has been surfing the internet and scolding the hacker. Now, his account is gone. As a professional, allow me to say that the stocks shouldn't have much to do with the hacker. Although tax evasion has an impact on the company, it won't fall so quickly. Someone big from the stock market world must have done something. It's terrifying to think about it. How did the Shue Corporation provoke so many big shots in the industry? At the same time, on a dark web forum, users were also discussing the Shue family in Jean City anonymously. A post appeared on the forum. Shocker. Golden-edged blood drop reappears. FCK. Is it really a golden-edged blood drop? Is it really the mysterious and low-key West? Who is third place on the hackers ranking? Other than Quest, who else would dare to use this symbol? Who is the Shue family anyway? Why would Quest do this? Don't discuss it anymore. You might lose your account. I predict that this post will disappear in 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, the post on the dark web disappeared like a stone sinking into the water. Even though it could no longer be seen, it left countless people thinking. Quest was very special to them. In the top 10 hackers ranking on the dark web, the victor was determined by the battle between rank 1 and rank 2. Rank 4 to rank 10 had also lost to rank 1 and rank 2. Only rank 3 had never competed with rank 1 and rank 2. So, some say, Quest is the real uncrowned king of hackers. The outside world was in chaos, but things remained calm at the Gu residence. Feng Zhu continued to memorize the vocabulary silently, looking like he was eager to learn. Gu Jin casually played games on her alternate account. Ruan Shuling was still criticizing Shue Duo and the Shue family with Gu Xiaoming. Shue Duo didn't notice the bloodbath caused by his voice message. Seeing that Gu Yang didn't reply for a long time, he thought that she was thinking. His lips couldn't help but curl up slightly as he sent her another message. Gu Yang. See you tomorrow at Qingye restaurant. However, at this moment, a red exclamation mark appeared beside the message. The smile on Shue Duo's face froze, and disbelief flashed across his eyes. Gu Yang had actually blocked him. Shue Duo was about to call Gu Yang when he received a call from his father. Shue Duo's heart sank when he heard his father's exasperated voice. He hurriedly opened the news on the economics page and felt dizzy when he saw the negative news about the Shue family. In the living room of the Gu family's villa, Gu Xiaoming let out a cry of surprise. Then, he could not help but laugh out loud. He said several times, "Serves you right." His excitement caught Ruan Shuling's attention. What's wrong? Even the deal that the Shue family has always been proud of and is related to the top aristocratic family in the capital is gone. Ha ha ha. Gu Xiaoming laughed heartily. Shue Haijin has been cocky all this time. He trampled on the family over the engagement, using his connections with the top families in the capital. Let's see if he can keep the arrogance. Shue Haijin was Shue Duo's father. When Gu Yang heard Gu Xiaoming's words, She also scrolled through the news on the economics page. Surprise gradually appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Did the Shui family actually get unlucky? She browsed through the news and looked at Gu Jin, who was playing Legend of the Gods. She remembered Big Boss had an alias, which was the stock market god. Not only could Gu Jin predict the rise and fall of the stocks in advance, but she could also secretly manipulate the stocks without leaving a trace. She remembered that in the original book, Big Boss was quite vengeful. Shui Duo had been blind enough to offend her, and Mrs. Shui despised her. After that, Big Boss manipulated the Shui family's shares to plummet. It was somewhat similar to the current situation. Guyang calculated the time and came to a conclusion. Big Sister must have been offended by Shui Duo after hearing the voice message he sent her, so she taught Shui Duo and the Shui family a lesson. However, she felt that something was amiss. Although Big Boss had a bad temper, she would not handle the Shui family just because of something minor. Otherwise, Su Xinyan and Qi Yin, who had mocked her at the Tang family's banquet that day, would have gone bankrupt long ago. As if sensing her gaze, Gu Jin glanced at her before changing to a more comfortable position to continue playing the game. Gu Yang clicked her tongue in her heart. Big Boss was indeed a pro. If she hadn't known the original plot in advance, she definitely wouldn't have associated this matter with Big Boss. After all, Big Sister's expression management was flawless. Guyang didn't dwell on Gu Jin's actions because she saw the golden-edged blood drop icon mentioned in the economic news. After the hacker attacked all the office computers in the Shui Corporation building, a golden-edged blood drop icon flashed in front of the computer. Although Big Sister was the top hacker on the dark web, she remembered that in the original book, the icon Big Sister used was not a golden-edged blood drop, but a black and white-colored eye. As for the golden-edged blood drop, when Suyi was attacked by the third-ranked quest, the icon of the golden-edged blood drop appeared. Guyang narrowed her eyes and opened the chat group with Suyi. Suyi, is Quest the only person using the golden-edged blood drop icon? Suyi instantly replied, "That's right, little fairy. Every hacker has their own unique icon, just like the logo of a brand. If other hackers use it, it will be a provocation. Although the law can't control it, they will personally retaliate against them." Guyang nodded. In other words, it was indeed Quest who attacked the Shui Corporation. However, why would Quest attack the Shui family? What a coincidence that they attacked almost at the same time as Big Boss. Based on Su Ye's attitude towards Quest, she knew that Quest was not on her big sister's side. It was unlikely that he would help her big sister deal with the Shui family. Something swept through Gu Yang's lowered eyes as she contemplated. She went through the storyline of the original book and what happened after she transmigrated. She had a vague guess. Suyi sent another message. "Little fairy, guess what my hacker logo is?" Guyang could guess with her eyes closed. "You used a Jesus profile picture. Are you Christian?" Suyi. "No, I'm a staunch materialist. I've believed in Marxism all my life." Guyang? Then why does Suyi like using a Jesus image so much? He seemed like such a devout believer. Suyi seemed to be able to sense Guyang's confusion through the screen. He took the initiative to explain. "Little fairy, look, isn't Su Ye's pronunciation backward Jesus?" Guyang was enlightened. That was it? At this moment, the young man's voice came from outside the villa's living room. It was filled with the cockiness of youth. The future esports king, Gu Pei, is back. The security guard at the entrance of the Gu family's garden helped Gu Pei carry his suitcase into the house. Gu Pei was also wearing a custom-made black t-shirt from the esports club. There was a headphone hanging around his neck. His short hair was flamboyant. Because he had stayed in the closed esports club for the summer, he was rarely exposed to the sun. His skin was slightly fairer, but it was still a healthy tan. He looked wild, handsome, and masculine. "Big sis, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Gu Pei entered the house, took off his headphones, and placed them on the table. He ignored Gu Jin, who was playing games on the sofa, and looked at Gu Yang, who was sitting by the coffee table. Gu Yang looked at Gu Pei and nodded. Her little brother's voice was quite loud. Ruan Shuling glanced at Gu Pei. "Do you still know how to come back? Do you still miss your sister? I thought you wanted to live in the club and play games for the rest of your life." Gu Pei corrected her. "Mom, I already said that I'm not playing games. I'm playing esports. I'm going to be the champion of esports in the future." Ruan Shuling rolled her eyes and didn't think much of it. Oh, isn't that still playing games? Forget it. I don't want to argue. You're covered in sweat after coming back from outside. Go change. Gu Pei snorted with an expression that said, none of you understand my dream. Instead of changing, he went to rummage through his luggage. He took out an exquisite, branded bag from inside and ran to Gu Yang. He said proudly, sister, this is a gift I bought for you. It's the latest limited edition bag from the designer brand you adore. Thank you, little Pei. The original host's aesthetics were not bad. At least, she felt that this bag was pretty good. Ruan Shuling chuckled. That's all you can do when you play games? As Gu Pei refuted Ruan Shuling for looking down on him playing games, he took out the wrapped high-end lipstick from his luggage and handed it to Ruan Shuling. Here, I spent a long time picking this out with my roommates last night and agreed on the best color. Mother dearest, are you satisfied? Ruan Shuling clicked her tongue when she heard that. She thought about how her son wanted to seek help getting gifts. At least he put in a lot of effort. However, when she opened it and saw the color of the lipstick, Ruan Shuling's face darkened. Gu Pei, I think you're itching for a beating. Are you here to provoke me? Gu Pei subconsciously took a few steps away from Ruan Shuling. Mother, are you still not satisfied with the gift that I carefully chose with my brothers? Gu Yang was beside Ruan Shuling. She turned his head to take a look, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Neon pink? Gu Yang was speechless. What kind of aesthetics did Gu Pei's oblivious roommates have? It was no wonder that Ruan Shuling wanted to hit Gu Pei. Gu Pei quickly took out a box and handed it to Gu Xiaoming. He smiled without restraint. Dad, I heard that my sister gave you a tie previously, so I thought I'd give you a tie clip. This tie clip is very expensive. It cost more than 3,000. It used up the rest of my living expenses for this month. Is it not the same as using my money? Gu Xiaoming ignored Gu Pei's hint and brought the tie clip over. Gu Pei did not give up and continued to hint. Dad, school is about to start. It's almost the beginning of the month. So isn't it time to give him living expenses? Gu Xiaoming glanced at him and said coldly, Oh, your family will pay for your tuition fees. There will be a driver to pick you up and send you to school. I recharge your meal card anytime you ask. You don't have to spend money elsewhere, right? Gu Pei, no. He wanted to buy new esports equipment. He wanted pocket money. Ruan Shuling gently caressed the manicure she had just finished. But speaking of school starting soon, it's indeed time to give out pocket money. Gu Pei's eyes lit up as he looked at Ruan Shuling. Mom, 100,000 transferred to Alipay. An electronic voice sounded. Gu Pei couldn't wait to open his Alipay. Then, he saw that there was nothing. Thank you, Mom. Gu Yang realized that Ruan Shuling had transferred the money to her. Gu Pei comforted himself. It was fine. Every time his mother gave him money, she would give it to his sister first. The next person would be him soon. According to the rules in the past, if his sister was given 100,000, he would get at least 10,000, right? 100,000 transferred to Alipay. Gu Pei's eyes lit up. Because of his excitement, his fingers were trembling. Did his mother actually transfer 100,000 to him as well? Ever since he announced 2 years ago that he wanted to be the champion of esports and go to the esports club to practice, he had to spend millions every year doing it, either buying equipment or paying tuition fees. However, his family saw that he often stayed up all night playing games and often went to internet cafes with his friends. They felt that he was not doing anything serious, did not want to improve, and did not study hard. Hence, they strictly controlled his living expenses. As a result, his monthly living expenses of 100,000 had shrunk to 10,000. Now that his mother had adjusted his standard of living back, did she actually approve of his dream? Or was his gift effective? Gu Pei opened Alipay with trembling hands. At this moment, a clear electronic voice came from the app. 5,000 transferred to account. Gu Pei's smile froze. 5,000. The gifts he had bought for his parents added up to more than 5,000. No, who was the second 100,000 transfer for? Gu Jing glanced at the transfer from Ruan Shuling on the Alipay page and exited TNE page without any fluctuation in the eyes. She didn't need Ruan Shuling to give her pocket money. Although she had been a little poor recently, she still had some money. Previously, Ruan Shuling had always transferred money or sent red packets to her on WeChat. She pretended not to see them and did not accept them. After they expired, they would automatically get transferred back to Ruan Shuling. However, not long ago, Ruan Shuling suddenly asked her for her Alipay account details and transferred the money she had not accepted in one go. Alipay transfers were one-sided and did not require confirmation of receipt. Ruan Shuling said, "Little Jean, Yang, there are a lot of things to buy when school starts. If you don't have enough, ask me or your father for more." Only then did Gu Pei know that the second 100,000 was for Gu Jin. He didn't expect Gu Jin, who had just returned, to have a higher status than him. Ruan Shuling asked, "Little Pei, where's the gift you brought for your elder sister?" Gu Pei glared at Gu Jin and carried his luggage upstairs. He snorted. "Gu Yang is my only sister." Ruan Shuling frowned. "This child." She looked at Gu Jin again and was about to say something, but she saw that Gu Jin didn't care at all and was still playing games casually. Gu Yang noticed that Gu Pei had sent her a WeChat message. "Gu Pei, sister, don't worry. Since I'm back, I definitely won't let you suffer anymore. Just wait. This is only the beginning. I'll definitely help you teach Gu Jin a lesson." Gu Yang's eyelids twitched. Her dumb little brother was courting death. The person he wanted to teach a lesson to was not only his sister, but also his light, his faith, and his idol, the esports god, Whalefall. Seeing that her dumb little brother had brought her a gift, she decided to remind him. "Little brother, I didn't suffer. Besides, how do you want to teach her a lesson? In the game? She is better than you." Gu Pei's tone was filled with the confidence of an idiot. "If I taught her a lesson in a game, I could beat her until she kneels down and calls me daddy. I could make her die hundreds of times per round." Gu Yang. The young man was certainly ambitious. If he said this, he would probably be beaten up so badly until he called her daddy first. Gu Yang expressed that she was waiting for her stupid little brother to be slapped in the face. Gu Pei took a shower and changed his clothes before going downstairs with his phone. He walked up to Gu Jin in a few steps and saw that she was playing the Legend of the Gods. Her level was still bronze. His lips curved and he smiled disdainfully. "Weakling, I heard from Mom that you play Legend of the Gods every day. Even then, you're still bronze. You're really such a noob. If I were a loser like you, I would have abandoned my account long ago." Gu Yang, that was because that was the new alternate account that Big Boss had created. Big Boss's old account had reached the maximum level in about a week. She didn't expect her dumb little brother to be so suicidal. He went to provoke his big sister so quickly. When Gu Jin heard Gu Pei's words, she raised her eyes and glanced at him. Her cold eyes were filled with frustration. "Get lost." Gu Pei pointed at himself in shock. "Do you want me to get lost?" He did not expect this country bumpkin to not only not curry favor with him, but also have such a bad attitude towards him. Gu Pei said angrily, "This is my home. If anyone should get lost, it's you, Gu Jin." "Big sister, don't you think so?" Gu Pei looked at Gu Yang. Gu Yang shook her head. "No." Gu Pei was stunned. Gu Pei comforted himself that his sister was definitely still on his side in her heart. It was just that his sister had always been gentle and magnanimous and didn't argue with Gu Jin, so she denied it. Seeing that Gu Jin ignored him and continued to play the game, Gu Pei sneered. He glanced at her game interface and raised his chin. "Weakling, if you rush up now, you'll be courting death. You're indeed a professional at scamming your teammates. Just you wait. Your side will definitely lose." Gu Pei was still talking non-stop when an electronic voice came from Gu Jin's phone. "Victory." Gu Pei was stunned and turned to look at Gu Jin's phone screen. However, Gu Jin had already shut her phone and stuffed it into her pocket. She raised her glass-like phoenix eyes and glanced at him. Her cold eyes were filled with impatience. "You talk too much." Gu Yang knew that Big Sister hated it when others chattered away while she was playing games. Gu Pei came back to his senses after being scolded. His bad temper instantly rose. "You're so lousy, yet you can't let others talk about you. You're in such a hurry to put away your phone because you're afraid that I'll see your results, right?" Gu Jin must have relied on her teammates to lead her to victory. Gu Yang watched from the side and silently held her forehead. Big Boss must be the MVP. If he wanted to blame someone, his 8th grader little brother could only blame himself for not seeing it. Gu Yang suggested, "Big sister, little brother, can't we sit down and talk? If not, why don't you guys play around? Gu Jin looked up at Gu Yong and met her bright eyes. The corners of Gu Jin's mouth twitched imperceptibly as she looked at Gu Pei in disdain. No. At the same time, Gu Pei said irritably, who wants to play games with a bronze rookie? Gu Yong felt a little regretful. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to see the big shot slap his face for the time being. Gu Pei was also studying at First High School. Because school was about to start, he had hurriedly ended his summer esports club training. After he returned, the Gu family had clearly become chaotic. After all, in the past, Gu Jin was cold and aloof, Feng Ju was obedient and studious, and Gu Yang was gentle and ladylike. They were all people who didn't talk much. But now that Gu Pei was back, he would often do stupid things or argue with Gu Jin and Feng Ju. However, Gu Pei had also helped Gu Jin share a lot of Ruan Shuling's firepower. Ever since Gu Pei returned and there was a comparison, Ruan Shuling no longer complained about Gu Jin playing games all day. After all, although Gu Jin played games, she had good manners and never made too much noise. On the other hand, Gu Pei would often scold his teammates when he got excited. After most of the summer vacation had passed, Miss Caroline's Angel Series jewelry design was eventually finalized. She excitedly shared this good news with Gu Yang on WeChat. Dear Gu, thank you for the inspiration you provided for me. I worked day and night and finally managed to come up with a design. I don't know if you and Ruan have time, but I specially came to Jean City to give this design to Shui Yao Jewelry. Gu Yang replied instantly, Yes. Miss Caroline, where do you want to meet? We'll buy you dinner. Caroline accepted generously. Thank you, my dear Gu. I really like Chinese food. I still can't forget it after I went back last time. I heard that apart from Jinyang Pavilion, there's also a good international chain Chinese restaurant in Jean City. I recall it's called Qingya Restaurant or something. If possible, my dear, I want to see the fallen angel herself. Gu Yang found this name familiar and thought about it carefully for a moment. This business seemed to belong to the male lead, Xiao Iza, right? The female lead's restaurant was a luxury and niche, while the male lead's Chinese restaurant was an international restaurant. However, they were both places that only the rich could afford to eat, bringing the female lead to the male lead's territory. Needless to say, she would definitely meet the male lead. Since both the male and female leads were here, there must be another plot. Gu Yang happily agreed and told Ruan Shuling about this. Ruan Shuling immediately booked a private room in Qingya Restaurant and even excitedly invited her sworn enemies, Mrs. Su, Mrs. Qi, and the others. Gu Yang went to ask for Gu Jin's opinion. Big sister, Miss Caroline got inspiration from your photo to create jewelry using fallen angels. She asked us to meet and said she wanted to see you in person. Do you want to come with after asking? She realized that Big Sister had just started a new round of game. She originally thought that Big Boss would be as impatient as when she was disturbed by Gu Pei previously. However, to her surprise, Big Boss actually locked the screen and stopped gaming. She looked at her and said casually, Okay. Gu Yang was slightly stunned. She was already prepared that Big Sister would reject her. After all, Big Sister had always hated such boring social events. Meanwhile, at Qingya Restaurant, Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi were already waiting in the private room Ruan Shuling had booked. Mrs. Su caressed her new manicure and smiled at Ruan Shuling. It's rare for Mrs. Gu to ask us out. Miss Caroline has already left Jean City for more than 10 days. Mrs. Gu, have you finally given up on your fantasies and come to admit defeat to me? Mrs. Qi took a sip of tea and smiled. Back then, so many of us were present to testify. I even recorded it. Mrs. Gu, you can't go back on your word. Since you've admitted defeat, hand Shui Yao jewelry over to Mrs. Su. Who told you that I'm admitting defeat? Ruan Shuling had just received a message from Ms. Caroline saying that she would arrive later. She felt confident and straightened her back in front of Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi. Mrs. Su, you should think about how to bid farewell to the top designers of your company. Mrs. Su sneered. How arrogant. Who doesn't know how to brag? I heard that Ms. Caroline has returned to France. I want to know how Mrs. Gu could have gotten your hands on the Angel series. Ruan Shuling was confident and couldn't be bothered to argue with Mrs. Su. She waited for Ms. Caroline to come. However, her hesitation to speak was seen by Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi as guilty conscience. The two of them sneered and thought that Ruan Shuling could only talk glibly now, But wouldn't she have to admit defeat like before? Is this the real daughter of the Gu family, Gu Jin? I heard that the marriage partner between the Gu family and the Shui family has changed from Gu Yang to Gu Jin. Mrs. Chi's gaze lingered on Gu Yang and Gu Jin, a smile on her face. Ruan Shuling asked, "Where did you hear the rumors?" "The Shui family broke off the engagement with our family, so there's naturally no engagement." "What do you mean the brides got swapped? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Mrs. Chi was stunned, but she quickly thought of the Shui family and smiled again. "That's true. Things are different now. After yesterday's incident, I'm afraid it's the Shui family's turn to beg the Gu family to arrange a marriage." She did not think that the Gu family would really cancel the engagement with the Shui family. After all, the two clans were longtime friends. She only thought that the Gu family was trying to pretend it didn't matter. "I heard that the Gu family sent Gu Jin to first high school to be in the same class as Gu Yang." Mrs. Chi seemed to be very interested in Gu Yang and Gu Jin, the real and fake daughters. Ruan Shuling looked at her watch and waited for Caroline to come. She replied perfunctorily, "Yes." Mrs. Chi asked with concern, Yang is in the top class, right?" "That's the best class in the school. Every year, the average score for the college entrance examination is 985. Yang can handle the top class with ease, but Gu Jin used to study in a high school in the countryside. Can she keep up?" Gu Yang took a deep breath. It was one thing for cannon fodder to court death, but using her to make Gu Jin look bad was unbearable. She smiled gently at Mrs. Chi and said, "My sister has always been first in the cohort since she was young. She can still keep up with the progress of the elite class." Gu Jin's hand that was playing with her phone paused, and her cold and clear eyes looked straight at Gu Yang. Ruan Shuling was also stunned. She had gotten someone to investigate Gu Jin since she was young, and she knew that little Jin's grades were all right. She had always been number one in her grade in the countryside high school. But how did Yang know? As if sensing Ruan Shuling's puzzled gaze, Gu Yang turned to her and smiled. "Mom, you still have Big Sister's report card from when she was young, right?" Ruan Shuling realized that Yang had accidentally seen the report card sent to her by the private detective. Gu Jin's eyes darkened. Mrs. Chi and Mrs. Su were a little surprised, but they quickly remembered that even if Gu Jin was first, she was still from a rural high school. A rural high school can't compare to first high school. Even if you came in first, you're only good enough to be at the bottom of the class now. Gu Yang smiled slightly, her tone still gentle. "Even if my sister is at the bottom, she's still better than Chi Yin, who can't enter the top class." Mrs. Chi choked, but Gu Yang's gentle appearance made her unable to throw a tantrum. Moreover, what she said was indeed the truth. Little Yan's results were indeed not considered great in first high school. However, she didn't expect Gu Yang to speak up for Gu Jin. Didn't little Yin say that Gu Yang and Gu Jin only got along on the surface and that the real and fake young ladies were fighting among themselves? Mrs. Su held Mrs. Chi's arm and did not let her continue to find fault. Instead, she gestured for Ruan Shuling to look at her watch with a faint smile. "Mrs. Gu, it's getting late. Do you think we should have lunch first, or sign the company transfer contract?" At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Gu Yang stood up to open the door. A woman speaking fluid French could be heard coming from the doorway. "My dears, I've kept you waiting." Ruan Shuling suppressed her excitement and stood up to greet her in English, which Caroline understood. The blonde Frenchwoman was dressed fashionably, as if she had walked out of the cover of a fashion magazine. Perhaps it was because she was in a good mood, but she was not as cold as the last time they met. She was greeting everyone warmly. When she saw Gu Jin, her blue eyes lit up. She walked in front of Gu Jin in her high heels and wanted to touch her as gently as if she were touching a newly designed piece of jewelry. Her eyes were slightly infatuated as she said, "Oh my God, my dear fallen angel, I've finally seen you in person. You're even more beautiful in person than in the photos. You're simply God's most perfect masterpiece." Gu Jin leaned back slightly, somewhat resistant to Caroline's overly enthusiastic attitude. Her expression was still cold as she replied in French, "Thank you, but please stay away from me." Caroline was speechless. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. This was the big sister she was familiar with from the original book. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Chi were stunned when they saw Miss Caroline. Mrs. Su's grip on the teacup tightened slightly. She maintained a dignified smile on her face and asked Caroline in English, "Miss Caroline, I didn't expect you to come to Jean City. May I know what brings you here?" After Caroline sat down, she took out a sealed document from her crocodile purse and handed it to Yuan Shuling. "I came over to fulfill my promise. Dear Yuan, the two angels gave me inspiration and helped me to complete the creation of the entire Angel series jewelry design. This is the design for the series. Here you go. I hope Shuiyao Jewelry can show it to the world." Yuan Shuling was so excited that her hands were trembling. She took the document and opened it. After carefully checking it, she praised Miss Caroline. "This is really a perfect masterpiece. Thank you, Miss Caroline." Mrs. Su and Mrs. Chi's expressions were ugly. Mrs. Su was also in the jewelry business and knew how precious Caroline's jewelry designs were. This long-awaited Angel series could bring immeasurable value to the company. She craned her neck to take a look, but Yuan Shuling put away the document and said warily, "Mrs. Su, this is a trade secret." Mrs. Su's expression stiffened. Yuan Shuling took out the bank card she had prepared beforehand and handed it to Caroline. "These are the design fees we discussed." Caroline smiled and accepted the card. Then, she looked at Mrs. Su and Mrs. Chi and asked curiously, "Yuan, I heard from Little Angel Gu that you have a bet with Su?" Yuan Shuling held the heavy stack of Angel series jewelry designs and looked at Mrs. Su with a smug smile. "That's right. Mrs. Su, it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Gu Yang waved her phone to the side and smiled. "Mrs. Su, don't go back on your word. I recorded everything the other day." This was a habit she had learned from Big Boss. Words were useless. She had to record it in time and leave evidence. Mrs. Su's bag was almost crumpled. She forced a smile. "Of course, I won't go back on my word." If Gu Yang hadn't left evidence, she would have gone back on her word. She did not care about the 9 designers who had been snatched away from Shuiyao Jewelry. She only felt sorry for the 5 top jewelry designers she had poached with great difficulty. Those 5 top jewelry designers were the money trees of her jewelry company. Yuan Shuling looked at Mrs. Su's fake smile and felt happy. She had been tricked by Mrs. Su so many times in the past. Now, she could finally hold her head high. Yuan Shuling took out the contract that she had prepared beforehand from her bag and pushed it in front of Mrs. Su. "Mrs. Su, I've already prepared the contract. There are 2 copies, all drawn up according to our previous practice. If there's no problem, sign it." After being forced to sign so many times, it was finally Mrs. Su's turn. Mrs. Su casually glanced at it and realized that Yuan Shuling had drawn up the contract based on the past contract she used. She signed it angrily, picked up her bag, and left angrily with Mrs. Chi. Yuan Shuling looked at them and raised her eyebrows to remind them, "Mrs. Su, the contract will take effect tomorrow. You have to transfer those 14 designers to Shuiyao Jewelry as soon as possible. Don't take advantage of any loopholes. I can match the names of those designers to their faces." Seeing the 2 of them leave, Yuan Shuling looked at Gu Yang with a smile. She held her hand, her hands trembling slightly from excitement. Yang, it's all thanks to you that Mommy can finally avenge my past humiliation." Gu Yang held Gu Jin's arm and smiled brightly like a small son. "Mom, you also have Big Sister to thank. Miss Caroline got her inspiration from our photos." Yuan Shuling looked at Gu Jin and smiled unnaturally. "Yes, there's also little Jean." Gu Jin lowered her eyes and played the game as if she did not hear Yuan Shuling's words. Yuan Zuolin's frowned and her eaves darkened, but she didn't save anything. Gu Yang held Gu Jin's hand, and there seemed to be a glimmer in her eyes. Big Sister didn't seem to oppose her approach. An outstanding psychologist could not only read micro-expressions but also subtle body language. Caroline had never understood the unique subtlety of Chinese people, nor did she notice the subtle change in the atmosphere in the private room. Her blue eyes swirled with curiosity. "Yuan, employees have human rights, isn't it? Is it okay to make such wagers?" Caroline was used to using French, so Yuan Shuling couldn't understand and could only get Gu Yang to translate. After understanding Caroline's question, Yuan Shuling explained, "Our country has a complete constitution. Everyone has the right to personal freedom. We didn't deprive our employees of their rights. The so-called bet on designers is actually equivalent to a job transfer. For example, Mrs. Su had 19 designers from Shueyao Jewelry previously. In fact, the designers were transferred to the Su family to work during their tenure. Their salary and other compensation were still paid by Shueyao Jewelry. They had signed a 5-year labor contract with my company, but because I had lost to Mrs. Su, they will work for Mrs. Su for 5 years. Now that Mrs. Su has lost to me, the results of the designer's labor within the stipulated time of the labor contract belong to Shueyao Jewelry. The Su family will pay the salary. Although it's said that they're betting on the designers, the stakes are actually the designer's work. Caroline listened and nodded. Only then did Guyang understand. So this was the mechanics of the gamble. Previously, she had been curious. The Gu family's power wasn't strong enough to use employees as bets, right? So the real bet was the results of the employees' work and the salary they paid. The winner got to keep their work and made money, while the loser paid their wages. As for whether the employees had any disloyalty, it was not within the scope of consideration. Whether it was Wan Shuling or Mrs. Su, they only cared about the results of the employees' labor during the contract period. They did not have to worry about the results of their labor as they were already included in the labor contract. Kingva Restaurant's dishes were not as niche as Tinvang Pavilion's dishes. They were mostly famous dishes, but they had their own unique flavor. Miss Caroline was not used to using chopsticks. She held a fork in her hand, and her eyes lit up. From time to time, she would say a few words in Chinese. The Chinese culture is indeed broad and profound. There are many dishes, and every dish is different. Even the same dishes have different flavors. I like Chinese food very much. Gu Yang had a gentle and bright smile on her face, but in her heart, she was sighing. Caroline had either gone to the big boss's private restaurant or the male lead, Xiao Yi's, Chinese restaurant. How could she not be impressed? Previously, when Mrs. Su and Mrs. Qi left in exasperation, the door of the private room was not closed. It was still half open. At this moment, Gu Jin suddenly stood up. Gu Yang looked up and saw a corner of a shirt brushing past the door. "I'm going to the washroom," Gu Jin said casually before leaving. Gu Yang blinked. She guessed that the male lead had just passed by. It was so boring to sit here and socialize. Of course, she chose to go out and watch the show. "Mom, I'm going to the washroom too." Gu Yang smiled and left. However, just as she went out, she heard someone call her. She turned her head and saw Shui Duo going upstairs. There were a few familiar young masters from Jin City beside Shui Duo. He stopped and said something to them before walking towards Gu Yang alone. He frowned and questioned, "Gu Yang, why did you blacklist me?" Gu Yang's eyes were innocent. "You're too annoying. Gu Yang, stop playing hard to get. This will only make me hate you," Shui Duo said coldly. Gu Yang said, "Oh, make way." She didn't want him to block her from watching the show. No matter what she said, he would only think that the other party was playing hard to get, so it was better not to waste her breath. Shui Duo was stunned. He reached out to grab Gu Yang's wrist, but Gu Yang slapped his hand away. Shui Duo covered his hand that was slapped red, shock flashing across his eyes. He knew that men and women in high society had learned some self-defense techniques since they were young, but Gu Yang, who looked so soft and weak, actually had such strong hands. "Gu Yang, if you continue to push me, I'll beat you up." Gu Yang clenched her pink fists and glared at Shui Duo, her eyes filled with threat. It was useless to say anything more to such a self-righteous man. It was better to beat him up. Shui Duo looked at Gu Yang, who had always been gentle and obedient, clenching her fists. He stood rooted to the ground as if his heart had been knocked by something FCK. Why did he find Gu Yang a little cute? Gu Yang glanced at the stunned Shui Duo in disdain and turned to look for the big shot to watch the show. The open-air balcony of Qingya Restaurant was decorated with flowers and plants. Looking down through the railing, it was an urban street scene with cars flowing like water. Dressed in a black halter dress, Gu Jin leaned against the railing lazily, her eyes filled with impatience. "Young Master Xiao, what do you have to say in person?" There was a perfect smile on Xiao Yi's refined and handsome face. As if he did not feel Gu Jin's impatience, his attitude was still gentle. "I happened to see Miss Gu, so I wasn't too sure, so I wanted to meet you personally to confirm it." Gu Jin's face was cold. "Oh, I suggest that young Master Xiao get your eyes checked out. Can you help get it done?" Xiao Iza asked with a smile. Gu Jin said seriously, sure. You'll have to wait 3 years and 11 months for your turn. Not only was her consultation expensive, but she also saw very few patients. Her basic modus operandi was to see patients once a month. Of course, Xiao Iza using Country M's underground route as a condition for seeking treatment was not included in the monthly visits. Xiao Iza, looking at Gu Jin's impatient expression, Xiao Iza did not argue further. The patient will be transferred to Jin City's People's Hospital in a week. I wonder when Miss Gu will be free. Gu Jin replied, on the weekend. Xiao Iza was a little surprised. Does Miss Gu still have to go to school? Gu Jin looked at him coldly with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Didn't you investigate everything? Young Master Xiao? Or should I say, Mr. Xiao? If Sui had not told her that Xiao Iza was going to Jin City's first high school to be an ordinary physics teacher, she would not have known. Xiao Iza was not surprised and smiled. Miss Gu, don't misunderstand. This is to make it easier for us to interact in the future. After all, when you start treating the patient, we will definitely have a lot of interactions. You don't want to add to your troubles, right? Gu Jin didn't comment. She knew that Xiao Iza's identity was not as simple as just the young master from the capital. He was the heir of the Xiao family from the capital and was also inextricably linked to the higher powers. He had hidden his identity to become a physics teacher at first high school. It was possible that he was investigating some case, or it was also possible that he was investigating her. It was even possible that he had already discovered that thing in Jin City. Or even, all of these were his goals for this trip. The corners of Gu Jin's lips curled up slightly. It seemed that Xiao Iza was not too stupid and was not fooled by the decoy she had set up in Liang City. However, it was hers. Qingya Restaurant occupied several floors, and the arrangements inside were complicated. Gu Yang couldn't find Gu Jin. Just as she was about to go back, she met Xiao Iza. Xiao Iza was wearing a black shirt and gold-rimmed glasses intended for slight short-sightedness, which made him look even more handsome and refined. He walked over step by step. His figure was tall and straight like a pine tree, like an unyielding soldier who had walked out of the army, emitting an oppressive aura. Gu Yang felt that he was walking towards her. To be precise, he was looking for her. Gu Yang stopped in her tracks calmly. Before she transmigrated, she was the daughter of a top-notch wealthy family. She had seen all kinds of political figures and big shots, so she was not frightened by the oppressive aura deliberately released by the male lead. However, why did the male protagonist come to her so aggressively? Was he like Ji Linbai? Did he also think that she was a pretentious BTCH and bullied her big sister? The male lead wouldn't be that stupid, right? Gu Yang blinked, looking at Xiao Iza. Xiao Iza had already walked up to her with a faint smile on his handsome face. Your sister and I are very good friends, so I'll call you little sister Gu Yang. Gu Yang took half a step back, her eyes filled with shock. Oh God, did the male lead actually call her little sister? Although she was the younger sister of the big boss, the male lead and the big boss were an official couple, and it was not wrong for the male lead to call her younger sister. Hadn't the male lead always been cold and quiet? Moreover, she remembered that the male and female lead's plot had just begun. This was the second time they had met, right? Her older sister had a cold and indifferent personality and was not easy to get close to. Did the male lead become good friends with her so quickly? Gu Yang expressed her doubts. Xiao Iza adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses intended for slight short-sightedness and asked casually, what plans does little sister Gu Yang have for the future? Gu Yang looked at Xiao Iza suspiciously, not understanding what he wanted to do. She felt that the male lead wouldn't be so free to ask her about her future plans, right? Gu Yang blinked and made up a story. Study hard and improve every day. Contribute to society and the country. Gu Yang was very curious about Xiao Iza's expression when he heard her half-hearted answer. However, when she looked up at him, she was shocked by the look of approval in his eyes. Xiao Iza looked at her kindly and nodded. He said meaningfully, you are indeed very sensible. Gu Yang had goosebumps under his gaze. Oh my God, this was crazy. She felt that what the male protagonist needed was not a miracle doctor like her older sister. He should go to the mental hospital to register and see a doctor or consult her. Just as Gu Yang was about to run away from Xiao Iza's strange gaze, Gu Jin walked over and shot Xiao Iza a warning look. She pulled Gu Yang back and explained casually, "Mom asked me to look for you. It's time to go home." Xiao Iza looked at their backs. At this moment, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Gu Jin. "If you don't want an extra scalpel in the patient's body, don't have any designs on my younger sister. She's just an ordinary girl. Don't get her involved in your matters." Xiao Iza raised his eyebrows. "Ordinary?" He tapped on the screen with his slender and well-defined fingers and replied to Gu Jin, "Don't worry, Miss Gu. I respect little sister's choice." After exiting the message box, he saved Gu Yang's recording with a smile. Coincidentally, Gu Jin replied, "That's my little sister." Miss Caroline was an internationally renowned jewelry designer. Her Angel Series jewelry has received much attention since its conception. She sold the Angel Series jewelry designs to the unknown Shuiyao jewelry, causing a huge sensation in the international fashion and jewelry world. All of a sudden, Shuiyao jewelry was in the limelight. Ruan Shuling also held a press conference to publicly confirm this fact. She had originally planned to give the Angel Series jewelry design to a trusted aide in Shuiyao jewelry and let him supervise the production of the jewelry. However, at this moment, Gu Yang stopped her first and persuaded, "Mom, the Angel Series jewelry design is now Shuiyao jewelry's top secret. It concerns its future. It's better to be careful." Ruan Shuling had been in high spirits these past few days and was in a relaxed and happy mood. When she heard Gu Yang's words, she smiled. "Yang, don't worry. Director Mu is an old-timer at Shuiyao Jewelry. He's also Mom's high school classmate. He's the person Mom trusts the most in Shuiyao. There definitely won't be any mistakes with the design." Gu Yang looked at Ruan Shuling's confident expression and silently held her forehead. Gu Yang reminded her, "Mom, have you ever thought about why you lost every time you bet with Mrs. Su?" Although she had read the novel, she did not know all the plots like the back of her hand. Moreover, there were not many words about Ruan Shuling's company in the original book. The original book only casually mentioned a few sentences. The female lead, Gu Jin, had discovered that there was a traitor in Shuiyao jewelry, but because she didn't have a good relationship with Ruan Shuling, she only casually mentioned it. However, Ruan Shuling thought that she had ill intentions and cursed her. The original book didn't say who the traitor was, but after Gu Yang transmigrated, she specially researched Shuiyao jewelry. With Ruan Shuling's blind trust in Director Mu and her years of reading novels, Gu Yang could roughly guess that the traitor was Director MTL. Hearing Gu Yang's words, Ruan Shuling was stunned. Yang, you mean there's a traitor in Shuiyao jewelry? The traitor is Director Mu? How is that possible? Mom, think about it carefully. Does Mrs. Su seem to be able to guess Shuiyao jewelry's actions every time? Does she always strike first? And who else can betray you? Gu Yang looked straight into Ruan Shuling's eyes and said slowly. Ruan Shuling wanted to deny it, but when she looked into Gu Yang's clear eyes, it was as if cold water had poured over her head. Her mind was clear as she kept thinking about her bet with Mrs. Su. The more she thought about it, the paler her face became. She trusted Director Mu. So many of Shuiyao jewelry's matters were left to him to handle. If there was anyone in Shuiyao who had access to business secrets and could betray Shuiyao jewelry, it would be Director Mu. Gu Yang knew that Ruan Shuling was starting to suspect Director Mu, but she didn't want to believe it yet, so she suggested, "Mom, why don't we put Director Mu to the test?" The Angel Series jewelry design was very important, so Ruan Shuling had to be careful. Even if she didn't want to believe that Director Mu had betrayed her and Shuiyao jewelry, she still agreed to Gu Yang's suggestion to ensure that nothing went wrong. At the beginning of September, the summer vacation ended and the students returned to school one after another. Early in the morning, after breakfast at home, the driver sent Gu Yang, Gu Jin, Gu Pei, and Feng Ju to school. After Gu Yang got into the car, Gu Pei opened the door on the other side and sat down. He glared at Gu Jin, who was sitting in the back seat, and said to Gu Yang, "Big sis, if anyone bullies you in school, remember to tell me. After school, I'll put a gunny sack over them and beat them up." The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. Putting aside the fact that Big Sister never took the initiative to bully others, just based on the fact that she was an MMA champion, could little brother defeat the other party? Gu Yang looked at the short-haired Gu Pei and couldn't help but reach out to smooth his hair. She said gently, "Don't worry, No one will bully me. In the back seat, Fengju and Gu Jin looked at each other. One of them continued to memorize the vocabulary, while the other nonchalantly scrolled through the phone screen. Because the school had just started, there was a traffic jam on the road. Gu Pei decided to play a round of Legend of the Gods in the car. He said proudly to Gu Yang, "Big sis, come and take a look. The limited edition skin I drew." Gu Pei suddenly stood up and accidentally hit his head. Gu Yang looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Gu Pei slowly sat down. His hand that was holding the phone was trembling. He said in disbelief, "Why is my limited edition skin gone? I clearly took a screenshot. Why did it disappear the moment I opened the Legend of the Gods?" Gu Pei threw his phone into his bag angrily. He rubbed his thick, short hair in frustration and looked like he had nothing to live for. Gu Yang blinked and couldn't help but turn back to look at Big Sister. Gu Jin was resting with her eyes closed, her expression unchanged. It couldn't be Big Sister, right? Big Sister wouldn't be so childish as to ruin Gu Pei's beloved limited edition skin, right? However, she felt that Big Sister was the most likely culprit. Stupid game. I want to file a complaint against them. Gu Pei operated his phone indignantly. After getting out of the car, they walked on the path with parasol trees at First High School. The late summer and early autumn wind rustled through the lush branches and leaves, and a shadow covered the ground, blocking the scorching sun. Gu Pei was in his second year of high school and wasn't in the same building as Gu Yang and the other two. Fengju was in his third year of high school, but he was in Class 110, and it was an ordinary Class 1. Gu Yang and Gu Jin were in the top Class 1 of the third year. While waiting for the elevator in front of the third-year building, Gu Jin, who had her head lowered, suddenly said, "I'm going to the office. You guys go up first." Gu Yang nodded. At this moment, the elevator stopped and she and Fengju took the elevator upstairs. There were only the two of them in the elevator. There were a total of 6 floors in the third-year building. Class 11 was on the 6th floor on the top floor, and Class 110 was on the 5th floor. However, Fengju forgot to press the button for the 5th floor. He stayed on the 6th floor with Gu Yang and watched as Gu Yang walked out of the elevator. He said gently, "Big sister, good luck with the exam." Gu Yang carried her bag and looked back with a smile. "You too." As soon as she entered the Class 1 room, Gu Yang felt many probing gazes. Many people looked at her and whispered to each other, "Look, Gu Yang is here." I really didn't expect Gu Yang to be a fake heiress. I thought that only melodramatic dramas would have such a plot. I didn't expect Gu Yang to still be studying in Jin City. The Gu family found the real daughter. Shouldn't a fake daughter like Gu Yang return to her biological parents? I heard that the Gu family didn't find Gu Yang's biological parents. She might be an orphan from the countryside, and she continued to live in the Gu residence. Speaking of which, the real daughter has been living in the countryside for the past 10 years. Everyone's discussions were like mosquitoes buzzing. Gu Yang could only hear a few sporadic discussions. Although the original host was a pretentious BTCH, she looked gentle and magnanimous. She was very popular in school and in Class 1, so most of the students in class just gossiped about her. Gu Yang didn't think there was anything wrong with this discussion. After all, who didn't like to gossip and watch drama when they were free? However, in the original book, the original host felt that the people around her were snobbish. After knowing that she was not the real daughter, their attitude towards her changed. As a result, she hated Gu Jin even more for snatching everything from her. What's with the noise? Lu Mao, who was sleeping on the table, was woken up by his desk mate. When he heard the discussions of the students around him, he raised his green-haired head and shouted irritably. The entire Class 1 room instantly fell silent. Su Xianyan, who was touching up her makeup, accidentally smudged her lipstick because of Lu Mao's roar. She closed the makeup mirror with a bang and glared at Lu Mao. "Fatty, why are you shouting so loudly?" Lu Mao ignored Su Xianyan and ran to Gu Yang's side to comfort her. "Goddess, don't be sad. Don't worry. Gu Jin can't replace your position. Just wait. We'll teach her a lesson later." Gu Yang, who was looking at the exam arrangements in the Class 1 group chat, was dumbfounded. Lu Mao winked at her. "Goddess, Brother Mingxiu said that he wants us to protect you. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you watch a good show later." Gu Yang followed his gaze and saw 2 cannon fodder members and Lu Mao's lackeys carrying a bucket of water to the door. As long as someone pushed the door open outside, they would be drenched. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. What an old trick. Lu Mao was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Although it's an old trick, it's good as long as it's useful. Goddess, just you wait. You'll definitely see Gu Jin drenched. Gu Yang couldn't bear to look at them. Lu Mao, I suggest you stop courting death. How could Big Sister fall for it? It was hot outside, and the air conditioner and fan in the classroom were both turned on. He swore, Goddess, don't worry. Zhu Di and Mo are outside. If it's other students who come in, they will bring them in through the back door. Don't worry, we definitely won't fail. Gu Yang's lips twitched. No, you'll definitely fail. Because you're cannon fodder. Gu Yang got up and was about to take the bucket of water down when the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. With a splash, the water poured down on a balding head. Cold water flowed down the remaining hair on the balding head and drenched his clothes. Even the lesson plan in his hand was drenched. The balding man touched his face, grabbed the door, and gritted his teeth. Who did this? Step forward. The fat Lu Mao was stunned. He muttered a few curses in a low voice and covered his mouth with his eyes wide open. Why did old Wang come in? Not only was the fat Lu Mao and the two cannon fodder team members stunned, but the other people in the class 1 who were waiting to watch a good show were also stunned. The balding man was called Wang Anbong. He was a math teacher and form teacher of class 1. Everyone called him Old Wang. Gu Yang sat down silently. The slap in the face came too quickly. The cannon fodder team had successfully courted death, and she was unable to help. Lu Mao's two lackeys turned around and looked at Lu Mao with tears in their eyes. They stood up silently. Old Wang, I'm sorry. The two lackeys bowed. Wang Anbong glanced at the two of them. Zhangshan Li Shi, why aren't you cleaning up? Get to it. The two lackeys bowed. Yes, sir. The corner of Wang Anbong's mouth twitched. He looked at Lu Mao and shouted sternly, Little fatty Lu. Lu Mao stood up weakly. Yes. Wang Anbong continued. Were you the one who instructed Zhangshan and Li Shi? You gave me such a big surprise right after school started. Huh? Lu Mao smiled awkwardly and said, I. It was just a joke intended for a new classmate. Splashing water can exorcise evil spirits, right? Haha. Who knew that you would come in first? He looked at Mo and Zhu Di, who had just entered, with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Zhu Di and Mo looked at Gu Jin with angry expressions. They never expected that Gu Jin would step aside and let Old Wang enter first. They wanted to stop Old Wang, but before they could, Old Wang was splashed with water. Wang Anbong listened to Lu Mao's words and nodded with narrowed eyes. You're lying, little fatty Lu. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Lu Mao stopped talking. I'll leave the cleaning of the class for this week to you, Zhangshan and Li Shi. Wang Anbong shook his wet book and took a few tissues from a girl's desk in the front row. He casually wiped his bald head and clothes before walking to the podium. Lu Mao sat down in relief. At this moment, Wang Anbong's slightly disdainful voice came again. Little fatty Lu, dye your green hair back after school. Otherwise, I'll get the ink from the office to dye it for you. Lu Mao clutched his short neon green hair and nodded reluctantly. This was his memorial to the last time he fell out of love. Gu Jin, come in. Wang Anbong looked at Gu Jin, who was leaning against the door, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. He had thought that his new student respected her teacher so much that she would actually let him go first. In the end, she actually used him as a shield. Wang Anbong stood on the podium and looked at Gu Jin as she walked into the classroom. He announced to the class, a new student has transferred to class 1 this semester. This is Gu Jin. Everyone, a warm welcome please. After saying that, he took the lead in clapping. However, Wang Anbong soon realized that the applause was sparse, or rather, there was only one person clapping other than him. Wang Anbong. Wang Anbong suddenly turned his head and swept his gaze across the class. He happened to see Gu Yang, who was also dumbfounded. Gu Yang stopped clapping. Had she misunderstood? Wasn't she supposed to applaud and welcome the new student? The others in the class were either watching the show coldly like the cannon fodder team and Su Xianyan, or they were doing their own things. They were lying on the table, flipping through books and spinning pins. Wang Anbong was very dissatisfied with this. He coughed twice and said, "All of you, wake up. It's only the first day of school, but you're so unenergetic." He gestured for Gu Jin to leave. "Gu Jin, go out first. Let's do it again." Gu Jin. She didn't really understand. "Everyone, let's applaud and welcome our new student, Gu Jin." Wang Anbong took the lead and clapped hard. When he saw that everyone else had applauded, he stopped in satisfaction and smiled at Gu Jin. "Gu Jin, introduce yourself first and get to know everyone." Gu Jin walked up to the podium and picked up a pen to write on the whiteboard. Gu Jin, seeing that she was cold and quiet, Wang Anbong said, "Tell us about your hobbies and what you're good at. You can make like-minded friends in Class 1 faster." Gu Jin threw the pen into the pen holder and said casually, "I don't specialize in anything. I know a little about everything." The students in Class 1 whispered to each other. "Hiss. Does she know a little about everything? How arrogant. I think she has quite a personality. She's also good-looking. As for her handwriting, it looks a little strong." Gu Jin is indeed good-looking. Looks like Gu Yang's identity as the school belle is going to change. She's just a country bumpkin. She knows a little about everything, so she probably doesn't know anything. When Gu Yang heard the comments of the cannon fodder classmates, she suddenly felt like she was the only one awake. Big Sister said that she knew a little about everything. She was completely humble. Big Sister was an omnipotent big shot with countless aliases. Wang Anbong waved his hand and said to Gu Jin, "Go find a place to sit." This student was a little arrogant and wild, but he looked obedient. It was better than Lu Mao and the other troublemakers. Gu Jin walked down the podium and glanced around the classroom. She walked straight to the empty seat beside Gu Yang and sat down. For a moment, the entire class was silent. FCK. Gu Jin actually sat in Xue Duo's seat? Don't tell me she doesn't know that Gu Yang's deskmate is Xue Duo? Gu Yang is her little sister after all. Don't tell me she doesn't know that Xue Duo and Gu Yang are engaged. She actually sat in Xue Duo's seat. What's her motive? I heard that as soon as the matter of the real and fake daughter was exposed, Xue Duo broke off the engagement with Gu Yang. However, I heard from my father that the Xue family wants Xue Duo to marry the real daughter, Gu Jin. In other words, Gu Jin snatched Gu Yang's engagement. Oh my, could this get more shameless? Class 1 had been with Gu Yang for more than 2 years, so most of them had a better impression of her. However, they didn't have a good impression of Gu Jin, who had suddenly transferred to their class. Therefore, at this moment, they did not care about Gu Jin's feelings and discussed her loudly. Frustration appeared in Gu Jin's cold eyes. Gu Yang frowned and stopped the cannon fodder team members who were fanning the flames. Then, she stood up and said, "Everyone, quieten down and listen to me." Her gentle voice was drowned out by the unscrupulous discussions of the crowd. Although Lu Mao, Zhu Di, and the others didn't want Gu Yang to help Gu Jin, they couldn't bear to see Gu Yang alone. Hence, Lu Mao made a loudspeaker gesture with his hands and shouted loudly, "Quiet! What's with the blabbering? My goddess wants to speak, and she's a directly involved party." The class felt that Lu Mao's words made sense, so they stopped discussing and looked at Gu Yang, waiting for the person involved to share the gossip firsthand. Even Wang Anbong leaned against the podium and looked at Gu Yang with his small eyes. He was actually quite curious. Gu Yang turned to face the entire Class 1, her tone calm and gentle. "I want to clarify. Firstly, my big sister doesn't know that this is Xue Duo's seat. She just wants to sit with me. Secondly, she has never seen Xue Duo. After we broke off the engagement with Xue Duo, my family didn't continue keeping the engagement in the family, so there's no such thing as my sister stealing my engagement. Lastly, Xue Duo and I don't have any feelings toward each other. The engagement was simply set by the elders when we were kids. As a high school student, I don't plan on dating early." Class 1 was dumbfounded when they heard Gu Yang's clarification. Why did this feel different from what they had imagined? Especially Su Xianyan. The more she looked at Gu Yang, the more she felt that something was wrong. Originally, when she saw Gu Yang stand up to clarify, she thought that Gu Yang would be vague. She would speak up for Gu Jin on the surface, but in reality, lead everyone to believe those rumors without a doubt. Wang Anbong suddenly clapped and looked at Gu Yang with admiration. He said meaningfully, "That's right. Gu Yang is right. How can a high school student fall in love at such a young age?" The couples in Class 1 shivered. Zhu Di snorted and didn't refute Gu Yang's words, but she was still a little unhappy with Gu Jin. She looked at Gu Jin and said in an unfriendly tone, Gu Jin, what do you think? The others also looked at Gu Jin. Gu Jin leaned lazily on the chair and smiled. I think my sister said it very well. Zhu Di. Suddenly, she didn't know how to refute. Mo and Zhu Di were desk mates. Like Zhu Di, she couldn't stand Gu Jin sitting beside Gu Yang, so she said, Gu Jin, Shui Duo has something on at home, so he took leave today and didn't come. However, that's still his seat. It's not good for you to occupy it like this, right? Gu Jin said indifferently, then we'll talk about it when he comes to school. Gu Yang suddenly pitied Shui Duo. Hearing big sister's calm words, she felt that Shui Duo would not be able to come to school for the time being. At the very least, Shui Corporation's matter would hinder him. Wang Anbong stood on the podium and first took attendance, ensuring everyone was there. Then, he gave a long speech about the start of the semester. Just as people were yawning and feeling sleepy, he said, the Chinese examination will begin at 9. The examination venue will be in our class. You can check out your seat placement on the podium later. Ms. Tao asked me to tell you that if you write a wrong word in a poem, you will be punished by copying a page of Oracle Bone text. If you don't write at least 800 words for the essay and forget to write the title, you're in for it. Old Wang chuckled, and the entire class cursed him inwardly. After Wang Anbong left, the students of Class 1 began to study Chinese poetry at the last minute. Although they were students of the top class in science, they could not guarantee that they would not make mistakes when writing Chinese poetry. Gu Jin, you didn't expect this, did you? First high school's exams really start right after school starts. Zhu Di turned to look at Gu Jin with a smile, trying to find a flustered expression on her face. She knew about the situation in many schools. Although it was said to be a test for the start of school, it was actually only about a week after the start of school. However, to her astonishment, Gu Jin didn't look shocked at all. My little sister told me before, so I wasn't surprised. Zhu Di's smile froze. Oh God, she was not even Yang Yang's biological sister. Quit calling her little sister. Zhu Di had double standards and ignored the fact that Gu Yang had also called Gu Jin big sister. Zhu Di was unhappy and wanted to continue provoking Gu Jin, but Mo pulled her back. Zhu Di turned around and glared at Gu Jin. Mo, don't stop me. I just don't like Gu Jin. Mo was calmer than Zhu Di. She advised, Yang Yang just helped her. If we target her again, it will embarrass Yang Yang. Don't let Su Xinyan laugh at Yang Yang. Only then did Zhu Di turn around, but she was still unconvinced. She snorted. I wonder what kind of potion she gave Yang Yang to make her treat her so well. Seeing that the cannon fodder team had stopped, Gu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. However, how could the female lead's first day at school be calm? Without the cannon fodder team, there were still other supporting actresses who were suicidal. At the Tang family's banquet that day, Su Xinyan had already become enemies with Gu Jin. When she saw that Zhu Di and the others had let Gu Jin off, she decided to do it herself. Su Xinyan smiled and asked, Gu Jin, I heard that the progress of your high school in the countryside is relatively slow. There are some subjects that you haven't finished studying in the 3rd year of high school. Is it true? As soon as Su Xinyan said this, the boys and girls around her who were good friends with her started discussing. That's right. Gu Jin came from a rural high school. Don't tell me they haven't finished teaching the syllabus yet? First high school is the best high school in the province. Class 1 is also the top class. Last semester, the 2nd round of revision has already started. When school starts, the test will be for all the content of the high school syllabus. There are even some relatively difficult competition-level questions. If Gu Jin hasn't finished the syllabus, won't she be doomed during the start-of-term exam? It's one thing if she's doomed. What's important is what if she lowers the average score of our class? The competition in first high school is already intense. Class 2 was only a few points away from our average score at the end of last year. Now that Gu Jin is here, won't Class 2 overtake our class? Wouldn't that be a joke to the entire grade? I heard that those brats from Class 2 are overjoyed. Jin City's first high school had 30 classes in each grade. Of these, 20 of them were science classes. According to the results, the students were placed in Class 1 to Class 20. Although Class 1 was the most elite class, The average results of Class 2 and Class 3 were not much different from Class 1. Originally, since it didn't involve collective honor, everyone could still treat the matter of the real and fake daughter of the Gu family as gossip, and they were only xenophobic toward Gu Jin. But now, most of the students in Class 1 were worried that Gu Jin would lower the average score in the class. I really don't understand why the school would put a black sheep like Gu Jin in Class 1. I heard that the Gu family donated a laboratory building to the school, so the school agreed to put Gu Jin in Class 1. Does Gu Tin think that just because she's the real daughter of the family, she can be compared to Gu Yang in everything? Whichever class Gu Yang is in, she wants to get in. She can talk when she has the same grades as Gu Yang. Just wait. After the exam, she'll know how big the gap between her and Gu Yang is. Gu Yang, good lord. Couldn't they set up another party as the control group? Why did they have to use her? Su Xinyan looked at Gu Jin smugly. So what if Gu Jin proved at the Tang family banquet that she wasn't a country bumpkin who didn't know anything? When she came to school, wouldn't she still be defeated by these top students? Gu Jin, where are you guys at with the syllabus? Tell us so that we can be mentally prepared. Let's see how many more points we have to score to get the average score back, Su Xinyan said with a smile. Supporting her forehead with one hand, Gu Jin closed her eyes impatiently and smiled. Didn't you already say it? We didn't finish the syllabus, right? Gu Yang, Big Boss was starting to pretend. She understood this strategy. First, she would let Su Xinyan and the others clamor, and then it would be even more satisfying to slap their faces. She would let them know that even if she hadn't finished her high school syllabus, she could still crush everyone. As expected, as soon as Gu Jin finished speaking, Class 1 erupted. FCK, Su Xinyan was right. How dare Gu Jin enter Class 1? If you're so lousy, you should just get out and stop annoying everyone, right? Does she really think that she can compare to Gu Yang just because she became the real daughter of the family? Gu Yang came in the top 10. Does Gu Jin want to use her ranking to see how many science students we have this year? Such comments became more and more noisy, suppressing the sound of students studying in the class. Gu Jin didn't care at all. Gu Yang couldn't take it anymore. At first, she found it funny, but when she heard that she was used as a control group, she felt her anger rise. As a favorite among the cannon fodder, her friends in the cannon fodder team might not be able to kill her, but the atmosphere team was killing her. Gu Yang slammed the table and stood up. With a loud bang, the class instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Gu Yang in shock. What the FCK? Was Gu Yang the one who slammed the table just now? Did she have to be so loud? The gentle and weak Gu Yang was actually so strong. Even Su Xinyan looked at Gu Yang in confusion. Gu Yang's expression was normal as she silently placed her hand behind her back. I overdid it. My hand hurts. As for everyone's quizzical gazes, Gu Yang chose to ignore them. As long as she didn't act embarrassed, it didn't matter how they felt. Who said that my big sister would be a burden? Gu Yang said sternly. Even if I'm a burden, my big sister won't be a burden to Class 1. Everyone was shocked. As the school belle with excellent grades, Gu Yang naturally would not be a burden to Class 1. Did she mean that Gu Jin's results were better than hers? Su Xinyan looked at Gu Yang and sneered in her heart. Gu Yang was still such a BTC. If she spoke up for Gu Jin now, not only would she be able to establish the image of a good younger sister, but she would also be able to successfully embarrass Gu Jin when Gu Jin's results came out. Although she didn't like Gu Yang, she hated Gu Jin more for making her embarrass herself at the Tang family banquet. Hence, she sneered. Gu Yang, your big sister said it herself just now. They haven't even finished their school curriculum. Gu Yang blinked. Who said that you can't do well just because you haven't finished the school curriculum? Su Xinyan, do you dare to bet with me that my big sister's results are better than everyone present? Gu Yang raised her chin slightly, her eyes bright, clear, and as bright as the stars. Gu Jin, who was looking up at her, was slightly stunned. Even Zhu Di, Mo, and the others were stunned by Gu Yang's trust in Gu Jin. Su Xinyan was also a little stunned. Was she wrong again? Gu Yang wasn't spouting nonsense when she spoke up for Gu Jin previously, nor was she trying to put Gu Jin on a pedestal now and embarrass her when the grades were out. If it was to embarrass Gu Jin later, there was no need for Gu Yang to make a bet with her. Su Xinyan had mixed feelings. She didn't expect Gu Yang, who had always been narrow-minded, to really accept Gu Jin, her big sister who snatched her identity. She temporarily suppressed her complicated emotions and stood up. She did not show any weakness and said, "Let's bet. What's there to be afraid of?" She wondered if Gu Yang had fallen down the stairs and damaged her brain. How could a country bumpkin like Gu Jin have better results than everyone in Class 1? The others in Class 1 also felt that Gu Yang must have hurt her brain from the fall. I would believe that Gu Yang got first place in the school examination any day. As for Gu Jin, I'm afraid she's missing 3 words. First from the back. Gu Jin probably heard that Gu Yang's grades were good, so she deliberately bragged in front of her. Gu Yang has a good temper and is simple-minded. She believed Gu Jin's words. Gu Yang. Not to mention anything else, the class always thought the best of Gu Yang. They could push any blame to big sister. How can we be absent from the bet? We're on Xuanyin's side. I don't believe that Gu Jin is better than everyone here. Count me in for this bet. Most of the top students in the elite Class 1 were ambitious and proud. They naturally did not believe that a country bumpkin like Gu Jin would have better results than them. Many people who were good friends with Su Xianyan or wanted to join in the fun made bets. Lu Mao, Zhu Di, and the others were tempted. If it weren't for the bet with Gu Yang, they actually wanted to stand on Su Xuanyan's side and felt that Gu Jin couldn't do it. I'm on Yang Yang's side. Although Zhu Di didn't like Gu Jin, she didn't want to see Su Xianyan and the others outnumber and bully Gu Yang. Lu Mao, Mo, and the other members of the cannon fodder team also united against the outside world. Su Xianyan recalled the information she had asked Ruan Yin about and looked at Gu Yang with a meaningful smile. Gu Yang, if you want to bet, let's bet on something big. We'll each take out 200,000 to bet. The others can do whatever they want. If Gu Jin gets first place, you guys will split the money placed by the people who bet against her. Otherwise, we'll split the money. How about that? Previously, she was curious as to why Gu Yang would appear on a variety show for no reason. So she went to ask Ruan Yin to find out. Ruan Yin told her that Gu Yang went on variety shows to earn money. Ever since Gu Jin returned, Gu Yang had actually fallen out of favor with the Gu family. The Gu family didn't give her much money, so she needed to go on variety shows to work during summer vacation. Su Xianyan felt that although Ruan Yin had been expelled from the Ruan family, she was still Gu Yang's cousin. Her words were still feasible. Moreover, this was the only way to explain why Gu Yang was on variety shows. Knowing that Gu Yang was short of money, she insisted on using money to gamble. She wanted Gu Yang to experience the embarrassment of not being able to fork out money. Hearing Su Xuanyan's words, Gu Jin looked at her in confusion. Gu Yang rejected her flatly. No. Su Xianyan sneered in her heart. Sure enough, Gu Yang was starting to worry about money. Su Xuanyan's tone was mocking. Don't tell me you can't even take out 200,000 now? As expected, a fake heiress is a fake heiress. She can't compare to a real heiress. The others looked at Gu Yang with probing gazes. Logically speaking, with the Gu family's family background, Gu Yang shouldn't hesitate to take out 200,000. Zhu Di, Mo, and the others looked at Gu Yang with concern. Did the Gu family really lower her standard of living just because Yang Yang was a fake daughter? Gu Yang frowned deeply and looked at Su Xianyan. Her tone was serious as she said righteously, organizing more than 3 people to gamble, and if the accumulated amount of gambling funds has reached more than 50, it's considered gambling in public. According to the country's criminal law, those who gather to gamble for profit will be sentenced to not more than 3 years in prison. Are you all ignorant about the law? With so many people gambling at such high amounts, I don't know what to say. Su Xianyan was speechless. The members of the cannon fodder team were stunned. The entire class was speechless. For a moment, the entire class was silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only Gu Jin touched her forehead with a helpless smile on her face. At this moment, loud applause came from the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall and handsome man leaning against the door.